15 years ago, the world was engulfed in chaos. Rifts appeared from which terrible demons burst out, and magical portals filled the earth. This disaster turned people's lives upside down. To counter this new threat, a system of ability levels appeared. Humans could now use magic and other supernatural powers to fight demons. Those who risked their lives to protect the world from demons were called adventurers. They chose classes that determined their fighting style and magical abilities. However, the magical class was considered the weakest. Mages had difficulty controlling magic and were not as agile as other classes. Therefore, the main character chose the thief class. This class was famous for its agility, which the hero believed was the key to survival and development in this new world. Over time, thanks to hard work and dangerous adventures, the hero gained incredible experience and became one of the strongest adventurers. It had the title Sword of Divine Speed. Rifts opened more and more, releasing even more monstrous creatures. The hero understood that the responsibility for protecting people and the world rests on his shoulders. In one of the rooms, the adventurers gathered to discuss their plans and next steps. The atmosphere was tense because the demonic danger was constantly increasing. Suddenly, one of the adventurers turned to Ichinoshi Ikoma. He announced the decision to expel Ikom from the Sword of Glory Guild. The main character was shocked and angry. He did not understand why he was being excluded and demanded an explanation. The adventurers watched the boy in silence. It seemed to them that he should have understood the reason for the exclusion himself. Each year, the monsters became stronger, and Ikom's attacks lost their effectiveness against high-level enemies. With no support or healing skills, he became less and less useful to the group. The days when thieves dominated the battlefield are long gone. The guild has decided that the Ikoma class is now only good for mining resources from low-level monsters. In the fight with the bosses, the mage was much more useful, which could deal significant damage. That's why the guild stripped the guy of S rank. The new rifts unleashed much stronger monsters than before. Ikoma understood that he lacked firepower, but asked him not to rush into a decision. He could not understand why he had been excluded so unfairly. After all, he risked his life many times in battles. As for the poison, the main character had no equal in this. Depending on the opponent, he could single-handedly defeat any monster. The guild commander, raising his hands, asked for attention. He had a request to Ikom. He was hoping for positive words, but instead he was asked to pretend they had never met. The adventurers left Ikoma alone. They walked past it as if it were an empty place. The boy spent days in his dirty room. He tried to rest and put his thoughts in order. Ikoma devoted his whole life to the work of an adventurer. He sincerely believed that he was protecting his country from demons, risking his life in battle. And now, after everything he did, he was simply kicked out of the guild. He already noticed that he was lagging behind others, so he had to spend a lot of money on consumables. Now he had no money. Due to the loss of S rank, Ikoma could no longer clear high-level rifts to earn money. Suddenly, a message came to the phone. Sword of Glory was going to China. Photos of former colleagues of the main character appeared on the internet. They looked happy because they managed to conquer the Dark Palace Rift. People welcomed and supported the adventurers. In the comments under the photo, people who watched the expedition asked questions about where Ikoma went. Some speculated that he had fallen ill. Suddenly, he came across a message saying that he had become a burden to the team. He was considered unnecessary. Out of anger, Ikoma threw the phone against the wall. He understood that he had made a mistake with the choice of class from the beginning. Ichinoshi Ikoma decided to sell all his equipment and potions in order to hold on for a little while. He was looking for any way to solve the money problem. He could not hold back tears and screams of anger. He couldn't believe that the team he had devoted his entire life to had kicked him out so easily. Despondent, the boy lay down on the floor. He didn't know what to do next, but suddenly an urgent notification came on his phone. Ikoma read the message. It said that an S-class monster had appeared in Tokyo. Everyone was urged to evacuate immediately to the nearest safe place, which was the Demon Research Center. Ikoma did not understand why this happened now, when the Sword of Glory was not in the country. The S-class monster posed a serious threat. There was no adventurer in Tokyo other than him who could stand up to the monstrous creature. He was not sure that he would have enough strength, but he had no other choice. He looked around his room. His gaze rested on the sword and arrows hanging on the wall. Suddenly he had a plan. The adventurer set out to meet the monster. It was a winged demon that looked terrifying in flight. He had a huge advantage, his speed and maneuverability. It was the dragon of time, Kronos. Ikoma was not going to give up. He was glad he didn't have time to sell his equipment. He ordered to remember this legendary day, monster. This was to be the last day for the S-class monster. Ikoma, an experienced adventurer, launched the attack. Residents of the city have already evacuated. He only had to hold on until help arrived. But the dragon was too fast. He moved with lightning speed, delivering powerful blows. Ikoma barely had time to block the attacks. Kronos used his terrible skill, directing a powerful blow at the adventurer. Ikoma managed to jump back in time, and in the place where he was standing a second ago, there was a loud explosion. The main character possessed lightning reaction. He devised a plan, realizing that he needed to keep his distance from the monster. The adventurer activated the poison sickle skill. He swung and his weapon sank into the body of Kronos. The poison had no effect on the monster. His skin remained intact. He knew that it would be difficult to penetrate her, but he did not expect that everything would be so difficult. Fear gripped Ichinoshi Ikoma. He understood that their powers with the demon were unequal. If he didn't specialize in speed, he would have been dead a long time ago. There was no other way out. Ikoma decided to fight to the end. He grabbed the new weapon and started swinging it above his head. The adventurer activated the Thief's Claws skill. This thief-class skill allowed you to steal items from opponents. Ikoma hoped that a demon as strong as Kronos had powerful artifacts. He would be lucky if he managed to steal them. But at that moment, Kronos hit him back. Ikoma was seriously injured because he dealt too much damage to the monster. The protagonist laughed nervously. He was lying on the ground in a pool of his own blood. I couldn't believe that this was the end of him. Ichinoshi's consciousness, Ikoma, was fading. He was always called a hero, but he couldn't last even a few minutes in a fight with a monster. He felt terribly weak. Falling to the ground, Ichinoshi Ikoma set himself a new goal. If he survives, he will become much stronger. Suddenly, Ikoma felt something in his hand. It was an item he had obtained using Thief's Claws. It turned out to be the Time God's Dial of mythical rank. It allowed you to rewind time 10 years, but after use, it disappeared from all timelines. The adventurer was amazed. He had never received mythic-class items, and this one allowed him to go back in time. Ikoma had never heard of such artifacts before. It was a chance he couldn't pass up. If he can actually go back in time, this will be his lifeline. The monster continued to attack, and death was near. Ikoma did not want to give up. He activated the dial, commanding it to turn back time. At the same moment, the demon Kronos dealt him a fatal blow. His claw pierced through the adventurer's body. Ichinoshi Ikoma felt a strange sensation. He understood that it was death, but the feeling was not what he expected. Suddenly he woke up. He was in his body, but 10 years younger. He was lying on the floor, holding the phone in his hand. Ikoma checked the time on his phone. It was 2030, September 13th. He thought it was a dream and went to the window. Suddenly, he remembered the Time God's Dial. It seems to have really worked. He decided to check his status. Ikoma looked at the status window. To his surprise, he actually went back 10 years. His class has not been chosen yet. The hero smiled. It was a chance to start over. This time, he will become the strongest adventurer, avoiding all the mistakes of the past. Ikoma looked at the news. There it was said that ordinary people cannot go into the faults on their own. Experts have warned that the levels and sizes of monsters are constantly increasing. This can lead to a real disaster for humanity. Ichinoshi Ikoma had no doubt that he had indeed traveled 10 years into the past. There were no such disputes in the future. All this meant that people had to have a high standard. Traveling to the past gave Icom incredible advantages. He needed to gain experience and find rare materials as soon as possible. The knowledge he brought from the future will become his main weapon. Before starting his journey, the boy had to get a class. To do this, he should have reached level 10 first. To that end, he traveled to special rifts reserved for low-level adventurers who had yet to gain a class. Ichinoshi Ikoma received permission to enter the fault. However, unlike the others, this rift was not cleansed and was under the control of monsters. The protagonist went to battle the goblins in an F-rank rift called Goblin Cave. There were also many other adventurers much stronger than Ichinoshi in this rift. One of them, a man walking in front of the boy, easily dealt with the goblin. The stranger turned to Ichinoshi. Ikoma advised him to be more careful next time and asked if he was injured. The protagonist was silent, not reacting to the man's words, trying to remember where he had seen him before. The unknown adventurer believed that walking alone was dangerous for the boy because goblins could surround him. and then problems could not be avoided. Ichinoshi Ikoma asked who the man in front of him was. It was Ohara Kyungji, a level 16 warrior with a two-handed sword whose duty it was to help newcomers to this rift. People usually called people like him leaders. The main character had a bad feeling, but the stranger did not look like an evil person. Now, Ohara Kyungji knew the name of his new companion. He said that the company has recently started to experience significant losses due to fault problems. So the guide decided that the job of a guide would be a great hobby for his retirement. He talked a lot and followed Ichinoshi Ikomo, but the protagonist focused on leveling up, trying to improve his skills, and finally reached level 10. The boy managed to kill the goblin and received 6 experience points. After advancing to 10th level, he was able to gain 2 skill points. Okara Kyonji was surprised by Ichinoshi's skills, Ikomi. He encouraged him by patting him on the back and praising his work. The guide thought that this boy would make a great adventurer. The boy was also confident in his abilities, because he was an S rank before. Okara Kyungji said that by raising level 10, you can get a class. Therefore, he needs to think carefully about his choice if he wants to. Maybe ask the guide for advice? Ichinoshi Ikoma thought about it because the class he could get depended on his characteristics and abilities, and skills could be obtained with the help of skill points. Okara Kyungji advised the boy to choose the warrior class because then he can teach him many techniques. The guide continued to reason because if you take into account the main character's fighting style, then the thief class was more suitable for him. The boy tried not to react to the man and looked at his statistics. Okara Kyungji peeked at the statistics window and saw that the boy still hadn't acquired any skills. The guide explained how skills can be acquired. In classes, they had to tell how to activate acceleration and boost. The skills acceleration and strengthening increase the physical parameters of the adventurer. Therefore, the training of these skills was now in the first place. And to become the strongest adventurer, it is better not to waste skill points on such skills. Ichinoshi Ikoma spent the whole evening thinking about his future choice. Finally, he realized that now he would definitely come in handy. He took the necessary skills, but the guide refused him. But the choice was made. The guy chose the soft fall skill, which reduced the damage from the fall and increased the resistance to gravity. Okara Kyungji believed that this skill could be of little use. But despite the rejections, Ichinoshi Ikoma bought this skill thinking it was a great solution. Okara Kyungji scratched the back of his head, because they didn't have high places in the area. Therefore, he further advised to get acceleration and strengthening. But seconds later, Ichinoshi Ikoma upgraded the soft fall skill to level 2 by spending 10 more skill points. The guide asked him not to hurry with decisions. Another moment later, the boy raised the soft fall skill to the 3rd level, spending even more points. Okara Kyungji clutched his head in fear. The conductor fell to the ground, thinking that the boy had wasted points on a soft fall. He was sorry that his advice was not heeded. Okara Kyungji believed that with such skills, only the swordsman or peasant class would suit the boy. But Ichinoshi Ikoma had another plan. He clicked on the Gravity Master button. It was a class hidden from everyone, which appeared only when all points were used for the soft fall skill. It was found only later due to the strict conditions of receipt. Even after the discovery of this class, no one wanted to choose it because of weak at-first-glance abilities. Even after 10 years, no one has solved the secret of this class. However, the main character, being an S-rank adventurer, understood its essence. Gravity Master is the strongest class possible. Okara Kyungji tried to stop Ichinoshi's choice, Ikoma. After all, it was a magic class and he could still become a swordsman. But for the boy, it was exactly what he wanted right now. He was able to select the Gravity Master class and gained the skills Gravity Magic and Gravity Control. The boy began to jump for joy. He finally got that class. It was great, because with this class he would definitely be able to become the strongest adventurer in the world. This time he was not ready to go through the betrayal of his colleagues, because he would become much better than them. The guide believed that the magic class was not suitable for Ikomi because there was a high probability that he would not be able to live for a long time. It is very difficult to compete with such a class, so he was advised not to become an adventurer in order to protect himself. The main character understood that in the past, melee classes were considered to be much stronger than others, but in the future, everything would change. While Ohara Kyungji was distracted, a new fight took place in the rift. A high-ranking goblin attacked a girl who was trying to level up. It was a red-cap goblin, and he was level 17. It was unclear where in this rift a goblin with such a high level could come from. This monster could appear very rarely. So the guide grabbed the girl and tried to save her from the demon and run away. Actually, Ohara Kyungji was here because he wasn't sure of his strength in a real fight. Therefore, if they cannot match, there will be a fatal outcome. The man began to look around. But there were adventurers no higher than level 10 in this rift, so it was almost impossible to resist the goblin. Ohara Kyungji understood that he had to do something to save the people, so he ordered Ichinoshi Ikomi better run from here, because the guide will try to distract the monster. Ichinoshi Ikoma began to analyze the situation. Red Riding Hood Ohara Kyungji was definitely not going to be able to overcome it on his own, so he needed help. The man tried to block the goblin's attacks. He was completely unaccustomed to competing against opponents of his level or higher. The guide began to shout for help, wondering if there was anyone above level 15 in the rift who was willing to help with the challenge. The protagonist understood that the man would not be able to cope with such a strong opponent of the 16th level. It was a strong enemy, a mistake, and he could die. But Ichinoshi Ikoma understood that he would most likely not be able to help because the demon's level was too high for him. He can't even see the goblin's movements normally. The protagonist clenched his fist. He wanted to help, but his gravity magic was too weak, and he didn't know much about his abilities yet. At this moment, he remembered Ohar's friendliness, Kyonji. He smiled and understood that he could not ask for such a good man. He was to his liking. The boy took out his sword and attacked the monster. He shouted that he could not leave the guide alone with the danger. Ohara Kyonji asked the boy to back off, because the Red Hood would definitely be stronger than Ichinoshi, to whom the guide understood that his magic class was very weak. With such a difference in strength, he could simply die. But Ikoma did not back down. He turned to the Red Hood, warning that he wanted to test all his new powers on this monster. He is willing to risk his second life to find out what the strongest class is capable of. But if the two of them can't defeat the monster, they won't have a chance to escape anymore. The boy hoped that his class would not let him down. At that moment, the goblin ran by Ohara Kyonji and started running to Ichinoshi Ikoma. The guide advised him to flee immediately. The weakest point of the magic classes was the lack of physical abilities. Their magic relies heavily on the help of other classes. But the Gravity Master was not like that, because the boy knew that they could increase physical parameters in exchange for mana. Ichinoshi Ikoma began gathering mana around him. He turned to gravity management and ordered gravity to be weakened. He could now move very quickly in battle. The protagonist reduced gravity, thereby increasing his speed, but his movements became uncontrollable. But it didn't matter what your opponent did if you could read his moves ahead and dodge in time. This was the main advantage of Master of Gravity. In the past life of Ichinoshi, Ikoma was able to win more than 1,000 matches using only his speed. He struck the goblin in the stomach with his sword. Ohara Kyungji watched the boy in surprise, because with a low-level magic class, he was able to injure the Red Hood, which was considered impossible at the time. A class with high stats due to good mana control, with the necessary skill, can unlock its potential to unprecedented heights. In the early stages, the monster's movements are very predictable, and with his speed, you can dodge their attacks as much as you want. The conductor watched the boy's skill in surprise. He just froze. But unexpectedly, Ichinoshi Ikoma ordered Ohara to attack the goblin from behind while the monster was out of sight and in shock from being wounded. The guide drew his sword and moved in to strike the goblin, but suddenly the monster turned back to Ohara Kyonji with a sword. This was part of the guy's plan. He waited for the goblin to turn its back to him to use the gravity magic. Suddenly, magical chains began to appear around the Red Riding Hood, preventing him from moving. It was the gravitational chain skill. Now the goblin was surrounded. Ohara Kyonji jumped up and hit the monster with his sword. Red Hood was killed. For defeating the monster, they received 28 experience points and increased their level to 12th. Finally, they were able to cope. It was a very intense fight. Along with Ichinoshi's Master of Gravity class, Ikoma will definitely be able to become the strongest adventurer. The hunters around watched the boy in surprise. He was a novice, but he was able to overcome the Red Hood with ease. Ohara Kyonji couldn't even hit the goblin, but Ikoma, having the lowest level, was able to overcome him. The guide thought the boy was a monster and suspected that he didn't even know it. He can't just call him a genius. Now it was unknown who Ikoma was. Suddenly the boy began to lose his balance. He had exhausted his mana. Gravity Master skills required a lot of her. The main character could not even move a finger. He would have to think about it later, and now he needed to rest. The guide thanked Ikoma and asked if he needed help. The boy nodded his head. Okara Kyonji took Ikoma on his back and carried him to a resting place. For the main character, it was a duty to save other low-level adventurers. The guide mentally thanked this boy, because this time he not only saved his life, but also helped him overcome his fears. Okara Kyonji always lacked the courage to fight the strongest monsters, so he only hunted the lowest demons. Thanks to Ikoma, he was able to take the first step forward. The man thinks that it is necessary to finish with the role of the guide. He was very glad that this time he was able to personally see the birth of a new hero. He thanked Ikoma for saving him. These days the boy learned what his gravity magic is capable of, so now he was planning to raise his level. However, it will not be so easy to do it alone. Therefore, it is necessary to find a temporary team. He decided to turn to specialists, but nothing was heard about Masters of Gravity. They knew it was a magic class, but the specs were low. Therefore, it was considered that this class was not suitable for fights. In Ichinos, the ICOMs wondered if he was looking for a temporary team because they had several low-level teams at the moment. In this case, the guy asked to meet with possible teams that can take him in. The employee agreed, but the boy's characteristics were too low, so she was afraid that he might have some difficulties. The adventurer understood that he had a rare class, unknown to anyone. Therefore, it was to be expected that he would not be welcome here. In any case, he asked to speak with the team leaders. Suddenly, there was a noise in the room. It was the leader of one of the teams. He asked if the receptionist had any problems and thought the guy was being too pushy. The leader approached Ichinoshi Ikomi, introduced himself. He was the leader of the famous Thunder Knights group. His name was Utsunomiya Syo, and behind him stood soldiers from his team. The leader had a warrior class because everyone in their world knew that magic classes were pointless. He believed that magic classes were created for those who were afraid to even be close to monsters. Mages cannot be adventurers. That's why Utsunomiya Syo advised the boy not to blame himself for making the wrong choice, as he simply had a rare class with very low stats. The leader of the team also had a rare class, and unlike Ikoma, he could achieve a lot. Now the boy was interested. Utsunomiya Syo decided to show all his true powers. Energy began to appear in his sword, and after that he raised it up and used the lightning strike skill. The leader had the Thunder Knight skill. It was a very rare class with high stats and strong skills. Such a class suited him completely. Utsunomiya Syo created a lot of noise around him. People admired him and his strong skills. It was truly an incredible class. The registrar asked the boy not to use these skills in the guild because it was forbidden. But the adventurer asked not to worry, because he simply decided to show off his strength to the newcomer. The leader turned to Ichinoshi Ikoma. He refused to take him to his team with such small characteristics, because no one would want to take a stranger to him. Syo hinted to the boy that he was behaving foolishly. Adventurers did not volunteer to help anyone in need. Thunder Knight is a class that specialized in attacks, but with very slow movements. The difficulty of implementing abilities made them weak against opponents who specialized in agility or had resistance to lightning. Around Ichinozi, people began to gather in groups. They started laughing at him because they thought the magic class was useless. On the other hand, the boy was very jealous that he didn't choose the Thunder Knight class because it was rumored that one had to have high starting stats to get that class. But it's been quite a while since the rift started, so it looks like the guy is better off being alone until he earns the trust of others. The newcomer from the future completely forgot what happened before, when the emphasis was on effective abilities and high characteristics. The receptionist asked Utsunomiya, "Stop expressing yourself like that." But during this time, Ikoma had already changed his mind about joining the team and wanted to be alone. The leader of the team advised the stranger to give up his dream of becoming an adventurer, and he should at least try not to die. Ichinoshi Ikoma thanked him for the advice and left the room. He decided to head to the archives of the Adventurers Guild to study the information. The boy picked up a book to engage in self-education. It will not be enough to gain the trust of a temporary team, so it is better to find people with whom you can create a full-fledged group. He also needs to consider compatibility with his gravity abilities. After all, you still need to level up and earn some achievements. The mage easily defeated the Red Hood, and the movements of the low-level monsters were predictable. Finally, Ikoma was able to figure out how to use the force of gravity. He could raise his level a little and go to a high-level rift. Now he wanted to find a rift that would work for him. It was a level 25 stone temple. This vault was intended for raising the level and extracting stones. He was under the control of the guild. In this rift, walking statues appeared, which were very easy to defeat. A mid-level hunter could efficiently collect materials and level up. This rift was like a dungeon for newbies. If Ikoma wanted to hunt alone, he had better find companions. The guy decided to set a low level for himself. He wondered if he would then be able to gain enough level without entering the depths of the rift. But he could not do anything. He wondered if by leveling up in the stone temple, he would be able to find the classes he needed for his abilities. Ichinoshi Ikuma decided to go to the stone temple. Suddenly he saw a person, who was wounded, going down the stairs. She asked him not to listen to the statues in any case. Suddenly, the wounded boy fell to the ground, and behind him appeared a cruel statue that wanted to kill him. The registrar did not want to let Ikoma into the stone temple because he was too small at level 12. The guy showed his ID because according to the rules there shouldn't be any problems. The girl explained that then the guy just goes to his death because the recommended level for this fault was 25. The rifts were very unstable, so very strong enemies could be encountered there. But the main character did not care. He turned and headed for the rift. Ikoma explained to the receptionist that he just wanted to look around a bit and would be right back. Without risks, he could not become stronger. Therefore, there was no other way but to defeat the strong monsters. It was all for leveling up. The boy stepped into the portal. He didn't want to stay here long. If he can defeat at least one monster, he will already be able to level up. Ichinoshi Ikuma passed between the statues and one of them drew attention to him. The monster decided to take a chance before the hunter saw him and raised his sword up to strike. But the hunter was ready. He saw this attempt as a cheap trick and was able to evade the attack. He decided to review the characteristics of the enemy. He was only level 20. Therefore, this will be enough to increase the level. The statue tried to strike again, closer this time. Therefore, Ikoma decided to use gravitational relaxation to move faster. While the statue tried to strike the hunter, he quickly dodged and anticipated all the blows. Even with this level, the monster was not a strong opponent, and Ichinoshi Ikoma could easily read his every move. Therefore, the hunter decided to use his skills. He hit the monster with his sword and dealt damage. The statue looked around after a few hits. Her body began to crumble. She was strong, but strong only in defense. But the monster was confident. Despite his injuries, he began to attack again. Even knowing that the hunter was several times faster, he still thoughtlessly flew into the attack. Therefore, the boy once again used the weakening of gravity. Ichinoshi Ikuma was able to skillfully dodge the attacks with great speed, and then used dual gravity and pierced the body of the statue with his sword. The statue split in half and fell to the ground. The enemy was defeated. It was a great tactic for Ikoma. First have the pressure, then accelerate, and then remove the reduction right before the impact. Thanks to this cunning tactic of Ichinoshi, Ikoma delivered a powerful blow. He gained 28 experience points and leveled up to 16, gaining 8 skill points. Thanks to this successful attack, he was able to immediately level up several points and also gained enough skill points. At first, the mage decided to raise the level of gravity magic to the 2nd level, and gravity control to the 2nd level as well. However, he lacked 1 skill point. He decided to spend it on gravity control because he used this skill more often. After spending 9 skill points, Ikoma advanced gravity control to level 2. Now he could control the direction of pressure, not just change the weight of objects depending on the situation. It was a very useful skill. Thus, the main character managed to achieve what he wanted. He went down to the ground and picked up the prey from the floor. It was a demon core, a magic stone. Ikoma believed that this would be proof of his victory over the walking statue. He could already return, but he still had a lot of magic left. So he decided to use his new ability. Suddenly, another fight broke out in the rift. It was the Utsunomiya team that worked here. He used lightning strike and was able to defeat the walking statue. The team members were enthusiastic about their leader. As expected, he was able to defeat such a monster with 1 blow. Although the enemy had protection against lightning, he could not resist such a powerful force. Utsunomiya Seo smiled because defending his opponents was no problem for him. It was just a training fault. The team leader was already level 26. Their pumping rates slowed, so they sought to move to more complex faults. The girl from the team reminded the leader about the mage they saw in the guild. She hinted that he was a bit over the top during the conversation. Utsunomiya Seo realized that he was only speaking out of good hopes. If the mage went into the rifts, he could simply die. Therefore, it was not necessary to give him false hopes. The leader asked his partner if he had made a mistake, but he refused to answer. Suddenly, behind Utsunomiya, a noise was heard. It seemed to be the walking statues again. The girl doubted because the steps were too loud. The leader reassured the team. They shouldn't have worried so much because even monsters had their own characteristics. Suddenly, an incredibly large and powerful statue descended from the stairs. This monster possessed more than ordinary abilities. The leader looked at the demon with excitement. but he was confident in his abilities. He didn't understand what such a powerful monster was doing in the training rift. It was a level 30 walking statue. She stood out a little from the rest, but still remained an ordinary statue. The hunters from the team were very scared. They never had to face level 30 monsters. Utsunomiya Syo had noticed a long time ago that fighting weak monsters was incredibly boring. As a Thunder Knight, he was much stronger than other adventurers of his level. The team leader was ready to fight the monster. He challenged, calling on the walking statue to show its power. Suddenly, the statue used its skill. He looked very powerful. The team wasn't sure if they could handle the monster, but the leader believed that together they could defeat one statue. Utsunomiya Syo wasn't going to give up, because the monster, even though it was level 30, was still an ordinary walking statue. Their movements were slow and predictable. However, this enemy moved much faster. It was difficult for the team leader to dodge his attacks. The boy analyzed that even if he uses his speed, the gap between the monster's attacks remains the same. Utsunomiya Syo decided to attack the statue. He quickly ran up and punched her in the stomach, hoping to show the monster the difference in their strength. But the demon only got angrier. He drew his sword and began to fight even harder. These pitiful attempts of the hunter annoyed him. He wanted only one thing: to get close and deliver a crushing blow. Suddenly, the boy's thoughts were interrupted. The leader of the team received a powerful blow to the stomach, which severely injured him. The monster's power was terrifying. Although the statue's level was only slightly higher, it was significantly stronger. The leader ordered Karen not to be distracted from the enemy. But after another blow from the statue, the girl also fell to the ground, wounded. Only Guho remained. Unexpectedly, the man was also hit in the stomach, being the last member of the team. All of them were lying on the ground, unable to get up. Utsunomiya Syo was shocked. He had never seen such a strong monster and felt such terror for the first time. Not believing that the strongest adventurer could be afraid, the leader of the team used his most powerful skill, Lightning Strike. To his surprise, even this powerful skill did not significantly damage the statue. The monster staggered just a little, but rose again. Utsunomiya Syo felt satisfied with his work at first, because he was sure that the statue would not be able to recover so quickly. However, this turned out to be only a temporary weakness of the demon. He began to recover again and rise to his feet. These monsters possessed protection against lightning, but the power of the statue was too great, and its defense was improved. This was terrible news for the team leader. He realized that he did not have the strength to resist the monster. Tears flowed from his eyes. He hoped it was just a bad dream. The man begged the monster to stop, begging him not to kill him in this horrible place. Utsunomiya Syo stood in front of the statue, begging it for mercy, asking it not to take his life. Ichinoshi appeared on the scene. He instantly cast Gravity Weaken to quickly reach the monster. The statue looked around, looking at the hunter in surprise. The protagonist understood that this time it would not be so easy, but he was ready to fight. The leader of the team recognized him as a newcomer from the guild. Utsunomiya Syo ordered Ikoma to stop, as he was certain that the rookie would not be able to handle such a powerful opponent, the guy thought. His level was only 16, and the difference with the monster was too great. By devouring other adventurers, this statue evolved into a new, unique state. For a beginner, this monster was too difficult a task. However, he still had a lot of magic left, which was enough for one battle. Ichinoshi Ikoma drew his sword, not wanting to delay the duel. Utsunomiya Syo couldn't believe that a rookie was going to fight a giant. They urgently needed to escape from here, because even the three of them could not defeat this monster. The boy looked around. The team members were lying on the ground unconscious. He thought for a moment. And then he looked at the giant again and applied Gravity Weaken. Ikoma began to run around the statue, trying to confuse it. The monster swung to strike, but the boy managed to jump up and fly over him with the help of gravity. The team leader watched the battle in amazement. He couldn't believe that a novice with a magic class possessed such power. Ichinoshi Ikoma began to analyze the enemy. Considering its level, the monster was very slow. Therefore, the boy decided that the gravity control skill would be enough for him. However, he could not cause significant damage. The walking statue was a type of monster with high defense. In addition, due to the difference in level, the monster received almost no damage, and maintaining gravity control required a lot of magic, so it was impossible to delay. I think it's in Ichinose Ikoma had no choice but to risk it and use his last attack. Mana began to gather around him. The protagonist struck the statue and it swayed. Utsunomiya Syo had originally thought that the battle would be easy, but it seemed that the monster's defense was much higher than he expected. The main character understood that weakening gravity required a lot of magic, but without this skill, he would not be able to win. He couldn't delay any longer and decided to end the battle quickly. The hunter approached the monster again, but it used an attack. Ichinoshi Ikomi managed to deftly dodge. He pushed off the ground and flew up, ending up above the monster's head. After that, he descended on the head of the statue, which was furiously trying to find him. All this happened very quickly. The leader of the team did not understand where the magician got such skills. Ichinoshi's gravity control Ikoma gained access to new skills. He decided to test them in battle. The hunter jumped up and used the gravitational shift skill. His body changed position and he ended up with his feet on the ceiling. This time he cast gravitational shift on himself. It was an interesting effect, but he needed to finish the fight. The boy pushed away from the ceiling with his feet. There was no time to delay. He applied double gravity. Thanks to the double gravity, he was falling downwards at an incredible speed. It was the end for the monster. Ikoma cast Meteor Fall, slicing the statue's body in two. He landed lightly on the ground, and the monster fell to the ground with a thud, dying. After Ichinoshi's victory, Ikoma received 524 experience points. His level increased to 23 and 14 skill points. The mage turned to Utsunomiya Syo, wondering if he now considers him strong, since Ikoma managed to defeat an enemy that was twice his strength. After the duel, the protagonist spent too much magic, feeling exhausted and falling to the ground. For this, he used the skill Soft Fall. The team leader was amazed by Ikoma's incredible strength. His lightning strike didn't leave a single scratch on the statue. He didn't expect that out of all the people he knew, it was a newcomer who would save him. He wondered why Ikoma had done this, since Utsunomiya had spoken badly of him. The team leader suspected that Ichinoshi Ikoma thus wants to take revenge by shaming him. But Ikoma approached Utsunomiya. Syo held out his hand and asked how he felt, and if he could get up. The leader thanked for the help, admitting that the newcomer saved his life. The Adventurers Guild was discussing this case. Utsunomiya Syo said that he encountered a level 30 walking statue and managed to defeat it. But the leader admitted that the monster was actually killed by a rookie. The registrar did not believe that Ikoma was able to do this on his own. But to confirm his words, the magician showed the core that fell from the statue. That was enough proof. The registrar took the stone in her hands. It was large and looked like a level 30 stone. This raised suspicions, but the girl agreed to record the achievement. She wondered if the hunter was planning to sell this stone. She couldn't say for sure, but the price could reach 200,000 yen. Ichinoshi Ikoma took the stone, deciding that this amount would be enough for him to start. Suddenly, the boy heard a familiar voice behind him. It was Utsunomiya here. The leader was looking for him to once again thank him for saving him. He also came to give him good news. Utsunomiya wanted to invite Ichinoshi Ikoma to his team, Thunder Knights. People in the guild were amazed, because they could not believe that a mage was invited to such a team. It was the strongest group of newcomers. Now Ikoma was considered lucky, because many dreamed of such an invitation. Ichinoshi Ikoma began to worry. The leader assured him that everything would be fine, because Ikoma had saved his life. However, the main character still decided to refuse. Observers were surprised by this. Rejecting the offer to join the Knights of Thunder was very unexpected. Utsunomiya began to worry. He recalled that the newcomer was trying to find a group for himself. The protagonist explained that his plans had changed, and he left the premises. After all, if he will raise the level at such a pace, then he must have time to fulfill his plans on time. In the near future, a new Fault Crazy Theater should appear, where a unique item that he needs will drop. He remembers well everything that happened in the past, so now he will be the first to get this legendary item. The next day, the main character came with pockets full of materials he wanted to sell. People around looked around in surprise. The registrar began to worry because the newcomer was again hunting a lot and again alone. Such rapid growth of his level was surprising. Ichinoshi Ikoma was checking his stats as he wanted to apply for a promotion to D rank. Adventurers had their own rank system. Starting at rank F, you could go up to rank E, and from rank D, adventurers could clear real rifts. The girl behind the counter explained that a hunter must be at least level 25 to get a D rank. However, Ichinoshi Ikoma had a surprise. He showed her his true level, which turned out to be 26th, high enough to get the desired rank. The registrar, not believing her eyes, got up from her chair. It was hard for her to imagine how a novice, even with a magical class, could level up so quickly. She curiously asked how he did it, since gravity masters are some of the strongest monsters. Ikoma only smiled in response to this question, not revealing the secret. He just wondered if he could get the D rank already. In fact, his power was far beyond his class. He was an S rank in the past, with decades of experience and knowledge behind him. It may seem strange, but it was extremely important for him to raise his level as soon as possible. Once D-ranked, he will gain access to valuable rifts. In addition, with rank D, it will be much easier to get tasks, because the Crazy Theater rift should appear very soon. This rift is famous for its unique weapons. Once an adventurer, having accidentally received this weapon, suddenly gained incredible power. However, he later went mad and began mercilessly killing other adventurers. Ikoma could not allow such a weapon to fall into the wrong hands again. Therefore, Ichinoshi Ikoma needed allies to clear the rift. He looked around. A large group would only slow him down. It would be better to choose partners carefully. He thought that a group of 2 people would be enough for him. You need to find someone who goes well with gravity magic. With sufficient skill level, it is also important that he is single and agrees to all his conditions. And the main character had many strict conditions. He thought about it. He wondered if he would even be able to find someone since he didn't have much time. But in any case, he had to visit other guilds as well. He spent the whole day going around all the guilds in the city and finding a worthy partner. This guild was already the 4th on the list. Ichinoshi Ikoma thought, maybe his demands are too harsh and the selection criteria should be lowered a little. He entered the guild premises. There he heard a girl's voice shouting at another adventurer. She accused her of being useless. The girl excitedly apologized to the leader Aoi-chan, but the commander did not want to listen to anything. She did not need an apology from her. Ikoma stood behind and watched the altercation. Aoi-chan angrily turned to the guilty Satsuki. She decided that she was excluding her from the group. The girl promised that next time she would make a greater effort. The leader of the group believed that Satsuki's skills were very weak and useless, so if she put in more effort, nothing would change. Satsuki listened to the accusations with tears in her eyes. Aoi-chan wanted to demand monetary compensation from her because she had made absolutely no effort to improve. Ichinoshi Ikoma watched the argument. He remembered how he lived in the future and how he was betrayed. He was perfectly familiar with this feeling, but he did not want to interfere, because in the choice of allies, one should not rely on feelings of pity and mercy. Also, the leader believed that the class that Satsuki chose was useless and complete garbage, just like her. As soon as she found out about her shaman class, she should have kicked her out of the group. Suddenly, Ichinoshi Ikoma stopped. He had already wanted to leave the guild, but at that moment he changed his mind. He turned and looked at the girl. Satsuki sobbed as she was advised to quit her job as an adventurer. The shaman class would be great for a gravity master. Her skills could play an important role in the fight against the boss of the Crazy Theater. Aoi-chan noticed that the main character was looking at them and asked him not to interfere as this was not a performance. Ichinoshi Ikoma introduced himself, revealed his status and characteristics, and explained that he had come here to find a new ally. At that moment, the leader lowered her eyes. She was ashamed of her behavior. His status was great, and he was a D-rank adventurer. Aoi-chan said that they just had a vacancy in the team, so they are ready to accept it. But suddenly the boy turned around and headed towards Satsuki. He offered her to join him in a duet. The depressed adventurer looked at the boy in surprise. At this moment, the team leader was also surprised because she did not expect such a strange choice at all. Ichinoshi Ikoma considered himself very lucky when he found this girl, and now he cannot miss such a chance. Aoi-chan objected, saying that the girl's class was completely useless, so it was better for the boy to join their group. Satsuki excitedly replied that she would gladly accept his offer, but she was only level 10 and he was a D-rank adventurer. The protagonist assured her that they would solve the problem with the level together. He really begged her to agree because he really needed her strength. The girl considered herself very weak and thought that she would only get in the way. She did not believe in herself at all and wanted to quit her job as an adventurer. Ichinoshi Ikoma asked to give him some time, and he will definitely help her become stronger and more confident. At that moment, Satsuki had a new hope. If he really didn't mind, she was really asking him for help. Aoi-chan watched this with annoyance. She believed that magicians were really worthless, so she advised the boy not to regret his choice. The main character thanked for the advice but said that he knows his class much better than they do. He took Satsuki with him and left the guild premises. Shaman weaknesses could be compensated for with gravity magic. In addition, her curses could be incredibly useful in the battle with the boss of the Crazy Theater. As long as she is with Ichinoshi Ikoma, there was no doubt that the weapon would go to them. The girl introduced herself. Her name was Kisaraga Satsuki, and she was glad to meet the adventurer, but she still wasn't sure if everything was okay. Sitting at the table, she lowered her head and admitted that her class was shaman, and it was considered the weakest. Ichinoshi Ikoma asked not to worry, and told him that he also has a magic class that everyone considers useless. However, he assured that in a few years, everything will change dramatically. Satsuki asked if it was true, and the main character confirmed it. He suggested discussing their strategy before a new rift appeared. Kisaraga Satsuki agreed to go to the training rift together and asked which one they would go to. The main character wanted to discuss the strategy for clearing a new rift that will appear in the near future. This will be the level 30 Crazy Theater Rift. The girl was worried because it was too high a level for her. Besides, it was an unknown fault. In unknown faults, the opposite is true. There is practically no information about them. Satsuki thought it was a stupid idea since she was only a level 17 weak class. The adventurer assured her that she need not be afraid of danger, because he is always ready to help her. Ichinoshi Ikoma knew all about this rift from the books he had read in his past life. Therefore, they will carefully prepare for its cleaning. Despite the fact that they were not on the same team, the boy was sure that they would be able to overcome this rift together. He asked her to just trust him. These words began to resonate with Kisaraga Satsuki's confidence. She folded her arms and found strength in herself. The protagonist apologized for his intemperance. He just really needed an item from this rift. The witch asked what he meant by the near future. When was the fault supposed to appear? Ikoma put a finger to his mouth. He couldn't tell all the details about his rare item, so he wanted to keep it a secret. After all, it was impossible to predict where and when a new fault would appear. His partner was excited. Suddenly, an urgent notification appeared on the phones of all the people in the room. The girl picked up the phone and saw a message that completely surprised her. It was a warning that a new rift had appeared in Tokyo. The message was sent by the Fault Study Center. It was very close. In Ichinose, suddenly excitement appeared. It finally happened. They were sitting here precisely because they expected it. The boy decided that they would go to the rift tomorrow. During the week, no one will dare to go there without information, so the way to the boss will be clear. The next day, the newly formed team went to the rift, and indeed there was no one around. Kisaraga Satsuki asked if everything was going to be okay. It was not an easy day for the Agency for the Study of Faults either. They were collecting information about this place. A stranger ran up to the adventurers. She asked them to find out any information about the rift, about its internal structure, or about the skills of the boss. She also persistently asked them to return alive, because it is very easy to die in an unknown rift. Ichinoshi's partner asked if they were really going to clean up the rift completely. Ikoma explained that if he had told the truth, they would definitely not have been let in. They descended into the Crazy Theater Vault. Everything around was very strange. The interior resembled a circus or a theater. Ichinoshi's partner was still very worried. Kisaraga Satsuki admitted that she was a little scared. The adventurer apologized for making her follow him. He will go ahead, but as soon as it becomes too dangerous, they immediately retreat. He will try his best. The partner said that she can fight in close combat and also become a decoy if necessary. Her skills and curses will be enough for the fight. The girl admitted that her curses are quite weak. Ikoma asked if the sorceress had mastered the Mana Drain skill. Mana Drain is a skill that absorbs the target's magical energy. It is great for fighting strong monsters. This skill also allows you to restore the mana of allies, which makes it incredibly useful for gravity masters. With such a skill, you can fight without worrying about mana depletion. Thanks to this, you can stay in the rift longer and increase your level. Satsuki asked if this magic wasn't weak and ineffective since there are many spells that do much more damage. This was a frequent question. Out of ignorance, the partner agreed to be a decoy. She will lure monsters, and he will be able to attack. A level 26 circus bear suddenly appeared. He pounced on Ichinos, to whom the adventurer did not command the sorceress to act, and she began to use the curse on the bear. Ball of darkness! A clump of black energy gathered near her, and it flew straight at the circus bear. It was great for a guy. Now it's his turn. He accelerated and jumped. In flight, he used double gravity and hit the bear in the head with his sword in one motion. The monster roared terribly and then fell to the ground. It was finished with him. They defeated the first enemy. Upon death, they received 212 experience, and Kisaraga Satsuki immediately rose 3 levels. She was very happy, but she had the feeling that she was some kind of parasite and only got in the way. Ichinoshi Ikoma assured that this is not true. He needs her strength. Besides, it's also important to him that she level up because they're allies. These words were sincere and deeply touched Satsuki's soul. She had never felt anything like this before. When she worked with others, this was not the case. She happily jumped up and offered to continue fighting together. Before that, she was very intimidated and insecure, but Ichinoshi Ikoma helped her open up. Her fighting instincts are also well preserved. Therefore, now they will definitely cope and will be able to overcome the boss to get a rare weapon. Sinbei received this weapon in a past life Kaoru. Having acquired this power, he became one of the most feared criminals among adventurers. Therefore, if he does not get this fierce weapon, history will probably change for the better. The boy had a purpose to do everything to get this thing, because Kaoru would be able to capture this rift much later, so there should be no problem. Sinbei one-on-one Kaoru is in the same rift. He swung his weapon at the assassin, but the assassin deftly bent his body and used a deadly strike. At that moment, Kaoru plunged his sword into the man's neck and then bent him out. The body fell to the ground. The assassin believed that he should have been more careful during the fight, because for his level, he imagined too much about himself. Sinbei Kaoru asked him to remember that their world operates on the principle of kill or die. That's why hunting people of the same level is much easier than hunting monsters. The killer was level 37. Ichinoshi Ikoma used double gravity. A layer appeared in front of him, which he controlled. A level 27 killer doll suddenly appeared. Although Kisaraga Satsuki attacked with magic from behind, her level rising very quickly. She was now level 22 and her partner was level 27. The girl apologized to Ikoma for having to mess with her. She thought that alone he would have done it much more efficiently and quickly. Ichinoshi Ikoma believed that at this level, the monsters were not that dangerous because their movements could be easily predicted. As he had already said, mages are a very powerful class and she should remember that. The girl offered to return already because they had very little mana left for the duel. The adventurer checked the stats. It was true. He had 41 health out of 57, and 16 mana out of 45. He boosted his stat with gravity control, so if he had less than half of his mana left, he had to return to the guild. Ichinoshi Ikoma smiled. It seems that the time has come. The girl looked questioningly at her partner, not understanding what he was talking about. Suddenly, a level 24 goblin clown appeared in front of them. It seems that their warm-up has been completed. The adventurer grabbed the monster's arm, for it was very small, and pinned it down so that it could not move. He ordered the sorceress to cast Mana Drain. If the adventurer has the skill Mana Drain, and the monster cannot move, then mana can be drained indefinitely. In addition, thanks to this skill, you can restore mana to allies. Looks like Kisaraga now Satsuki understood her partner's logic, but she didn't want to torture the monster. He explained that demons can't pass out, so it's fine. The sorceress began to gather energy in her weapon and then cast Mana Drain. The monster's mana began to be absorbed into her weapon. Ichinoshi Ikoma decided to go on and leave this monster, but the girl felt a little sorry for the clown. She offered not to do that again next time. Shy, Kisaraga Satsuki offered the boy to restore his mana. She sat down on the floor next to him, and the sorceress touched the adventurer's body. Mana began to flow into his body, filling him with energy. The guy checked the specs. His mana has been restored from 16 to 25. It wasn't the best result, but something. Satsuki was worried that the effect was not that powerful because she was only able to restore 9 units. But Ichinoshi Ikoma was not upset. They could just use 6 more goblins to fully restore their mana. The partner was a little disappointed because she did not want to torment the monsters. But it was a great choice to level up and recover. The adventurer killed the clowns one by one and finally he caught 6 goblins. He asked his partner if she was able to fully recover. Mana did recover and levels increased as well. Kisaraga Satsuki reached level 24 and Ichinoshi Ikoma until the 28th. Using this tactic, you could hunt and level up as much as you wanted. The girl was fascinated. They sat down to rest. Ikoma believed that it was better not to rush to restore mana, because a mistake could have serious consequences. But if you act correctly, you will be able to fight even with 100 demons. The girl joyfully reviewed a few more of her characteristics. Today she has increased her level very much. She has never seen such progress. While training in the guild, they were told not to fight monsters of the same level or higher, but this time was different. Ichinoshi Ikoma didn't think he could learn anything in battle, but he knew for sure that it was impossible to level up without risking his life. The witch fell silent and her face changed. She was seriously preparing for the next campaign and was ready to take risks. They were already able to go quite deep into the rift. The team walked along the road, and the sorceress followed the commander. She asked how far he wanted to go, but it turned out that they were already there. Ichinoshi Ikoma pointed to the door. This was their common goal, the boss of the crazy theater. No one expected that this fault would be cleaned on the second day. Kisaraga Satsuki was very frightened by the talk about the boss. She will see the Rift boss for the first time. Her hands began to shake imperceptibly with excitement. The guy saw that his partner was very worried. He suggested that she come back if she wasn't confident, but Satsuki refused. Kisaraga Satsuki remembered how Aoi-chan was always angry with her because she was afraid, but now she gathered all her courage and wants to change for the better. Therefore, if Ichinoshi Ikuma will need her strength, he can always count on her. The teammates exchanged glances that showed determination and readiness for a new battle. Ichinoshi Ikoma gave the girl an encouraging smile. Wasting no time, the adventurer clenched his fist and slammed it firmly into his palm. This was the signal for action. They go straight to the boss. Kisaraga Satsuki was a little worried. Ikuma's plan seemed too risky to her. Can it work against such a formidable opponent? Ichinoshi Ikoma, noticing the doubts of his partner, reassured her. He assured that everything is under control. The shaman class was perfect for fighting this boss. With peace in his soul, he went to the door and opened it. At first, the room was filled with impenetrable darkness. Suddenly, as if by a wave of a magic wand, a bright circus searchlight flashed, illuminating the terrible figure that appeared before the adventurers. It was the boss of the Mad Theater Rift, a level 35 crazy clown. His gigantic figure towered over Kisaraga and Ichinoshi, filling the room with terror. Heart of Kisaraga Satsuki cowered in fear. She had never faced such a powerful monster. Her hands gripped the hilt of the weapon tightly. Instead, in the eyes of Ichino's, there was no hint of fear. He clearly imagined his goal. Defeating this boss meant obtaining a powerful, unique weapon. Kisaraga's order clearly and succinctly, Satsuki, act clearly according to the plan. The girl, a little unsure, answered that she was ready. However, none of the team guessed that Sinbei was hiding behind them, lurking behind the door, Kaoru. He arrived at the boss much later and was now carefully watching the development of events. At first, the would-be assassin simply followed the actions of the team of adventurers, and then a cunning plan hatched in his cunning head. A sinister smile spread across his face, and he prepared to intervene. The terrifying clown boss let out a terrifying laugh and began to move even closer to the adventurers. Ikoma shoved the witch back, ordering her to step back and take her position. The adventurer rushed towards the boss, realizing that first he needed to distract the monster, so that Satsuki could take her position. Ikoma was horrified to realize that this boss had a huge amount of health and high regeneration. With this level, it will be very difficult to defeat him. So Ikoma decided to play a little with the clown. The crazy clown laughed again. Thick energy began to gather in his hands. Suddenly, the monster threw this magical projectile at the adventurers. Ichinoshi Ikoma, activating gravity weakening, easily dodged the attack, making a dash for 1.5 meters. With this skill, he could easily dodge most of the monster's attacks. Kisaraga Satsuki, raising her weapon, began to concentrate her dark magic, preparing to use mana drain. The girl, taking a position behind the boss, began to drain his mana, enveloping the monster in dark magic. The mad clone, feeling the loss of strength, burst out laughing again and made a sharp move towards Satsuki. Terrified, Satsuki froze before she could properly cast the curse. Ichinoshi Ikoma, seeing the danger hanging over his partner, shouted to her to run to the gate. The witch, wasting no time, ran away, but the crazy clown was not going to let her go and chased after her. The mad clown once again filled the room with a creepy laugh. He activated an unknown skill that began to accumulate destructive energy around him, ready to explode at any moment. Ichinoshi Ikoma, shouting, advised Satsuki to stay closer to the center of the room. He explained that if she was near the walls, the blast wave could imprint her into the wall. Satsuki, overcome by panic, did not know where to run. The shadow of the monster loomed in front of her. His rotten laugh and clicking teeth were even more terrifying, and the flames raging near him blinded her eyes. Suddenly, the girl found herself in a dead end. Faced with the inevitable, she froze as she looked around at the approaching monster. Ichinoshi's voice rang out in the room, Ikoma. He reminded the crazy clown of his presence and then ran in front of him at lightning speed. The monster, enraged by such insolence, rushed at the adventurer with a roar. He tried to grab Ikoma with his claws, but he was too fast. Ichinoshi Ikoma, like a whirlpool, moved around the room, striking and changing its position in a flash. The boss did not have time to react to his attacks, only roared with rage. Kisaraga Satsuki, holding her breath, watched the incredible speed and dexterity of her partner. The clown, guessing the adventurer's intention to escape, laughed even more creepily. Ominous magic erupted from its monstrous maw, engulfing everything around it. Suddenly, the passage through which they had entered disappeared, trapping the adventurers. Terrified, Satsuki began calling Ikoma for help. Moments before the blast wave would have engulfed everything, Ikoma activated gravitational shift. Pushing off the ground with incredible force, he soared to the ceiling. The mad clown, stunned by the explosion, looked around for the adventurers. His gaze moved around the room, but Ikoma was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Ikoma's voice rang out from above. He challenged the clown, making him raise his head. The monster, freeing himself, tried to jump up using magic to reach Ikoma, but all his efforts were in vain. The gravitational shift skill worked even better than Ikoma expected. He climbed to the ceiling with ease, satisfied with his ingenious plan. Kisaraga Satsuki had previously asked if Ikoma was planning to attack from a distance. The Mad Theater boss's attacks were terrifyingly fast. If Ikoma had tried to fight him up close, he would have risked simply getting burned. On the other hand, attacking from a distance would also be difficult, since Ikoma would not be able to see all the monster's movements. While the clown was focused on Ikoma, Satsuki seized the moment and cast Mana Drain, weakening the monster. Suddenly, something happened to the boss. He wobbled weakly on his feet, whimpered in pain, and began gathering energy for a powerful attack. The girl began to worry. Ikoma was too far from cover for her to mana him and hide. The adventurer couldn't believe his plan had worked so well. He didn't expect the clown's madness to be so strong. The boss, holding a demonic seal in his hands, rushed at the sorceress. But suddenly he stopped. Ichinoshi Ikoma guessed that the clown was probably out of mana. The barrage of fire and rapid movements around the room really wore the monster down. The crazy clown relies heavily on his magic, and Ikoma's plan worked flawlessly. Suddenly, the clown took off running in the other direction, away from the adventurers. It was time for Ikoma's decisive blow. He pushed off the ceiling, plummeting down, and activated the meteor fall skill. The mad clown looked up to see the adventurer falling right at him. Without enough mana and skills to defend, his movements were painfully slow. The mad clown fell to the ground with a thud, and Ichinoshi Ikoma, pressing a sharp blade to his head, deprived the monster of any hope of escape. Kisaraga Satsuki, concentrating all her strength, directed the dark energy of the weapon into the clown's body. Orb of Darkness charged at the monster, dealing damage to it. After this attack, the crazy clown lay on the ground, exhausted, but still showing signs of life. It's time for the final blow. Ichinoshi Ikoma, jumping up, activated double gravity, hovering in the air for a moment. Then, with incredible strength, he swooped down and hacked the monster's body with his sword. Ichinoshi Ikoma, proud of himself, rose from the ground. He knew that the boss of the crazy theater was defeated. For this victory, he received 1043 experience. His level increased to 30, and he also received 6 skill points. Kisaraga Satsuki could not contain her joy. Finally, they managed to defeat this terrible monster. Her eyes shone with happiness. Now they urgently needed to get out of this place, because the portal through which they got here could close at any moment. Satsuki was worried that they wouldn't make it. Ichinoshi Ikoma reassured her, explaining that the portal wouldn't close for at least half a day. The girl was relieved, but she still reproached him for not warning her about this earlier. Suddenly, something started to glow in the boss's room. It was the item they had dreamed about so much. A trophy for victory. The clown blade appeared in front of them. The best weapon for a gravity master. His strength was incredible, beyond imagination. The team looked at their prize with pleasure. Ichinoshi Ikoma, without hesitation, took the weapon in his hands. His dream came true. The clown blade was a C rank, had 11 attack power, accelerated skill activation, and reduced mana cost. Satsuki admired the C rank trophy, but admitted that it didn't look very powerful to her. Ichinoshi Ikoma did not agree with her. He explained that rank and attack power are not the most important thing. The power of this blade and its unique properties make it a real treasure. This blade possessed a unique power that greatly strengthened all skill-based classes. It was the most powerful blade that had ever existed. Ichinoshi's clown blade Ikoma could now use gravity magic much faster, as well as conserve mana. This blade became the key to overcoming all his weaknesses. Kisaraga Satsuki listened with delight to the story about the incredible capabilities of this weapon. An adventurer who wielded this blade in his past life was able to achieve rank A due to its power. However, he chose the path of the killer. And now Ichinoshi Ikoma, having received this blade, was able to prevent a terrible fate and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. These words made the sorceress think. A weapon that could eliminate all of her weaknesses sounded too tempting, Suddenly, a wave of terror came over her. Kisaraga Satsuki used to perform all the functions that a blade could now perform. It occurred to her that Ichinoshi Ikoma will no longer need her help. Was he just using her as a means all this time? Ichinoshi Ikoma admitted that he would sincerely like to continue their cooperation, but even with this weapon, his mana still runs out very quickly. The witch looked at the blade with contempt. From that moment on, they turned into rivals. Ikoma also leveled up, giving him some new skill points on his way to becoming the strongest adventurer. He could not ignore the importance of agility, but at the same time, he wanted to pump up his gravity skills even more. In the end, he made the best decision and made the purchase. He now has the gravity magic skill, which has increased to level 2, and the gravity control skill, which has reached level 3 in his arsenal. Suddenly, in front of Ichinoshi, another message appeared for Ikoma. He received a new skill, Gravity Orb. Combined with the gravity control skill and new weapons, using magic became much easier. Ikoma was full of enthusiasm and had many ideas that he wanted to try. Ichinoshi Ikoma didn't know where to begin, but his thoughts were suddenly interrupted. The door to the room opened and Sinbei's voice reached their ears. Kaoru! The killer was surprised, because it seems he was late. He started clapping his hands when he saw that the team had already finished cleaning the room, and praised them for a job well done. The boy noticed the anger in the eyes of the main enemy. Probably Sinbei Kaoru used the disguise skill to hide his presence and observe their boss battle. If they lost, the assassin, having all the information about the boss's skills, would have no problem defeating him. Ichinoshi Ikoma guessed that this was exactly how Kaoru was planning to do it. It would be a despicable act, but in his past life this sort of thing happened quite often. Ichinoshi Ikoma wanted to address the killer, but he immediately cut him off. Sinbei Kaoru stated that he had never seen Ikoma before. As it turned out, Sinbei Kaoru was the owner of the Clown Blade from Ikoma's past life. He was also a famous killer of adventurers. But the question of how he ended up here remained unclear. Previously, it took them much longer to reach this fault. Ichinoshi Ikoma understood that they could not meet with Sinbei Kaoru during the boss fight. This meant that in his past life he acted in the same way as the murderer now. In order to get hold of this legendary weapon, he mercilessly killed adventurers who were exhausted after the boss battle. Kisaraga Satsuki noticed the worry in Ikoma's eyes and asked what happened. The boy reluctantly muttered that it was okay. Sinbei Kaoru, fascinated by the interesting weapon, began to ask if it was really a boss trophy. He asked permission to take the weapon in his hands and examine it more closely, but Ichinoshi Ikoma refused. Sinbei Kaoru was furious. He knew he shouldn't have relaxed, and now that Ichinoshi Ikoma was defeated, he wanted to have fun with his girlfriend. Kisaraga Satsuki advised Ikomi to be alert and watch her feet. Suddenly, Sinbei Kaoru used his death attack. He bent down and darted forward to plunge the knife into Ikoma's leg. Thanks to his vigilance, Ichinoshi Ikoma managed to jump up and dodge the deadly attack. The adventurer, having lost his balance, fell to the floor. He quickly got up and decided to counterattack. But the killer managed to evade his attack again. Sinbei Kaoru also proved to be a skilled fighter. Ichinoshi Ikoma wanted to strike using his skill, but Sinbei Kaoru was too fast. His moves were on a whole other level, unattainable for their team. Sinbei Kaoru did not expect to meet such a strong opponent. He approached Ikoma and asked how he managed to predict his attack. According to Kaoru, he has already killed many people, but none of them managed to solve his deadly skill. Kisaraga Satsuki, worried, asked what was happening. Ikoma explained that this unknown adventurer intended to kill them and take the clown blade. He revealed that Kaoru is an assassin, a speedmaster whose class specializes in surprise attacks. Sinbei Kaoru, a bit embarrassed, apologized for revealing his cards, but didn't want to walk around the secret. He offered Ikomi to give him the legendary weapon, promising in exchange to save the lives of the adventurers. Ikoma understood that it was difficult to find evidence of crimes in the dungeons, and he did not believe that the killer would simply let them go. He resolutely drew his sword ready for battle. Sinbei Kaoru laughed, confirming Ikoma's words. He admitted that his opponent was not a simpleton and possessed courage. The killer promised that very soon Ichinoshi Ikoma will beg him for a quick death. He threw up his normal blade as he prepared to fight. The situation became more and more dangerous. Sinbei Kaoru, who hunted adventurers, once possessed the clown blade. Ichinoshi Ikoma understood that their miscalculation in entering the rift early could cost them their lives. The boy lowered his head, overcome with excitement. Kisaraga Satsuki wanted to go over and comfort him, but Ikoma told her not to move. The witch, frightened, obeyed and closed her eyes. Assassins are known to specialize in quick and surprise attacks, and their primary targets are always spellcasters. If the killer was behind Satsuki, she would not have escaped death. Therefore, she was strictly forbidden to approach him. Ichinoshi Ikoma believed that he could handle the enemy. He was a strong opponent even alone, but against Shinbei to Kaoru, his chances of winning were slim. The difference in their levels was too great, and Shinbei's skill Kaoru was greatly outnumbered. Besides, the killer would definitely target Satsuki. To even the odds a bit, Ikoma jumped up and cast gravity reduction. He sped off, and the adventurers met in a duel to the death. But soon, Ichinoshi's hand, his limbs began to tremble, and he could barely hold his weapon. The enemy noticed this and was surprised. He asked what had happened to Ikoma, because the boy, it seems, had never participated in murders before. The battle continued. Shinbei Kaoru boasted that he had already managed to kill many people, and this experience gave him a significant advantage in battle. A gambling smile appeared on the killer's face. He was sure that he would be able to have a good time with Ikoma. Ichinoshi Ikoma gathered his strength, barely restraining the pressure of the opponent. He searched desperately for a weak spot in his defense. Gathering his will into a fist, Ikoma began to attack with redoubled force, but the assassin easily dodged his blows. Shinbei Kaoru was surprised. He noticed that Ikoma's blade was no longer trembling. It seemed that the boy managed to deceive him. With each new blow, Ikoma adapted better to the killer's movements. This annoyed Shinbei Kaoru, who couldn't understand how he, with his much lower level, managed to hold on so confidently. Kisaraga Satsuki watched Ikoma's battle with admiration. She sincerely believed in his mind and strength because she had never met anyone stronger. She was pleased to know that by speeding up the activation of Ikoma's skills, he could switch between them faster, which greatly helped him in his fight with Shinbei. Kaoru. In addition, the reduced mana consumption allowed Ikomi not to worry about her draining for a long time. The killer was annoyed by this protracted battle. Ikoma grew stronger with each blow, so Shinbei Kaoru decided to use his strongest skill. Poisonous Needle. That was the name of this deadly skill. The killer puffed out his cheeks, and a small needle filled with poison flew out of his mouth, rushing right into Ikoma. But this time, the main character managed to react. He raised his blade in a flash and deflected the flying needle. The bell rang and the poisoned weapon fell to the ground. The killer could not believe his eyes. His poison needle, which always hits targets without fail, didn't work this time. The enemy managed to repel it at such a crazy speed. The battle continued. The killer, approaching Ikoma, engaged in a brutal fight with blades. Kaoru tried to convince himself that Ikomi was just lucky. Aggression took possession of the killer. He attacked Ikoma with redoubled force, pinning him against the wall. He couldn't let this upstart get the better of him. Suddenly, Ikoma stopped. Surrounded by his opponent, he silently observed his actions. Shinbei Kaoru was glad that he had finally defeated Ikoma. He raised his blade above the boy's throat and lunged at him with a death cry. Ikoma was on the verge of death. But at the last moment, Ichinoshi Ikoma used double gravity. This skill knocked the blade out of the assassin's hands with incredible force. Kaoru flew to the wall and fell to the ground from the strong impact. Grabbing his wrist, he felt a great pain. Ikoma, approaching the defeated enemy, said, "You were too predictable. Assassins always aim for the neck, because it is the most vulnerable place." Shinbei Kaoru raised his eyes and glared at Ikoma. He couldn't figure out who this guy was and where he came from. Ichinoshi Ikoma believed that it didn't matter how many times an assassin used his skills. His movements were too predictable. He resolutely stepped closer to Kaoru. Kisaraga Satsuki, not intending to stay away, gathered the energy in her weapon and used the Orb of Darkness, aiming it at the enemy. Shinbei Kaoru, reacting like lightning, managed to bend down, but his legs began to tremble. Turning his head, he saw Ikoma attacking from the other side. The killer found himself surrounded. He lashed out, hitting Kaoru right in the face. A deep wound appeared on the killer's face. He clutched at his eye, realizing he must have lost it. Ichinoshi Ikoma knew all of Kaoru's skills beforehand, so he couldn't catch him off guard. With gravity, Ikoma could easily track his movements. But the problem was the mana. After the battle with the bosses, she was almost gone. It was only a matter of time before the mana ran out and Shinbei did Kaoru will be able to kill Ikoma. Despite the loss of an eye, the fight continued. It was supposed to end when someone died or conceded defeat. Shinbei Kaoru couldn't understand what was happening. He used to be the strongest, but now, for some reason, he couldn't stand up to Ikomi. The longer the fight went on, the better Ikoma understood his movements. The killer did not understand why the boy was so strong. He urgently needed to come up with something. Ikoma kept running from one place to another to confuse him. He deliberately used the enemy's blind eye so that he could not orient himself. The assassin, observing Ikoma's attack, used the dark leap skill and jumped back. Ichinoshi Ikoma didn't expect this, so he immediately used a mid-air attack. For a moment, there was silence between them. Shinbei Kaoru knew he had the upper hand over his exhausted opponent. He smiled evilly because he had a new plan. Kaoru saw that Ichinoshi Ikoma is barely on his feet, not having time to recover from the boss battle. The killer recognized the boy's strength. Had Ikoma survived that day, he would undoubtedly have become a hero to mankind. But now, exhausted and low on mana, Ikoma was at a disadvantage. Shinbei Kaoru felt victorious and burst into evil laughter again. He scoffed that Ikomi and his team were unlucky enough to meet him. Kisaraga Satsuki, frightened, stood behind Ikoma. They urgently needed to unite and come up with a plan. Ichinoshi Ikoma, not having the strength to counterattack, concentrated on simply evading the attacks. Kisaraga, deciding to take the initiative while Ikoma recovers, Satsuki once again cast Orb of Darkness. However, Kaoru, anticipating this attack, disappeared using Shadow Leap. He started running, dodging the magic projectiles, and Kisaraga Satsuki, exhausted by fruitless attempts to impress him, despaired. The witch felt useless, unable to help Ikomi in this unequal battle. Ichinoshi Ikoma, gathering his last strength, fought off the killer's attacks. His body was exhausted, and every movement was given to him with incredible heaviness. Kisaraga Satsuki watched in horror as Kaoru's lightning attacks cornered Ikoma. Not long ago, they had a chance to win, but now it seemed that everything was lost. Shinbei Kaoru, driven by a lust for murder, was not going to give Ikomi a chance. He pressed him against the wall, repeating, "Kill or die." This was his chance to get rid of a formidable opponent and win the desired victory. The killer, driven by excitement, taunted Ikoma, urging him to continue the fight. Ichinoshi Ikoma, unable to withstand the mockery, gathered his last strength and struck Kaoru in the face with his sword. The killer fell to the ground but managed to get up, although he was in a dizzy state. Suddenly, Ikoma rolled over his head and kicked Kaoru's leg. Immediately after that, he kicked him in the face, knocking him several meters away. Kaoru landed easily and challenged Ikoma to show all he could do. Thanks to gravity reduction, Ikoma managed to demonstrate remarkable acrobatic abilities. Kaoru's attacks, always aimed directly at the forehead, were easy to block. However, the assassin had no idea that Ikoma's mana was almost exhausted. Kaoru jumped into the air again and attacked. During the flight, he recognized that Ikoma was unusually confident in this situation. Kaoru assumed that the boy had a body-strengthening skill, and that once his mana ran out, he would be finished. Shinbei Kaoru asked Ikoma if he was really at his limit, 644. But the boy remained silent, realizing that he could not waste his strength on words. His mana is about to run out. Therefore, he had to defeat the enemy at the first opportunity. Shinbei Kaoru rushed at Ikoma, trying to grab his arm, but he jumped back. Unexpectedly for Ichinoshi's opponent, Ikoma pushed off the wall, jumped up and hung on the ceiling. Shinbei Kaoru couldn't understand how Ikoma managed to jump so high. This was probably another of his skills. The killer was sure that now he could not escape from the fatal blow. Ichinoshi Ikoma understood that it was time to use double gravity and then deliver the final blow by using up all of his mana. The adventurer activated Meteor Fall, plummeting down at an incredible speed, aiming directly at the enemy. This powerful attack killed Shinbei Kaoru, thrusting a sword into his head. The killer, gripped by terror, did not know where Ikoma got such strength. He could feel the sword piercing his body and couldn't believe that he was about to die. Everything was over. Ichinoshi Ikoma cut Kaoru's body in two with terrible force. The killer fell to the ground exhausted. The boy, trying to catch his breath after what he had done, could feel his mana being completely depleted. Kisaraga Satsuki approached Ikoma, encouraging him and congratulating him on his victory. But Ichinoshi Ikoma did not share her joy. He thought he had failed because he couldn't defeat Kaoru without using a forbidden skill. At that moment, the girl's shadow disappeared. Suddenly, Kisaraga Satsuki saw Shinbei rising from the ground Kaoru. His body was horribly mutilated, but he still possessed terrible strength. The killer burst out laughing again. He understood that Ikoma had no more mana left, which meant that victory was in his hands. Ikoma, gathering his last strength, looked at Satsuki and begged her to run away immediately without turning around. He was barely breathing and explained that the enemy would not have enough strength to pursue her, because he himself was exhausted after the fight with the boss. This was her chance for salvation. Shinbei Kaoru, despite his cruelty, recognized that Ikoma proved to be a worthy opponent because he was able to fight him on equal footing even after the battle with the boss. Panic reigned in the witch's head. She gripped her weapon tighter, not knowing what to do. The killer, although exhausted, admitted that even with such a burden as Satsuki, Ikoma managed to injure him. Her power intrigued him, and he wanted to know more about her. He had already heard Ikoma's name and wanted to continue the conversation. These words deeply affected the girl. She lowered her eyes, feeling like a burden and a burden to everyone. Tears appeared in her eyes. If she had surrendered immediately, as Aoi-chan advised, Ikoma might not have lost. But then she remembered the happy moments when Ichinoshi Ikoma assured that he needed her strength. Hope and self-belief rekindled in her heart. Gathering her will into a fist, she decided to throw all her might into the last fight. Ichinoshi Ikoma, raising his head, looked at the enemy with contempt and clearly declared that he would not tell anything to such a worthless person as him. Shinbei Kaoru, offended by this attitude, asked Ikoma not to be rude, because he was the first person whom the killer sincerely recognized. Ikoma, gathering the remnants of his strength, rose from the ground. The killer, swinging a knife at Ikoma, shouted that he would always remember this battle. At this moment, Kisaraga Satsuki, gathering all her strength, shouted and threw the ball of darkness at the enemy, putting all her remaining mana into this shot. Kaoru fell to the ground, feeling his strength drained. He looked at his wounded body with horror. Suddenly, a weapon thrown by Kisaraga appeared in front of him, Satsuki. She gave him a chance for salvation. The killer was stunned, because the girl managed to attack him from the blind side. Throwing off the unnecessary burden, Kisaraga Satsuki ran up to Ikoma, and trying to pick him up, begged him to run away immediately. The boy, exhausted to the limit, barely said that he no longer had the strength. Kisaraga Satsuki, with determination in her eyes, thanked Ikomi for believing in her and showing her what she was capable of. Her hands glowed with magical power. Closing her eyes, she concentrated and used the mana recovery skill. Touching Ikoma's back, she transferred all her remaining energy to him. At the same time, Shinbei Kaoru, who had finally regained his strength, glanced at the sorceress, ready to direct his fury at her. The killer, approaching Ikoma, rushed at him with the deadly lunge. The girl, without losing her composure, looked into Kaoru's eyes. Ikoma, sincerely grateful to his partner, understood that she saved his life. Suddenly, the familiar sound of clashing swords resounded in the room. Ichinoshi Ikoma, getting up from the ground, was again ready to fight on an equal footing. Shinbei Kaoru was surprised because Ikoma's skill allowed him to restore his mana. Ichinoshi Ikoma, turning to the enemy, called him a coward because from the very beginning they fought together. Wounded and exhausted, the assassin watched as Ikoma regained his full strength. Now the question of who will survive has become even more acute. The battle resumed with renewed vigor. Ichinoshi Ikoma, confident in his abilities, attacked with incredible energy, driving the enemy to the wall. Shinbei Kaoru, finding himself in a dead end, exclaimed that it will not be so easy and used black magic. A magic seal appeared in front of him. Kisaraga Satsuki, exhausted but not broken, watched the battle with a sinking heart, not having the strength to intervene. Ichinoshi. Without giving up, Ikoma challenged the enemy using gravity magic. He raised his sword and magical power began to gather over him. Kaoru's magic, on the other hand, took too long to activate. As it turned out, in the past life, Shinbei Kaoru was able to improve the activation speed due to the effect of the weapon Ikoma was holding. Shinbei Kaoru watched in horror as the gravity magic was activated, hoping that the enemy would not have enough time to complete it. The magical energy gathered above Ichinoshi Ikoma, concentrated into a powerful layer, and then hit Kaoru with incredible force. The killer, not believing his eyes, could not understand how this was possible. How could he, having a much higher level, lose? Shinbei Kaoru, exhausted and broken, sat on the ground and Ikoma stood above him, victorious. The Rift Crime Investigation Department had not yet been established, so it was almost impossible to prove the killer's guilt in the absence of witnesses. Kisaraga. This time Satsuki was by Ikoma's side during the battle. Ichinoshi Ikoma stayed with Kaoru to watch over him. The task of Kisaraga Satsuki was to report the incident to the Rift Crimes Investigation Department. It was important for her to complete this mission. After conquering the rift, The demons will no longer appear, so she will be able to return home without any problems. Shinbei Kaoru, exhausted and broken, silently observed the situation. He could not believe that he had been defeated by a young boy whose strength seemed unreal to him. Ichinoshi Ikoma was radically different from everyone Kaoru had met before. His origins, true power, and motives remained a mystery. The day after defeating Kaoru, the team gathered at a cafe to relax and rest a bit. Ikoma, scrolling through the news, suddenly came across a sensational news. The annual killer of adventurers who had been terrorizing people for years had finally been caught. Kisaraga Satsuki couldn't help but smile. She understood that after the arrest of the killer, she and Ikoma would face many questions from the association. Ikoma explained to her that crimes committed in rifts are very difficult to solve. If the identity of the criminal is unknown, the investigations department, as a rule, refuses such a case. With the appearance of faults, the situation in the country changed radically. The level of crime outside the faults has decreased, but at the same time, the control over abnormal situations has been significantly strengthened. These changes have led to a significant increase in poverty, as people's well-being has now taken a back seat. Kisaraga Satsuki, of course, knew about crime in the rifts, but she never expected that they would have to face such a dangerous killer. Ichinoshi Ikoma asked if this situation did not frighten and worry his partner, because such cases are a common thing in the life of adventurers. Alas, to Kisaraga, it didn't apply to Satsuki. She was not an adventurer and did not choose a life full of dangers. However, this did not mean that there were no other ways to survive. Kisaraga Satsuki honestly admitted that she couldn't say she wasn't worried. She remembered the moment when she risked her life to save Ikoma. It was then that she felt that she had become a true ally for her partner, and this feeling made her incredibly happy. The girl understood that there were still many challenges ahead, but when she was next to Ikoma, she believed that she was capable of everything. Ichinoshi Ikoma was surprised by such a sincere confession. He didn't expect to hear such words from Kisaraga Satsuki. A little excited, he lowered his head and then extended his hand to her, saying that he was counting on her a lot in the future. Kisaraga Satsuki smiled happily and happily accepted his offer. They shook each other's hands tightly. Ichinoshi Ikoma, folding his hands, listened carefully to his partner. He understood that Kisaraga Satsuki is a kind and sincere person. The girl admitted that she still doesn't understand many things, so she tries to follow all the instructions, but one day she dreams of learning to make decisions on her own. She really wanted to be useful to the team. She thought that Aoi-chan didn't like this trait of hers either, and maybe that was why she pushed her so hard. Kisaraga's thoughts with interest. Satsuki. The girl said that when Ichinoshi was next to her Ikoma, it began to seem to her that she is capable of overcoming any difficulties. Kisaraga Satsuki, smiling lovingly and looking away, asked Ikoma if it would not be too difficult for him to allow her to stay with him in the group forever. There was a pause. The girl was anxiously waiting for an answer, and Ikoma was shocked by such an unexpected request. Taking another look at his partner, he admitted that she was indeed a kind person, but sometimes her talkativeness was a little annoying. Satsuki, as if unable to stop, continued the conversation, wanting to share something else with Ikoma. He smiled and joked where her chatter switch was. Strangers around began to pay attention to this pair of adventurers. They looked at each other curiously, whispering to each other. One of them took out her phone and started browsing the news. They suspected that these were the two rumored to have defeated the boss and caught the killer in one day. Ichinoshi Ikoma immediately felt eyes on him. It seemed that he and Kisaraga were now real celebrities. Utsunomiya suddenly approached them here. He confirmed that their fame had indeed spread throughout the guild. Now everyone was just talking about Ikoma. Utsunomiya, taking his phone, began to search for videos about Ikoma. He did not remember the exact name, but he knew that it was on the internet. Ordinary people tried to find any information about him from various sources, creating their own legends and myths. The leader of the group showed Ikomi one such video. Of course, nothing was known about his real name, but, as often happens, an elephant was made of a fly. The fact remained the fact. Ichinoshi Ikoma became a real celebrity. The team was a little scared by such sudden fame. Utsunomiya Seo, starting a new speech, wanted to try again to invite Ikoma's team to his Thunder Knights team. But his speech was suddenly interrupted by Aoi-chan, who ran up and pushed him to the ground. With sincere admiration, she approached the team. Turning to Satsuki, she said that she was very glad to find her because she had been looking for her everywhere. The leader of the team, taking Satsuki by the hand, began to apologize for saying a lot and insulting her earlier. Chan admitted that she thought a lot about her former partner and sincerely asked her to return, because before they were close allies. The sorceress, pleasantly surprised, looked at her former cruel and proud partner, not believing her own eyes. However, to Satsuki's surprise, Chan started asking about how much she was able to earn for cleaning the rift, since she must have raised her level significantly. These questions deeply offended Satsuki. Chan, sure that Satsuki can become an indispensable part of the team, unexpectedly heard her request to leave this noisy place. The team got up from their seats and turned around, not wanting to listen to the leaders of the other teams anymore. The commanders tried to stop them, but they did not pay attention. Kisaraga Satsuki confidently walked forward, her partner following her. Ikuma asked if they were friends with Aoi-chan before, but Satsuki didn't want to talk about it. She said that from now on this person has become a stranger to her, and she does not want to mention him. The guy understood this and decided not to continue the conversation. Kisaraga Satsuki looked at her phone and saw that their video had become incredibly popular. Ichinoshi Ikoma explained that fault videos always attract a lot of attention, because they are published on the websites of many popular companies. The guy said that these big companies don't do it for fun, but for views and profit, because they understand that the rift is a dangerous place. Kisaraga Satsuki was a little scared when she realized that many people were sitting on the curbs watching them. Being a fan of these companies, she did not want to unsubscribe from their channels. Ikoma reassured Satsuki, saying that she can do as she wants. There were many people in the country who liked their videos. Satsuki has already had over 1 million views this month. A blogger, sincerely considering herself the best in the world, suddenly came across a video about a serial killer and an unknown adventurer. Sanji Sena, bursting into tears, saw that someone else's video had received significantly more views than her own. Her assistant tried to calm her down, explaining that the video was just more popular now and there was nothing she could do about it. The girl could not accept this. She understood that she had to make a new video that would outshine all the others. Many viewers liked how quickly the adventurers were able to clear the rift. This blogger, Sanji Sena, worked as an investigator in the rifts, and she didn't like this guy. The team gathered again at the cafe table to discuss their plans. Kisaraga Satsuki remembered that she had donated her weapon, so now she needed to choose a new one. Ichinoshi Ikoma agreed with this, because as the level increased, so did the rarity of the monsters they had to defeat. For an adventurer, weapons played a very important role. To make up for the shaman's lack of firepower, they needed an expensive staff. Ikoma hoped that in the next rift, they would be able to earn as much money as possible to help their partner. Kisaraga Satsuki, lowering her eyes, admitted that she did not like the sticks, because they were probably very expensive. Ichinoshi Ikoma reassured her, telling her not to worry so much. He wanted his friends to have good weapons, and he was willing to work hard for it. Suddenly, Satsuki was overjoyed to hear that Ikoma considered her a friend. She covered her face with her hands in excitement. She happily confirmed that this was indeed the case, as she and he had been best friends for a long time. Ikoma was a little afraid of such naivety of the girl and sincerely hoped that everything would be fine in her life. The boy, taking his tablet, began to choose a fault where they could go, comparing different information. Returning the tablet to Satsuki, he showed her the rift he had been holding in his mind for a long time. The Tomb of the Ancient Kings. This tomb was discovered only a few days ago, and there was a very high probability of finding legendary items. Nowhere else would they have been able to find this rift, because no one knew about the Tomb of the Ancient Kings. It was an incredibly rare fault. Ichinoshi Ikoma found out about him in his past life by studying researchers' notes. In addition, you could find very expensive things there. Ikoma already had experience selling expensive materials, because it was one of his ways of earning. It was easy to get rare items in this tomb, since there shouldn't be many adventurers there since there was no information about this rift yet. Folding his hands in front of him, the boy began to consider a new plan. He giggled, his face showing quite a frightening intent. The team decided to go to this rare rift, Tomb of the Ancient Kings. They walked together through the dark corridors. Unexpectedly, the team met a monster, a skeleton warrior of the 29th level. He lashed out terrifyingly at the adventurers, his bones rattling. Ichinoshi Ikoma used gravity weaken and jumped into the air to avoid the impact. Covering his face with his hands, Kisaraga Satsuki lost sight of her partner for a second. Ikoma, who jumped into the air with gravitational relaxation, engaged the skeleton using his gravity abilities. Ikoma's successful strike knocked the skeleton to the ground, which once again made the horrible sounds before dying. Kisaraga Satsuki watched the battle with fascination. It was exactly what she expected from Ichinoshi Ikuma. He dealt with such a strong enemy with such ease. But suddenly several more skeletons began to approach them. Ikuma realized that stabbing attacks were ineffective against these monsters, so they needed a new tactic. He ordered Satsuki to attack with magic. The witch raised her hands, black magic gathering around her. She accumulated it until she got the right amount of energy. While Satsuki concentrated, Ikuma continued to fight the monsters, dodging their attacks with gravity control. Suddenly, the skeleton that was trying to attack Ikuma got scared, because a ball of energy flew right into his face. The witch used an energy ball that easily destroyed the monster. A message appeared on the screen that they received 24,000 experience for this kill. All that remained of the skeleton were its bones, in which a strange luster could be seen. Ikoma moved closer to get a better look at the find. It seemed that there was something more than just a magic stone. He said they were incredibly lucky. Ikoma raised the blade of the ancient kings from the ground, which gave 8 attack power. It was a mysterious blade that emitted a blue glow. Kisaraga Satsuki also understood that they were incredibly lucky because this blade could be sold for around 400,000 yen. It was a real find! Such a blade was very difficult to obtain, so it would not be difficult for them to find a buyer. The witch, filled with excitement, asked how much they could earn from this find. Ikoma confidently replied that one could get about 3 million yen for a blade. Considering the amount of time and effort required to obtain such a weapon, it was a very good price. Kisaragu Satsuki was frightened by such a large amount. She had never held so much money in her hands. So as long as no one knew about this rare rift, they needed to make the most of it. Ichinoshi Ikuma suggested not to stop there and to continue collecting rare items for the next 3 days. Looking around, the boy did not see his partner next to him. Kisaraga Satsuki, engrossed in calculations, retreated to a corner. She calculated that if they mined the items for 3 days, they would be able to earn huge sums. The girl was fascinated by this incredible place. She heard that other adventurers were already competing at the other end of the tomb. Ikoma suggested going down there to see what was going on. He left and his partner followed him. Looking around, Ikoma suddenly saw a terrible monster in front of him. He was wrapped in bandages and made eerie noises. Sanji could be seen saying, she watched as her subordinate knight fought with the mummy. The knight jumped up and began attacking the mummy with his sword. He managed to injure the monster, which fell to the ground. The knight, full of confidence that the girl will easily cope with the monster, approached his mistress. Sanji Sena asked her manager if the camera was ready. The knight confirmed that everything is ready and filming can begin. The subordinate knight began to apply the fiery sword magic charm to the girl's sword. Sanji Sena, taking a sword in her hands, posed in front of the camera. Filming has started. She jumped up and engaged in battle with the other mummies. Her flame sword swung through the air, setting fire to the paper on the monsters' bodies. The mummies caught fire and burned alive. The blogger landed on the ground and stood in front of the camera again. She greeted her audience and explained that it was Sanji's day. Sena explores a new place. Today they decided to investigate a completely unknown fault. She told the audience that she managed to destroy the monster in one blow, assuring them that this place was not that dangerous. A team of adventurers watched this happen. Kisaraga Satsuki was very surprised when she saw the rift researcher. She was sure it was Sanji for sure Sena because I saw her several times on sites with videos about faults. The girl was fascinated by what was happening. But suddenly she remembered something and her expression changed. She looked at Ichinoshi, someone who folded his hands and was clearly dissatisfied. She remembered how he had told her he didn't like bloggers and rift explorers at all. She was ashamed that she had reacted so enthusiastically to them. When the knight was shooting Sanji Sign, he noticed that the legs of unknown people got into the frame, which completely spoiled their good frame. He turned to the researcher and explained that someone was behind her. When the girl turned around, she saw a team of adventurers in front of her. She was very angry and began to ask why they were standing there and why they ruined such a good shot for her. Sanji Sena had spent a lot of time preparing and everything was now ruined. Ichinoshi Ikoma went down the stairs to the researcher and asked if she was ashamed of deceiving her fans. She explained that it's all a show and she should only present herself at her best. Sanji Sena asked her manager if they could use the footage that had already been filmed. The knight explained that they would have to re-edit the video a bit, but overall there were no problems. They had a lot of great material, but some of the footage was messed up. Ichinoshi Ikoma appealed to the upset blogger, but she did not even want to listen to him. She introduced herself saying her name was Sanji Sena. and that she is the best fault researcher. The adventurer also wanted to introduce his team. His name was Ichinoshi Ikoma, and next to him stood Kisaraga Satsuki. He apologized for ruining her video. The girl shrugged her shoulders and said that it was okay and that they would be able to shoot a lot more interesting material. The boy also wondered why she became a rift researcher. Sanji Sena thought it was a very stupid question because she was only doing it for the money. The study of faults was now a very profitable occupation. In addition, such videos could always gain a large number of views. If a person can become popular, he will be offered a lot of advertising. With these videos, researchers could easily become very popular. Sanji Sena was already beginning to feel like a real idol for people. Ichinoshi Ikoma advised the girl to stop before she got hurt, because the job of an adventurer was not as simple as it might seem at first glance. This advice made Sanji very angry, saying, The gravity master looked around and looked at the motionless mummy. He explained that it is better not to relax in faults of such a high level. If fault researchers continue to take their work lightly, they will regret it. Sanji Sena lowered her head, because Ikoma not only spoiled her finished video, but also said many unpleasant things. The witch looked at her partner and admitted that he might have bent his wand a bit, but the boy believed that he was doing it only for their good. Sanji Sena felt sick and started to cry. Her subordinate asked her not to worry so much about it and to just ignore the stranger adventurers. Suddenly, a new idea appeared in the blogger's head and she suddenly stopped crying. Sanji. Without delay, Sena ordered her manager to prepare the camera and start filming. She approached Ikoma and said that if he was so confident in his words, then they should have a competition. She invited them to compete in collecting magic stones. The winner, in her opinion, would be right. If Sena wins, Ikoma will publicly apologize to her on camera, taking back his words. Her face will be obscured to preserve anonymity. In the opposite case, in case of victory of Ikoma, Sanji Sena undertook to obey him in everything. Ichinoshi Ikoma, sighing, agreed to this proposal. A witch from his team was against it, but the decision had already been made. The participants of the competition were full of excitement. They agreed to meet at the entrance to the rift in 3 hours with the collected magic stones. Ikoma will not be able to escape, because everything will be filmed. Henchmen of the fault researcher were proud of their mistress. Not only were they able to put this daring adventurer in his place, but they also came up with a great idea for a new video. Sanji Sena was also very pleased with her act. She was sure that thanks to this video, her popularity would skyrocket, and they would get a lot of money. It was very unpleasant for her to hear such hurtful words from an adventurer, so she was going to make Ichinoshi to take them back at any cost. Meanwhile, the team continued to fight the mummies. Ichinoshi Ikoma was also determined to win this contest decisively. The mummy had already swung at the adventurer, but suddenly stopped in surprise, not seeing an opponent in front of her. The gravity master, using his skill, reduced the gravity and climbed the mountain to the ceiling with ease. The skeleton, surprised and confused, looked around. Ikoma, taking advantage of the moment, loudly called the monster, letting him know that he was above. The mummy, trustingly raising her head, was looking for an opponent. Suddenly, to the monster's surprise, the boy descended from the ceiling using the meteor fall skill. With great speed, he fell on the mummy, giving it a fatal blow. This small victory earned Ikoma 364 experience points, as well as the coveted level up to 31st. For this, he received 3 cherished skill points, which he could distribute at his discretion. However, over time, Ikoma began to feel monotony in his battles. Again and again he used gravity shift, and then gets a monster with the help of gravity doubling every time the same from her. The team carefully examined the place where the monster died. Their eyes caught the dim glow emanating from another rare artifact. This did not come as a surprise, because such faults have always hidden valuable finds. This time, they were lucky enough to obtain the D-grade Ancient Ruins Gauntlet. However, Kisaraga Satsuki couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that came from exploring this rift. Ichinoshi Ikoma, noticing her concern, explained that he was annoyed by Sanja's behavior, seini, which uses faults for filming videos. He wasn't going to lose this argument to her. Ikoma also noted that such pranks are not only dangerous, but also make it difficult to transport the found artifacts, because a lot of them have already accumulated. The witch confirmed his words by showing her bag full of artifacts. Moving further along the rift, the team came across a strange place. It was a dead end with many motionless mummies and a majestic Egyptian statue. Suddenly, this majestic statue began to glow, and its eyes seemed to give a signal. Kisaraga Satsuki looked back to see the gate slam shut behind them. Now they had no way out and were trapped in the rift. Rift traps are special traps that appear in this dangerous area. They can be used both for and against, especially in rare portals. The boy had a plan, and he confidently clenched his fist. He could not miss such a chance. Suddenly, the Sphinx statue in front of the team opened its mouth, announcing the start of the test. The Sphinx declared that the adventurers must prove their wisdom by answering 3 of his questions. But if they make even one mistake, they will immediately lose their lives. Kisaraga Satsuki, frightened, looked at the statue and asked her partner what kind of monster it was in front of them. The Gravity Master guessed that a special kind of trap with riddles lay before them. He understood that a wrong answer would lead to an immediate attack. So it was important for them to give the right answer, because the level of their opponent was extremely high. The witch felt fear. The boy reassured her, assuring her that he was not going to lose to some statue. The Sphinx started the game with the first riddle. How many experience units do you need to go from level 1 to level 10? The question seemed simple. Ikoma replied that it would take 45 experience. The statue recognized the answer as correct. The adventurers were waiting for the next question because Ikoma knew all the right answers from his past life. A lot of time has passed and the Sphinx has already solved the 19th riddle. What kind of monster with 3 heads and 4 legs is it? The boy shouted without hesitation. Helldoll! The statue was puzzled because all of Ikoma's answers turned out to be correct, which happened extremely rarely. Kisaraga Satsuki asked her partner how long they would have to answer the riddles. Is the Sphinx waiting for their mistake to finally let them through? They had to hurry, because time does not wait. The sorceress suggested that Ikoma deliberately give the wrong answer so that they could finish this tedious procedure as quickly as possible and begin collecting the magic stones. The Sphinx, outraged by such disrespect, asked the 20th riddle, what monster throws green slime? Ichinoshi Ikoma replied that there is currently no rift where one can encounter a monster that throws green slime. It can be created only with the help of the skill alchemy. The statue was extremely angry because Ikoma had already given 20 correct answers, which seemed incredible. Suddenly, the statue of the Sphinx began to move, the walls parted, and a passageway opened. Stones rained down on the adventurers. They remembered how funny the statue was, surprised by their correct answers. Any other team in their position would probably have made the mistake long ago. Kisaraga Satsuki drew her partner's attention to the fact that something had fallen from the statue and was shining through a pile of stones. At first, the Gravity Master couldn't believe his eyes. They were lucky enough to find a B-rank Guardian's bracelet. This item had a subspace for storing items, the size of which depended on the magical power of the wearer. Ikoma studied the characteristics of the find with surprise. It was an incredibly useful and rare artifact. The partner asked how much the Keeper's bracelet costs. If they manage to sell it profitably, they can get about 10 million yen. The girl was amazed by such a significant amount. Such finds were not uncommon in similar faults. Perhaps it was a reward for correct answers to the riddles of the Sphinx. Kisaraga Satsuki realized that they had already wasted a lot of time, so she wondered what would happen to their argument with Sanji Sena. The Gravity Master, putting the Keeper's bracelet on his arm, explained that with this artifact, they would have no more problems gathering items. Victory will be theirs. The team decided to move on. Dealing with ordinary monsters was not difficult. The battle with the skeletons showed Ichinoshi Ikomi that skeleton warriors have good protection against swords. Therefore, they acted according to the following scheme. Ikoma distracted the monsters and attracted their attention, while Satsuki had the opportunity to attack them with magic. Thanks to this, they managed to deal with them easily. It became clear that the monsters were very slow. The Gravity Master could easily deal with them on his own with gravity control. Also, the mummy monsters were vulnerable to mana drain, so Satsuki easily dealt with them. Finally, the team managed to defeat several more monsters. Their bodies lay at their feet, and the hero's levels began to rise rapidly. Ichinoshi Ikoma increased his level from 31st to 33rd. The boy was satisfied with the result. This is exactly what he expected from a rare rift. After defeating the monsters, they found another ancient ruin knife. Now they had 2 such artifacts. The Gravity Master moved the new weapons and materials to the vault. This bracelet really came in very handy. Satsuki admired the new find. They had already collected 6 magic stones, and that was enough in their opinion. Besides, their main task was to earn as much money as possible. Ichinoshi Ikoma smiled sinisterly and offered to hunt the undead. Meanwhile, Sanji Sena tried to catch her breath. It was very difficult for her to deal with the monsters, but in the end they also defeated them. The girl was helped by her subordinates sent by the king. However, despite this, it was very difficult to defeat the mummy. These monsters proved to be worthy opponents. The knight explained to the hostess that in all this time they were able to defeat only 2 monsters. At this rate, they will never be able to finish clearing the rift. The princess understood that this was a completely new rift, but they lacked information about it. The rift researcher was worried, but the knights tried to calm her down, assuring her that their enemies didn't have an easy time defeating monsters either. But the princess was troubled by the thought of what would happen if they did lose. Sanji Sena decided that in that case, she would give them the money and ask them to forget about this incident. Suddenly, the researcher and the princess were approached by Ichinoshi's team Ikoma. The blogger was very surprised to see them so quickly. Sanji Sena stated that she had no problem. She inquired how the opponents were doing with their stone collection and offered to drop the argument if he apologized. But Ikoma did not want to listen to her. He immediately pulled out his arm with the bracelet and summoned the vault. A moment later, a mountain of magic stones and a large number of weapons appeared in front of the girl. Sanji Sena could not believe her eyes. She asked where such a large number of stones and items came from and what this new ability and bracelet was. Ichinoshi Ikoma smiled and asked what was the matter. He agreed that if she apologized to him now, he would let her go. Sanji Sena began to worry even more and fell silent. She said their dispute was not over yet and told her manager to move on. The team watched as their opponents went. Kisaraga Satsuki once again asked her partner if this was too much for an argument. The master thought he had irritated her a little, but he began to have doubts. He really hoped that this blogger would not do stupid things, trying to take the victory for herself. The sorceress wondered if Ikoma had plans to take revenge on this girl. The boy explained that he didn't like how the rift researcher was taking rifts so lightly. Dungeons have always held great risk. Therefore, if this girl continues to treat this lightly, she will regret it very soon. Meanwhile, Sanji Sena tried to come up with a new plan to defeat Ichinoshi, to whom they needed to come up with something grandiose. The blogger began to beat her head against the wall, not understanding how their opponents managed to get so many stones and artifacts. However, the princess believed that she and her mistress had made good progress, and their mana was very little left. However, these warnings only angered Sena more. She understood that following the mana was very important, but they couldn't just go back and lose. Sena clenched her teeth in anger, because she did not manage to show what she was really capable of. The girl remembered the terrible thing that happened to her 8 years ago. The whole city was engulfed in horror. Many monsters appeared that killed peaceful people. It was a real disaster. At that time, fault ruptures occurred very often. A little girl, Sena, watched as her father was brutally killed. She could not help because she was protecting her younger brother. At the moment when her father died, the girl grabbed her younger brother's hand and with tears in her eyes began to look for a safe place. They found a center that helped affected children, where they could be warm and safe. Sena and her brother found several boxes on which they could sleep. The people around were very sympathetic to them and their loss. The girl was watching a program on the phone where they talked about Quan, who at that time was the 5th A-rank adventurer in Japan. She didn't like feeling helpless in the face of such a disaster. The main character of this program decided to work on her skills for a long time, and Sena was surprised that such trifles were decided to be broadcast on television. The girl enthusiastically listened to the words of her idol. This adventurer was very happy that she could become the same brave person for someone who would save them from monsters. From that moment on, Sanji Sena had a new goal. She also wanted to become as strong as this adventurer from TV, as kind and sensitive. However, she wanted to inspire not only her loved ones, but also all people on this planet. That is why she created her page on the internet. She didn't want to be looked at with pity. That's why she got the motivation to win. Sanji Sena began to develop a new plan. They had too little material for a video, so she wanted to come up with something else. Suddenly, a new idea appeared in her head, which came just in time. She confidently walked forward and her knights followed her. The knights asked where the hostess was going so fast while they tried to get back. Sena had a thought about an enemy she had seen before. They reached that mighty room. The rift researcher looked at her target with admiration. In front of her stood the powerful boss of this rift, Tomb of the Ancient Kings, the level 40 fallen pharaoh. In front of him lay the body of an exhausted adventurer who, unfortunately, lost this match. This showed how powerful this monster was. Sanji Sena was level 33. She couldn't believe her eyes. The boss of the rift was in this room. She understood that they would not be able to cope with this monster. The bystander understood that it seemed that this boss was chasing other adventurers deep in the dungeon, and they would not be able to resist him. They urgently needed to flee. Sanji Sena was excited. They had to find a narrow passage so that the boss could not chase them. An adventurer who was being chased by a monster asked for help. She was lying on the ground and could not get up. Sena's head began to flash memories. She knew she didn't like feeling helpless in the face of disaster. Now the blogger understood why she liked the adventurer so much as a child, who always called to help others. There was a little girl crying. She was obsessed with the strong adventurer because she desperately needed help. But now she did not want to back down. Sanji Sena abandoned her subordinates. She ordered them to get out of here without her, and she would go to the aid of the injured adventurer. The ruins researcher ran up to the boss and took out her sword. She began to confront him and divert his attention. She looked at the injured girl and told her to run while she detained the boss. The girl was very grateful for the rescue, and the monster began to rage even more. He held a heavy weapon in his hand and swung it at Sanji Sena. The girl was a moment away from death. But suddenly, the person next to the hostess ran up. He couldn't let that happen. He also took part in the duel. The researcher looked at her manager. She was very grateful. He said that he is the main fan of the hostess, so he can't just take it and run. Although the night manager was not good at competitions, he was ready to do his best. He took out his great sledgehammer for the duel. The team was ready for battle. The fallen pharaoh was also ready to attack. He had 4 hands in which he held his weapons. He was a very powerful opponent. The manager still lost consciousness from fear and fell to the floor. Now Sanji Sena was left alone with one of the knights. The girl held her sword in fear, trying to hold her position. The subordinate used the barrier skill, thereby creating a temporary shield between the boss and them to restore strength. Fallen Pharaoh also decided to use a powerful skill. He gathered his power and energy and then directed it at his opponents. The blast wave destroyed their newly constructed barrier in an instant. Shards flew straight at the researcher and the knight. Now Sanji Sena did not believe in her strength at all. She understood that both in strength and dexterity, she was weak everywhere, and she could not win here. These shards injured the knight, and he too fell to the floor. Only the rift researcher was left alone with the powerful boss. Mozart began to use a new skill. All 4 of his hands began to move at a rapid pace, and he was approaching the girl. Sanji Sena understood that she had nowhere to run. They will not be able to defend themselves. The only thing she could do was close her eyes and die quickly. But suddenly a familiar voice was heard in this room. It was Ichinoshi Ikoma. He was gathering mana around him for the duel. He considered the researcher too reckless. At the moment when the fallen pharaoh attacked, the girl was already ready for her death. The boss hit the floor with his weapon, and it left a mark that cut the floor in half. But Sena was able to hear the sound as she opened her eyes. She felt that she was no longer standing on the ground. Ichinoshi held her in his arms. Ikoma. He applied gravitational displacement to go up. The blogger was surprised when she saw her opponent in peace. She did not understand why he decided to save her. The guy explained that he came to make sure that the girl was not in danger. And then he heard the story of an adventurer who was able to escape from the boss. He believed that if the adventurers continued to take this matter lightly, they might seriously regret it later. He decided to surrender to Sanji Sena. He admitted that it looks like he's lost this time, so he's willing to take back his words. At that moment, the girl was in the arms of the guy, who was standing on the ceiling. They watched as the boss tried to get them, but he was unsuccessful. Sanji Sena was very frightened and grabbed Ikoma's shoulder. The fallen pharaoh began to rage. He took his weapon in his hands, swung it, and threw it at the ceiling. He threw his weapon so powerfully that it stuck in the ceiling. At this moment, Ichinoshi Ikoma went down with the researcher in his arms. He applied gravity reduction. He had too little time, so he continued to compete with the girl in his arms. He swung his sword, knocking everything away from the monster. The boy levitated in the air. Suddenly, their swords collided with the monster with great force, sending the adventurer flying several meters away. Ichinoshi Ikoma descended to the ground, reducing gravity with a skill. He was able to parry the attack with a halberd. While the gravity master with the girl in his arms distracted the monster, Kisaraga Satsuki decided to intervene in the battle. She stood behind and concentrated her energy. She chose the right moment and fired a ball of darkness from her weapon. This attack flew right at the pharaoh. But the boss had great speed and was able to deflect the attack with a swing of his weapon, after which it dissipated. Kisaraga Satsuki was very scared because the monster was able to withstand the attack and her magic was useless again. Also, Ichinoshi Ikoma and Kisaraga Satsuki was badly wounded and could not run. Their opponent was a high-ranking rift boss, and the situation was very bad. The fallen pharaoh, although already exhausted from the battle, still had a lot of magic. He was also level 40 and chased adventurers. Although the clown blade reduces the gravity of opponents when attacking, but the battle will be many times more difficult than with that crazy clown. It was very bad. The researcher was worried about her subordinates because they came here for her, and she can't just run away and leave them. The gravity master asked her not to worry as he would keep them completely safe. He clenched his blade in his hand even tighter. The boy was not against testing his strength. Kisaraga Satsuki was ordered to restore Seina's mana. The sorceress approached the researcher, put her hand on her back, and began to transfer mana. Now they were no longer enemies, but competed and helped each other together. At this time, Ichinoshi Ikoma planned to buy some time for his team. He will be the first to go into battle. Seina used fire enchantment in her video, as she was a magical swordsman who competes in close combat with little magical support. That's why she had to have the healing skill. The Rift researcher had the magical swordsman class. While the gravity master distracts the enemy, she must restore her health with healing. And with the help of shaman skills, she will be able to restore her mana. Ichinoshi's reduction of gravity. Ikoma was able to increase his speed, but his strength also decreased. So his goal for now was to distract the enemy, and he had no problem with that. However, the difference in their levels was too high. Otherwise, Ikoma was only level 33, so he wasn't sure if he could pull it off using only gravity reduction. The boy rushed into battle and began to attack the boss. However, Sanja's subordinate knight Seini, although he was conscious, could not move. The knight tried to collect all his mana. Energy began to gather in his hands, and he applied Speed Boost, applying this effect to Ikoma. While the Gravity Master was competing, he didn't even feel this effect at first. He was surprised to receive such a powerful bonus that would help a lot in battle. The boy turned and looked at the knight. The girl's subordinate begged him to save their mistress. The adventurer said he would do his best to do so. Gravity Master, reducing gravity, flew up the mountain. He understood that his strength lay in his great speed, and it was difficult for the enemy to guess the moment to attack. The fallen pharaoh gathered his rage. Black energy even began to emanate from him, and he began to accelerate. The boss swung his sword at Ikoma, but he was able to dodge the attack, although it was very difficult. This time, he was on the verge of death. The Gravity Master analyzed the situation. His opponent was incredibly fast, so if he managed to catch him, it would be a serious injury. Over time, the boy's strength and mana began to decrease, but he had to hold on until support came to him. Sanja's manager Seini was lying on the floor. He could not understand if he was still alive. His body seemed very heavy to him, and it was difficult for him to get up from the ground. The knight raised his head and tried to find his mistress. He looked around and was surprised. He saw Ichinoshi in front of him, to someone who had a hard fight with the boss. The boy moved in zigzags to confuse the monster and make his attacks unclear for analysis. The manager was amazed as he watched the attack. He did not understand what was happening here. The fight with the boss was very difficult because they both had fast and agile movements. Out of anger, the subordinate clutched his video camera in his hand. He was ready to continue shooting. Ichinoshi Ikoma ran and wanted to attack the boss, but he swung his sword. The master managed to jump up, deftly dodging the attack. The boy began to run through the air as the boss's weapon caught up behind him. Pharaoh was getting angry because of the protracted battle. The adventurer jumped up, flipped over the boss's head, and then landed on the ground. At that moment, the manager, who was lying next to him, filmed this whole dangerous fight on camera, considering all these shots incredible. Ichinoshi Ikoma understood that for now, he could only compensate for the difference in levels with gravity reduction, but he couldn't do much damage. The master was aware that he could not defeat this boss alone, but he had his new team. Finally, the Rift researcher and the sorceress regained their strength and mana. Seina had new powers and was ready to fight. The blogger thanked Kisarage Satsuki for helping. Sanji Seina took out her sword, held it up, and could now enter the game as well. You could see excitement in her eyes. She concentrated her mana and used healing, after which she was fully ready for battle. Kisaraga Satsuki didn't want to be left out, so she also participated in the fight and helped. She concentrated the magic around her. Now the situation was much better, but the boy understood that it was still not in their favor, so there was no need to delay. They must defeat the boss in one attack. Ikoma charged again, and the boss took aim at him with a weapon in 4 hands. Fallen Pharaoh continued to attack, landing a sword strike right next to the gravity master. He tried to dodge, but his opponent was also very fast. Ichinoshi Ikoma continued to fall back to avoid the attacks, but eventually hit his back against the wall. The boy stood by the statue and immediately looked up. Kisaraga Satsuki was very scared because her partner was pressed against the wall. They urgently needed to do something to help him. The statue standing next to him began to move. The boy moved closer to the statue, began to collect his mana in his hand, and then touched the statue and transferred this energy to it. He applied gravity reduction to the Egyptian statue, and then weight reduction. After a moment, the gravity master lifted the stone statue up. He swung and threw her at the boss. At that moment, the monster turned away and chopped the statue into small pieces with its weapon. While the boss was distracted, this was the team's only chance. The guy ordered Satsuki to urgently shoot the pharaoh in the head. The witch accepted the order. She clenched her stick in her hands, concentrating her energy in it. This time, the girl concentrated a large amount of magic and threw it at the monster. But when the smoke cleared, the boss was still on his feet and conscious. The witch was worried that it had failed again. But it was part of Ichinoshi's plan, Ikoma. He smiled. Now this monster was caught because there was such a strong armor in the head, it meant that there was something very important behind it. While the boss was distracted, Sanji Sena began to act. She also understood where the monster's blind spot was, so she decided to attack from there. The blogger started to run towards him, but suddenly the ground under her feet began to split, and she fell to the ground. The monster also anticipated this attack. Because of the 4 arms of the pharaoh, it was completely impossible to approach him. He controlled the situation from all sides. But the Rift researcher remembered how Ichinoshi Ikoma managed to attack the boss directly in the forehead. It seemed impossible. The adventurer turned to the blogger. He explained that now he will weaken the monster, and she must destroy the pharaoh's mask with her skills. Magic swordsmen have the armor-piercing skill. It takes a little time to prepare for it, but this skill greatly weakens the enemy's defenses. Sena understood all the orders and was ready to carry them out. She gathered the energy around her to channel it into skills. However, at one point, she began to worry. She thought about Ikoma's words. She didn't know what plan he had chosen for himself. Ichinoshi Ikoma lowered the gravity and flew into the air. He understood that the power of the fallen pharaoh lay in his 4 hands. But they could be immobilized, and they would be able to move much slower, and then they would have a better chance to attack. The boy pushed off the ground with his feet and flew up. The creature unsuccessfully tried to attack him. After a few seconds, the gravity master was already at the level of the pharaoh's height. He rose even higher. And when he reached the height he needed, he gathered his magic in his hand and used the gravity path skill. A magical chain began to form from his magic. He began to bind Pharaoh's 2 arms together, thereby reducing his mobility. This magic bound the monster's movements. The adventurer used it to bind the Pharaoh's hands, and this would be enough to slow down the monster considerably. Ichinoshi Ikoma decided to use a chain that was closer to the shoulders. In this position, it will be very difficult for the monster to break the chains. This tactic could be used against huge and strong opponents who have many hands. Although the boy managed to bind 2 of the monster's hands, several hands remained free. Sanji Sena watched this and knew it was time to attack. You could see bravery in her eyes. She sped up, gathered the energy in her sword, and used the armor-piercing skill. Sanji Sena attacked with tremendous force. At this moment, people from the team froze. They were surprised and hoped that now they would be able to defeat the boss. At that moment, something began to happen to the fallen pharaoh. He froze, and a wound began to appear at the place of impact. Suddenly, the monster's eyes, which were glowing before, went out, and many cracks began to appear on his face. He began to descend to the ground. The creature clutched at its face. His hands were still tied, and yet Pharaoh decided to take off his mask that covered his face. Under this mask hid a terrible face which had 4 eyes and a frightening mouth. Ichinoshi Ikoma immediately understood that this was the monster's weak point. A Rift researcher had never seen such a frightening face. The Gravity Master understood that he needed to attack while the monster's movements were slowed down. He started to run towards the Pharaoh, but during this time the monster managed to recover and rise to his feet. From rage, Pharaoh began to make terrible sounds, growl, and stamp his feet. Ichinoshi Ikoma, being in the air, applied gravitational shift. His body began to roll over and he stood with his feet against the ceiling again. At this moment, Pharaoh decided to prepare for a new attack. He got down on the ground and started hitting her with his hands. The boy remembered that he had already seen this movement. In his experience, it was a powerful all-hands attack. However, Pharaoh's hands were now tied, so it was predicted that while his hands were tied, he would not be able to use it. And also, the adventurer noticed that during such an attack, his opponent opened his head very much. And this was the most important weak point of this creature. Pharaoh raised his head and saw the adventurer above him. He decided to run. A moment later, however, Ichinoshi Ikoma pushed off the ceiling with his feet and began to fall straight at his opponent. He held his blade in front of him. This was the end for Pharaoh. At this moment, the boy used Meteor Fall. He accelerated with great speed and hit the monster on the head. This blow was very powerful. The boy confidently landed on the ground. He decided to look around to see the aftermath of the deadly attack. He saw in front of him Pharaoh, who fell to the ground. His head was cut in two. Ichinoshi Ikoma smiled. It was now officially considered that the boss of the Tomb of the Ancient Kings had been defeated. For this victory, the team received 1874 units of experience. Ichinoshi level Ikami rose to 36, and he also gained 9 skill points. The team began to move away from the place of the match. Sanji Sena walked up to her subordinate knights and used the heal skill. She managed to successfully heal all her subordinates. The knights thanked their mistress very much. Eventually, the dead boss Pharaoh's body began to disappear. Kisaraga Satsuki noticed something shining near the defeated monster. The witch told the team leader that it looks like they've dropped a new weapon. It was a C-rank Scepter of the Cursed King. The wielder's magic power increased by 16 units. It was the staff of the Lord of the Undead that enhanced dark magic. The boy knew that rare dungeons often dropped valuable items, but this time they were lucky to get a stick. He took her in his arms. Ichinoshi Ikoma began to analyze the characteristics of the staff and said that it was perfect for his partner Satsuki. The witch looked at him in surprise. Ichinoshi Ikoma thought that they would have to collect items for a long time to sell, but this time they were lucky, and they were able to get a witch's wand. Kisaraga Satsuki asked if she could really take that stick for herself. Ikoma explained that she needn't worry about it and she could take it, because the sorceress always helped him get equipment in the Mad Theater, and this time she also participated in the duel, so it was deserved. However, Sena also participated in the match. Therefore, Ikoma should have taken care of the fair distribution of the award, but the blogger said he could not worry about it. Sanji Sena understood that this time it was Ichinoshi Ikoma saved her life and the lives of other people. Therefore, he could safely keep his staff and other magic stones. But after a moment, excitement appeared on the Fault researcher's face. She wanted to talk to him about their competition. However, the boy only smiled in response. He decided that it would be better for them to think that the blogger still won. Therefore, Ichinoshi Ikoma agreed, as they had agreed, that he would take back his words, because now it was clear that the blogger is really serious about faults. Sena said it's good that he was able to figure it out in time, and she takes him at his word. Ikoma and her partner smiled joyfully. They were glad that everything ended in the best way. However, Ichinoshi Ikoma still wanted to express his opinion. He advised Sena, if she still wanted to achieve more as an adventurer, she should stop doing such dangerous things. Subordinate girls began to intercede for her. They explained that the work of an adventurer cannot always bring income. The boy agreed, but noted that if it was Sanji, if Sena wants to have a high standard of living, then she will always be able to provide for herself calmly. The knight said that the hostess's mother lost her legs as a result of the disaster, and the blogger had 5 younger brothers. Their father was also no longer with them. Therefore, the manager tried to explain that even now it was very difficult for the Fault researcher to provide for her family. However, the girl angrily intervened in the conversation and made a remark. She did not want information about her family to be disclosed. The Gravity Master scratched the back of his head. He felt ashamed, because all this time he thought that the girl liked to earn money only for selfish reasons. Sanji, though Sena denied this assumption, she said that she always treated her work with respect and responsibility. Her work was inspired by the fact that people lived in fear of disaster, and she sought to bring smiles and joy to them during these troubled times. The adventurer recognized that this was a worthy goal indeed and praised her heartily for it. The blogger did not expect to hear such words. At first she was surprised and blushed a little, then looked away. People from the guild approached the adventurers. Their goal was to gather all the information about the fault after it had passed. Sena was finally able to return to her usual life. She asked her manager if their equipment was okay, as it would make a great video showcasing the skills of a seasoned adventurer. It would be a shame if the video was damaged, but the manager assured that, fortunately, there was no damage. The girl was very happy with this news. However, one of the knights noted that they did not have enough magic stones, and therefore the footage was not enough to edit the video. This was a problem. The knight wondered why the hostess refused to take the stones from the boss. But Sanji Sena did not want to accept gifts out of pity. The researcher asked if they had anything that could be used to edit the video because any material would do. The manager was watching the recorded videos. They have preserved the battle of Ichinoshi Ikoma and the boss of the dungeon, Tombs of the Ancient Kings. A little later in the Adventurers Guild, people around paid attention to Ikoma's team and watched them with interest. Gravity Master with Kisaraga Satsuki sat down at the table. The boy studied books, and the girl looked for information on the internet. Suddenly, Satsuki rose from her seat. She enthusiastically asked Ikoma to pay attention to the video she found on the internet. The adventurer was not interested. He advised her not to look for information about faults on videos, but better to ask experienced adventurers about it. But Ichinoshi Ikoma immediately turned his attention to the video when the sorceress revealed that it was Sanji's creation Sena. In it, she talked about a mysterious adventurer. This video has already collected more than 1 million views. The public was captivated by the new mysterious adventurer. People in the comments were interested in where he got such speed and what class he had. They acknowledged that Ikoma has some very risky moves, and that's incredibly cool. Ikoma smiled. Now he understood why the people around him looked at him like that. It all happened because of this viral video. Kisaraga Satsuki was also very happy. More than 1 million views were collected in less than a day. This is what was expected from the mighty Ichinoshi Ikomi. Sanji Sena was also in her room. She watched with joy as the views grew. Her video with Ikoma has already garnered more than 1 million views. She started jumping for joy. She considered herself the best. But suddenly her phone rang. Ichinoshi called her Ikoma. She mentioned that they exchanged their contact details in the rift. The blogger picked up the phone. She wondered if Ikoma had already caught up with her. She asked if he had finally decided to become her admirer. The adventurer clearly and succinctly said that he had time to see the video. The researcher smiled slyly. She reminded that according to their agreement, if she wins, she can post this video. But if he doesn't like it, she can remove it a little later. The adventurer fell silent for a moment. He recalled that during this difficult time, she tried to feed her family with the help of videos. Therefore, he decided not to touch on this topic anymore. Sena was glad she wouldn't have to delete the video. The girl shared a great idea. She said that Ikoma is now on everyone's ears, so she offered to record a joint video again. But without waiting for an answer, the blogger saw that the adventurer hung up. Kisaraga Satsuki wondered what Sena-san had said. The boy's hands began to shake. He replied that he did not hear her words. Ichinoshi Ikoma understood that with this rate of development, he might be able to obtain a very rare item that he had missed in his past life. It was the Ring of Wisdom. If the guy manages to get it, then the course of the whole story can change dramatically. The registrar checked the boy's statistics to confirm the planned operation. For an adventurer to be promoted to S rank, he must be at least level 35. The level of Ikoma fully met the minimum requirements. Ichinoshi's application. Ikoma's request for promotion to S rank was approved because the adventurer was level 36. The team of adventurers retired to the waiting room. Kisaraga Satsuki was very proud of her partner, as he had already reached S rank. This is what should have been expected from him. The master said that the sorceress could also raise her rank soon. He was still very surprised that these guild members were able to reach S rank. In order to level up quickly, you need to constantly defeat higher rank monsters without proper knowledge. It is very difficult to achieve this. Adventurers who were able to reach S rank were already considered very first class. Therefore, Satsuki promised that she would do her best to keep up with her partner. The boy shared with the sorceress his plans for the coming month. He was aiming to reach the B rank. It seemed to the girl that it was unreal, because it was extremely difficult to rise to rank B in a month. Only a few managed to achieve such a high rank. Ichinoshi Ikoma explained that he wanted to obtain a certain artifact, which is why he set such an ambitious goal. This artifact was located in a city that could only be entered by having a rank B. It was a high-ranking rift called the Library of Secrets. According to legends, the Ring of Wisdom was supposed to fall out of this vault. Satsuki wondered where the boy got this information, because no one had yet defeated this boss. She was also interested in the properties of this ring. Ichinoshi Ikoma suggested that the Ring of Wisdom may be related to the phenomenon of faulting. The witch was amazed by this theory because it seemed that such a thing could not exist in reality. The Ring of Wisdom is a rare artifact with incredible potential, but in a past life its whereabouts remained unknown. The secret of the occurrence of faults lay precisely in this artifact. Ikoma didn't have much time, so he tried to get it as soon as possible. Ikoma explained that he did not want to involve his partner in his dangerous adventures, so he would understand if she refused. Kisaraga Satsuki denied his words. She sincerely wanted to help him because she still remained in debt to him. Therefore, she will gladly help him in any matter. The adventurer smiled and thanked the sorcerer for her help. However, they were aware that it would be extremely difficult to reach rank B in a month because they needed a clear and detailed plan to move up the ranks. Ichinoshi Ikoma said that he had already thought out a plan of action and showed her his phone with the schedule drawn up. The plan involved capturing 3 faults. First, they will travel to the Rift Bloody Meal, where they will be confronted by the boss of the Rift, the level 32 Red Troll. Their task will be to defeat this monster, gain experience and valuable materials, and then move on. The next destination will be Mermaid Lake, where the boss of the Rift is waiting for them. Siren level 30. Gravity Master will, as usual, use his favorite meteor fall technique and then chop the boss's body in half. Next, they will go to the Catacombs dungeon, where they will face the boss of the Rift, Arachne of the 36th level. The team strictly followed the plan and in 2 weeks managed to pass all 3 faults. Kisaraga Satsuki raised her level from 32 to 35. The witch admitted that even though it was a low-level rift, she had to put in a lot of effort to defeat the boss. The last fight turned out to be a real challenge for their team. Ichinoshi Ikoma also increased his level from 36th to 38th. The movements of the bosses were quite predictable, so they didn't have to expect any surprises. The adventurer carefully selected cracks that were easy to pass. He thoroughly studied the information about Tokyo's faults that corresponded to their level. Therefore, if they manage to pass 5 more rifts above level 30, they will be able to obtain a B rank. A few weeks later, the team returned to the guild. The registrar, after checking their statuses, confirmed that all minimum requirements were met, but she found it hard to believe that they had managed to raise their level so quickly. It seemed impossible that humans could make such progress in such a short period of time. Ichinoshi Ikoma did not want to explain anything to the registrar. He confidently aspired to get the rank of B. However, in order to move to this rank, adventurers had to pass a strict exam, so Ikoma had to wait a few days. Suddenly, an unfamiliar man intervened in the conversation. He couldn't believe his ears, thinking it was a joke, because he couldn't imagine that these kids were aiming for a B rank. Ikoma noticed a badge on the stranger's body that indicated he was a contractor. Experienced adventurers could contract with guilds, doing work managing rifts, responding to unforeseen situations, and assisting in the capture of complex rifts. Such people had considerable influence in the guild. The contractor could not believe that the children were striving for such a high rank. The registrar, after checking all the data, confirmed that they managed to reach level 40 and also had a good track record. The man could not believe his eyes, not understanding how these children were able to defeat so many bosses. The contractor had been an adventurer for over 7 years and was the only one who managed to get a B rank in this guild. Therefore, he could not allow these upstarts to try to take away his glory. Ichinoshi Ikoma and his team once again attracted the attention of an unpleasant personality. The man could not accept the fact that such young people, who had not even worked for a year, were trying to get a B rank. In his opinion, they did not deserve it. This contractor was called Okami-san, and he was one of the few B-rank adventurers in the guild. Therefore, it is likely that the guild will not be able to ignore his opinion. The application for promotion was considered by the head of the guild, who also took into account the opinions of the contract workers. It will not be possible to bypass Okami-san's decision. However, if the matter concerned only Ichinoshi Ikoma, he would have been ready to remain silent. But Satsuki was next to him, and they could not retreat. The adventurer decided to find out from Okami-san the reason for the rejection of the application. The man came closer to the boy. He furiously explained that they lacked the experience to carry such a high rank. B-rank holders have a lot of responsibility. Okami-san made it clear that they would not be able to get what they wanted just like that. Kisaraga fear gripped Satsuki and she covered her face with her hands. The other people in the guild didn't understand what was going on. Ikoma's team was unlucky to run into Okami-san. The contractor stated that they must be at least 17 years old to become adventurers. Ichinoshi Ikoma asked if the man knew how many 17-year-olds were able to reach B rank. Okami-san was amazed at the boy's audacity and asked what he was talking about. The Gravity Master explained that it had been 15 years since the rifts appeared in Japan, and only 6 people had been able to reach rank B in less than a year. Therefore, if the man wanted to say that their promotion was a mistake, it was not true. Ikoma explained that in order to achieve such a result, they had to kill high-level monsters, and if they killed enough, it was quite possible to level up in a short period of time. Therefore, the Gravity Master was sure that he was strong enough to be ranked B, and if Okami-san rejected their application for any other reason, he was willing to listen to it. The man explained that there are laws related to faults that have not yet been fully worked out. Therefore, Okami-san recommended that the boy listen to the opinion of a more experienced adventurer. However, Ikoma believed that the focus should be on their achievements and not on personal feelings, as the decision on promotion should be based on rules. This is how the politics of any adventurer's guild works. The registrar confirmed his words. Kisaraga Satsuki watched the argument in surprise. It was surprising to her that a boy could so easily oppose an experienced adventurer, showing his superiority. Okami-san didn't know what to say and simply put his hands in his pockets. Ikoma managed to resist him, because he was a very stubborn boy. The contractor was overcome with anger because of the insolence of the boy who dared to mock him. He will never forgive this, so Ikoma will still regret that he decided to argue with him. The adventurer asked Okami-san about his level and class. Ikoma replied that he was a 38th level Gravity Master. Okami-san had never heard of a Gravity Master. It was probably a very rare class. Most likely this class belonged to the magical class. Therefore, if Ikoma had good connections with the warriors, it is not surprising that he managed to reach such a high level. Okami-san admitted that he had jumped to conclusions and agreed to take Ikoma's abilities into consideration. A high-ranking adventurer agreed to grant him a B rank, but on one condition. He must personally verify that Ikoma is truly worthy of the rank. Therefore, when the Gravity Master is ready, he should come to the training hall. If he manages to defeat Okami-san in battle, then he will agree to his promotion. However, if Ikoma loses, he won't be ranked B. Rumors spread around the guild that Okami-san had killed 2 people during a training battle. Therefore, people from the guild understood that Ikoma was clearly not to Okami-san's taste. The adventurer simply decided to play on it. Kisaraga Satsuki also knew about these rumors and began to worry. Okami-san was not ready to forgive Ichinoshi Ikoma because he had dared to disgrace him so many times in the guild. So it's payback time. Ikoma was only level 38, while the seasoned adventurer was 47. Besides, the Gravity Master had a magic class, while Okami-san was an ordinary warrior who was helped to level up by other warriors. On the other hand, Okami-san had a B-class warrior druid, a class that enhanced physical abilities with the power of beasts. The man began to analyze class, level, and combat experience. He was better than anything, so he was sure that he could trample Ikoma's pride in the dirt, and he would never want to appear in the guild again. Ichinoshi Ikoma also began to analyze. His opponent clearly had a class with high indicators of physical abilities. There could be difficulties with him. Therefore, he decided that it was time to spend the accumulated points. The guy had 27 skill points. He raised his gravity magic skill to level 3 and his gravity control skill level to level 4. He spent all his savings. With the enhanced gravity augmentation skills, he will be able to raise his stats even more. There was nothing to be done. He had wanted to improve his gravity magic skills for so long. Okami-san began to laugh. He said that even if the opponent improves his skills right before the fight, it still won't help him. The seasoned adventurer explained that accidents during a duel were common, so Ichinoshi Ikoma must be careful. The Gravity Master reassured him, telling him not to worry and that he hoped Okami-san would be careful as well. These words angered the contractor even more. He considered Ikoma a self-confident fool, and this fight was supposed to be a lesson for him. Therefore, if someone thinks that he can dare Okami-san, he is wrong and will regret it very much. The contractor offered to start a fight. He agreed not to use his powers against the boy, but the Gravity Master could use anything. The people in the arena began to gather around, and Ichinoshi Ikoma went to the center. Their duel was about to begin right now. Ikoma decided to start first and applied gravity reduction. Magic began to gather in his hand. Okami watched him confidently. His opponent had a low level, and he also possessed a magic class. and all adventurers know that magic classes are worthless. Therefore, he was sure that no mage's attack could harm him, and he was ready to have fun. As soon as the battle began, Ichinoshi Ikoma sped up and rushed at Okami with incredible speed, attacking him with his sword. The experienced adventurer could not believe his eyes. Where did such speed come from in Ikoma? The adventurers clashed swords. Despite his low level, the Gravity Master moved with incredible speed. Okami-san managed to dodge another attack, but he didn't understand what was happening. Ikoma seems to have caught him off guard. However, the warrior did not want to show that he was lost. He was not going to give in to the newcomer and began to attack even more aggressively. Swinging his sword, the adventurer lost sight of Ichinoshi, to whom at this moment the Gravity Master was already in the air above him. Okami-san looked up and realized that he was trapped. He did not have time to do anything. The Gravity Master rushed down with incredible speed, straight at the warrior. When Ichinoshi Ikoma confronted Okami-san, who kicked him in the face, Okami started coughing up blood from the blow. After the attack, Ikoma landed on the ground and stepped back a little. The contractor was in shock. He needed time to recover. The man could not believe that in such a situation the newcomer was able to impress him. Usually this is beyond the power of inexperienced fighters. Ikoma's skill was really impressive. Spectators watching the fight could not believe their eyes. This fight was filmed on camera. Ikoma was winning over Okami. The adventurers from the guild were surprised, but still believed that the experienced warrior would win. They thought it was just a test of his skills, plus Okami wasn't using his strongest techniques. Okami-san did not want to admit defeat. He could not allow this young man to attain the same rank that he had achieved through 7 years of hard training. When the contractarian tried to attack, the Gravity Master dodged all of his attacks with incredible speed. The man began to worry. He couldn't harm the enemy and did not believe that he could lose. Okami-san knew that this fight was being filmed, so he had to win or everyone would laugh at him. He began to panic. He could not be so embarrassed in front of everyone. His opponent's level was much lower, but something was wrong here. Ichinoshi Ikoma understood that his opponent probably didn't know about the Gravity Master class. After all, this class was the strongest of all possible, and with the help of the gravity control skill, it was possible to compensate for the lack of physical strength. In addition, in short duels, Ichinoshi's mana Ikoma should have been enough for maximum use of gravity skills. Therefore, even though Okami-san had a higher level, it would be very difficult to win without using skills. For example, Shinbei Kaoru was much stronger in close combat and also had good skills. In addition, Kaoru did not have such a clear dislike for him as Okami-san did. Therefore, the Master of Gravity decided that it was time to end the duel. Ichinoshi Ikoma gathered all his strength and began to attack with incredible speed, pinning the adventurer against the wall. Okami-san decided to block one of the attacks, so the Gravity Master used double gravity. Their swords clashed. The contractor began to feel that it was becoming more and more difficult to resist him every time, as if the enemy's sword had become many times heavier. All this time, the man thought that the advantage of his opponent was only in speed, but he was wrong. The unexpected force pressing down on Okami's sword disappeared, and he was able to lower it. But when he lowered it, he saw that his opponent was not there. The Master of Gravity seemed to have disappeared. The adventurer could not believe it. This does not happen! He began to look around, not understanding where the enemy was. Ichinoshi Ikoma reduced his gravity and went up. He flew over Okami-san and ended up behind him. The boy easily lowered himself to the ground and put his sword to the back of Okami-san's head. The contractor was scared. At the moment when Ichinoshi Ikoma attacked Okami, he reduced the gravity, and then, taking advantage of the moment, jumped over him. At the moment of the jump, he was in the blind zone, so it seemed to the enemy that he had disappeared. Now it could be considered that the Master of Gravity had won after all. Spectators supported Ikoma. He became the first boy in history to defeat a B-rank adventurer. Kisaraga Satsuki also watched Ichinoshi's victory with joy. This was great news for her. Okami-san began to worry even more. His body was shaking. He couldn't believe that he had lost to a boy who was younger than him. He will never admit it. Ichinoshi Ikoma was confident that with his victory there would be no problem with promotion. However, everything suddenly changed. The experienced adventurer was furious. He didn't want to give up. He looked at his opponent and used the bloodlust skill. Concentrating the energy in his hand, he pounced on Ikoma. To this skill, he added Beast Claw Tear, thus increasing his strength. Red energy was accumulating in the man's hand. The warrior faced the swordsman again. Ikoma tried to resist. However, Ichinoshi Ikoma did not have time to react. The contractor hit him with incredible force, and the gravity master flew several meters away. The boy rose from the ground, relaxed after the victory. He completely lost his vigilance because he managed to defeat the enemy. Okami-san used his weapon as a decoy and attacked with his skill. He was satisfied with this result. The audience was surprised, but still supported Ichinoshi, to whom the gravity master just didn't have time to react. The action of the B-rank adventurer was very mean. People who watched Okami-san's act began to humiliate him en masse. It was the act of a real coward and a liar, because he said that he would not use skills in a duel. Ichinoshi Ikoma asked what happened and if they were going to continue their duel. These words angered the contractor even more. His opponent, barely standing on his feet, was still defiantly answering him. He will never admit defeat! Ichinoshi Ikoma believed that this match should be enough to promote him to B rank. However, Okami-san did not want to admit defeat. He simply underestimated his opponent due to his low level. If rumors of his loss spread around the guild, he would no longer be able to live peacefully there. The contractor confirmed that there really was no point in continuing to compete, but still rejected Ikoma's request for a promotion. The adventurer explained that although they fought for a short time, the decisive blow was never struck. With this approach, Ikoma is unlikely to be able to deal with strong monsters and demons. The man said that he deliberately left several gaps in the defense, but Ikoma never took advantage of them. Also, when his opponent couldn't use skills, he managed to get injured. This immediately showed that Ikoma is not able to quickly react to unforeseen situations. The audience understood that the adventurer was a scoundrel, because he was not going to admit his defeat from the very beginning. Okami-san heard this conversation from the audience and angrily raised his head with a menacing look. The person in the stands was very scared. He didn't understand why he said it out loud, because it would be better not to anger the adventurer, because you never know what he might do. Utsunomiya joined the audience here. He believed that everything that happened was unfair, and Okami-san should be ashamed of his actions. Ichinoshi Ikoma did not expect to meet Utsunomiya here, who would intercede for him. The team leader said that Ikoma-san competed fairly and could defeat the contract immediately, but the man decided to break his promise and used his skills. Okami-san clenched his teeth in anger. Spectators began to speak ill of him, claiming that the adventurer's contractors had completely betrayed themselves. The gravity master spoke Utsunomiya's name, advising him not to draw so much attention to himself. However, the team leader assured that Ikoma could fully rely on him because they were best friends, and he would definitely help him. The main character greatly appreciated this confession, but knew that Utsunomiya was exaggerating when talking about their friendship. Kisaraga Satsuki was very worried. Despite the fact that her partner won, she did not understand why she was not recognized. After all, until Okami-san himself admits his defeat, all these rumors and bad comments from the audience will be useless. The difference in strength was obvious. Is it Ichinoshi? Did Ikoma touch Okami-san's dignity? Next time you have to hit him harder. The main character thought. Maybe he just needed to submit to the contract adventurer and then he would accept his request. Rumors from the arena reached Deputy Head Serid Zava. He entered the room and asked what the commotion was and what had happened. Okami-san did not expect to see him here at all. The director was constantly looking for him throughout the guild and asked what was happening here. The man shrugged his shoulders and said that it was just a small check and he just wasted his time. The deputy understood that accidents during practice fights were not uncommon, so he asked to be more careful and to consult doctors. The contractor explained that it was just a scratch and nothing serious happened. Deputy Serid Zawa got tired of all this and said that he had enough, and they urgently needed to talk to Okami-san in his office. The man decided to follow the deputy, so he said that this time their inspection was over, because unlike Ikoma, he was a busy man. Utsunomiya Shio hit the railing in anger. He never thought that such a person existed and was one of the best adventurers in this guild. Kisaraga Satsuki asked her partner what they should do now. It seems they needed to find another way to deal with this situation. Serid Zava asked the adventurer why he arranged this training match. Okami-san explained that the boy in front of him wanted to get a B rank, so he decided to show him his place and rebuffed him. The deputy was surprised that this kid was able to apply for a B-rank transfer. Now he began to feel that he had underestimated the adventurers too much. The deputy, together with the contractor, went up the elevator to the office. Okami-san hated such adventurers more than anything. The contractor asked what the deputy wanted to talk to him about. Zava explained that their case is about the B-rank fault beast mausoleum. It was very difficult to control this B-rank fault. Adventurers began to raise their levels even faster, and also to mine many high-level materials. However, they received reports of unexpected changes in the location of monsters in the rifts. The concentration of magical energy also exceeded the optimal value. With such indicators, they should have been preparing for disaster. They had to exclude any risks. Okami-san took this speech lightly. He asked if they wanted to capture the rift before disaster struck. Zava explained that the agency wants to preserve several B-rank faults. The heads of the guild also did not bet on the preservation of the rift. Therefore, the deputy decided that it was Okami-san who should close this rift. However, they still didn't know much about faults, so it wasn't very wise to jump to conclusions like that. The contractor got up from the table. He asked the deputy to convince the head to change his decision, because he always entrusted him with such boring tasks. Zava tried to stop the adventurer, because they had not yet agreed and discussed everything. However, the man did not want to listen to all this. He grabbed the documents from the table and threw them in the deputy's face. Okami-san rudely asked Zava to shut up because he was not interested in clearing this rift. The deputy began to collect the papers scattered on the floor. He asked the adventurer to check their data again. However, Okami-san began to trample these papers with his feet. Digging into the numbers wouldn't give them any useful information about the fault, he figured. The adventurer, confident in his abilities and experience, which far outweighed the experience of the deputy, simply left the office. He didn't believe the rift was a threat and was confident he could handle any problem that arose. Zava hit the table with his fist. He emphasized that it is impossible to delay because no one knows exactly how the catastrophe will develop. Okami-san, ignoring the deputy's words, silently left the office. The deputy was left alone, overcome with anxiety. He was aware of his responsibility to protect the city and sincerely hoped that the disaster would be avoided. Deep in the rift, hidden from human eyes, a gigantic monster was sleeping. Soon he could wake up, causing a terrible disaster. Meanwhile, the Ikoma team, having tasted some coffee to relax, sat at the table. Kisaraga Satsuki couldn't hide her disappointment. She hadn't expected that an experienced adventurer like Okami-san could be so rude and indifferent to problems. You could get a new rank only in the guild of your district. Therefore, Ichinoshi Ikoma was certain that Okami-san would not give the Gravity Master a promotion to B rank. In order to get to the Mystic Library, the main character needed to get a B rank, because otherwise access there was closed. The boy understood that his partner Satsuki could pass the exam in another guild, but her level was still too low. The protagonist bowed his head, thinking about what to do next. Sanji suddenly ran up to the team of adventurers Seina. She called out Ikoma's name, because she learned about the problems he faced during the exam with the contractor. The blogger was able to quickly get information because one of her fans sent her a video of Ikoma's fight with a contract adventurer. This fan, doing a good deed by sending Sanja's video Seini, immediately put it on the internet for a wide audience. The video quickly became popular, receiving the scandalous title, The Reality of the Guild of Adventurers, Tyranny Okami. The whole world saw this video. All of her 100,000 followers were furious. The girl exclaimed that she needed more views. The commentators who wrote under the video spoke very negatively about the contractor. However, Ichinoshi Ikoma was not happy about this popularity. He wanted to refuse to disclose this situation. However, the Rift researcher wanted to help Ikoma, because she was still in his debt, and wanted to thank him in every possible way. The main character was touched by such kindness of a new friend. However, the blogger immediately dispelled his hopes, admitting that she was thinking about how good money could be made by publicizing this situation. The Gravity Master was upset. He didn't want to hear about it because they still didn't know much about the rifts. There was nothing that could be done about it, because their guild relied only on the knowledge of experienced adventurers. Besides, Okami-san isn't one to change his mind about others. The guy explained that this contractor doesn't care about other people. Kisaraga Satsuki, who overheard this conversation, made her own conclusions. The blogger was surprised to see such concentration of the sorceress. Sanji Seina admitted that she was very worried about Ichinoshi anyone and ready to help him. Kisaraga Satsuki worked up the courage to ask the Rift researcher if she happened to like Ichinoshi Ikoma. The girl turned away in embarrassment. The researcher laughed and denied it. She believed that the main character is too rude and self-confident, so such guys are not at all to her taste. Seina explained that she was just helping Ikoma because he saved her life. In addition, she was an idol, and they were forbidden to meet. Kisaraga Satsuki looked very suspicious. She did not believe the girl's words, but remained silent. Suddenly, the witch's phone lit up. She received a new message. The team gathered around the phone and were very worried after reading the message. It was a warning that a new B-rank rift had appeared in the city. Civilians were immediately advised to move to the nearest safe place. The witch was very surprised when she learned about the B-rank rift. This dungeon appeared very close to them and had the name Animal Mausoleum. Most likely, there will be an invasion. Invasion is a disaster when demons come out of the rift into the human world. There is only one way to stop the invasion: defeat the boss and destroy the rift. Ichinoshi Ikoma considered this event strange, because in the past life this did not happen. Maybe it was just a coincidence, or maybe it was the result of his changes in this world. The boy thought, trying to find a solution. Sanji Sena read the news aloud. She said that the fault started to get out of control. This was very bad news. The researcher did not understand how this could happen, because the rift passed all checks, and the guild was supposed to control it. The girl was very frightened, because she had never been in a rift of such a high rank. Her level was too low. The girl lowered her head, hoping that all this was not true. She would have to go through this disaster again. She was scared, but there were people in the city who did not have levels, so she was obliged to help them. Sanji Sena decided that she would also go to hold back the rift. Ikoma's team decided to go with the researcher, because the B-rank fault was completely out of control. No one knew what could happen if immediate action was not taken. During a disaster, monsters become much stronger than usual. Ichinoshi really hoped that everything would be limited to the invasion. Adventurers from various cities began to gather to help clear the rift. They lined up in front of the monster, ready to fight. The first enemy they encountered was a level 34 werewolf baring its sharp teeth. Okami-san also arrived to help. He charged at the werewolf first, using the berserk skill. Running, he swung his sword and ordered the monster out of his way. After just a moment, the monster was defeated. However, the contract adventurer was still full of anger. He didn't understand why all this was happening now. He never expected that the prophecy of Serid Zava's deputy would come true, and he found himself disgraced again. He did not understand why everyone around him was trying to make him look like a fool. However, the other adventurers who watched the contractor fight were amazed. He managed to kill the werewolf with one blow, which they expected from such an experienced warrior. But Okami-san became even more angry. He ordered the contractor to stop talking because it was only a level 30 monster. The contractor didn't say he was the strongest they had ever worked with. The adventurers agreed with him, because his high rank and experience is something that only the chosen can achieve. The adventurers advised the man to calm down and stay in touch. If they managed to find something in the rift, he must immediately return to them. Okami-san understood that the situation was dire. If the monsters take too much damage, his position may be in jeopardy. He knew who the boss of this rift was, the level 47 Phantom Fox. Defeating him will not be so easy. Therefore, if the contractor manages to defeat the boss before everyone else, he will become a hero, and the blame for everything that happened can be shifted to Deputy Serid Zava. This thought instantly ignited the man. He agreed to defeat the boss together with his assistants and end this horror forever. Suddenly, the ground underfoot began to shake, and from the depths of the fault came a terrible growl. It was undoubtedly the boss. Phantom Fox woke up and started to get out of his hole. He had a terrifying appearance as he slowly approached the adventurers. Suddenly, the beast stopped and growled even louder. The adventurers were horrified. This rift monster did not meet their expectations at all. He had an incredibly frightening appearance. The Phantom Fox had 2 heads, and on its back were several human hands that held a large black eye. This monster was a level 55 fox demon spirit. This phenomenon was called evolution. Not only did the creature's level increase significantly, but monsters also changed their form, gaining new skills. Simply put, they evolved into a completely new life form due to the accumulation of immense magical power in the portal. First, unusual phenomena occur, which often occur in conjunction with other disasters from monsters. Okami-san guessed that it was not only about the labyrinth being flooded, but also about the existence of the evolution boss. This bothered him a lot. The adventurers were also horrified when they saw their adversary. They understood that they would not be able to resist this monster. The fighters realized that they had no choice and urgently needed to retreat and find help. They needed to buy some time to wait for help from other adventurers. Okami-san thought his partners were fools. He reminded them that they were B-rank adventurers who had been in similar situations many times. Retreating meant that all their efforts would be in vain, and their role as guardian of the portal would be in jeopardy. The contractor turned to face the young adventurers and reminded them that he was a B-rank adventurer with a lot of experience in situations like this. Therefore, they could not retreat. Okami-san assured that he could kill this monster with one blow. However, the adventurers did not believe him. Defeating this monster seemed almost impossible. It was too reckless, and if the contractor did attack the boss, he would most likely die. These words angered the man even more. He did not understand how these people dared to doubt him. However, the contractor had his own plan. There was no time to think, so he decided to force his partners to believe in him. The man concentrated red energy in his hand and then used the skill Berserker. He threw this magic at his partners. They grabbed their heads and fell to the ground. Berserker is a beast warrior's magical skill that temporarily increases the attack power of the person under the skill's effect. Okami-san ordered the warriors to put aside their fears and rush into battle. At the beginning of his career as an adventurer, Okami-san used this skill as bait. However, it had been a long time since then and he hardly used it. Suddenly, the contractor gave a push to his partners and ordered them to attack the powerful boss. Young adventurers froze in front of a terrible monster. They began to swing their swords, but they did it very uncertainly because they were overcome with fear. The contractor was using these people as bait, but in the end, with his abilities, he was to deal the monster a decisive blow. An ordinary adventurer had no chance of surviving without resorting to tricks. Okami-san smiled as everything was going according to his plan. They continued to approach the monster, but the phantom fox did not show aggression and did not attack them. Suddenly, the heads of the foxes fell to the ground, and the eye, which was on the back, began to burn even brighter. This is how the boss used his demonic destruction skill. The energy in his eye was accumulating. Suddenly, this bloody magic began to appear around buildings and other things, enveloping them, rising up and spreading across the city. The phantom fox came even closer to the contractor because his partners almost did not resist him. Okami-san did not understand what was happening. Why are the stones flying straight at him? It was the first time he had seen such a strange enchantment. He began to dodge the stones and run forward. The young adventurers, overcome with terror, covered their heads with their hands and stood still, not daring to move. Okami-san, in front of whom the stones were flying, smashed them with his sword using the skill Beast King Strike. He understood that his opponent possessed telekinesis, and the range of his abilities was incredibly large. This was the first time the man had encountered a level 55 magic ability, and he urgently needed to do something to avoid death. The first thought that came to his mind was to escape from the battlefield. He ran, looking around. However, the phantom fox was an extremely fast beast and chased after him. He didn't give him any chance to escape from the battle. Now the adventurer understood that he would not be able to escape. He drew his sword and stood in front of the creature. His plan was to escape while his companions distracted the beast. At this time, the eye on the beast's back was accumulating even more magic to use skills. The man nevertheless decided to try to escape once more, but the stones that fell from the sky greatly hindered him. But a moment later, Okami-san felt the breath of a demon behind him. He looked around to see the monster's summons charging at him, and at that moment the adventurer was wounded by a paw strike. The contractor fell to the ground, having received a severe wound in the stomach. His opponent was incredibly strong. He did not understand why this monster appeared here. The man knew that he had no equal in close combat, but he still didn't understand how this boss managed to defeat him so easily. However, that was not all. He still had a skill that only beast warriors possessed, which was the deader skill. When taking damage, he could disguise himself as a dead body for a few seconds. The phantom fox examined the adventurer's body and seemed to decide that he was in fact dead. Therefore, the monster turned away and went in the other direction. Okami-san waited until the boss was far enough away to escape unnoticed. He urgently needed to save himself because there was no time to worry about other partners. His priority was to save his life. He rose from the ground and began to run, but the eye on the phantom fox's back saw everything. The eye signaled the monster's body and the fox's heads turned, looking for the adventurer with their eyes. The man also noticed this and was petrified for a moment, overcome with horror. He didn't know what to do. The demon ran up to him and struck again with its sharp claws. The contractor fell to the ground again. He did not understand how the boss managed to notice him again. He tried to move his limbs, but he could not even move a finger. He did not believe that he could die in this terrible place. He lay on the ground, terrified. However, the phantom fox had not yet finished his attack. Black energy began to gather in his paws. He used telekinesis again. This magic engulfed the adventurer's body and squeezed him. Phantom Fox lifted the warrior's body into the air. The man flew up to the heads of the balds and looked at their terrible faces with horror. A moment later, there was a loud, unpleasant sound. The eye on the back began to emit a terrible energy, the black energy that had already surrounded Okami. San's body began to turn into a bloody mass. She became even bigger and squeezed his body even tighter. This energy squeezed the adventurer's body until it reached his mouth. After that, his body shrunk so much that only bloodstains remained on the ground. Ichinoshi Ikuma also decided to head towards this rift. He saw his city suffer again. He stood with his sword in front of the slain werewolf. He was awarded 554 skill points for this kill. He watched his team. Sanji Sena used her healing skills to heal people who were injured during the invasion and needed help. The man looked at his hands. His wound and pain disappeared. He happily thanked the girl. The leader of the team advised this man to immediately leave here, in the other direction from where they came from, because they should not meet monsters on the way. The man thanked his rescuers again and ran to the exit. At this time, Sanji Sena decided to talk to the leader. She explained that they didn't have to escort everyone to safety if they couldn't clear the labyrinth. This will lead to even greater casualties. The main character agreed with her. They watched as civilians fled. Ichinoshi Ikoma decided to check the phone because more than half an hour had passed, but the threat message had still not been removed. The boss of the Beast Mausoleum should have been defeated by one of the squads a long time ago, but too much time had passed and there was no result. The Gravity Master began to worry because all this meant was that they should prepare for the worst. The adventurers in this rift also helped fight the monsters, but this time it wasn't the monster that attacked them. Okami-san, who was furious, attacked the squad. He attacked the girl and a sword fight ensued between them. This adventurer knew this contractor and begged him to come to his senses and calm down, because they were from the Exorcist squad. The squad leader watched this, realizing that there was no point in trying to talk to Okami-san, as he was completely out of his mind. It was probably the effect of the monster's skills. The man was furious and started attacking everyone in a row. People from the detachment knew Ryo Ogami, because he was a B-rank adventurer with the rare Beast Warrior class. Therefore, the consequences could be very serious if he turned out to be on the side of the enemies. The people from the Exorcist squad decided to pounce on the high-ranking adventurer, as there were several of them, and they hoped to have an advantage in battle. They attacked the adventurer from behind, but at that moment the man gritted his teeth and used his skill. A powerful wave of energy began to emanate from him, pushing the adventurers back several meters. He began to roar, the bloody energy of the enemy emanating from him, and people began to hide behind their heads. Suddenly, Okami-san turned and grabbed one of the exorcists by the throat. His face began to change, and his hands grew claws. People from this detachment, overcome with terror, decided to flee. The adventurer used the skill Beast King Strike and hit one of the exorcists directly in the throat with this blow. She fell to the ground. The team leader could not calmly observe this and rushed into battle. They clashed swords and a new battle began. However, it was very difficult to face the B-rank adventurer because he was one of the strongest people in this city. This realization was frightening. Okami-san used his skill again, and this time the captain was also badly injured. He fell to the ground. When one of the fighters saw that her captain was wounded, she rushed to him to help. This made Okami-san laugh even harder because there were already at least 2 wounded people from the squad. A battle to the death with a B-rank adventurer was like fighting a high-level monster. And the problem was not only the anomaly itself, it was a side effect of the disaster itself. It was a disaster that none of them had faced before, and it was not a task that ordinary adventurers or a squad of exorcists could handle. Okami-san raised his weapon up in rage, laughing. He swung at Commander Kurakova, who was sitting exhausted on the ground. And in a moment when the commander's death seemed inevitable, a familiar voice rang out. It was Ichinoshi Ikoma who rushed to help. He used the gravity reduction skill to get to the victim faster. The Gravity Master began to shout, and then Okami-san and Ikoma's swords clashed. In this way, he was able to save the life of one of the people. The protagonist understood that it was probably a psychic effect from the monster's skills. The contractor began to growl like a beast. He was even more enraged by this situation. Commander Kurakov saw Ichinoshi Ikoma approaches Okami. The commander tried to stop him, warning that this man was not an opponent that a normal adventurer could handle. The Gravity Master had a plan. He began to surround the high-ranking adventurer, moving very quickly, thereby confusing his opponent. Ichinoshi Ikoma believed that a B-rank adventurer needed to compete against an equal, though he fought a little differently after his reincarnation. He analyzed that his opponent's movements were now significantly slower, and his own were possibly a side effect of the monster's mental influence he was experiencing during the rank-up exam. Black magic began to gather in the man's hand. He used the Beast King strike skill even though there was no one in front of him. Ichinoshi Ikoma thought it was because the enemy lost patience and decided to attack hastily. At this moment, the Gravity Master was in the air. He tried to confuse his opponent, and now he used the skill Gravity Doubling and began to fall on Okami with great speed. At that moment, he was able to injure the enemy, and he fell to the ground, ceasing to resist for a moment. The adventurer contractor clutched his face. It seemed that he was finally able to come to his senses. He opened his eyes and remembered his archenemy, Ichinoshi, to whom memories flooded him. He remembered how he offered to continue the exam for promotion, and then lost to the boy in front of everyone. They started shaming him. He still did not want to allow himself to lose, nor to allow himself to be looked down upon. Everyone should respect him. These memories angered him even more. He turned into a beast again, threatened to kill his opponent, and used the skill Berserker. He lunged at the Gravity Master with his claws. The monster's influence on Okami, San's brain has increased significantly. Ichinoshi Ikoma tried to hold back the black magic that was trying to engulf him with his sword. Even if the opponent was of a higher level, he could not prolong this match any longer. The Gravity Master jumped up and flew back into the air. He immediately apologized to Okami, but he had no other choice. The man watched in surprise as his opponent rose even more into the air. There was no way he could reach him. After all, the higher you rise into the air, the stronger the impact from gravity will be. Ichinoshi Ikoma climbed as high as possible. Then, suddenly, the boy began to fall rapidly, using meteor fall. The speed and force of the fall was very powerful. He held his sword in front of him and pointed it at the enemy. In a few seconds, there was a powerful blow. The master's sword severed Okami, San's arm from his body. He was losing a lot of blood. The adventurer began to scream in pain. The man's hand lay on the floor. Ichinoshi Ikoma cut off his right hand and also severed his tendons. Therefore, now he cannot pose any threat. Commander Kurakov looked in surprise at the boy who had saved his life. After all, when competing against a B-rank adventurer, he managed to hold back his power so as not to finish him off. There were many secrets in this world that were hidden in Ichinoshi Komi. Meanwhile, other members of the Ikoma team appeared. Sanji Sena ran up to Ikoma in hysterics and asked him why he decided to run away from them. The master apologized because it was an emergency. Their movement speed depended on the class, so when he heard about the problem, he quickly got to the place. Kisaraga Satsuki began to examine all the injured exorcists, but did not give help, because she did not say that they needed to take these people to a safe place. Ichinoshi Ikoma raised his head and said that unfortunately it would not work, because they had a much more serious problem at the moment, and they did not have time for it. In front of the team and the exorcists, the monster jumped up and flew straight at them. The girls from the team began to look at each other. They were scared and worried. The dungeon boss pawed at the ground. His quick movement sent a strong wind coming from him that nearly blew the adventurers off their feet. However, the Gravity Master stood fast, and so did his team. The boy began to prepare for battle and held his sword in his hands, because it looked like the boss had gone hunting. Kisaraga Satsuki did not understand what kind of monster was in front of them because his eyes were completely empty. Ichinoshi Ikoma decided to check the information about their opponent and opened the stat menu. In front of him was the boss of the Mausoleum Rift, a level 55 Ouija demonic fox. The received information was very different from the initial one. The visible evolution of the monster passed almost instantly with the appearance of a fault, which complicated the situation. When a monster evolves, it is difficult to predict what skills it will use in battle, so you will have to think and analyze already during its turn. Sanji Sena said that if they can defeat the demonic creature, they can stop the destruction of the city. But it won't be that easy. The monster in front of the team began to act. A dark energy gathered around him, which he used to use the skill Beast Necromancy. Suddenly, many phantoms came out of their bodies, and they were all level 30. Ikoma team raised its head. These phantoms were in the sky and were coming even closer to them. The Rift researcher realized that the boss had summoned more of his monsters, which scared her even more. Therefore, if everything continues like this, even more innocent people may suffer. The girl could not allow her mistake to be repeated and lose more people. After all, these monsters only enjoy destroying the city and killing innocent civilians. Ichinoshi Ikoma began to develop a plan. He ordered his 2 companions to take all the wounded to shelter. The Rift researcher began to worry. She didn't want to leave Ikoma alone with a high-ranking monster. The main character said that he will try to defeat the boss on his own. Sanji Sena could not agree with this. She reached for the boy with her hand and then smiled. Because every time the boy played the hero, she wanted to go against him even more. The blogger took out her weapon. She made it clear that she was staying and asked permission to help with the phantoms. At the same time, they will try to protect the wounded and take care of their safety. The Gravity Master agreed. The team split into groups and began to fight. Kurakov suddenly appeared behind the girls. He said that this is all crazy because the boss is level 55. So if there are no reinforcements, they will most likely all die. However, the team continued to fight anyway. In front of Ichinoshi, the first problems appeared immediately. He was very disturbed by such a large number of phantoms attacking him. The Gravity Master decided to reduce gravity and flew into the air, so it will be easier for him to dodge the phantoms of the fox. The guy said he was leaving these phantoms to the witches and he would deal with the main boss. Kisaraga Satsuki shouted that she accepted the order. Ichinoshi Ikoma began to speed up and with the help of gravity approached the demonic fox Ouija even faster. At that moment, the eye on the boss's back glowed. Bloody energy gathered around him, and he used the skill Ghost Beast Roar. Suddenly, all the debris around them began to fly into the air with the help of telekinesis. Now Ichinoshi Ikoma learned about the monster's new evolutionary skills. It seemed very interesting to him, but he did not know what to do with it. Commander Kurakov was horrified. He had never seen such a wide application of the skill. The demonic fox began to scream with a ferocious roar. After a moment, the stones that rose up began to fly directly at the boy. Kisaraga Satsuki watched in horror. She believed in Ikoma because he could not lose to this monster. A terrible aura emanated from the monster. He didn't even use his powers to the max, just playing with the adventurers. The Gravity Master flew up and began to move quickly between the stones, deftly dodging them, and came even closer to the demonic fox. Commander Kurakov was amazed. He had never seen such a fast adventurer with such confident and flexible movements. In Ichinose, Ikoma had a lot of experience in speed battles where life was on the line. His past life in the thief class probably helped him with that. At this moment, the monster froze because this skill did not affect the enemy. A smile appeared on the boy's face when he saw that the boss was getting worried. Looks like their spell didn't work on him. Ichinoshi Ikoma felt sarcastic pity. After these words, the monsters became even more angry, baring their sharp teeth. The demonic fox suddenly pounced on the Gravity Master, causing him to take a few steps back. Ichinoshi Ikoma decided to use the skill Partial Gravity. With this skill, he lifted a large stone in his hand into the air. Reaching higher, he swung the stone and threw it straight into the demon fox's mouth. But this was no problem for the monster. With his strong jaws and teeth, he bit the stone to pieces. The guy did it on purpose to distract the monster. At this time, he was still flying in the air, concentrating his gravity magic. He then used the Gravity Bomb skill. A magical layer appeared in front of the monsters, which immediately exploded. Kurakov had never seen such power. Compared to a B-rank adventurer, this guy could probably defeat a level 55 boss by himself. With each fight, people had more and more questions about who this guy really was. There was no doubt that one day, Ichinoshi Ikoma will become the strongest adventurer in the world. The master understood that defeating the boss would close the rift. The teammates faced a problem. The monsters began to disappear. Therefore, they needed to hurry, because there was no time left. Ichinoshi Ikoma, holding a blade in his hand with confidence in his eyes, was ready to finish off this boss once and for all. He cast delicate stones again. The stones rose up and then fell sharply to the ground. The boy deftly dodged the attacks that rained down from the sky. The master understood that his opponent was a giant, strong and dangerous. However, every time he went into battle, he lost control of his abilities. Thus, he will not be able to defeat Ikoma. The Gravity Master flew up to a considerable height and then plummeted down using double gravity. He held his sword in front of him, but suddenly stones started to fall from the sky. The demonic fox used the Stonefall skill. Stones appeared directly above the boss's head and fell on him. The fox, having received a blow from the stones, began to shake his head, trying to recover as quickly as possible. At this time, The gravity master landed on the ground with a force, standing right in front of the giant boss. Ichinoshi Ikoma suggested that the boss believes that if his opponent is levitating in the air, then he becomes vulnerable. But it was a mistake, because the gravity master was not such a simple opponent. The boy smiled because this monster had probably lost its main advantage. These words angered the demonic fox even more. He charged at the adventurer with the fury of a rabid dog. The boy flew into the air again. Compared to other bosses that had human form, this monster will probably be easier to deal with. Ichinoshi Ikoma continued to strike with his sword, but he knew that he would not be able to end the fight quickly. This was not surprising, because the difference in their levels was significant. His opponent was level 55, while the gravity master was only level 38. His mana was almost depleted, and he knew that this battle would not be easy. But given the significant difference in levels, the adventurer has been lucky so far. He was almost hurt by the monster's attacks. If he continues to mindlessly waste mana, this monster will probably kill him. The best solution would be to not use mana in battle, but that was impossible for Ikoma. He won't be able to win if he conserves mana. The guy looked around and looked at his partners. He had the idea to draw Kisaraga into battle, Satsuki and Sanji Sane. However, he could not do this, because the witches were dealing with phantoms, and they could not be distracted. In addition, they protected wounded civilians. The wounded also needed help. They sat powerlessly on the ground and could not help themselves. Considering Ichinoshi's past life as a result, he believed that he had learned to predict the possible endings of the match. The boss had the same type of attacks and had a lot of health. Ichinoshi Ikoma had time to restore health due to automatic attacks. He'll be very lucky if he's the only one affected by running out of mana. The boy was very sorry that he could die in such a place. The adventurer wanted to find some other solution, because the longer he delays, the more he will definitely not be able to stop the disaster. Ichinoshi. According to his principles, Ikoma simply could not escape. He remembered the adult version of himself standing before him. There was simply no other way for him. The gravity master broke up and started running towards the monster. He decided to attack with his physical powers. All he had to do was focus and use his powers effectively or dodge the attacks. To save others, he will be even more reckless than before. The boy used his mana to fly up. He ended up near the fox's face. And then he thrust his sword into the demonic fox's eye and gouged out its eye. The injured head of the beast began to scream in pain. He was seriously injured. The gravity master fell to the ground. The boss, wasting no time, roared and gaping his mouth rushed at him. Magic of various elements, black and blue, began to gather near the monster. He used the skill Demonic Beast Art, and new phantoms began to appear around him. The boy considered this venture pointless because it was just a waste of energy for the monster. Rocks began to rise again around the demonic fox. The monster used all the skills it had and then let out a loud roar and cast Demonic Beast's Roar. Commander Kurakov saw the monster carelessly use his skills, sparing no mana. This was not a boss that a single adventurer could handle. Sanji Sena felt the fury of the demonic fox and understood that Ikoma would not be able to defeat this monster on her own. Kisaraga Satsuki also watched the fight with fear. She understood that they urgently needed to help Ikoma and intervene. The witch couldn't understand why Ichinoshi Ikoma behaved this way because he was cornered, but he was not going to back down. It even seemed that the demonic fox began to fear the gravity master. Several phantoms rushed at the boy from all sides. Ichinoshi Ikoma decided to concentrate, gathering all his thoughts together, and then launched his attack. In a moment, he flew into the air, using the mana for the gravity reduction skill. He moved incredibly fast and killed several phantoms in seconds. In a very short time, he managed to kill all the phantoms in his path. Descending to the ground, he finished off the last one. Kurakov could not understand what kind of force was in front of him. It was a terrible, powerful force because Ikoma possessed the power of a monster. The demonic fox began to worry as it tried to follow the gravity master who was moving at an incredible speed. Ichinoshi Ikoma flew into the air and hovered right over the body of the rift boss. He was finally able to see this monster's weak spot. The eye on the beast's back noticed the enemy in front of it and signaled the monster. Now everything could end with one blow. The adventurer accelerated and began to fall, using the meteorite fall skill. At that moment, it was all over. The demonic fox let out its final growl. The body of the boss began to disappear and dissolve into the air. The adventurer stood confidently in front of the defeated monster. Looking up, the boy saw the phantoms of the fox begin to disappear. They flew up and split. However, this match left terrible consequences. Several blocks were completely destroyed. There were many fires and wounded civilians. Ichinoshi Ikoma reviewed his specs. He considered it a miracle that he was able to survive. Also, for one kill, he was immediately promoted to 6 levels. After killing the boss, he gained 6,480 experience. His level increased from 38 to 44, and he also gained 23 skill points. With the closure of the rift, the phantoms caused by the monster disappeared. The other monsters that are still alive must also disappear. The Gravity Master was pleased with his work. Although there were few chances of victory, they still succeeded. The boy's mana was completely drained. Kisaraga Satsuki joyfully ran up to her partner and informed him that they finally managed to win. They closed the rift, and the monsters disappeared. However, happiness was not visible on the face of the rift researcher. She just stood silently. She hoped that she would succeed in becoming a hero who was able to protect many lives. She remembered her father, who died in the crash. Commander Kurakov still couldn't believe his eyes. The guy standing in front of him was able to single-handedly defeat a high-level boss. Sanji, Sena, and Satsuki happily ran up to the adventurer. They felt incredible joy from the fact that they were able to cope with such a difficult boss. In a few hours, they decided to go to the Adventurers Guild. The registrar informed the team that thanks to a C-rank adventurer, they were able to close the rift. So thanks to Ichino's, they managed to minimize the damage. The registrar rose from her seat and bowed. She decided to thank the Ikoma team on behalf of the city residents and guild employees. The witch looked around and saw that other people from the guild had begun to gather around the team. They admired these guys because they were able to save the city from disaster. All the residents of the city knew that this team was able to cope with the boss alone, without the help of a special squad. Kisaraga Satsuki felt uncomfortable, because it seemed to her that Ikoma had handled everything himself. She even felt a little ashamed, but the guy explained that if his team wasn't there, he definitely wouldn't have been able to do it. If his partners had not been able to cover him from the phantoms, he would have died immediately. Sanji Sena began to draw attention to herself and brag as she said that it was only because of their support that they were able to win. Ichinoshi Ikoma, being a blogger, regretted that she could not record this match on her channel. However, the girl said that when she fought, she was not up to it at all, the more she needed to help the wounded. The adventurer smiled. It seemed to him that he was actually taking it all a bit too easy. Deputy Seredzawa also went down to the main hall of the guild. He didn't expect the disaster to happen right after his conversation with Okami-san. Even the special forces did not have enough strength to solve the fault problem. They were very lucky that this squad of adventurers remained in the city. If it weren't for Ichinoshi's team Ikomis, they would hardly be able to cope with this imminent threat. The guild onlookers were very vocal about the trio closing the rift single-handedly. The main character just stood and watched what was happening. Deputy Seredzawa remembered the boy in front of him because he had already seen him somewhere. Suddenly, the deputy was overcome by his memories. He stopped and couldn't believe that everything happened like that. He remembered when he called Okami-san to him. This guy was standing next to him. Ichinoshi Ikoma applied for rank B that day, but was rejected. This guy was very young, but looks were often deceiving. It was thanks to him that their city was safe. Seredzawa was very happy that legendary adventurers were being born before his eyes, who would have extraordinary power in the future. Okami-san was in the hospital. He was in his room and was banging his left hand on the table out of anger. He was desperate because he had lost his right hand. He didn't remember well what happened in the match when the boss took control of his mind, but he definitely remembered that he was competing against Ichinoshi Ikoma. He remembered his silhouette and remembered him chopping off his arm, the arm of a legendary B-rank adventurer. Besides, now all his people knew him as a hero who was able to close the rift on his own. Okami-san gritted his teeth because he believed that the boy had taken all his achievements for himself. Therefore, the boy decided to leave the contractor without an arm. He wanted to make his life a living hell and then use his position and influence to teach him a lesson. Okami-san shouted Ikoma's name furiously. Suddenly, the door to the ward opened and Commander Kurakov appeared on the threshold. He thought that the man behaved very ungratefully. The commander explained that due to the fact that Okami-san's brain was under the control of the Rift Boss, they had every reason to kill him for the safety of those around him. However, Ichinoshi Ikoma decided to save his life, so he should be very grateful to him. The contractor did not think he should thank this fool who had saved his hand. He furiously asked what the commander wanted from him. When the adventurer saw who was standing before him, he got excited. Standing next to the commander was a soldier that Okami-san was using as bait. He also had several fractures and many injuries. He recalled that this soldier suffered a lot from his boss but still managed to survive. Therefore, Commander Kurakov reported that Okami-san manipulated the consciousness of his subordinates and used them as cannon fodder. Using psychic influence skills without consent is a criminal offense, especially to save one's own life. The commander did not believe that a B-rank adventurer who had entered into a military contract with the guild could not know the laws of rift crimes and their consequences. Okami-san understood that he was in trouble. His reputation was completely destroyed, and he began to scream in rage. A few days later, Ichinoshi Ikoma reappeared in the Adventurers Guild. The registrar handed him a letter with a reply. His application for promotion had been rejected. Gravity Master got angry and started yelling why he can't apply for promotion to B rank. The registrar was very sorry, but she explained that a higher rank has more privileges, so the rules are stricter, and in case of rejection, a quick review is not possible. She said he would only be able to apply after 3 months. The boy explained that he was now level 44 and had completed all the requirements for a rank increase. He claimed that last time there was simply a misunderstanding. The registrar understood the boy's feelings and advised him that if he applied in 3 months, she would be sure he could get a B rank. In response, the boy put his head on the table. He knew that in 3 months, the Library of Secrets would be completely wiped out, and he would not be able to obtain this rare item. Ichinoshi. It was the first time Ikoma had felt such anger, because all of this had only happened because of Okami-sana. He blocked all his ways. Kisaraga Satsuki decided to intervene in the conversation. She recalled that Ikoma became a hero who saved the city from disaster. He was even able to defeat that B-rank adventurer single-handedly when the contractor was under the boss's control. The boy could defeat the most authoritative adventurer in the guild, who was fired for exceeding his authority, so his opinion should not affect the application. The registrar said she understood everything, but the rules are the rules. Ikoma told his partner that all this was useless and suggested that the conversation be stopped. Despite the fact that the Ring of Wisdom can affect the future of this world, the main character must come up with another way to get it. Serizawa approached the team from behind. He decided to find out what they were talking about because they were making a lot of noise. He overheard their conversation and decided to join the conversation. The team was very surprised to see him. Ichinoshi Ikoma looked at the man, not understanding why he decided to interfere in their conversation. They were silent for a few seconds, and then Serizawa began to speak. He said that he approved the application of the Ikoma for the promotion of the rank to V. The receptionist got up from her seat in surprise. She said that it was wrong to do so, and the boy did not believe that everything was so simple. The employee explained that the adventurers had not agreed to this rule before, and such an act could lead to general dissatisfaction. The guild head himself would not approve of this decision either, but they cannot ignore Ichinoshi's heroism Ikoma after cleaning a recent fault. It turns out that Serizawa decided to personally investigate the disaster and found out that the reason for the failure of the exam for promotion was not Ikoma's abilities, but Okami's personal dislike. The deputy said that they were not breaking the guild rules, as it was their fault that they didn't rank up earlier due to Okami's low scores. Also, the deputy thought that it would be a great loss for the guild not to promote the boy right now. It is clear that the chapter will have its own questions about this decision, because he has always followed all the rules without exception. Serizawa's task will be to try to persuade the head, and they don't need to know how he will manage it. The boy still did not understand why they decided to help him so abruptly. The deputy explained that it is their duty to support the adventurers, because they are the protectors of their peaceful existence. The disaster that befell the city so unexpectedly should have been foreseen and stopped by the guild before it led to such destruction. And above all, he wanted to thank him for stopping the disaster. On behalf of the deputy head of the guild, he would like to thank him in this way. Suddenly, the man pulled the adventurer's hand and the protagonist smiled. They shook hands gratefully. Finally, Ichinoshi Ikoma was able to achieve what he so expected. The team stood in front of the registrar's desk. Finally, she gave him a statement with a signature that it was approved and approved. The joys of Kisaraga Satsuki knew no bounds. She started jumping as her partner was finally able to get a B rank. She congratulated him on reaching his goal. It was surprising that he was able to reach B rank so quickly. After all, there were not so many adventurers with such a high rank in the guild. They could easily be counted on the fingers. The boy smiled with satisfaction. Compared to his past life, he was gaining new ranks at an astonishing rate. Although it is possible to level up quickly by hunting high-level monsters, he never thought that he would be able to reach level 44 so quickly. But after a moment, the boy became sad and lowered his eyes to the floor. The witch noticed that something had happened to her partner. She asked what it was and why he was no longer happy. The main character said that he was fine. He just thought about the difficulties that lay ahead. Time passed very quickly. The events of this timeline developed incredibly rapidly. For example, a rank B fault appeared suddenly, covering the entire city, and they managed to deal with it so quickly. But this disaster never happened in the life of the main character. It was only after he went back in time. And this meant that his actions greatly affected the events in this timeline. The boy did not believe that he could have such a catastrophic impact on this world. A fault is a phenomenon that defies logic. They appear suddenly, so it's possible that the fault occurred in this timeline, even though it didn't even exist in the past. At first, he had no idea how he was affecting this timeline. It resembled the butterfly effect, when small changes in the world lead to devastating consequences. But still, Ichinoshi Ikoma felt something strange. He didn't understand why he was still so worried. He realized that it is a very bad habit to constantly think about negative consequences. But be that as it may, they were able to achieve their goal and finally got the B rank. Suddenly, a new message arrived on the boy's phone. He took it in his hands. It was news that told about the appearance of a new fault. The boy was very happy. The Library of Secrets rift he had been waiting for had finally appeared. He immediately began to check the known information. Information about the fault was published only a couple of minutes ago, and thanks to the deputy head of the guild, he was able to get a promotion just in time. Kisaraga Satsuki asked her partner if this was the same fault that the boy had been talking about so enthusiastically. He said it was really him. The boss of this dungeon dropped the item Ring of Wisdom. With the help of this item, they will be able to reveal the secret of the appearance of faults in their world. He explained that to enter the rift they need rank B and above, and everyone else can apply for an exam to get permission to enter the fault. Ichinoshi Ikoma excitedly asked the sorceress if Satsuki was willing to send a request for access to this rift. The girl confidently agreed. The head of the guild was in his office. There was a terrible atmosphere in the room. It was evening outside, and his room was covered by the glow of the moon. He was talking to an unknown person on the phone. He said that in the near future there will be a new rift of rank B, Library of Secrets. The guildmaster knew that from this dungeon, the items that would drop from the boss would be very dangerous, and they couldn't let them fall into the wrong hands. The stranger on the phone asked if their mission wouldn't be able to clear the dungeon completely, because with their power and resources, they could completely seize this entire rift for themselves. The man said that it was not wise to do so, because if he did so, there would be very strange rumors, and they would need someone to enter this dungeon first. In the cage sat the parrot of the head of the guild, which was chirping. It was a bad omen. The man had several options, but in any case, it did not matter who would be his puppet. He explained that his identity and intentions could not be revealed, and he needed those who would not be able to manipulate him in the future. Kuberi Hojo got up from the table and went to the window. He ordered that as soon as they send to the portal, contact the Chimera's Fang, because their main task is to destroy the boss and eliminate all the items that fall out. And it was also necessary to eliminate all adventurers who would remain in the rift. The unknown agreed to take care of this in order to present their deaths as an accident, because there was no need for the public to know the truth. Suddenly, there was a knock on the room of the guild head. He allowed to enter. An employee entered the room. He added that he had just received a report from the Special Task Force regarding the recent disaster. Suddenly, the head's phone rang again. The worker asked if he would disturb him. However, the head said that these are all trifles. The man said that it is better to live according to the principle of less words, more action. He was the head of the Kurebi Special Unit. Come on. Ikoma and his partner were traveling in a train, heading to a new fault. Kisaraga Satsuki asked if there was any information about the Library of Secrets rift. The master explained that, as the name suggests, this rift is a huge library, and all the monsters in it use magic attacks. The level of the boss in this rift was 60. With such an enemy, you always had to be on your guard. The witch began to worry because level 60 was too high. She asked if he was sure they could make it. The adventurer said that he was absolutely sure, because he had already managed to prepare a strategy for their victory. When the team reached the rift, they learned that their application had been rejected. Ichinoshi Ikoma angrily asked why this happened. The employee apologized and explained that such an order came from the guild, so they are forced to limit access to the Library of Secrets. She believed that this team came from another unit and knew nothing about the new rules. Lately, adventurers have been dying one after another in their area. If an adventurer tries to enter a rift in this area and dies, the guild master will be blamed for this. Ichinoshi Ikoma explained that if they continued to ignore the appearance of new rifts, their number would only increase, which could lead to even more chaos. He reminded that the B-rank adventurer's job was to close the rifts to prevent disaster. The administrator listened to him with displeasure. She sighed deeply and agreed to check his characteristics and information about Ikoma. From this, she learned that the boy had only recently obtained rank B, and his partner still had rank C and level 37. Therefore, the administrator explained that there is no question of entering the fault, because they have no chance. Suddenly, a stranger appeared behind the team, standing mysteriously. He asked if they were also trying to get into the Library of Secrets rift. Ikoma asked if the stranger also wanted to go there. A stranger introduced himself. He was a doctor. His name was Zugo Seiji, and he was level 43. He, like the main character, had a B rank. He revealed that there weren't many high-ranked adventurers in the county, but he also really wanted to clear this rift. In Ichinose, Ikoma had a new thought. If they gather a larger group together with Jugo Seiji and his comrades, maybe they will be allowed to rift. After all, the boy promised Satsuki that she would raise her level before they entered this rift. But if there were high-ranking adventurers with them, he wouldn't have to worry about his partner's safety. However, the protagonist had a bad feeling. This guy looked too suspicious in front of them, and he didn't know if he could trust him. However, Kisaraga Satsuki had no doubts and was very happy. She said that it was all wonderful because now they would be able to enter the rift together. The witch asked her partner if it was true, but he remained silent. The doctor interrupted her. Zugo Seiji said that he really wanted a first-class adventurer like Ikoma to join their group to clear the rift together. The doctor said he wanted to clear the portal, but the adventurer had to understand what was happening with Kisarag. It will be much more difficult for Satsuki to do so. The girl froze. She did not expect this at all. They wanted to leave her again because she was useless again. After all the monsters used magic there, and she could not resist. Zugo Seiji also added that the more people there are, the more problems there are. And it's also much more difficult to distribute the loot from the boss. The witch was very upset and lowered her eyes to the floor. She agreed with the doctor that he was actually right. However, Ikoma could not leave his partner and made it clear that he would not go anywhere without her. The doctor froze. There was a short pause between them. He hinted to Gravity that his stubbornness would not benefit him. The man said that he already had 2 first-class adventurers on his team, and he was already determined to clear this rift. However, Ichinoshi Ikoma explained that the shaman class cannot be superfluous for the group, because he is able to replenish the mana of allies with the help of his skills. And for such people who are very dependent on mana, such as a gravity master or a doctor, such an ally is indispensable. Zugo Seiji sighed and decided to agree. He offered the guy to exchange phone numbers. The doctor will talk to the other members of his group and then give them the final answer. He also added that if they make a joint decision, they will submit documents for access to the portal and meet at its entrance. He waved his hand and left the room. Ikoma team decided to sit down. They looked down at the floor. Kisaraga Satsuki began to speak. She also had a bad feeling. She asked her partner if he was sure that their cooperation was with Jugo Seiji would be a good idea, as she had a feeling that he despised her. The guy was flipping through the news. He agreed that this person was really unpleasant, but he could be very useful to them. In any case, it was good that they could tell their terms right away, because Jugo Seiji is like a leader who does not like unnecessary conflicts. Ikoma swore that he would protect Satsuki if Jugo Seiji will say something like that again. The girl was very grateful. Ichinoshi Ikoma understood that in any case, they were in no position to refuse such an opportunity. If there are more of them in the team, the chances of dropping a wisdom ring decrease, and it didn't matter if they couldn't get into the rift. Therefore, it will be easier for them to defeat the boss in a large group, and the strategy for victory will become even simpler. One of the members of the Zugoi team, Seiji, was unhappy that their plans had changed. Out of anger, she slammed her weapon on the floor. This girl's name was Shion Inobuki, and she was level 40. She believed that if the doctor tries to knit unnecessary ballast into the team, she asked not to involve them in it. Zugo Seiji reminded them that they had no other choice. It took a huge effort for him to get permission to enter the rift. Besides, there weren't enough people in their group, so he didn't think he had done anything wrong. Shion Inobuki asked why they needed a support mage and another mage. She didn't know that Ichinoshi Ikoma can only act in close combat. Since the team leader didn't even know the names of these people's classes, she asked for an explanation. Zugo Seiji said he had his reasons for doing so. Besides, Ichinoshi's level Ikomi was tall enough, and Kisaraga Satsuki was really only needed as insurance. The witch admitted that she was very glad that they had the opportunity to go through the rift. But the situation was very tense. Ikoma several times whether he was sure of his decision. The Gravity Master thought that Jugo Seiji would be the biggest problem here, but he was wrong. Shion became the biggest problem in Ibuki. She was not satisfied with the team leader's decision and decided to say everything directly. She put her weapon to Ikoma's neck and warned that if they didn't help, hoping that they would be able to get at least some loot as a result, she would finish them off personally. So she asked to work without their magic tricks. The guy asked if she wanted everything to be fair, and everyone got as much as they worked. If that was the case, then he agreed to all the terms. Shion Inobuki decided to consult with another adventurer from the team. She asked what he thought about 2 more contestants joining. His name was Hiru Kasai, and he was level 45. He didn't care about any decisions. If they could get through the rift thanks to these 2, then let them join them. He was already tired of standing still. Ichinoshi Ikoma looked over his entire future team. Although the level of the group was not very high, it seemed to him that these people did not care about each other at all. There are enormous privileges in clearing the early days of the rift. It will be possible to sell information about the guild rift because the appearance of a new rift is always a hot topic for discussion. Plus, the very first adventurers to enter the rift are the first to receive rare items. But Zugo. For some reason, Seiji did not think about who it would be better to collect in this rift. Ichinoshi Ikoma understood that they didn't have much of a choice anyway, but they still had to be on guard. Zugoi Seiji said that their group was formed in a hurry. But despite this, they may have disagreements. Adventurers with such high ranks rarely gather together, and he was very grateful to all of them for choosing to join. Now, finally, the team was assembled. They got to know each other and were ready to go to the Library of Secrets rift. Each person on this team had their own personality. For example, in Zugo, greed and pride were present in Seiji. In Shion Inobuki and Hirukasai also had a presence of audacity. Ichinoshi Ikoma hoped that together with Satsuki, their trip to the rift would go smoothly after all. The team entered the Dungeons Library. This vault seemed to have an ancient interior. Zugo Seiji was surprised that this was what one of the most elite rank B rifts, the Dungeon Library, looked like inside. It looked too simple, because usually vaults of this rank were very rare. If they can clean it up, that would be great. They are just taking advantage of the opportunity. Shion Inobuki reminded the rookies that, as their team leader had said, they only took them because they didn't have enough people for the team. Therefore, they should not dare to evade. Kisaraga Satsuki was irritated by these words, because this girl was so important, even though her level was much lower than Ikoma's. The guy apologized, but said that they had come a long way to get into this rift, so they weren't going anywhere just like that. Shion Inobuki was angered by these words. She considered them impudence and audacity. The Gravity Master said he was just making his point. He remembers their terms, so if he does nothing, he gets nothing, and he agrees with all of that. The girl thought about it, but if he understood everything, then she agrees, because she does not need extra scenes of finding out the relationship. Kisaraga Satsuki asked her partner if he was sure they would be able to get anything, as she had a feeling they wouldn't get the item from the boss they came for. The boy was also worried about this moment, but they had to focus on the future strategy. The Library of Secrets B-rank rift was not a rift that could be easily cleared. Only with his knowledge from his past life did he have an idea of what they might encounter here. This device can change at the will of the rift boss, so it was very difficult to predict what they might encounter for sure. Zugo Seiji found a book on the shelf. He took it in his hands, and on one of the pages he saw a story about skills he had never even heard of. He suspected it was the knowledge of some unknown race. The protagonist remembered that all items in this rift, except for those dropped by the boss or his servants, could not be taken outside the rift. In the future, scientists will study rifts from the point of view of culture and art. All he learned from these studies was that the cultural and technological aspects of the things revealed in the portals were greatly distorted. Scientists have not been able to find out from which language these manuscripts came to us from the rift, and they may never know what it says. Many theories were put forward about this language and cultural remains, but all of them were based on guesswork. The Ring of Wisdom in the Library of Secrets could answer this question. He believed that this very item could answer all the mysteries of the rifts. Therefore, Ichinoshi Ikoma did not want to lose her under any circumstances. Suddenly, there was a strong explosion. Ichinoshi Ikoma raised his head to see before him layers of fire flying straight at him. Zugo Seiji held out his hand in front of him and, concentrating the magic in his hand, used the shield skill. A shield appeared in front of him, which was able to protect him from fire layers. These fire attacks were sent by a monster called the Librarian. He was level 40 and looked at his book while giggling. The monster raised its head because it heard a strange sound. It was Hiru Kasai. He approached the creature behind with great speed and used the Death Grasp skill. And then the adventurer used the Decapitation skill. He cut off the librarian's head with his sword. The monster's head fell right in front of Ichinoshi's feet, Ikoma. He looked down on his opponent. Zugo Seiji started clapping his hands. He praised Hira Kasai, saying that he did not expect such an attack from him and that he was incredibly clever. However, the boy did not like it. He asked to stop this ostentatious flattery. Hiru Kasai turned and looked at the rookies on their team. He asked to at least collect objects from the opponents because that was the only thing they could be useful for. Shion Inobuki also turned to Ikoma. She said that's how he should do his job. The witch decided to stand up for her partner and said that they themselves had not done anything. These words angered Inobuki. She furiously began to question what the witch had said. She explained that the star time of the newcomer has not yet come. If she wants to test the strength of her braid on herself, Inobuki is fine with it. Kisaraga Satsuki uncertainly lowered her eyes to the floor and, stuttering, apologized. Ichinoshi Ikoma was deep in thought. He liked being on this team because they could quickly assess the situation and knew how to use their skills correctly and effectively. It wasn't bad, the main character thought, because all this reminded him of something. He scanned all the team members once more and his eye fell on Hira Kasai. The adventurer came closer to the boy and turned to him, deciding to chat with him. Hiru Kasai responded and asked what happened. Kisaraga Satsuki began to worry. She hoped that her partner would not quarrel with Ikoma and would not respond to their insults. The main character began to speak. He remembered Hiru's skills Kasai, first Death Grasp, and then Beheading. Ikoma didn't realize that maybe the adventurer also had the Thief class. This fact fascinated Ikoma because he felt a sense of kinship. The witch did not expect such enthusiasm at all. Ikoma asked if Hiru Kasai specifically decided to go behind the monster because he understood that if he was going to hit straight ahead and then decapitate quickly, it would be much more effective that way. Therefore, if Hiru Kasai plans to strive for the best, Ikoma advised him to level up stealth skills. The thief-class adventurer did not understand what had happened and why Ikoma was behaving so strangely, but the main character still gave advice. He advised Hira Kasai would combine his class with a magic support class, or even learn the lure skill, as he felt it would give him a lot of opportunities. These words angered Hira Kasai. He took a swing at the boy and said that he did not ask for his advice at all. It felt like a reprimand, as if Kasai didn't know his own class. The Gravity Master said he just wanted to give good advice. But the thief made it clear that if Ikoma tried to say something like that again, he would blow his head off. Ikoma fell silent and turned to Satsuki. The girl asked why he decided to talk to this scary guy. The boy explained that he was partially familiar with his class. He noted that the thief class would become useless in the future if Hiru Kasai will do nothing, and he will lose everything. Ikoma did not want Kasai to repeat his fate. Shion Inobuki reproachfully intervened in the conversation. She asked how a fool like Ikoma could even know about the thief class. She told that Hiru Kasai was one of the best B-rank adventurers in their country, so it was unclear that Ikoma could know better than Kasai. The main character was also once the best adventurer in the thief class. However, it didn't matter anymore, so he calmed down. The Gravity Master knew that there must be many different useful items in this rift. He began looking through the books on the shelves. Meanwhile, Zugo Seiji kept praising Kasai and his skill. He said that Hiru Kasai is very strong, and he was very happy that he joined them. The adventurer asked him to shut up. Suddenly, Kasai heard a strange knock. Looking down, he saw a new little monster in front of him. It was the guard rabbit. He was level 45. Even though he was small and fluffy, his strength was powerful. Hiru Kasai knew this toy. She had a level much higher than that of a librarian. Ichinoshi Ikoma was in shock. He didn't know where the Watchman Rabbit had come from, because this monster was one of the rarest bosses. Ikoma had once launched many raids against him, and they would not be able to deal with him so easily. The Gravity Master advised the team to find a detour. If the monster does not attack them, then they will be able not to provoke it. Hiru Kasai began to laugh at the adventurer. He said that if Ikoma is afraid, then he better get out of here. He can handle the monster himself. Ikoma tried to stop the thief. Ichinoshi Ikoma warned that if someone were to activate the Guardian Rabbit skill, it would be a very bad decision. However, Hiru Kasai approached the monster even closer. Rabbit Guard ominously froze in place. Only Ikoma knew that it would be very difficult for them to overcome him. Hiru Kasai began to run after the rabbit, and the monster began to run away from him. Ichinoshi Ikoma started shouting. He warned everyone that if they ran after the Watchman Rabbit, they would most likely fall right into his trap. However, the thief adventurer did not listen to him. He swung his sword in front of him, but the rabbit quickly jumped, dodging the attack. When the boy turned around, he saw someone running in front of him, Rabbit. It was the first time he had seen such a fast little monster. He wondered what type it was. He didn't understand why he needed a monster that dodged and didn't attack. Suddenly, the guard rabbit began to run even faster. He used his rabbit run skill. The boy thought it was very strange that the already fast rabbit decided to run away using an enhanced skill. The thieving adventurer understood that the monster had a strange pattern of behavior. Maybe he was a rare boss. Then anything could be expected from such a rabbit. Zugo Seiji froze with excitement. It seemed to them that they had already passed the danger, but Ichinoshi Ikoma knew that if they managed to attract the rabbit's attention, then retreat would not be possible and they would have to fight. The Gravity Master began to shout, warning that the main skill of the guard rabbit is speed. They needed to cover each other, because if they let their guard down even for a second, they would die. The doctor did not understand where this panic came from. He asked what exactly Ikoma meant. Zugo Seiji explained that this opponent was only level 45 and there were 5 of them, so they could easily defeat him together. But suddenly it dawned on the doctor. He stopped his thoughts. He thought that this rabbit could really manipulate space. Hiru Kasai listened unhappily to his companions. He said he wasn't going to listen to a guy whose level was below his. He reminded that if Ikoma continued to instruct him, he would take his head off. All this time, the rabbit guard stood quietly, but suddenly his watch on the chain opened and strange magic began to appear around him. Suddenly, books started flying off the shelves. They began to fall directly on the team. It was the looking glass magic skill, but the books that fell were unusual. Suddenly, an eye began to cut through the cover of one of the books, and a tongue began to stick out from their pages. These were high-ranking monsters. Their name was Grimoire. At that moment, there were 2 such monsters. One was level 43, and the other was level 42. Zugo Seiji was also starting to worry as they now had 4 opponents above level 40 and 1 city against them. It was very bad. The guard rabbit jumped into the air and began to snort cutely. Hiru Kasai continued to fight, swinging his sword in front of him. The Gravity Master ordered him to retreat because he couldn't do anything against such strong monsters. Kasai looked at his partner with malice in his eyes. He reminded him once again that he was not going to listen to his orders and asked him to let go of him. Grimoires began to spit fire from their pages. The thieving adventurer tried to dodge, jumped up and started to run away. However, the boy stopped at a dead end. He began swinging his sword and cursing the cities and books, calling the monsters angry words. Zugo Seiji and Shion. The Inobukis also decided to intervene. They tried to save Kasai and told him where the monsters were because they were moving fast. Hiru Kasai looked up to see an ominous rabbit falling right at him. The rabbit continued to snort, but now it was ominous and frightening. The thieving adventurer remembered that the sentinel rabbit kept running in, and now he began to attack viciously. It was too bad because Kasai knew he could die. In a second, the rabbit could have sunk its teeth into the boy's face, but the Gravity Master did not stand aside. He flew up and knocked the rabbit aside with his sword. Ikoma paused to catch his breath. That hit was very close and almost killed him. But they could not stop because the rabbit started snorting again. The boy was holding a sword in his hand and wanted to swing, but instead he confused the rabbit. The boy turned sharply and kicked the guard rabbit in the body. The monster flew away, hit the wall, and fell. In Ichinozi, Ikami had his own tactics. He understood that as long as he could manipulate gravity in the air, he could never lose to anyone. The rabbit began to get angry. It seems that he has taken offense at the team and his next attack will be much more powerful. Ikoma had never seen a monster take offense at humans. Hiru suddenly landed behind him. Kasai stood behind him. It was dangerous for the thief adventurer, because he almost died. Now he understood that this boy had been able to foresee the rabbit's sudden attack and had saved his life. The guard rabbit started running in again. Ikoma carefully watched his movements and analyzed them. This monster never attacked directly. His tactics were terrifyingly simple. Attack one target suddenly and then retreat. Ichinoshi Ikoma decided to take the lead. He said that he will try to stop 3 grimoires, and the task of the team is to deal with the 4th monster. Zugo Seiji tried to stop him because such a decision was too risky. He understood that they had not shown themselves at their best in the last fight, and Kasai had been caught off guard. However, they were also experienced adventurers, so he could trust them. But Ichinoshi Ikoma knew that one mistake could cost everyone their lives, so he ordered them to do as they were asked. The doctor froze. He had never heard such confident audacity, but he decided to obey. After all, the guard rabbit was not only very fast, but also very cunning. Faced with such an enemy, even the most experienced team of high-ranking adventurers can't remain calm, especially if they lack experience in clearing the rifts. For example, Hiru Kasai lost all confidence in his abilities during the match, and Shion Inubuki began to panic. Her body began to shake and she could not fight. As for Kisaragi Satsuki and Jugo Seiji, then they will not be able to help them in any way, even if they completely take control of themselves. Shion Inubuki couldn't believe that a gravity master would choose to fight 3 monsters of such a high level at the same time, and she thought he was out of his mind. However, the sorceress Satsuki was confident in the actions of her partner. If Ikoma said to do so, then they will manage. Kisaragi Satsuki started screaming. She ordered everyone to gather because now they need to cover Ikoma. The Master of Gravity confidently stood in front of the grimoire. He approached him very quickly and aimed at his head. The boy decided to sit down, and the monster flew over him. From Ichinoshi's previous fight, Ikoma already knew that these monsters moved quickly through the air, had a huge attack range, and dealt significant magical damage. And besides, he could not relax his vigilance because otherwise the rabbit could easily catch him by surprise. His situation now was much more difficult than during the battle with the monsters in the city. Even he was scared, and he exhaled heavily, but after a second, he came to his senses. This was not a battle where you could afford to make a mistake. He confidently looked at his opponents and ordered them to attack, because this is the only way they will be able to defeat the monsters. 3 monsters immediately rushed at the Gravity Master, trying with all their might to grab him. Zugo Seiji also engaged in battle with 1 grimoire. He raised his shelf, using it as a shield to protect Shion Inubuki. The girl jumped up and also rushed into battle. She fought off the monsters and reminded them not to underestimate her. She swung her scythe at one, and one of the books flew to the side. She possessed considerable strength and could inflict damage with magic. In addition, she moved freely in the air. But you couldn't forget about the guard rabbit, who was still on the battlefield. Shion Inubuki started scolding Ikoma. She did not understand why, in such a difficult situation, he decided to attack the monsters himself. She begged him not to be such a fool. The Gravity Master, ignoring Shion's words, continued to fight with the grimoire. He held his sword tightly in his hands, trying to resist the monster. His sword began to sparkle. From the side, it could be seen that enemy marks began to appear around Ikoma, and other grimoires were preparing to attack. Ichinoshi Ikoma decided to apply gravity reduction. He flew up sharply and kicked away from the monster, jumping even higher. The master tried to climb to the maximum possible height, bouncing off the walls with his feet. The grimoires were still chasing him, and he finally managed to climb up to the ceiling. He then used his meteor fall skill. He began to fall straight at the monsters, piercing their weak spots with his sword. One of them died immediately. For 1 kill, he received 2015 experience units. After expending a large amount of magic, he was only able to handle 1 grimoire. Kisaragi Satsuki also continued to fight. She gathered the magic in her staff and used the Orb of Darkness skill, which flew straight at the enemy. When the monster took damage from the sorceress, Hiru Kasai chose the right moment and struck the grimoire, piercing its weak spot with his sword. Shion Inubuki and the leader of the team rejoiced, because they had similar tactics, and they managed to defeat 2 creatures already. And at that moment, the guard rabbit appeared. He ran by them, holding his watch in his paws, and began sniffing again. Rabbit decided to use Alice's magic skill again. New books began to fall from the upper sticks. Ichinoshi Ikoma knew that the guardian rabbit could only manipulate 4 grimoires. Therefore, he decided to call 2 more to replace the dead. Kisaraga Satsuki understood that this match seemed to have no end, and it worried them greatly. When Shion Inobuki saw that the rabbit summoned 2 more grimoires, she froze. She begged him not to joke with her like that, standing with a scythe in her hands and trying to fight back. The main character tried to follow the situation and fight the monster at the same time. He ordered Inobuki to work in tandem with Jugo's shield, Seiji, Shion. It annoyed Inobuki that the newcomer to their team thought they were weaklings. She was ready to handle these books herself. In a rage, she began to swing her scythe. But suddenly, the girl heard the same frightening sound that the guardian rabbit made when he used his hardest attack. She froze and looked around. In front of her stood a rabbit that did not move. And then he suddenly started snorting and dancing on the spot. She now understood that this monster made a sound before attacking. Zugo Seiji ordered the girl to run as fast as possible. But while she was distracted, she felt an incredible pain in her side. At that moment, the grimoire grabbed her with its teeth and clung to her skin. She immediately felt powerless in her limbs and fell to the ground. She looked to her side again. The monster had grabbed her, and now she was sure she was going to die. He ran to help Ichinoshi Ikoma. He needed to save her as soon as possible. He understood that he would have to tear this monster away by force. Shion Inobuki said that the grimoire stuck to her too hard, so it couldn't be done. His teeth went right through. However, the boy had his own plan. He collected his mana, and a gravity layer appeared in front of him. He began to increase it in size and used the gravity bomb skill. There was an explosion that was able to detach the grimoire from the girl. The monster flew in one direction and the adventurer in the other. Fortunately, she was not hurt in any way. She sat by the wall and tried to recover. Her entire body ached terribly, but Ichinoshi Ikoma was able to save her. If he hadn't intervened, she would most likely have died. When the girl looked up, she saw that the grimoire was approaching her again. She was completely exhausted and could not resist. But after a moment, the master of gravity appeared in front of her. He was able to parry the book's attack and push it back with his sword. Shion immediately Inobuki while they have time. Kisaraga Satsuki stood there worried. Their strike force could no longer compete with those who remained. There was only Ichinoshi Ikoma. At that rate, they could all die. Zugo Seiji began to heal Shion, while Ikoma protected them and deflected all the grimoire attacks around them. Gravity Master said it's still not over. Alice's magic skill required too much magic from the rabbit. If they continued to kill the grimoires one by one, they would be able to defeat him. The sentinel rabbit himself was also well aware of this. Therefore, they must have a lot of patience to compete with him. Ichinoshi Ikoma used double gravity to make his attacks even stronger. He struck one grimoire with his sword but failed to kill it. The bodies of these subordinate monsters were very strong, and their mouths were protected by claws. Therefore, there was only one way out: how to get to the weakest point. Ichinoshi Ikoma began swinging his sword and then sharply thrust it through the pages of the book. At this moment, the boy used the gravity bomb skill. This bomb began to appear right in the middle of the grimoire and eat away at it from all sides. And this tactic worked. Only ashes remained from the book. For this kill, he was able to get 808 units of experience. In Kisaraga, there was hope for Satsuki to be saved. In this way, they will be able to overcome all these monsters. If they will work like this, then everything should work out for them. Zugo Seiji began to object to such tactics because it was all too dangerous. Also now, Ichinoshi Ikoma became an ideal target for them, and they attacked it from all sides. As the Gravity Master tried to fight back, the Sentinel Rabbit stood ominously behind him. He stared at him with his button eyes and prepared to attack. But this is also Ichinoshi Ikoma was able to predict. He realized that the rabbit had decided to attack him from behind, so he immediately jumped up and used double gravity. As the Sentinel Rabbit began to fall using his skill, he did not see the adventurer in front of him. He landed next to his grimoires. They watched in amazement as their opponent flew up. Ichinoshi understood that even if he eliminated these two, it would not mean final victory. He also understood that it seemed they had decided to use a surprise attack. The grimoires decided to unite and corner him, acting together, but they also had blind spots. They wouldn't be able to use the technique they had in mind against him because if he chased the rabbit, the two would be able to attack him from two sides. The monster's tactics were indeed powerful. The Gravity Master began to descend from the height, but he understood that now he had to act very quickly. He sped up and swung his sword in front of him. But a moment later, the sentinel rabbit was able to easily dodge the attack thanks to his speed. Ichinoshi Ikoma tried to put all his strength into speed, so he hit horizontally. Now he understood that it would be easiest to strike vertically, but it was very difficult to compete against a small and mobile monster. Meanwhile, Hiru Kasai was fighting with one of the grimoires, and the book bit him on the hand that held the sword. Zugo Seiji used a skill to create a shield to cover himself, and Kisaraga Satsuki. Two monsters immediately tried to attack them. They could not delay any longer because otherwise they would finally be dragged into the space of the looking glass. They needed to overcome the guard rabbit as soon as possible. The Gravity Master chased after the rabbit. The monster continued to run, holding the watch in his hands. The boys began to think that there was no point in just chasing him and that something tougher had to be used. Because every time the adventurer swung his sword in front of the rabbit, the monster had time to jump up and avoid the blow. Ichinoshi Ikoma started shouting and used the gravity bomb skill. At this moment, the rabbit decided to run away, using the skill Rabbit Run. He was already starting to rejoice, thinking that he had won again. But everything was not as it seemed to the guard rabbit. When he raised his head, he saw in front of him a huge gravity bomb that was growing bigger every second. A moment later, this bomb exploded and the monster fell, flying several meters away. He began to snort exhaustedly. Ichinoshi Ikoma approached the defeated rabbit and started talking to him. He said that this monster thought in vain that it could dodge his bomb. After all, every high-ranking skill has its own weakness. The skill Rabbit Run has a short range, and at the end of using the skill, the monster becomes even more vulnerable. Ichinoshi Ikoma simply had to guess the time and strike not with an ordinary attack, but with a skill. But suddenly, the guardian rabbit used his shadow transformation, which he uses when attacking. He jumped up and his body increased in size, becoming monstrous and frightening a creature with sharp teeth. But this did not scare the master of gravity. He simply swung his sword and the sentinel rabbit was unable to dodge. Ichinoshi sliced his body in half, thus killing the rare boss. For this kill, he received 2404 experience, and his level increased from 44 to 45. He gained 4 skill points. The hare's body turned into books that fell to the floor. Kisaraga Satsuki and the doctor looked at the fallen pile of books in surprise. Ichinoshi Ikoma came down to them and said that it was over and they were able to get out of the looking glass. It became much easier for the witch. Shion Inobuki began to look around worriedly. She asked if it was really over and her eyes were filled with tears of fear. Satsuki noticed this and asked Shion if she was okay and if she needed help. Shion Inobuki rushed towards the sorceress in a rage. She started to deny that she was crying and said that she just got pollen in her eyes and that's why it happened. Satsuki started to deny that that wasn't what she wanted to say. Zugo Seiji walked up to Gravity and started thanking him. Because without him they wouldn't have been able to overcome this guardian rabbit so easily. All this time, the doctor thought that he had assembled a sufficiently prepared group. But he was wrong. Because 3 people from the very beginning were not enough to clear the fault. Seiji began to look around and saw a glowing object in front of him that had fallen from the boss. He pointed a finger at him. It was a book. Ichinoshi Ikoma took this book in his hands. He already suspected that it might be. It was a rare item from a mystery boss. This was the skill guide of a B-rank guardian rabbit. Using skill points, they could further learn the skills of a guardian rabbit. It was just an extra skills guide. Therefore, depending on your class, this book may come in handy in the guild. This manual can be sold for 10 million yen. Zugo. It was the first time Seiji had heard such a large amount. The leader of the team began to rejoice, because even if they split the revenue in half, it would be 2 million for each. He began to laugh mysteriously, because it was a very interesting idea. He bowed his head. He thought they had better get out of the rift now because he had greatly underestimated the dungeon library. Besides, he used up all his mana. Also, Shion Inobuki was badly hurt in the fight, so she also had to be helped at the hospital. Ichinoshi Ikoma understood that this would be a very correct decision, but he could not allow anyone to take the Ring of Wisdom. The biggest problem in this rift was with the rabbits. Therefore, if they do not touch and ignore them, then there should be no problems. And Shion's wounds can be easily healed with the help of the doctor's skills. The main character said that you can also not worry about mana. because there is one way that can restore it completely. The team began to wonder what this method was. Kisaraga Satsuki began to worry. Terrible, painful memories flooded her. She didn't want to torture those monsters again and hoped Ikoma wouldn't suggest it. Ichinoshi Ikoma said that the librarian monsters often walk alone and have a huge supply of mana, so it was a great target for draining mana. Satsuki bowed her head sadly. Dzugo Seiji turned to his team. He said that he himself is not against it, but he wants to hear their opinion. Hiru Kasai said he wouldn't mind continuing either. He looked at Ikoma and understood that he was very strong, so with him they would definitely be able to clear this rift. He cannot miss such a chance. Shion Inobuki was against continuing. She thought that everyone around was joking and forgot everything that happened. She recalled what had just happened to them. The doctor understood that Shion was on the verge of death and felt her fear. Therefore, she will probably want to leave. He doesn't mind if she leaves the team. The girl started to get angry. She asked for a beacon and began to say that she was not afraid at all, but her hands continued to shake. Then the team decided to continue cleaning this fault. There was an employee guarding the entrance near the entrance to the fault. Several adventurers approached him. They showed their permission to enter the fault. The employee did not even know that a special mission was being sent to the Library of Secrets. It was explained to him that it would be a secret mission. The guy checked everything and allowed to enter the fault. The adventurers entered and began to descend. One of the adventurers was looking at their pass. She did not understand why they needed this caution. She tore up this ticket and threw it on the ground. The group leader explained that after everything happened with the faults in the area, such procedures were necessary. But thanks to Alice's powerful strength, they were able to enter here calmly. Alice shrugged her shoulders. Only she did not understand one thing. What was the point of destroying objects from rifts without even knowing what power they had? The boy said that he was not bothered by such details because their task was only to carry out the order. As members of the Chimera Fang team, it was time for them to dispel this illusion, as it was a waste of mana. The adventurer bowed her head. She called her partner very boring. However, this was the order of the Chimera Fang chapter, so they are not obliged to follow all orders, because they need a lot of strength to fight against the Rift boss. One of the adventurers from this team was Kikyo Kyogoku, who was level 54. And there was also his partner, Elisa Yumakawa, who was level 57. They understood that they could easily kill anyone who stood in their way. They will still have plenty of chances to have fun inside, so she may not worry. Meanwhile, a new monster appeared before the team of adventurers. It was a level 43 book demon. He had horns and a big, powerful body. Ichinoshi Ikoma fought off the demon's attacks. Shion stood behind the boy but could not move in any way. The gravity master ordered the girl not to stand like a pillar. She ran back to the team while the boy competed. The book demon had the peculiarity of extending its limbs at will, and it was scary to look at him straight in the eyes, because he only enjoyed this human fear, which incited him to attack. For Shion, Inobuki was a particularly unpleasant opponent, given her weak psyche. The boy understood this when he saw it in her during the fight with the rabbit. Kisaraga Satsuki also took part in the attack. She used the Orb of Darkness skill and launched it at the book demon. After that, the sorceress ran away and began to beat the monster with her weapon. The demon began to receive injuries and growl with exhaustion. After a few seconds, the demon died after all. Satsuki stood confidently after her first kill of such a powerful monster. She received 980 units of experience. The witch looked at her specs with delight. Ikoma was pleased to see her result. Unlike Satsuki, who became much stronger, the battle against Rabbit benefited her, and she was able to raise her level. Each time my skills became more powerful and stronger. But Satsuki's skills were draining her mana too much. However, thanks to this, they dealt with enemies much faster on the way to the boss. Ichinoshi Ikoma decided to praise his partner. He said she was well done. They have 2 more monsters left, but if she's tired, she can rest. All the while, Shion, due to stress and fear, Inobuki grabbed Ikoma's hand. Satsuki kindly asked her not to interfere under Ikoma's feet. The girl jumped sharply away from the adventurer. She said that everything was not as she thought because she was very afraid of this monster. So Ikoma was the first to reach her arm, so she instinctively grabbed onto him. She repeated several times that she was not afraid at all, although a few seconds ago she said that she was very scared. Her psyche was clearly not in the best state. Shion began to tell the second version of the situation, saying that she simply slipped, not out of fear. Satsuki looked at the girl in confusion. Because of this, Shion Inobuki became even more nervous. She even asked why everyone was looking at her so strangely. Then she approached Ikoma, and with a sincere acknowledgement, thanked him for being there at that moment. But she said that this is the last time she uses his help. Her words didn't sound fair, but they had to keep fighting. Zugo Seiji applied shield. Hiru Kasai also actively participated in the match and did well. Together with the team, they were easily able to cope with the monster. Ichinoshi Ikoma, along with Satsuki and Shion, watched in surprise as it seemed their partners could easily manage without them. The thieving adventurer jumped up and pounced on the librarian, swinging his sword at him. Zugo Seiji asked Kasai to stop, because Ikoma had asked from the beginning not to kill the last monster. Hiru Kasai replied that he remembers everything perfectly and is just having a little fun. The librarian was cornered and trapped, with nowhere to run. The thieving adventurer threw his weapon on the floor and took out a thread blade, which he used to tie the librarian's throat. Now the monster could not resist. Ichinoshi Ikoma knew that the librarian had the highest mana pool of any local monster. Therefore, with his help, Satsuki could easily transfer her mana to them. But the main character knew that this guy from this trio, although he was very rude, was actually a good person. He would always come to the rescue and follow everyone in the group from the shadows and cover their backs as well. The whole team decided to bind the librarian so that he could not move. They put him on the ground. The sorceress moved closer to him, concentrated her magic, and used the skill Mana Transfer. Mana from the monster began to be transferred to Zugo Seiji. After that, the doctor felt strength in his limbs. Now he could once again calmly use his skills to the fullest and not worry. With such a useful skill, adventurers could explore the rift without a trace for at least several days. Shion stood next to the librarian and looked at him with disgust. But the doctor got excited. He understood that if they could catch 2 more librarians, then Satsuki and Ikoma would also be able to fully recover their powers. Ikoma objected, saying that they can easily recover without any problems, but physical fatigue still accumulates. In addition, psychological exhaustion accumulates. Mana transfer is a useful skill, but it should be used wisely and only resorted to when absolutely necessary. Seiji patted him on the shoulder and obeyed. In any case, he thanked the entire team. The Gravity Master said that they had practically reached the depths of the rift, so he wanted to ask again if the team was really ready to go after the boss of the Library of Secrets. Hiru Kasai was surprised to learn that they were able to get to the boss so quickly. Shion Inobuki began to panic again. She asked if they were joking because she wasn't ready to fight the boss at all and didn't advise the others. The boy asked if she was worried and scared, but the girl denied and said that she was perfectly fine, although her hands were still shaking. Kisaraga Satsuki was very amused by the way her partner easily manipulated Shion. Zugo Seiji thought about it because he had only gathered this group from the beginning to completely clear the rift. But during this time they could acquire many precious resources. Therefore, it was not necessary to go further, although his own greed was at play in him. But it was unclear whether it was necessary to risk continuing his way to the boss. Ikoma admitted that before entering the rift, with the help of one rare item, he learned that everything most valuable was in the local boss. Therefore, with such information, they will be able to easily defeat the boss. The doctor paused to think, because clearing a rank B rift sounded pretty appealing. And they will be able to gain great popularity by clearing this rift among the first adventurers. Glory will await them. But the Gravity Master had a condition. For this information, they would give him all the items that would drop from the boss, because that was his original goal. And everything that the team was able to get in the rift on the way to the boss, they can take for themselves and divide these items into 3. It was a bargain. In addition, before entering the rift, Ikoma had already discussed this plan with Satsuki, so she was not against such a schedule of events. If these rewards are not enough for the team members, he can pay each of them separately. Zugo Seiji folded his arms. He would really like to get the rare items from the boss, but then they would get the Guardian Rabbit skill book, and they will be able to divide this huge money into 3. The doctor was very interested in big money. He already imagined how they would receive such a large amount, and each would receive 3 million yen. Shion tried to tell the leader to come to his senses, because he was in a very gambling mood. Hiru Kasai said everyone but Shion agreed, and he asked if she was willing to go with them. The girl could not believe that even Kasai agreed to this condition. She looked around once more and agreed to go with them. but asked not to cast bare feet, because then they would get nothing. Ikoma and Satsuki rolled their eyes because she said the same thing every time. But despite this, they began to descend even lower and deeper towards the boss. The boss was already waiting for them in the room. It was a monster in a dress with long hair, snow-white skin like a doll, and sharp claws. It was the boss of the Library of Secrets Rift. She was level 60, and her name was Ether. Finally, the team reached the room. They were standing in front of a large gate. It was the entrance to the head boss's room. Ichinoshi Ikoma turned and addressed the entire team. He asked them to proceed as discussed earlier, because the local boss was not very mobile and not very mobile. The main thing for them was not to panic, because by working together, everything should work out for them. According to Ikoma's plan, they should have no problem defeating this boss because they were experienced adventurers who had B rank anyway. Shion Inobuki began questioning the team if they really believed in all this nonsense. She thought that the items that could supposedly tell everything about the Rift boss were some kind of joke, and such a thing could not exist. Kisaraga Satsuki looked at the girl and asked if she had previously agreed to go with them to the boss together. Shion said that it was all just ridiculous because the Gravity Master didn't even show them this magic item. Therefore, to believe him without a doubt is complete delusion, and he will lose them all. Zugo Seiji explained that one of the rules of adventurers is not to reveal their strengths and trump cards to other people. Besides, Ikoma had already rescued them more than once throughout their journey, so he didn't think that this information about the boss was inaccurate. Hiru Kasai said that even if this guy was deceiving them, he wasn't going to walk away just like that, having already come such a long way to the boss. Therefore, if Shion Inobuki is shaking so hard for her life, so let her go home, because they've already cleared the way out anyway, and she can leave in peace. She froze in excitement. Ichinoshi Ikoma explained that the profession of adventurers is associated with many dangers, so if she is not ready to go to the boss, then he advised her to change her profession. Shion got angry and asked if he was joking. All this time, she was just testing him for lies, and in fact, she was not afraid. The team leader explained that Shion had nothing to worry about, as she and Kasai would completely take the brunt of the damage, and Seiji and Satsuki would protect her in case of an unexpected attack. Shion began to get angry, because it seemed to her that in this way they decided to humiliate her in front of everyone. Ikoma explained that he just wanted to instill some confidence in her. Hiru Kasai was indeed worried about her, but it seems in vain, because she was always like this and he was used to her wiles. But in any case, his goal remains the same. He came here to defeat the boss of the Rift. But the thief-class adventurer understood that if he trusted this guy completely, he might die, so he had to be careful. Meanwhile, Ikoma decided that before engaging in a boss battle, he needed to distribute skill points. He has 29 skill points left. He decided to upgrade gravity magic to level 3, which cost 15 skill points. Thanks to this, he could control the gravitational force. He understood that it would probably be more beneficial to level up gravity control to level 4, but it would be much more effective to level up gravity magic to defeat the boss. He still decided to upgrade his gravity magic to level 3 and spent 15 skill points. Suddenly a new ability opened up in him. Now everything was ready. He gained the gravity magic skills Gravity Cut, Gravity Bullet, and Gravity Strike. Now he was fully prepared for the battle with the boss. The gate opened in front of the team. A team of adventurers began to enter the room. The main character raised his head and saw a beautiful room with large panoramic windows, through which the room was illuminated by sunlight. Under that sunbeam stood a terrible monster. This was the main boss of this Library of Secrets Rift, level 60 Ether. Shion asked if it was true that this coward was the local boss. Kasai recalled that Ikoma had warned them that this monster was clearly immobile. All the adventurers began to take their positions. They were ordered to act according to their plan. Ether also decided to activate her skills and enter the battle first. She used the skill Rumble of Thunder, after which the ground began to shake violently, and lightning struck from the ceiling. Ichinoshi Ikoma expected that to be the case, and she would start using lightning magic. His information from the past timeline was confirmed. Ikoma and Kasai were ideal for the first stage. The hero was fast thanks to the skill Gravity Magic, and due to his thief class, which has Hira Kasai, he can move as fast as he does. Ether will not be able to overcome them using only thunder magic, and due to her clumsiness, she is unable to hit them. She had little agility, so the chances of them winning were high. Their main task is to hit her right after she uses her skill. This will give them an opportunity to get to her weak point. Kasaraga Satsuki acted according to the plan. She chose the right moment, raised her staff, gathered her magic, and used the Orb of Darkness skill. Shion Inobuki also gathered courage and attacked. She used the skill Whirlwind of Blades. The blades flew into the ether. She covered her face with her hands and began to sway. Kisaraga Satsuki watched the situation from the side with excitement. Suddenly, she heard the monster begin to speak. It turns out that Ether knew how to talk and asked not to harm her. Ichinoshi Ikoma began to worry, because the monster decided to attack Satsuki. If this happens, the Ether will begin to attack with magic from a long distance. The guy ordered Satsuki and Shion to immediately run closer to Seiji, and Kasai also recommended to move away. Although the thief usually disobeyed the commander, this time he decided to comply. The Gravity Master also started running. A moment later, the Rift Boss used the Fire Wave skill, and flames began to spread around with immense power. Shion Inobuki panicked. She didn't know where they should run now. Ikoma understood that if they could not avoid the attack, they would have to fight the monster directly. The entire team huddled together, hiding behind Jugo Seiji to protect them from the fire attack. The wave continued to move, and at the last moment the doctor used the shield skill, which he managed to contain the fire. He now understood that the massive skills of the boss could easily be neutralized with holy magic, just as he had said from the very beginning of Ikoma. Zugo Seiji asked them to trust him, because he would be able to protect them from the ether magic. Once the boss finishes his attack, they should prepare to attack. Ether could not move quickly, but she had many powerful spells in her arsenal. Therefore, many strategies could be devised against her, in which she would not be able to answer the opponent with anything. The Gravity Master said he would cover them, so they should prepare for another attack. Ether stopped attacking and bowed her head in exhaustion. The team realized that this was another opportunity to attack. Shion Inobuki ordered to go forward. Hiru Kasai thought. He had to admit that this Ikoma guy wasn't bad, but he still thought it would be better to get rid of a couple of people with the help of this boss. He understood that the Gravity Master was an incredibly capable guy, so if he got rid of him, the whole group would immediately fall apart. Ikoma, along with Hiru the Kasai, decided to work together. They surrounded Ether from two sides. The monster stretched out its frightening puppet hands, in which its ominous black energy began to gather. After that, she used the Sword of Zeus skill. Powerful lightning began to flow from the monster's hands, which she could control. She began directing this lightning at the adventurers. Ikoma started to run, dodging in the other direction. The Gravity Master ran closer to Ether and swung his sword in front of him once more. But she was too slow, so as expected, melee was not her option. The guy realized that something had happened to the boss. It looks like she decided to save her ranged attacks for last. Shion Inobuki was enthralled by this fight, as this boss could easily be taken down even by the two of them, attacking her only in melee. It was cool. The girl thought that this monster was too easy, so she asked to quickly deal with him and get out of here. Kisaraga Satsuki was surprised that Shion was acting so cocky for someone who was afraid of everyone. Zugo Seiji partially agreed with Shion. Ikoma's strategy proved too simple to defeat the Rift Boss, but in actual combat it worked with impressive precision. Using the enemy's abilities to attack at close range and retreat during mass attacks did not carry much risk. In addition, Ikoma's skills and heroism allowed them to believe in him, because they acted precisely according to his plan. His self-confidence and fearlessness really raised many questions. He possessed a striking calmness and precision of movement that gave him the impression of an adventurer with experience who had been through many battles. Ether did not stop attacking. She used another skill called Stone Boat, and stones started falling from the ceiling, piercing the floor. Ikoma began to analyze the situation. They probably had to change their battle tactics a bit, because otherwise they simply wouldn't be able to reach the boss. Stone Boat limited Satsuki's actions. Thereby, Ether protected herself from long-range attacks. However, it will be much more difficult for him and Kasai to reach her if they come out of cover, as she will immediately try to attack them with magic. Ikoma ordered the team to hide behind a stone pillar, and the adventurers complied. They took their places, and the boss of the rift began to attack with lightning bolts from within this circle of columns. After that, she used wind skills and a hurricane appeared around her, protecting her from attacks. Shion Inobuki began to laugh at the stupidity of her opponent. She joked that she could start a whole fortress for herself so that no one would get it. Cheyenne continued to call Ether names, calling her a hideous puppet. The Gravity Master was glad that Cheyenne was able to choose the best place for her to hide, because that way he would be able to carry out his plan. The boy ran away, apologized to Cheyenne for what he had done. The girl looked confusedly at the figure of Ikoma, who was approaching even closer. The guy jumped on the back of the scientist girl and pushed off, and then reduced the gravity and flew up. He landed on a stone block from above. From this position, he could see his opponent perfectly. Cheyenne fell to the ground from a light blow. She was very angry and shouted that it was not a springboard for jumping. However, the Gravity Master knew that Ether was keeping a close eye on them, waiting for them to come out of cover to try to attack her. However, if you use reduced gravity and attack her from above, she definitely won't have time to react. Ichinoshi Ikoma decided to do just that. He jumped up and was already above the boss, and then used the skill Meteor Fall. One of Afira's horns fell off from a blow to her head. The attack completely hit the boss. Shion Inubuki watched in amazement, not believing that it actually worked and the monster was defeated. But the Gravity Master understood that it wasn't the end yet, because Ether had a large defense index, much higher than he expected. The Rift boss was level 60, but only had 42 health and 226 defense left. Hiru Kasai was still standing behind the stone pillar. He understood that if he did not intervene and do nothing, then this fight could end too quickly. The thief-class adventurer drew his sword. He considered Ichinoshi too good for anyone, but he wondered if he could dodge his unpredictable attack. Meanwhile, the Rift boss Ether raised her long arms up. Energy began to accumulate in her hands, which became even greater with each passing second. The boy understood that most likely she wanted to use the Elemental Explosion skill. It was a mass effect spell that consumed a lot of magic. After such a powerful spell, she will be defenseless, and he will be able to approach her for the final blow. If she was really going to use Elemental Blast, he needed to act fast. The Gravity Master was calm. He knew that his teammates would be able to hide from such a massive attack behind the columns, and it could all end with one precise strike. Meanwhile, Hiru Kasai decided to take the chance and make an attempt on Ikoma's life. He threw his weapon at the guy who was next to the boss. Ichinoshi Ikoma easily deflected the attack, and the blade flew to the side. The boy saw that this weapon belonged to Hiru Kasai. The thief-class adventurer couldn't believe his eyes that Ikoma was able to fend off his surprise attack. The guy really had an impeccable reaction. Ikoma began to approach Kasai, trying to understand what had happened. However, the adventurer apologized and said that he was aiming for the boss and just missed. But Ichinoshi Ikoma had absolutely no doubts that this boy was aiming for him. However, in any case, he did not have time to deal with him. He began to warn everyone that the Ether was preparing a very powerful attack, so the whole team should quickly hide behind the stone columns. The boss already had an incredibly large elemental explosive in his hands. Kasai had seen such a powerful bomb. It felt like it was all unreal. All team members took their positions. But this bomb did not explode. It continued to grow even more, becoming so large that it filled almost the entire space of this room. The Gravity Master began to look around to make sure everyone was in place. This explosion could kill instantly. Elemental Blast is a spell that fires a hail of magical orbs at enemies until Ether runs out of mana. But if they manage to bypass all these attacks, they will be able to deliver a decisive blow, and then Ichinoshi Ikoma will finally be able to obtain the cherished Ring of Wisdom. Ichinoshi Ikoma ran around the boss, realizing that she had little health left. However, he could not get closer to her. The boy was aware that the monster was doing everything possible to prevent him from approaching. He urgently needed a new plan. He decided to rush to Ether again. Hiru Kasai, who was hiding behind a stone pillar and watching this, knew that Ikoma had incredible strength, but still not enough to defeat the boss on his own. The thief-class adventurer decided to wait behind the column until Ikoma wore down the boss and forced her to use up all her mana. It would be much safer, but suddenly Kasai felt an explosion behind him. Intuitively, he ran away, realizing that the boss had just destroyed the column. Her attacks were truly terrifyingly powerful. Kasai understood that even if he was constantly dodging Ether's attacks, he wouldn't be able to hide for long. He believed that Ikoma had simply put them under attack, and they had nowhere to go. The Gravity Master couldn't delay any longer. The boss's magic threatened Satsuki and the other adventurers. There was no time. They should have attacked immediately. Ichinoshi Ikoma was getting closer to the monster with each step. He looked for a good place to attack, moving quickly to avoid danger. Shion Inobuki anxiously watched Ikoma because he was taking a risk by getting too close to Ether. It was not clear to the adventurers what exactly Ikoma was planning. His actions seemed senseless and insane to them. Kisaraga Satsuki, also overcome with anxiety for her partner, began to call adventurers. Clenching her weapon in her hands, she announced that they should approach the boss. Her logic was that since the boss of the rift couldn't attack them physically, it would be safer to be closer to him than to stand aside. Ikoma was the first to understand this strategy. Shion Inobuki thought the plan was ridiculous, but the doctor objected, stressing that they were a team bound to help each other. They should not have relied only on Ikoma for so long. Zugo Seiji ordered everyone to move towards the ether, as now was their time to support the gravity master. Their task was to cover his back at all costs. Adventurers rushed to ether. Shion, overcome with horror, closed her eyes, but understood that she had to carry out the order. However, when they got close to the monster, it suddenly raised its arms up, once again gathering magical energy to attack. Zugo Seiji, possessing a lightning reaction, analyzed the situation and realized that it would be impossible to evade this attack. He ordered his companions to retreat behind him. As the monster's attack came straight at them, the doctor raised his weapon and activated the shield skill. Thanks to this, he managed to save the lives of his comrades. However, after holding out for only a few seconds, he felt his magic reserve drain. Not having the strength to hold back the powerful shield for a long time, he ordered an immediate retreat. The girls rushed to seek shelter behind the columns, and the doctor, unable to retreat, remained in place. After a few seconds, Zugo Seiji, exhausted, could not stand it and fell to the ground. His shield was gone, and the monster's powerful attack seriously injured him. While cleaning the blood from his face, he felt déjà vu. Once again, after a long period of peace, he risked his life to save others. With anger in Jugo's eyes, Seiji looked at the ether. He swore to himself that this time he would not allow other adventurers to take risks, and all responsibility for killing the boss would fall on Ikoma. Ichinoshi Ikoma, who had been watching the battle from afar all this time, was relieved. He was glad that the doctor had managed to fend off the attack and hoped that Shion and Satsuki had found cover. The gravity master understood that the best moment had come for a decisive blow. Thanks to Seiji, they managed to fend off the monster's attack, so they had to act as quickly as possible until Ether found a new target. Magical energy began to accumulate around Ether, forming a protective layer around her. Thus, the monster was going to use this mana for a new attack. Ikoma decided to use a new skill, hypergravity. This powerful magic greatly increased the force of gravitational pressure on the target. Ether, raising her hands up, tried to strike with an elemental explosion. However, for this attack, she needed to hold her hand above her head to aim at the enemy. Under the influence of hypergravity, it turned out to be extremely difficult to do this. The boss froze in inaction, unable to attack. The adventurers surrounded her, taking her prisoner. Kisaraga Satsuki, watching how her partner neutralized the enemy, realized that this was her chance to enter the battle. The sorceress raised her wand and activated her Shadow Bond skill. The black energy that escaped from her hands reached towards Ether in violent jets, entangling the monster. Ichinoshi. Analyzing the situation, Ikoma realized that their opponent was not going to give up just like that. They couldn't let her regain her mana because otherwise the battle would turn into a vicious circle. Shion Inobuki, gathering all her strength, rushed into battle. After using her Moon-Slash skill, she angrily turned to the monster, asking if it enjoyed such a powerful attack. This powerful blow struck Ether. The girl managed to cut her hand, which was unnaturally twisted at an angle. The monster, overcome with pain, gave a shrill cry. This cry of pain was so loud and unexpected that the adventurers watched in horror at what happened next. Suddenly, the boss's severed arm fell to the ground, and her body, exhausted and unable to resist, swayed forward. Ichinoshi Ikoma, jumping up and speeding up, shouted that the girls did a great job. Satsuki and Shion have helped him a lot, but he'll be on his own after that. The gravity master concentrated his powerful energy into the sword. Jumping up and flying forward, he cut the monster's body in half. Moments before her death, Ether let out a terrible scream, and then her last sigh was heard. She fell to the ground and her body began to disappear. For this victory, they received 11016 units of experience. Ikoma's level increased from 45 to 49, and he also gained 16 skill points. Kisaraga Satsuki, filled with joy, exclaimed that they had succeeded. Shion, exhausted after the powerful attack but also happy, silently nodded. Zugo Seiji, who was still on the ground from his injuries, admitted that Ikoma had done a great job and their strategy was flawless. Ichinoshi Ikoma was incredibly happy. This is how they managed to defeat the new boss of the rift. Now he could finally reveal all the secrets of the emergence of the rifts, because he had obtained the item lost in the first timeline. The Ring of Wisdom. Ichinoshi Ikoma approached the remains of the ether, where he noticed something glowing. He reached out and, taking this item, he was surprised to see the Ring of Wisdom in front of him. They managed to defeat the rift boss, Library of Secrets, and get what they were after. In the boy's hands shone the Ring of Wisdom, a rank B item that gave him the ability to call the Great Witch from the Library of Rites. Kisaraga Satsuki, standing next to her partner, felt that this ring could give them answers about the origin of the rifts in their world. Ikoma agreed with her, noting that he himself considered it likely. The sorceress offered to take the ring to the special unit if the assumption was confirmed. However, the main character did not think this idea was the best. There were 3 good reasons for this. First, in the past timeline, this ring was already owned by the head of the special unit. It was lost for unknown reasons. After everything that happened in the past, I cannot trust them with the Ring of Wisdom, Ikoma stated clearly. The second reason was the ring's true power, which only a high-ranking adventurer could reveal. Ikoma, being a former S-rank adventurer, was confident that he could unlock the full potential of this artifact. And finally, the third reason. No adventurer in his right mind will refuse a rare item, obtained with blood and sweat. Therefore, Ikoma decided to keep the ring for himself. Kisaraga Satsuki watched her partner with joy. She hadn't seen him so pleased in a long time. Ikoma carefully examined the ring from different angles. Zugo suddenly approached Ikoma Seiji. He began to praise him for the fact that, thanks to him, they were able to overcome the ether. The doctor expressed his immense gratitude for the heroism shown. Seiji noted that he saw ether hurt Ikoma. Therefore, as a doctor, he asked permission to heal his wounds as a thank you. Ichinoshi Ikoma, to be honest, tried not to fall under the direct attacks of ether, but still suffered a little. The wounds weren't serious, but he would greatly appreciate healing. Gravity Master sat down on the ground, and Jugo Seiji approached him from behind. Placing his hand on Ikoma's back, he began to emit healing energy that gradually healed the hero's wounds. Zugo Seiji was incredibly happy that everything turned out this way. For the first time, he was so fortunate to meet an adventurer with such outstanding abilities. Previously, the doctor always prioritized portal research, not his allies. However, this campaign inspired his heroism of Ikoma. Zugo was infinitely grateful to fate for having met such a kind boy. Shion Inobuki, exhausted, bowed her head. She admitted that at some point she thought they might all die. Traveling through the portals really tired her out. Hiru Kasai, who only came here for rare items from the portal boss, looked around. He wasn't going to give his booty to some simpleton. Drawing his sword, Kasai decided not to delay. The battle was intense, and the adventurers probably relaxed after the victory. It was the perfect moment for a surprise attack. Thanks to thief class skills, Kasai could move silently. His class was also famous for its high attack speed. Ikoma wouldn't even blink before Kasai dealt him a fatal blow. The traitor ran and jumped, deciding to use Shadow Grasp so that no one could hear him. However, Ichinoshi Ikoma felt something. He jumped up sharply, turned his head, and saw his former partner trying to kill him. Ikoma raised his sword and managed to block the attack. Hiru Kasai was sure that his attack would go unnoticed. He did not understand how Ikomi managed to discover him. With one hand, the Gravity Master was blocking the thief's attack, while with the other, he was gathering mana to cast double gravity. His hand became much heavier, and he punched Kasai hard in the face. The thief retreated. His cunning plan failed. There was nowhere for him to retreat, so he was forced to fight on. Zugo Seiji, shocked by what happened, asked Ikoma what was happening. Ikoma explained that Kasai had betrayed them back during the boss battle by trying to kill him. The main character expected that he would have to fight Kasai at the end, but he did not think that he would dare to attack him again already in the rift. Ikoma mentioned that Hiru had barely participated in the battle, so he should have enough strength for the duel. It wasn't fair. But Ikoma also had enough magic left for the battle. Besides, there were 4 of them against 1, so this battle should be easy. However, suddenly the face of the main character changed. He saw that the traitor was holding the Ring of Wisdom in his hands. Kasai began to walk away even further, assuring himself that he had already obtained what was rightfully his. On his hand shone the ring of wisdom, as well as the bracelet of the guardian. Ikoma now understood that Kasai hadn't intended to kill him from the beginning, as his only target was rare items. Zugo Seiji couldn't believe that Kasai had stolen a rare artifact from Ikoma, the guardian's bracelet. This bracelet was very valuable in itself, but inside it they held all the loot they had gathered in the rift. Shion Inobuki began to scream loudly, berating Kasai for his action. She ordered him to return immediately because she was ready to fight him. They could not waste time and urgently needed to catch up. Hiru Kasai ran away. He understood that, except for Ikoma, all other adventurers did not pose a threat to him. He also knew that the Gravity Masterclass was based on speed, but he wasn't sure if the main character, despite being only a B-rank adventurer, could defeat him, a high-ranking thief. Ichinoshi Ikoma had to admit that in this timeline his speed was on par with a thief class level. He could never have imagined that a B-rank adventurer would stoop to the banal act of stealing from his comrades. He was wrong to trust Kasai. Hiru built his whole life on blackmail and intrigue. From the very beginning, his career was overshadowed by a bad reputation, but no one wanted to associate with him. He was forced to go to another area in search of new rifts, but even there everyone already knew him. And not only because of his infamous reputation, but also because of his power. Here he finally understood that his career had come to an end. But here he unexpectedly met two adventurers, a stupid and greedy leader of the group and a short-sighted guy who had useful information about the boss of the rift. This meeting became his saving straw because thanks to it, he managed to get out of this difficult situation. Zugo Seiji was desperate. Their partner brazenly stole all their belongings, all 10 million yen. He fell to the ground and began to sob. The Gravity Master decided to apologize. He admitted that this whole situation happened because of his carelessness. They needed to catch Kasai and hand him over to the special unit. Although Kasai didn't kill anyone, he did steal all of their loot. It will be difficult to prove his guilt because legally they have not fixed the distribution of the loot from the monsters of the rift in any way. Everything was based on verbal agreement only. Maybe even special forces won't be able to help them. In addition, Ikoma desperately needed to return the Ring of Wisdom to avoid further problems. Suddenly, the team of adventurers heard a strange voice. They were Alice Yumakawa and Kikyo Kyogoku, who were also going to clear this rift. They were upset that the battle was already over, and they were late because they were too slow. Hiru Kasai continued to run towards the exit, but his path was blocked by new adventurers. He jumped and they looked up in surprise. To this, Kisaraga Satsuki tried to warn them. She said that this guy was a criminal and very dangerous, so they had better run away. The thief-class adventurer was very angry. He did not tolerate when someone stood in his way, so he was ready to deal with them. Alice Yumakawa and Kikyo Kyogoku prepared their weapons and took a fighting position. It was a job for which they were specially trained. Hiru Kasai believed that they would only make his situation worse, as he was a high-ranking B-rank adventurer. He would be interested to see if these people could defeat him. But when they did collide, Kikyo Kyogoku was ready for battle. When the criminal jumped up, the adventurer threw him over his shoulder and broke his leg. The traitor's eyes darkened from pain. Kikyo turned out to be incredibly fast, which Kasai didn't expect at all. In addition, he possessed considerable strength. With a roar of Hiru, Kasai fell to the ground. The team of adventurers was shocked by what happened. Their former partner lay motionless on the ground, completely defeated. Ichinoshi Ikoma couldn't believe that these adventurers were able to incapacitate Kasai with one well-placed blow. He was interested in who these people were. Old memories began to emerge from the boy. He stopped because he had definitely seen that white form somewhere. His breathing stopped. He couldn't believe that these two were the ones he thought of. Alice Yumakawa crouched down next to the body of the fallen adventurer thief and examined him. He really was dead. She didn't like that their opponent was so pathetic. He fell from one hit and died, which made this victory too uninteresting. Shion Inobuki was horrified. She thought it was all a joke. Hiru Kasai was considered one of the strongest B-rank adventurers, and she couldn't believe that he had been defeated in one blow. Alice Yumakawa began examining the body of the dead man and noticed a ring on his finger. She picked it up, examining it from all sides. She thought the ring was very beautiful and wanted to take it for herself. Alice approached Kikyo and happily asked if she could take the ring. Her partner decided to study the characteristics of this item. When the information loaded, he saw that it was the Ring of Wisdom, the very thing they had come here for. Alice Yumakawa was very upset because they were not given an order to destroy this object. She asked if she could still take it for herself because no one would know about it. Kikyo Kyogoku replied that she was currently on duty, so she had to obey all the orders of the leadership. If she does not comply with the order and return the artifact, he will kill her here and now. Zugo Seiji decided to intervene in the conversation with the strangers. He assured them that the man was a criminal, and they were truly grateful to have been saved. Hiru's body once more, Kasai asked if they had treated him too cruelly. Elisa Yumakawa thought at first, but then laughed in his face. She said that they got it all wrong because their goal was to kill every single one of them. The girl took out a large knife and laughingly told them that they had been ordered to destroy every adventurer that entered this rift, without exception. The adventurers were horrified. They did not know what to do or where to run. It seemed that death was already staring them in the eyes. Ichinoshi Ikoma was determined, for now he had no doubts. The uniforms of these people and their extraordinary skills indicated that they belonged to the Chimera Fang. Alice Yumakawa was very surprised. She didn't expect anyone to know about them, as this was her first encounter with an adventurer who had never heard of them, Kisaraga Satsuki and Shion. The Inabukis approached the Gravity Master and asked if he knew who these people were, because they had always thought that the Chimera Fang was just a fable from the internet. Chimera's Fang is an underground organization that reports directly to the government and does all the dirty work associated with the rifts for it. In the future, they plan to cooperate with the governments of other countries. Their influence will spread throughout the world, because it is the strongest underground organization with first-class soldiers. Even in the first timeline, the Chimera Fang rumor was considered a common internet fable that no one believed. Ichinoshi Ikomi had only met a Chimera Fang soldier once in his past life, in one of the rifts. Although they weren't that famous and powerful yet, meeting them now was the worst-case scenario for them. After all, these people did not reveal their existence to ordinary people, and if they appeared in front of them, then without a doubt they were going to get rid of the team of adventurers. The team was impressed. Shion immediately started to panic because these people really wanted to kill them. They urgently needed to retreat. Zugo Seiji believed that their advantage was numbers. There were 4 of them, and they could overwhelm the enemy in numbers. They just needed to cover each other and attack from blind spots, using the strategy they had developed in the fight against Ether. But the main character looked at the situation from the side and understood that they are not equal to these people. They needed to retreat or they would all die. Elisa Yumakawa asked her partner who they would kill first. She asked if she could play with Ichinoshi Ikomo because he interested her, but Kikyo Kyogoku replied that they didn't come here to have fun. The Master of Gravity noticed a ring on the girl's hand. He had come such a long way to unlock all the secrets of the rifts that only the Ring of Wisdom could answer. So he couldn't let her take her away. Ichinoshi Ikoma decided to enter the battle first. He faced off in a duel with Elisa Yumakawa. Kisaraga Satsuki did not expect her partner to intervene in this brutal battle. Ichinoshi Ikoma ordered his team into action. He said he could handle Alice alone and asked the 3 of them to deal with Kikyo someone. Although this is madness, the ring cannot be returned to him otherwise. The 3 of the adventurers will have to fight while Ikoma fights alone. Zugo Seiji explained that this was the best solution in this situation. It must not be forgotten that they are only a support class and cannot be the main attacking force. They will not be able to face the enemy in close combat alone. On the other hand, Ikoma, who has great strength and combat experience, has every chance to win the fight. They should focus on Shion. Ichinoshi Ikoma decided to fight alone. Their powers will not help them defeat the enemy 3. It should not be forgotten that their opponent defeated Hira Kasai in one blow. Therefore, considering their level and Ikoma's fighting prowess, other adventurers should focus on Kikyo someone. Kikyo overheard the conversation of his opponents. It seems they underestimated Alice, which was their big mistake. After all, she was actually much stronger than him. The doctor could not believe his eyes. He froze, but still followed Ikoma's order, sincerely hoping for his success. A fierce melee battle broke out between Elisa Yumakawa and the main character. The girl had not felt such excitement for a long time, and was grateful for this experience. However, she noticed that Ikoma was probably already tired. The Gravity Master understood that even though he had a good command of gravity magic, he was at the limit of his strength. Alice, on the other hand, showed no signs of fatigue, which only emphasized the huge difference in their level. Alice Yumakawa continued her conversation with Ikoma, informing her that according to intelligence, Kikyo was level 54 and she was level 57. The battle continued. She noted that she suspected her opponent wasn't even level 50 and asked if that was true, as she couldn't understand how he was going to defeat her with such a difference in levels. The boy stopped for a moment. He admitted that he thought her level would be much higher. The girl laughed. He admitted that since he was born, he was forced to earn like crazy. Such was the life of the soldiers of the Chimera's Fang. They were forced to constantly raise their level every day. Many could not stand such pressure and were quickly disposed of. And after everything she had been through, Alisa Yumakawa could not allow some boy to flaunt his level, hiding behind his comrades' backs and poking opponents with a pitiful toothpick. Ichinoshi Ikoma did not understand Alice's indignation. Judging by her fighting style and weapons, she also belonged to a class that operates from the shadows, relying on her speed. Although they didn't take all the damage like adventurers with higher defenses and powerful weapons do, they were still much stronger than the others and were responsible for dealing significant damage to the enemy. That is, in this sense, they were the same. Or the main character assumed that Alice makes such conclusions, projecting them on herself, thereby asserting that she herself is not so strong. It was part of the Gravity Master's plan. If he doesn't find out what she's really capable of, he won't be able to defeat her. Therefore, he is forced to provoke her. Zugo Seiji heard all these bold statements and didn't understand what the hell Ikoma was doing. Alice Yumakawa burst out laughing madly. She said that her opponent was very interesting, so she's ready to fight 100% because he asked himself. The girl raised her hand. Powerful magic began to gather in it. She used the skill Phantom Whirlwind of Blades, ready to make him bite his worthless tongue. The strength in her hand grew, and a frightening atmosphere began to hover in the room. The main character knew about the Phantom Whirlwind of Blades attack. This attack deals multiple magic damage to a single target. Simply put, her class was one of the rare and troubled ones. Alice Yumakawa continued to laugh and finally released this attack straight at the boy, inviting him to dance with her in battle. The Gravity Master jumped up and began to dodge her attacks. The girl began to analyze the enemy. He had light and quick movements. His skills allowed him to be agile and strong enough at the right moment. Besides, this kid dodged her knives with such ease. She was very interested in watching this. She admitted that her opponent turned out to be much stronger than she expected. She couldn't wait to see his look, full of horror and despair. They mainly fought in close combat. The difference in their levels was too much, and he was still holding on with the gravity magic, but that wouldn't be the case forever until the mana ran out. If he were to double his gravity, he would only waste his mana in vain. They were even on par with her mana amount, and he wouldn't be able to attack her at that pace directly. But right now, the boy couldn't count on Kisarag's support, Satsuki and the others, because they were busy with another powerful soldier. He understood that all this was not all that Alisa Yumakawa was capable of. He ordered her to stop playing with him and show him all the skills she knew, and to stop being a pillar, because if he continues to provoke her into more large-scale attacks, then her mana should quickly run out. Although it was risky, he had no other choice, because those knife tricks were just fluff, not her real strength. Therefore, let her show what the illusionist class is capable of. Alice smiled. She said he was actually good because he looked like he was really knowledgeable in the classes, even though she had never met a person in her class. The illusionist class is a combat class capable of turning any, even the most perverted fantasy into reality. Alice Yumakawa began to use her new skill. She agreed that if he wanted to face her in a serious fight, she would use her most powerful skill. It was Phantom Whirlwind of Blades, Reflection of Being. Phantom Whirlwind of Blades, Reflection of Being, capable of multiplying the illusion many times over, increasing the radius and number of knives used. No creature, neither monster nor human, has yet been able to evade this attack. The Gravity Master decided to act. He jumped high, reducing gravity in the process. He managed to dodge all the knives and got his feet on the ceiling. Alice Yumakawa smiled and said that it was very good, but it wasn't enough. Because Reflection of Being could be easily combined with other magical attacks. Thus, it stuns the opponent. But the most terrible thing about this spell is that it causes genuine fear of the unknown, of what awaits the victim of this spell. But Ichinoshi Ikoma was confident in his abilities, and he was ready to look fear in the eye. He began to fall from the ceiling and saw hundreds of knives flying at him. These knives, while he was falling, settled even closer to him, and in a few seconds it could seem that they were piercing the boy's body. But when it happened, this illusion simply dissolved into thin air. Alice lifted her head up and couldn't understand why it didn't work. The gravity master easily descended to the ground and said that the illusions were not so terrible if a person was able to find the gap between light and shadow. The girl believed that this was impossible, because it could not be that he was not afraid of the possibility of losing his head. But then it was not clear how he was able to get out of this illusion. She thought that maybe he was just lucky. Ichinoshi Ikoma swung his sword in a flash near Alice, but she did not expect the attack and was deep in thought. She barely managed to repel the fragments of stones flying at her with her sword. While Alice was not paying attention, Ichinoshi Ikoma quickly jumped behind her, finding himself in her blind spot. The girl could not believe that this guy was just lucky. His movements showed the knowledge and experience of an experienced fighter. Alice turned sharply and saw the enemy behind her. She had never had to fight such a skilled adventurer before. Before, she had only encountered dangerous criminals and terrifying monsters. But this guy was on a whole other level. Alice could not understand who he was and where he got such skill. Alice Yumakawa admitted that she underestimated Ichinoshi, to whom she had never met a person who managed to escape from her illusion and not succumb to fear. She became more and more interested in whether he was really human. Ichinoshi Ikoma confirmed that he had indeed succeeded in doing so. He wanted to end the fight with one well-placed blow, but found it too easy. Suddenly, a drop of blood fell on the floor in a hole in the room. Alisa Yumakawa felt a burning pain in her body. Her hand was covered in blood. Overwhelmed with terror and rage, she began to laugh nervously, clutching her face in her hands. She had no choice but to admit that Ichinoshi Ikoma was indeed very strong. Alice admitted that for the first time she felt the fear of death. This guy was the first person to make her feel truly vulnerable. She understood that he could kill her, so she decided to show him her trump card, one of her strongest skills. She didn't like using this skill because the battle would end in a second when the enemies would just fly away. She was bored by such an easy victory, but she believed that this guy might be stronger than the others. Alice Yumakawa dared to use the skill Shadow Doppelgangers. It was the most powerful skill of the illusionist class. With this skill, she could create 3 exact copies of herself. If Ikoma loses his vigilance even for a second, he will become her personal toy. These illusions weren't just visual copies. They could perform magical attacks on their own. Shadow doubles is a skill that allowed the illusionist to create several identical copies. And the more there were, the stronger they became. Ichinoshi Ikoma tried to dodge the attacks and recognize the real Alice, but it was not easy. Her illusory copies distracted him in every possible way. Ichinoshi Magic Ikoma couldn't even attack normally. Alice the illusionist appeared behind him in the air and ironically asked why he didn't have fun fighting her copies. The girl reproached him for not trying to attack them and asked what the matter was. Alice swung her sword again. Ichinoshi Ikoma was wounded in the hand. He understood that the Shadow Twins could be defeated, but not at his low level. He began to lose his fighting spirit. Copies of Alisa Yumakawa surrounded the boy, confusing him even more. She mockingly asked if he could continue the fight and urged him to show what he was capable of. The gravity master looked again at the ring on Alice's hand. He was determined to get that ring. While Ichinoshi Ikoma was fighting Alice, his adventurer partner was fighting Kikyo, someone they met in a brutal duel. Zugo Seiji analyzed the situation. Although Hiru Kasai was out of the game, they were still outnumbered. They developed a plan. If Kyogoku tries to attack one of them, the other 2 will immediately attack him. Kyogoku was aware of this and tried to be more careful. The adventurers decided to take advantage of their numerical advantage and attack with all their might. The doctor gave the order to attack immediately. Shion Inabuki ran and jumped up using her circle cut skill. Kisaraga Satsuki also raised her staff and used the Orb of Darkness skill. Kyogoku didn't hesitate and countered their attacks with the Fire Dragon Fang skill. The adventurers held their breath. This attack looked terrifyingly powerful. The fire rushed towards them with incredible speed. The sorceress girls rushed back, escaping the attack. Kisaraga Satsuki fell to the ground, and Shion covered her with her back. The adventurers, lying on the ground, could not understand what was happening. Kikyo's power Kyogoku was terrible. If they couldn't dodge the attack, there would be nothing left of them. Kyogoku hoped that this attack would delay the adventurers, giving Alice time to come to their aid. Together, they could easily deal with 3 opponents. But Alice, as usual, behaved frivolously, dragging out the pointless fight. The soldier was furious. He was tired of babysitting these weaklings. He ordered them to surrender, threatening them with dire consequences. Blood magic swirled around him, and he used the terrible skill Blood Guardian Path. Shion Inubuki was horrified. Their opponent turned into a real monster. Path of the Blood Guard is a skill available to all melee classes. Its essence is that all mana is directed to strengthening the muscles of the body, making it incredibly strong and resistant to attacks, much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Such a skill cannot be resisted, no matter how many people rush into battle. Her only downside is that she quickly depletes mana, but Ikoma is confident that he can deal with the enemy before that happens. The adventurers engaged in battle with Kikyo someone. Zugo Seiji decided to take the hit himself, protecting the girls from the attacks. The soldier charged, swinging his spear in front of the adventurers with incredible speed. It was this speed that scared the adventurers. They could not predict his attacks. The doctor tried to use the shield skill to protect his comrades, but Zugo Seiji didn't have time to activate the skill because the soldier pushed him and he fell to the ground. Shion Inubuki wasn't about to give up. Overcome by the desire for revenge, she jumped up and rushed at Kikyo, cursing and threatening him as she went. Shion struck the soldier directly in the arm but felt no resistance. It seemed to her that she was hitting a metal shield, not a human body. Kikyo Kyogoku knocked the girl to the ground with one blow. She collapsed, coughing up blood. Zugo Seiji was also lying on the ground, not understanding what was happening. No magic, no attacks from Shion could harm this soldier. The adventurers began to doubt whether it was a real person before them. Ikoma was fighting Elisa Yumakawa at this time, and she was considered much stronger than this soldier. But if even with her it was difficult for them, then with this monster there was almost no chance of victory. Alice furiously attacked Ikoma, ordering her shadow doppelgangers to attack him to show him the true fear of death. Kikyo Kyogoku watched Alice out of the corner of his eye and noticed that she was using the shadow doppelganger skill. This meant that Ikoma would soon run out of strength. Does he have another trump card up his sleeve? The adventurers understood that things were bad. Their opponent was too strong. They kept close, ready to cover each other's backs at any moment. But it was clear to them that they had to distract the enemy. Otherwise, these two soldiers would attack Ikoma and probably defeat him. But suddenly, Satsuki's thoughts changed dramatically. It occurred to her that things were not going as they should. She remembered how Aoi-chan had always used her as a decoy to distract her enemies. But Ichinoshi Ikoma managed to show the girl and prove that she can stand on the same level as him and that she is capable of much more. And after all that she has gone through, she has to go to the bait for the enemy again. She doesn't agree to that, because if she does, she won't be able to look into Ikomi's eyes again. The girl turned to her partners. She asked them to listen because they still hadn't lost. The adventurers looked at Satsuki in utter despair. The witch threw her weapon into the air. She said that 3 against 1 would be able to handle it, so they would definitely be able to defeat Kikyo. Someone hope and faith in victory began to appear in the team again. Kikyo Kyogoku started to laugh. He couldn't believe that they still wanted to compete and thought their decision was very stupid. The soldier asked when they, knowing their vast difference in strength, still had the will to go to their deaths. The adventurers silently and confidently looked into the eyes of the enemy. They were ready to resist further. Zugo Seiji analyzed the situation. He understood that the enemy's technique increased the wearer's physical capabilities, but they had no choice but to fight. But they did not know how they would be able to approach him, because he literally scatters them like soft toys. Everyone doesn't have much magic left after the boss fight, so there's no way to drag out this fight. Kisaraga Satsuki tried to calm down, because at such moments she only thought about one thing: how Ichinoshi would act in Satsuki's place, Ikoma. It is absolutely impossible to prolong the battle because of their difference in level and the small amount of magic. They can easily lose. Therefore, if you enter into battle, you must neutralize the enemy with one well-hit blow. But they did not know how they would be able to overcome such a strong opponent. They will not be able to overcome it. But if they manage to at least weaken it, the adventurers saw how Kikyo Kyogoku started running at them again. In his normal state, he was a real monster, but with this skill, he was like a real titan. They did not know what to do. Kisaraga Satsuki asked them to rely on her because with her skills, they would be able to stop him. She ordered Shion to hit the enemy on the right side. Shion Inobuki began to remember that her punch didn't work last time, and if the sorceress really wanted to try that tactic again. Besides, she did not understand why it was necessary to attack the right side. Satsuki turned to Jugo Seiji, asking if he could cast magic similar to the Blood Guardian skill on Shion. The doctor thought about it and said that most likely he could do it and they could take their chances. Shion Inobuki began to resent. She asked Seiji why he was even thinking about it. Because it was very risky. The doctor asked his partner to trust his comrades at least once, because otherwise they will not be able to overcome their opponent. He was ready to entrust his life to Kisaraga Satsuki and her plan. Shion Inobuki was still very stubborn, and said that not everyone bullied her, but she was still willing to help. Kisaraga Satsuki raised her magic wand up and then used her Shadow Path skill. Black magic began to emanate from her staff, engulfing the enemy. Around Kikyo paths began to appear to Kyogoku, which restrained his movements and bound his body. He tried to move and raise his hand, because he had never seen such a thing. For himself, he was already ready to admit that these opponents were not so weak. This magic skill was able to stop him, but he began to tear this mysterious magic around with his powerful hands. Shion Inobuki began to carry out the order. She understood that it was impossible to stop this monster with their powers, but there was no choice and she was willing to take the risk. She applied the moon cut. The girl threw her scythe. She flew by Kikyo. Kyogoku hadn't touched him at all, but now there was a new problem. She was left without a weapon. She clutched her head with her hands in fury. She thought so, and she started going crazy. Now, because she obeyed her partners, she lost her weapon. Zugo Seiji applied a shield around himself. Thanks to this, he will be able to attack his opponent and run straight to him. He ran away and began to carry out his plan. Kikyo Kyogoku managed to notice everything and get into a fighting position in time. He couldn't believe his opponents thought this childish trick could work on him. But suddenly behind the soldier, with the help of Satsuki's Path of Darkness skill, this black force lifted Shion's scythe up before the enemy saw it. A moment later, the black magic threw that scythe right at Kikyo Kyogoku with immense power. At this moment, Kikyo was able to sense the threat with his side vision, so he immediately deflected the attacking weapon. While he was distracted, Zugo Seiji was already running at him to attack. Suddenly, the soldier felt a strong blow on himself. Blood appeared on his hands. It was a doctor who immediately used the shield strike skill. Kikyo Kyogoku staggered in pain and dropped his weapon to the floor. He began to reach for her. But Zugo prevented him, Seiji, who continued to attack him. So Kikyo punched him on the shield. But when he looked at the floor again, he saw nothing. And when he looked up, he saw Kisarage Satsuki, who confidently stood with someone else's weapon in her hands. The adventurer and Kikyo exchanged glances. Suddenly, the sorceress threw back the weapon she was holding. She fell behind her. Kisaraga Satsuki realized that her opponent would not be able to use her skills without a weapon either. Therefore, now he will not be able to just attack them. The witch came up with a plan down to the last detail. She was much more determined than many of them. Now it became clear why she learned so much competing on the side of Ikoma. They are not able to defeat their opponents, but they managed to neutralize them. Now it was unclear how Kikyo Kyogoku plans to continue the fight. They held him back with their skills and also used others for their dirty tricks. But it is his own fault that he underestimated them. The adventurers began to laugh at their opponent. Shion started teasing him, joking if he had lost his toy and how he would compete with them now. Kikyo. Someone was very angry with these jokes. Out of anger, he swung his hand and hit the ground. The floor began to crack and glow beneath him. He slowly raised his head in horror and asked the adventurers if they really thought he couldn't kill them with his bare hands. The team of adventurers stood confidently, ready to accept this challenge. Ichinoshi Ikoma continued to compete with Alice. He could not orient himself in this space, but he tried not to lose his vigilance and follow everything that was happening. One of Alice's doubles, Yumikawa, approached Ikoma. She recognized that he had slowed down a lot, and already understood that he was going to save his mana in every way. But at such rates, he will not be able to overcome it. The girl said that if the boy is not going to actively compete with her, then she will simply kill him, because she is not interested in playing. She asked what he was going to do and ordered him to decide quickly, because did he have time to get tired? The weak point of the illusionist is the unfortunate expenditure of magic. It will not be in her interest to drag out the fight. He must find a medium among the copies, and then they will disappear. But if he were to hit each one individually, his strength would quickly run out. On the other hand, he couldn't find the main body so easily. After all, the clones will interfere with him. Such options inevitably lead to his death. But suddenly the boy's face changed. He had a single plan that could lead him to victory. He was ready to test it, because there was no other way out. Kisaraga Satsuki saw the opponent start to run towards her and immediately used a ball of darkness to counter. But Kikyo Kyogoku kept running. This man now scared them very much, because even after losing his weapon, he did not think of giving up and stubbornly went to his goal. Zugo entered the battle with the soldier Seiji. He hit him with his staff, and they engaged in melee combat. The doctor tried to resist, but being a mage, he couldn't last long. However, he managed to distract the enemy because at that moment Shion attacked Inobuki. She jumped up and swung her scythe at him, but the man managed to quickly jump aside, and Shion just landed easily on the floor. She tried to catch her breath and looked at the soldier, not understanding how this man could compete with 3 opponents with his bare hands. Zugo Seiji watched the enemy from behind. Everything went as expected. Without a weapon, he couldn't use his skills to their full potential. Although he was not in the most favorable position, he did not think of giving up. He was ready to fight to the death. After a long battle, Kikyo Kyogoku could already admit that these 3 adventurers were not as weak as he had initially thought. But the strongest of them was the dark-haired boy. Ichinoshi Ikoma Alice Yumakawa couldn't handle him for a very long time. But now he had no way to help her, because the other adventurers simply wouldn't let the enemy get too close to him. However, Kikyo was obliged to fulfill the task given to him, even if he had to risk his life to do so. Such were the rules in the Chimera Fangs team. Alice Yumakawa jumped up and used the infernal sword skill. Several swords flew at the gravity master from different directions. He tried to run and dodge, but suddenly the main character felt a strong pain in his shoulder. When he looked down, he saw a knife sticking out of his body and blood on his hand. He began to fall to the floor. This time he failed to fend off the attack. He was lying on the ground. Alice admitted that her opponent was very stubborn, but still, he would not be able to resist for long. Yumakawa's clones began to attack the boy from all sides, distracting him. She thanked them for helping her have fun. But unexpectedly from the other side on Ichinoshi, the real Alice pounced on someone. She said that now it was time for them to say goodbye, and rushed at the boy with a knife in her hands. However, Ichinoshi Ikoma managed to react quickly. He grabbed the girl's hand with the sword and squeezed it tightly. She could no longer move her hand. In this way, he managed to find out where the real Alice is. The girl was surprised. Now she understood that he had set himself up specifically to catch her. The boy held her hand tightly. Ichinoshi Ikoma explained that for the final blow, Alice needed to concentrate because it was not the clones who would deliver the final blow, but herself. So to carry out his plan, he really had to let his guard down a bit to catch her. The girl started laughing. She said that the opponent was really cool that he managed to catch her, but in her other hand she was holding another knife that she planned to use to strike next. She swung her free knife hand, and they engaged the boy in melee using their swords. Alice said it still wasn't enough to get her over him. A moment later, the girl kicked Ikoma in the chest. She asked him not to expose himself. Ichinoshi Ikoma fell to the ground from the impact but landed confidently. New injuries appeared on his body. He needed to act decisively and quickly. Alice Yumakawa smiled. She said everything again. Ikoma allowed herself to be caught, knowing full well that she needed concentration, because her class was too dependent on her. It wasn't bad, she admitted. But it didn't matter now. Now it had no effect on his task. The Gravity Master admitted that it was all he could do in that situation. He was well aware that due to the difference in their levels, he would not be able to beat her. So he decided to take a chance. And thanks to this chance, Ichinoshi Ikoma was able to take what was rightfully his. He demonstratively showed his hand, on which the Ring of Wisdom flaunted. Alice Yumakawa froze for a second. She remembered this ring that she wanted so much. She admitted that he managed to seduce her, and that he was looking for her main body just for the sake of it. The main character smiled because the experience of the thief class was very useful to him in his second life. The Ring of Wisdom was a unique item that dropped from the main boss of the Ether Rift, and it summoned a Grand Witch from the Library of Secrets. The boy calmly got up from the floor. He admitted that her Shadow Twin skill was indeed incredible, but even it had its weaknesses. And with his class skills, he wouldn't have been able to defeat her so easily. But now, everything was different, because he had been conserving his mana for a reason throughout their match. Ikoma raised his hand with the ring even higher. Alice froze, overwhelmed by a wave of anxiety. It seemed to her throughout the match that the boy's mana was practically at zero, so he did not use his skills. But no, he was hoarding it to use this ring. So if he had planned to take the ring from her from the beginning, at what point did he realize how her shadow twin's skill worked? She could not find an explanation for this. Alice Yumakawa couldn't believe that she could fall for such a plan. As it seems, Ikoma himself forced her to use his most dangerous technique from the beginning to catch her. The girl smiled and gently asked what this ring could do against her, and what she should expect. Ichinoshi Ikoma spent many hours researching the past life engagement ring phenomenon. And if everything was as they said about her, then no problems should have arisen. The protagonist raised his hand and commanded the Great Witch of the Library of Secrets to appear. He hoped that everything would go according to plan. Suddenly, a bright light began to appear in the game, which was so blinding that Alice had to close her eyes. A strong wind began to blow from its power. From this light appeared a witch, which grew larger and larger until it reached its maximum size. The Great Witch of the Library of Secrets came out of it. At first, the witch looked around and then smiled joyfully and uncertainly. Alice looked at this little creature in surprise. She now knew that this ring summoned a small magical being. Now the main character had every chance to win. Elisa Yumakawa and her partner will now compete as a trio. The girl knew that many rare things could be found in the rifts, and she herself had seen them more than once. Summoned creatures were not that rare, and more often than not they were useless and wasted mana. But Ichinoshi Ikoma was specifically hoarding his mana to use all of it on the ringed creature. So it seems he had a lot of confidence in this little witch. He planned something very cunning. Alice realized that the boy had deliberately set himself up for the blow, then saved his mana, and all this was for the sake of summoning this small creature. She understood that perhaps he had despaired too much. Ichinoshi Ikoma said that to dispel her illusion, he first needed to take the ring from her, and now he will finally be able to compete with her in full force. Alice Yumakawa gave a playful smile. She said it sounded great and she was ready to continue the fight. Suddenly, her clones pounced on the boy from all sides. She asked to be shown what this little witch could do against her. But the Gravity Master was not excited. This doll was a mini version of the real Ether, and as such she is able to use all the skills that the original Ether knew. But it will only be a replacement for the guy's mana, and then he can use all of her skills as he pleases. Ikoma ordered the little witch to act and move forward. The creature flew up, raised its small arms, and used the Fire Wave skill. Fire began to appear around her, which spread to Alice and her clones. The girl was very excited. It was a massive spell. She looked around and realized that she had nowhere to run. The fire began to envelop her from all sides. This skill continued to work even more powerfully. The fire began to burn even stronger. Alice began to cover her face with her hands, but the magic wasn't able to do too much damage to her. She looked at her clones. They stood in the fire and suddenly began to disappear. This magic was enough to dispel all her illusions. Ichinoshi Ikoma understood that Fire Wave wasn't the most powerful spell, but it was consuming a lot of mana. Therefore, his choice had to be made wisely. Using the magic of summoned creatures can end in a fatal depletion of the host's mana. Therefore, in the use of summoned creatures, there are many aspects that must be observed in order to conserve mana. Mindlessly using the power of ether will not work, but the doppelgangers were weak against massive attacks. To save yourself from the fire wave, you need magical protective spells, which the illusionist, as a rule, does not possess. The protagonist realized that his opponent had also spent too much mana, summoning shadow doubles, so now they will compete one-on-one. Alice Yumakawa now knew that the boy had only summoned this doll to destroy her clones from the beginning. His steps seemed absurd to her, but now she understood why. She couldn't believe that she now had a chance to lose to a Gravity Master whose level was much lower than hers. Alice began to laugh nervously and loudly, covering her face with her hands. She still couldn't believe that Ikoma was so intelligent, because no one had ever gone this far in a battle with her. The girl felt that her heart began to beat even faster, as if it wanted to jump out of her chest. She was so scared, because not a single person on this earth could corner her like Ikoma did. However, the girl still had a few skills and mana left, and she still had something to surprise Ikoma. Many swords appeared around the Gravity Master. They were around him and were aimed directly at the boy. It was the illusory kaleidoscope skill. The girl smiled nervously, finally offering to have fun in battle. The boy knew that this magic skill used illusory physical attacks, but once again it wasted too much mana. Alice Yumakawa already knew that the boy was not afraid of illusions, but dodging this mysterious spell required a lot of concentration. This time she won't take her eyes off him. She believed that he would not be able to leave her alive. Getting into a fighting position, she tightly gripped the knife, ran away, and rushed to Ikoma. The protagonist looked around, realizing that it would not be possible to completely avoid the attack. But he had one plan. The knives froze in the air, but after a moment they began to fly at the adventurer's body with incredible force from all sides. Passion was burning in the girl's eyes. With an incredible desire to kill Ikoma, she ran to him. But when she ran to where the boy was standing, she saw no one. In its place, there were only knives stuck in the floor. He seems to have evaporated and disappeared. Alice began to look around, not understanding where he had disappeared. Actually, Ichinoshi Ikoma was on the ceiling where he hid, waiting for the right moment. The gravity master decided to gradually decrease gravity in order to descend from the ceiling invisibly, and then sharply shouted that he was on top. Alice suddenly raised her head up and saw the boy falling straight on her with incredible force. He held his blade in front of him and pointed it straight at her. He used the meteor fall skill, thereby increasing his falling power. Opponents clashed with swords. Alice held her knife in her hands, but the force made it crack. She couldn't believe that she could lose to this boy so easily. She reassured herself that he would definitely not be able to overcome her. But a moment later, the knife in her hands broke into 2 pieces. She lost her resistance and began to fall to the ground. She fell to the hard floor with a loud thud. She lay there and did not move, having no strength at all. Ichinoshi Ikoma approached her. He apologized to her and declared that their fight was over. He said she wasn't the only one who didn't play her cards right until the very end. The adventurers continued to compete against Kikyo someone, but there were no results. Shion Inobuki struck her opponent one after another, but no matter how many she struck, he didn't care. His skill protected him. Zugo Seiji understood that their efforts were not harming him. He understood that everything could not be so simple. The skill Path of the Blood Guard makes the wearer more resistant to enemy attacks and also increases his physical strength. They could see that he was already in a lot of pain and he was on the edge. But for now, he will not stop using his skill. They will not be able to overcome it. Shion began to panic, not knowing what to do. The commander calmed her down, saying that they would continue with their plan as long as Kikyo Kyogoku will not lose his strength. But the soldier also had his own plan, and everything went exactly according to his plan. He just needed to hang on a little longer. When Alice deals with Ikoma, he will finish off all 3 adventurers in an instant, and then their mission will be accomplished. Kisaraga Satsuki was very worried about her partner. They couldn't devote much time to Kikyo, and they couldn't even help Ikomi with such a strong opponent. But suddenly there was a loud roar behind the team. They turned and looked in surprise at what was happening. They saw how Ichinoshi Ikoma stood in front of Alice's dead body. This meant that he had succeeded. The witch smiled joyfully, because it meant that he managed to win, and they were saved. Kikyo Kyogoku did not understand how it happened. How is that possible? He couldn't believe that the powerful Alice Yumakawa could lose to this boy so easily. 4 years ago, the Chimera Fangs were a group of outcasts from society, incapable of anything but fighting to the death. Young Kikyo Kyogoku entered the office, where he managed to meet Alisa Yumakawa. She was a warrior who never lost to anyone, and he couldn't believe that she was able to lose to an adventurer who was below her level. Until now, no one could understand who Ichinoshi was. Ikoma! The protagonist examined Alice's body. He said she was too dangerous and he didn't want to date her in the future, so he raised his blade and apologized to her. Kikyo Kyogoku understood that he would not be able to defeat these adventurers, but he had to do at least something that he was definitely capable of. Zugo Seiji predicted that the soldier was going to attack. He ordered all the witches to stand back so he could protect them. But suddenly the man ran past the 3 adventurers and ran on. He saw that Ichinoshi Ikoma stands with a raised sword in front of the exhausted body of Alisa Yumakawa. He wanted to kill her so that she would not be a threat to him in the future. And when he swung his sword, he unexpectedly wounded Kikyo Kyogoku, because he covered the body of the exhausted girl with his back. The main character froze because he did not expect that he would be prevented. The doctor was also surprised because Kikyo was not running at them, but at Ikoma. Kikyo Kyogoku did not join the battle. He just quickly put the exhausted Alice on his shoulder and ran away. Ichinoshi Ikoma asked if Kikyo was really going to back down. The man replied that it would be like this only this time, but he already remembered them all. and the next time they met again, it would be the last day in their lives. The Gravity Master wondered if someone had hired them to kill them. If so, he wanted to know who the customer was. But Kikyo Kyogoku ignored the question. He told Alice Yumakawa that it was time for them to go. Suddenly the girl opened her eyes because she was still conscious. She used the illusionist's magic skill, Mirage. Alice waved at Ikoma and said she had a lot of fun, so she was very grateful for the experience. The protagonist fell to the ground exhausted. It looks like Alice used her magic to retreat, and to be honest, he himself was at the limit of his strength. If only Kikyo Kyogoku nevertheless attacked Ikoma, he would not be able to hold out for long. His rollers began to shake. He thought that they were very lucky that Kikyo and his comrades decided to retreat, because otherwise, everyone could have died. Kisaraga Satsuki walked over to her partner and apologized for rushing at him so unexpectedly. The doctor did not even have time to put a shield on Ikoma. The Gravity Master said that everything was fine, and that they all competed well. They thought that Ikoma had taken on the strongest opponent, but in fact, all this fight he was only thinking about how to finish the fight faster and help them, and they managed to disarm Kikyo without his help. His teammates showed everything they were capable of, and without them, he definitely wouldn't have been able to do it. Chimera Fangs will soon spread rumors of their defeat, hanging on them a shameful brand. Soldiers who could not cope with ordinary adventurers. This incident could seriously affect their reputation. In 10 years, they will not be able to become the most powerful shadow group, as it was in the past timeline. But this time, no one was hurt, although it is not clear whether the same security awaits them in the future. And yet Ichinoshi Ikomi managed to obtain a valuable artifact, the key to solving the occurrence of faults, the Ring of Wisdom. This item was very important, and this was confirmed by the appearance of the Chimera Fang. Now everything fell into place. In the past timeline, this item was lost, although it was in the head of the special section. This time, the Chimera Fangs did not invade the Rift's territory. So, could it not be that this time the task for Ecole Chimera was given by the head of the special department himself? But suddenly the team heard a familiar voice. It was Hiru Kasai, who came to his senses. He said it was time for them to get out of here. He asked for forgiveness and begged to be taken out of this place. Shion Inobuki was furious. She asked how he had the audacity to ask them for something. Because if he asks to get out of here, then she is ready to offer to send him to the other world, because she is joyfully ready to accompany him. The doctor asked Shion to calm down, because even if he did something bad, there is no need to kill him. As they expected, Hiru Kasai wasn't even able to get up. So they're going to hand him over to the SWAT team as a criminal who attempted to steal their loot. Kikyo was carrying Alice Yumakawa on his shoulders. She was delighted with such a fight, glad that she had this experience. She told her partner that she was already close to finally finding peace, but she understood that most likely their mother would count them out for defeat. Because if he hadn't protected the girl, he would have been able to pounce on Ikoma and then kill him with one blow. And she understood that most likely Ikoma would have problems now. The soldier believed that he was not worth Alice's life. Although they lost this time, they will meet him again. And next time, they will ask for help to eliminate him from a former adventurer of rank A. Guardians of the Library of Secrets Rift stood near the exit of the rift. They watched in amazement as the wounded adventurers emerged from it. One of the employees asked if they managed to defeat the boss of the Library of Secrets Rift. Zugo Seiji had Hira on his back, Kasai. He smiled confidently and said that they managed to clear the rift because they were B-rank adventurers. Other adventurers stood behind. Satsuki apologized to the workers that they managed to deal with the boss so quickly. Suddenly, Ikoma heard an unfamiliar voice behind him. She asked him if he was the same leader of the team who was able to clear this rift. The Special Forces soldier who came to train his new skills in this rift turned out to be Mayumi. That's me. He did not expect that he was overtaken, and the adventurers managed to cope with such a difficult task so quickly. Mayumi was outraged that the civilians, in his opinion, did whatever they wanted without thinking about the consequences. This confirmed his opinion, which he had from the beginning. Shion Inobuki could not tolerate such humiliation and rudely replied to Mayumi. She said that adventurers risk their lives to protect people from special forces and clear rifts. Ichinoshi Ikoma walked over to Mayumi Toya to apologize for the behavior of her partner. He explained that they were both very exhausted after cleaning up the rift, especially Shion, so she didn't hold back her emotions and behaved rudely. Ikoma also noted that he would not like to make enemies in the special unit. In the special forces, unfortunately, adventurers are often treated like ordinary civilians. It is worth noting that adventurers appear due to the desire of people to independently protect others and explore rifts on a legal basis. However, the special unit closely monitors the activities of adventurers and can deprive them of their licenses in case of violation of the rules. In the future, the special unit plans to fully control the activities of adventurers. At the moment, they cannot take harsh measures except for verbal remarks. One of the soldiers of the special unit, Urakadze Tsumuji, turned to Lieutenant Mayumi with a request not to inflame the conflict. She emphasized that the most important thing is that the fault no longer poses a threat to people. Ichinoshi Ikoma decided that this was a good time to expose Hiru's crime Kasai. He revealed that Kasai was trying to steal the loot they had found in the rift. Hiru Kasai looked around, realizing that he urgently needed an excuse. Mayumi Toya slowly turned and asked to explain again what had happened. The thief-class adventurer began to explain that it was just a misunderstanding in the group, and nothing like that had happened. However, Shion suddenly hit him on the head and told him to shut up, because he was trying to kill them and take all their things. Ikoma noted that this matter should already be resolved by the guild. He also mentioned that Kasai probably already had a criminal record in another branch, so he deserved to be punished. Judging by his behavior, this was not the first time he had done something like this, and Ikoma was sure that he had already received complaints from other adventurers. Hiru Kasai was detained by guild workers to clarify the situation. Ikoma decided not to lose this opportunity to talk with a person from the special unit and told that in addition to the unpleasant situation with the fault, something else happened. They were attacked by two soldiers from the Chimera Fang organization, a blonde and a tall, bald man. Mayumi Toya's face changed. He asked if they were sure what had happened, because if it was just a joke, it wasn't funny at all. The Gravity Master assured that this was true, and he was ready to make a detailed report to the guild and send it to the special unit for verification. Mayumi Toya thought. He considered the boy in front of him very suspicious and frightening. The soldier from the special unit grabbed his head. He could not ignore such a serious statement. He ordered one of his partners to urgently contact the headquarters. A team of adventurers went to the guild, where they began to compile a detailed report of what had happened. The registrar listened carefully to every detail and recorded everything in the document. Finally, all the adventurers were released and they could live out the rest of their day in peace. Shion Inobuki was still angry with her former partner Kasai. She imagined how easy it would be for them if this thief didn't cause them too much trouble. She didn't expect anything more from the thief class. They were just slimy and nasty types. They stole from their allies and no one trusted them. She was never ready to trust people from the thief class again. Ichinoshi Ikoma was very affected by such statements because he used to have the thief class himself. He explained that not all people with this class are bad and that there are honest and decent citizens among them. Shion did not understand the boy's reaction at all and asked why he was so upset. Zugo Seiji suggested not to fight anymore, because everything could end on a good note. In addition, all the booty received from Kasai now went to them. The doctor, as always, thought only about money and earnings. Zugo Seiji asked if Ikoma was still sure he didn't want to split the reward between the four. The guy replied that they had already discussed everything a long time ago. He wanted this award to go to the team members. Instead, he received the Ring of Wisdom and had no regrets. The team leader mentioned that Ichinoshi Ikoma and his partner, the sorceress Kisaraga Satsuki, came from another area and their station was on the other side. He was very glad that they could meet them and get such an experience. Zugo Seiji admitted that from the beginning he had only intended to use them as manpower to seize the rift. They were driven by greed. That's why he wants to go all out next time. When a new rank B rift appears, he will not stand by, but will help his comrades, because he wants to become like them. Ichinoshi Ikoma looked happily at his new colleagues. He was also glad that they were able to help him enter this rift. Suddenly, Kisaraga Satsuki felt someone elbow her shoulder. It was Shion Inobuki. She wanted to apologize for her rudeness. After all, they turned out to be much stronger than she thought, and without them, they would not have coped for a long time. Therefore, if they need a company to conquer the fault, they can always turn to them, because it is always for any movement. Ichinoshi Ikoma smiled, thanked them for the experience, and said they would keep it in mind. A team of 2 adventurers was going to their district. Kisaraga Satsuki asked her partner why he was so eager to get the Wisdom Ring item. The boy explained that this ring could summon a legendary creature. He offered to show how it works. He held his hand up and commanded the creature to appear. A light burst from his ring, from which the witch from the Library of Secrets appeared. She flew up and began to shine. The sorceress looked at this creature with admiration. When the witch came down, Kisaraga Satsuki recognized her as a small copy of the ether they had fought earlier. She said it was very similar to that one, but much smaller and cuter. Ikoma explained that it was indeed ether, but in a weakened form. He could use her skills while draining his mana, although they weren't as powerful as the dungeon bosses. Even though her magic was not that strong and consumed a lot of magic, her presence in his arsenal greatly expanded the range of his abilities. Kisaraga Satsuki agreed that this creature would be really useful. But she wasn't sure if this little creature could really reveal all the secrets and causes of the rifts to them. Ichinoshi Ikoma explained that ether was considered one of the most unique monsters. She knew how to speak their language and exchange ideas. The witch remembered how she fought the boss monster of the Library of Secrets. She was frightened by his appearance then, but now there was a cute creature in front of her. Prize monsters were the same level as their host, but some of them possessed special parameters that increased with level. Ether had a unique wisdom parameter. Therefore, if the main character will pump her level, one day he will be able to ask her about the secret of the occurrence of rifts. The little creature tried to start talking. She uttered an incomprehensible word and began to approach Satsuki, extending her arms. The witch was scared. She jumped up and ran to Ikoma, asking what Ether wanted to say, but she could not speak because these were her first attempts. Ether tried to say something again. She said that very soon this world will meet its end. The context of this statement was completely unclear. The adventurers froze. They didn't know how to react because they had too little information about her words. In the guild, Hojo smashed the phone against the wall out of anger. The device fell to the floor and broke. The Chimera Fangs couldn't handle such a simple task, and it made him very angry. He walked over to his laptop and began studying all the available information on Ichinoshi, to whom Ikoma had cleared numerous rifts to his credit and was the first adventurer in history to achieve rank B so easily. He was the adventurer who saved the people from the rift disaster and the one who defeated the elite soldiers from the Chimera Fang. And he was the one who took the Ring of Wisdom. Now Kurebi Hojo understood that the Master of Gravity was Ichinoshi Ikoma was an unusual person. He lived his second life. Kurebi's eyes, Hodzo, lit up yellow. He was sure that Ikumi would never be able to hide from him so easily. Ikoma's team set out for a new rift called the Deep Abyss. There they fought a bull monster. The Gravity Master used the magnetic gravity skill against him, directing magic directly at the enemy. After that, Ikoma jumped high into the air, then fell sharply down and killed the bull with one blow of his sword. He received 768 experience points for this kill. Satsuki was relieved because at first the monsters surrounded them from all sides, but Ikoma easily dealt with them. Sanji Sena also praised his success and said that she was less experienced than him and did not expect this. The blogger even said that if Ikoma had a manager, she would have offered him cooperation. The boy displeasedly asked her to stop using him to promote her broadcasts. Gravity Master decided to level up, but at level 40 it became much more difficult. Even the two of them from Kisarage Satsuki, they could barely handle the monsters. Therefore, they decided to invite Sena to their team, and she did not object. Her manager had gone on vacation and now she had a lot of free time. The adventurers decided to go to the guild to rest. They thanked Sena for agreeing to spend time with them and help them today. The blogger smiled and said that thanks to them, she was able to earn some money and get pumped, so it was very profitable for her. But if they wanted to pay her somehow, she didn't mind. Little Ether was sitting on the team's table. She was sitting in front of a plate of donuts and really wanted to eat them. Sanji Sena asked to borrow this little creature to shoot some videos with it. Although this creature was a conscript, it was very cute. And if you dress her in a maid costume, the comments will simply burst with cuteness. But Ichinoshi Ikoma refused this offer. The Rift researcher called it very boring. Ether was an unusual draft creature that could not be shown to everyone. She was unique and intelligent. In addition, if he allows the ether to be recorded on video, their location will be calculated by Chimera Fangs. But he was worried about something else. He remembered the little creature saying that very soon this place would meet its end. Her words scared him very much and could not be ignored. After these words, the little witch did not speak again. But she was the key to solving the appearance of the rifts. And Ichinoshi Ikoma really wanted to know the whole truth about the faults. Is this world really coming to an end soon? This question bothered him a lot. Maybe there's a reason why he didn't even care. Reincarnated, he knew that after 10 years the number of faults would decrease, but inflation would increase dramatically, and people will not be able to control this phenomenon. But he still did not know how their world would end. As a past S-rank adventurer, he was bound to change the destiny of this world. However, in order to achieve this, he needed to raise his level. But for them from Kizarage, Satsuki found the new rifts too difficult, and it looks like they'll have to find a third member of the group. The witch was very surprised when her partner suggested it. She asked if he was sure. The Gravity Master explained that they needed one more member of the group that could be trusted and wouldn't take most of the damage. Although the boy's class was versatile, it didn't deal as much damage as other classes. The Shaman class was also very good, but in most cases it is more convenient to use it as a support. It will be much more difficult for them to fight in the future if they cannot find a permanent member of the group. Sanji Sena was not particularly interested in this proposal. Shion Inobuki also had a fairly mobile class similar to his, so she didn't fit in either. There was another option, Utsunomiya Syo, head of the Thunder Knights, but they and their partner agreed that it is better not to contact him. The blogger recalled that Ikoma recently received the B rank. Why didn't he just seek out adventurers of the same rank? She's sure he'll be able to find plenty of strong singles who fit his criteria. The main character thought, is there a talented B-rank adventurer with a combat class who works alone? He once had one such acquaintance from his past life, but something happened between them in a past life. She used to work together with Ikoma and rush to protect him without thinking about her own safety. She was badly wounded, and Ikoma held her emaciated body in his arms. She asked him if he had suffered from the attacks. Seeing the boy's undamaged body, she was very happy. She put her hand on Ikoma's cheek and apologized. Although they hadn't been in the group that long, she was happy to work with him, with adventurers like him. A few seconds later, she died. The protagonist wondered if this girl was alive in this world. He had to check it out. The sorceress noticed that her partner was also sitting thoughtfully and asked what he was thinking about. He replied that he was just recalling his memories. They were supposed to meet after about 3 years. At least that was the case in his past life. But he didn't know if they would be able to meet in this world. Therefore, the team decided to go to the guild to find a new B-rank partner. They went inside. There was a girl looking for a job by the table. The registrar explained to her that all the new faults had already been cleared, and she was very sorry that she had no work left. When Satsuki saw this girl, she was very surprised. She knew many people here, but this was the first time she saw this girl. In Ichino's, Hiccup stopped breathing for a moment. She was the same girl he wanted to find in this world. He remembered that sword on her back, as well as her frightening aura around her. He couldn't believe that it was really the same adventurer. The Gravity Master immediately quickened his pace and headed towards her, leaving the sorceress behind. He cautiously approached the girl and asked if her name was really Kagurazaka Mio. The adventurer turned sharply to the boy and asked who he was. She was not in the mood for conversation at all. The boy lowered his head. His partner approached him and asked if they had already met. Ikoma understood that he could not handle Kagurazaka Mio as if they are old acquaintances. They did not know each other at all in this world. Ikoma explained to his partner that he had heard several rumors about her, because she was a Bordeaux swordsman who had not lost a single battle. She was a talented solo adventurer. The Gravity Master said they weren't looking for a new member for their group, but asked if she wanted to join them. Kagurazaka Mio laughed. She realized that the guy in front of her was very straightforward and a bit blunt. She refused, saying that she would never be a nanny for some helpless, suffocating people like them. Kisaraga Satsuki didn't really want to take this girl to the team, but if Ikoma recognized her talent and even remembered her name, then probably she was really talented. But she behaved intolerably. The witch decided to intervene in the conversation, because Kagurazaka Mio didn't even know what they were capable of. Therefore, judging by appearance was very unfair on her part. The girl said that she has been working as an adventurer for a long time, so she can immediately distinguish those who are worth her attention from those who are not. Ikoma understood that they were currently around level 40. That is, they were of the same level, and also both of them had experience in clearing B-rank faults. The girl looked down on them. She admitted that it was a good resume, but the fact that they had high ranks meant nothing. The Gravity Master asked if she just didn't like being hired by other adventurers. So if she doesn't want to babysit the weaklings, he suggests they fight in the training arena. But they had one condition: if Ichinoshi. If Ikomi manages to prove his strength to her, then she can trust him to cover her back. Kagurazaka Mio was very stubborn and said that she would not accept such a stupid provocation. She pushed the boy away from her. The adventurer lowered her head and said that she was still not interested in their group, then defiantly left. The main character watched as his past girlfriend left. He remembered how in the past she also didn't want to get close to anyone, so her reaction was understandable. Kisaraga Satsuki asked her partner if he was serious about challenging her to a duel. After all, you can be seriously injured in the training arena, even if it is a normal sparring match, because usually an adventurer and a guild instructor compete in the training arena. In order for two adventurers to fight each other, permission must be obtained from the administration. The guy explained that this issue could be resolved, but she decided to refuse them. He explained that it was not that she did not want to mess with weaklings, but something else entirely. She had one reason. She looked at the adventurer friends who were together choosing the rift they wanted to go to and planning to apply. And as she watched this, she realized one simple thing. No one cared about her identity, because everyone around wanted to get her power. Because Kagurazaka Mio has a rare Reaper class. She can defeat the enemy with both physical strength and dark magic. No matter what opponent fights against her, she is able to defeat anyone. This class combined physical attacks and magic well, so anyone would want such a person in their group. That's why at Kagurazaka, Mio had a great chance to reach the heights if he could keep his life. Kisaraga Satsuki asked the boy if he said that they needed to find that person that they couldn't completely rely on, but she doubted that she would be able to get along with such a person. Ikoma said that everything would be fine because she was a reliable person, although she was sometimes harsh with her words. The sorceress decided to believe Ikoma's words. The protagonist went home and immediately turned on the computer to find the information he needed. Next to him sat Ether, who was always there. He found information about Kagurazaka Mio. She always chose the most dangerous faults for research. She was the bravest girl he had ever seen, hated weaklings, and had quite a complex personality. She always refused to fully join the group, preferring the path of a loner. And in the past timeline, she was the one who saved his life. The lonely path is full of dangers, and if he can even slightly influence the course of events of this temporal line, as a sign of gratitude for the rescue, he is obliged to befriend her and save her life. Ichinoshi Ikoma asked Ether if she thought he could convince this stubborn girl to join him. The little witch thought, and then said that the power of one person can change the course of all events. At first the boy thought and asked Ether what she was talking about, but after a moment he understood everything and smiled. He began to remember his past life. He and his team came to the guild because they needed to find a person in the group who could cause great damage to the enemy and distract him. Ichinoshi Ikoma smiled and said that he knew such a person. He asked to give him some time and then he could persuade her to join them. The boy entered Kagurazaka's room. Mio turned to her, but she paid no attention to him at all, and ignoring him, went to another corner of the room. The protagonist crossed his arms. He understood that gaining her trust would be difficult, so he decided to come up with a plan. He invited the girl to a bookstore and offered her to read a book about how to make friends with people who have no experience in this. The next time he also came to her in the store and offered to pay for all the purchases. He always followed her to make friends, and it was already like stalking. And one day they went to the territory of the Rift, where Kagurazaka came Mio. She was already starting to get annoyed that he was chasing her, so she asked what he had forgotten here. Ichinoshi Ikoma said that many high-ranking adventurers go on raids in particularly dangerous rifts, and he came here with his team. Their group will also participate in the capture of the Poison Blade Rift. He said that it would be a great opportunity for them, because then she would be able to see them in action and figure out if she wanted to join them or not. The girl looked at the boy with displeasure and, silently ignoring him, went into the breach. They were together in this terrible rift. In front of them, they saw several dead bodies that inspired horror, and the glow of a strong monster that had killed these people and was gradually approaching them. Suddenly, Ichinoshi Ikoma woke up. It was all just a terrible dream. He was breathing. He seems to have fallen asleep while analyzing the whole situation after his meeting with Kagurazaka Mio. He resorted to unnecessary memories. After checking the news, he saw that while he was sleeping, another disaster had occurred not far from Tokyo. Rifts and monsters began to attack civilians. Very rarely that such unstable faults appeared. A similar situation was indeed very critical if the guild was already starting to collect an urgent raid. Ichinoshi Ikoma went through even more details because it was all very strange. According to his experience, Such anomalies should have started to appear after 3 years, and this rift was called Poisonous Wedge, which was even more frightening. The main character began to get very nervous because it seemed impossible. This fault was supposed to appear only after 3 years. Something definitely went wrong. In a past life in this portal, Kagurazaka Mio gave her life to save him. He couldn't understand what the hell was going on around him. The adventurers decided to go to a large store. Ikoma decided to buy himself a new match suit. He tried on one of the suits, and Satsuki said it suited him very well. The guy thanked for the compliment. The witch was very pleasantly surprised when he offered her to go shopping together. She never thought that she would help him choose clothes, so she happily decided to suggest to him that if he wanted, they could go shopping together from now on. But when she turned to Ikoma, he continued to ignore her. He was looking at the information on his phone and was very serious. Poisonous Wedge is a rift that should appear in 3 years. It is in this fault of Kagurazaka Mio gave her life to save Ichinoshi, to whom in a past life. Therefore, knowing her character, she will take part in this raid this time as well. Now, the main character had much more experience in clearing faults than in his past life. However, his level was much lower compared to his past life. He was a gravity master, but in his past life he still failed despite his level and skills at the time. In Kagurazaka, Mio's level at this moment was much higher than Ikoma's, and due to her harsh nature, she would not listen to his advice. But the main character could not leave her, although it was very reckless at his level to go on a raid with her. Besides, this rift was too dangerous, and he couldn't ask Satsuki to go with him. He couldn't risk her safety. Kisaraga Satsuki asked again if something had happened to Ikoma, because he did not look like himself and even turned pale. The boy asked her not to worry about him. The witch knew that something was wrong with her partner, and she could not ignore it. She took his hands in hers and said that if something was bothering him, he could share his feelings with her. She admitted that as soon as he called her to his group, he said that he needed her strength. When she heard this, she was incredibly happy and was able to believe in herself. Satsuki admitted that she hated herself for not always being able to come to his aid when he really needed her. So she really asks him to rely on her. The boy bowed his head and thanked Satsuki for her devotion. The team went to the guild, where Ikoma wanted to tell everything. He said he was actually thinking about taking part in one raid. He gave his phone to his partner so that she could read the information. Satsuki looked over and said she read about him. It was an urgent raid in Saitama. She wondered why he wanted to take part in it. He asked if she remembered the girl they met at the guild yesterday. Her name was Kagurazaka Mio, and she will also participate in this raid where she must die. This girl did not expect to hear this at all. She asked again if it was true. The boy crossed his arms. He understood that this was very hard to believe, but he wanted to make sure that Kagurazaka would be safe. Satsuki asked if he was sure that Miss Mio would even participate in this raid and how he even knew that she could die there. Ichinoshi Ikoma fell silent and then gathered his strength and decided to confess. He asked his partner to listen to him very carefully. The girl froze. She was surprised and expected to hear something very serious. Ichinoshi Ikoma admitted that he had been saying all along that he had a special item that helped him learn all about new portals and special items. But it was not true. His truth was that he could see his future. Kisaraga Satsuki froze. She did not believe that such a thing could exist. The boy understood that it all sounded like the ravings of a madman. She might not believe him, but everything he said was true. The witch said she believed him. He could already prove it to her twice because he knew every portal they cleared together like the back of his hand. Besides, Kisaraga, Satsuki completely trusted her partner and did not think that he would deceive her in such a stupid way. The gravity master was glad that the girl was able to believe him, but it bothered him how blindly she believed him. She unconditionally believed everything that Ikoma told her and did not contradict. Therefore, he very much hoped that they would not have such problems in the future. The team went to the subway. They were at the Akiba station. They had 4 stations to go to their destination. The Gravity Master revealed that this raid could be the most dangerous battle they had ever fought. Therefore, they should be very careful. The witch read that according to the article put out by the special unit, the level of the local boss would be about 65. This was not much different from the power of ether. Ichinoshi Ikoma said that this boss will evolve during the raid and will be able to reach level 80. Therefore, they need to overcome him before he finishes his evolution. The witch was very scared. She was completely unprepared to compete with the level 80 boss. It was very risky. In truth, the main character would not even want to participate in this raid, and also did not want to compete with this boss at all. But if they can't get Mio to join the raid, they'll have to get out of here. At least 3 groups must participate in this raid, and they must coordinate among themselves and come up with a plan to kill the boss. Kisaraga Satsuki lowered her head uncertainly. She could not find an explanation why Ikoma would want to do this. Although he did not want to participate in the raid at all, he wanted to save Miss Mio's life. So she decided to ask if he was from Kagurazaka. Mio could have connected something in the past. The boy tried to find the right words. In fact, she once saved his life, so he must protect her as well. Finally, the team was able to arrive at the place where the raid was taking place. They said they wanted to participate. An employee who supervised it was waiting for them. She learned that they had come from another city. So she thanked them profusely for their concern and for coming to help. And to tell the truth, this time few adventurers decided to take part in this raid. 5 more adventurers came to them, and they became only 7 people. This is a small number for such a powerful fault. Kagurazaka approached the team Mio. She stamped her foot in displeasure and asked what they had forgotten here. She suspected they were after her. She made it clear once again that she did not want to join their group. Ichinoshi Ikoma asked what she was talking about. He explained that they simply decided to take part in the raid and were high enough to do so. Mio didn't believe it was true, but she was curious. She said that she did not remember seeing them at the last raid in Kanto. Kisaraga Satsuki couldn't believe that a girl like Kagurazaka, who hated all weaklings, decided to save Ikoma in the past. Mio glared at the sorceress in fury as she saw her staring intently at her. Satsuki turned away in fear, began to deny everything, said that everything was fine, and asked for forgiveness. Another unknown adventurer approached Ikoma. He asked if they had decided to participate in the raid as well. The stranger admitted that their new partners were still children, but it was better than nothing. Ichinoshi Ikoma understood that these people were not experienced and did not look like adventurers from a special unit. These people had a special patch on their sleeves. He had already seen a similar logo somewhere. It was a for-profit company that had a place in the entertainment industry and boosted its image by supporting public safety. It was called Black Steel Production. It was a company of adventurers who underwent special training for business development using classical skills. They aspired to reach greater heights in the future, but for now it was just a startup. Chief Shiraki turned to Mr. Hanagasaki. He reminded them that they were representatives of the driving force, so he needed to be polite to potential customers. Shiraki decided to apologize to Satsuki for their rudeness. He explained that Hanagasaki sometimes acts like a stubborn old man, but his character wasn't really that bad. The girl asked not to apologize. It became much easier for her that at least someone with a normal character happened to them. Chief Shiraki handed Ikomi his business card. He was a representative of the company Motive Force, and he will be very happy to conduct this raid with him. The boy picked up this business card, but his sense as an adventurer with 10 years of experience told him that this boy was not as simple as he might seem, so he had to be on the alert. Chief Shiraki began flattering the Gravity Master. He said that he admired such young and talented adventurers, and that he hoped they could become friends. Teams began entering the Poison Blade Rift. A monster appeared in front of them, which began to make ominous sounds. It was a level 44 bloodsucker. Hanagasaki was the first to enter the battle. He began to confront this monster. The monsters did not attack one by one, but immediately in groups because they were intelligent creatures. Chief Shiraki revealed that this rift caused anomalies in Saitama, so the local monsters could be much stronger than the ones they were fighting before because of it. But there were 7 adventurers, so with a good strategy, they will be able to defeat them all. Chief Shiraki began commanding all the adventurers. He asked not to panic, and to cover them behind while they were competing. Moving forces entered the battle with the bloodsuckers. They began to compete. Hanagasaki used his deadly lunge skill and hit the monster with a powerful force. Their partner also ran away and used the life extraction skill. The monster began to gradually die. Ichinoshi Ikoma watched the driving forces compete from the sidelines. He admitted that they worked quite well as a team. These 2 warriors were an offensive force, and got rid of a large number of enemies in a short period of time, while the other guy covered them, distracting stronger enemies. But the leader of their team was watching his comrades. If the situation becomes critical, he will enter the battle and cover the others. In teamwork, it is important not only to distribute roles effectively, but also that the leader can lead his comrades. Kisaraga Satsuki raised her staff and used the Orb of Darkness skill. This dark energy caused an explosion in the bloodsucker's lair. After that, The Gravity Master immediately rushed to the monster and finished it off, swinging his sword in front of him. A level 44 bloodsucker had maximum magic and a lot of health. The team has already managed to destroy half of his health. The witch analyzed the characteristics of the enemy. It was an ordinary monster, but with a lot of health. She decided to turn to Ikoma. She explained that these monsters could be destroyed in one hit with gravity magic. But it was a bad idea because he would use up all his mana for such a powerful attack. Ikoma reassured her by saying that they could defeat these monsters alone. The boss of the rift was waiting for them ahead, and they needed to conserve their strength. Kagurazaka Mio also took part in these battles, but acted independently. She rushed forward and used the Crimson Blade skill. The magic concentrated on her sword. She hit the monster with a powerful force. As Ichinoshi expected Ikoma, Mio behaved in the same way as in her past life. He had never met an adventurer who could kill such a powerful monster with a single blow. Her class had devastating power, and she was currently the strongest adventurer in their group. The Gravity Master saw that the bloodsucker was still alive, but his health was down to one hit. It was the perfect opportunity to drain all the mana out of him. He ordered Satsuki to do it. The witch ran up to the monster but suddenly felt someone push her. It was Hanagasaki. There was excitement in his eyes. He wanted to kill all the monsters in this rift. He used the skill Heavenly Rift and finished off the last bloodsucker. Chef Rei Shiraki laughed as his partner was full of energy as usual. He asked if they managed to raise their level for this fight. Ichinoshi Ikoma intervened in the conversation. He wanted to make a remark, because the person who dealt the last blow to the monster gained more experience. In addition, they needed this monster alive, so it was ugly to come and take their prey. Hanagasaki was very surprised at such a negative attitude towards him. He didn't understand why they were sorry to give him one monster, and he didn't know since when the adventurers became so petty, because there are enough monsters here for everyone. Ikoma explained that he specifically pushed Satsuki to gather this experience for himself. This attitude towards comrades was unacceptable. Hanagasaki asked not to sprinkle more on his brain, because one must yield to the elders, and he must remember this. Kisaraga Satsuki asked her partner to calm down, because it was better for them not to quarrel with the driving forces. For adventurers, level is an indicator of skill, and among them there is an unspoken rule. The one who has done the most damage to the enemy kills the monster. And after such an act, he would not go into a rift with such people, even though it was a one-time raid. Confidence will definitely not increase after this. He couldn't cover up for someone who was taking away his experience so piggishly. Rei Shiraki heard that something had happened and asked what the noise was. Hanagasaki explained that the children had taken offense at him over all sorts of nonsense, and nothing serious had happened. Moving forces ordered to go further, because they still had a lot to do and a lot of experience that the children can still gain. And if they continue to stand still, then they will get nothing. Rei Shiraki approached Ichinoshi. Ikumi apologized, because it seems that there was a misunderstanding between him and Hanagasaki, and he was very sorry. Ikoma replied that everything was fine and maybe he was just too harsh on him this time. Chief Rei Shiraki happily continued along the rift. He stated that he wanted the whole of Japan or even the whole world to know about their feat in this rift. The special unit begins to gradually spread its influence on the faults. In his opinion, free lone adventurers cannot reach their potential through them, so corporate adventurers are the future. The goal of such people is to achieve a safe cleaning of the portals. Kasaraga Satsuki was smiling happily, because their plans were very ambitious. But there was one big problem. Leveling up is important to driving force, and their team can't level up quickly, so they take every opportunity they can. Ichinoshi Ikoma knew that this was indeed true. The higher the rank of an adventurer, the harder it is to gain experience, especially if they are in a party of 4. Even in a group, conflicts may arise due to uneven distribution of experience. The chief said that because of this problem, they constantly have difficulties in controlling their comrades. He asked to forgive Hanagasaki for his stupid act, because he just wanted to be useful in the future. The witch agreed that corporate adventurers had a hard time, so she wished them luck in leveling up. Rei Shiraki suggested that they stop, as it seems that their special unit had not yet explored the right passage. Therefore, they have to stop for a while, because their duties also include drawing up a map. The main character understood that something was not right. Miyagi controlled his subordinates very well. They obeyed his orders without question, and now he declares that he cannot control their behavior in the rift. It was very surprising that he was chosen as a leader. although even his subordinates did not listen to him. People from the moving forces recalled how they were selected for this raid according to the rating. Ikoma thought that it would be much more difficult here, because they even had to go through the selection process. Rei Shiraki laughed and said he hoped the Rift Trek would be just as easy. But he asked Mr. Hanagasaki not to let his guard down. After all, they were sent as representatives of their company, so they should not be ashamed. Kisaraga Satsuki told her partner that this meant that everyone in the company was stronger than the other lone adventurers. This raid was unlike anything these guys had ever seen. The fault anomaly only progressed. And although this will happen slowly, they will eventually face serious consequences. In the past timeline, the main character managed to reach the boss in the middle of his evolution, so it's possible that the same will happen now. Therefore, his goal here is research, as well as stopping Kagurazak Mio if she suddenly wants to fight the boss. He just needs to make a convincing report for the guild, so that the special unit paid attention to this fault. Already trained soldiers will deal with the same fracture of the poisonous blade. Everyone on this team wanted to prove themselves and defeat the boss, but he had to somehow convince them not to join the battle. Also, Kagurazaka Mio had a very stubborn character, so it will not work to convince her just like that. For this, he must be sufficiently convincing and eloquent. The protagonist saw how Rei Shiraki approached Mio to tell her something. He addressed her, saying that he had heard a lot about her, as she was quite popular among lone adventurers. But she only recently received the B rank and has already managed to take part in many high-level raids. The team leader jumped happily and said that he was honored to meet such a legendary solo adventurer like her. He added that Miss Kagurazaka was incredibly talented. This angered the girl, and she asked to stop giving such compliments. She stated that if Rei Shiraki wanted to tell her something, he should speak directly. At first, the team leader was surprised, but then he smiled and continued his speech. He said that he would like Miss Kagurazaka to be his right hand and a member of their Motive Force team. He was sure that an adventurer like her would be up to the job. Furthermore, he believed that if she joined them, her talents would allow them to grow their company much faster. He declared that he wanted to protect his country from the fault lines together with it. Kisaraga Satsuki really believed that this guy was very eloquent, but according to Ikoma, Miss Mio would immediately reject him. Kagurazaka Mio dryly replied that she was not interested in such an offer. She always answered briefly and to the point. The team leader began to aggressively convince her. He assured her that she needn't worry because if she became his right-hand man, he would gather as many talented adventurers as he could. The girl sharply ordered everyone to shut up because she was not going to join any group. She ordered not to talk to her anymore because she chose the path of loneliness, and she did it of her own free will. She came closer to Ikoma and said that lately she has been encountering persistent boys more and more often. She asked them to remember that she had only joined them for the duration of the raid, and after that they would immediately part ways. Chief Shiraki tried to convince Kagurazaka Mio, because the higher her level becomes, the more difficult it is to maintain a career as a lone adventurer. At high levels, going to A-rank dungeons and above can be too dangerous. Kagurazaka Mio was serious. She said she would stick to her ways for the rest of her life, so their attempts to convince her were futile. Kisaraga Satsuki began to worry. She began to whisper in Ikomi's ear, asking why there was such a tense atmosphere whenever Mrs. Mio said or did something. Hanagasaki suddenly turned to the team of adventurers. He said that Ikoma himself saw everything, and that their chief was very kind to them, so he asked them to be polite and not disturb them. Ichinoshi Ikoma said that they were eager to prove themselves in the raid, because meanwhile their boss was trying to recruit even more people to his company. But it seemed that they didn't have much control over the situation. Hanagasaki even more. He began to raise his voice and speak rudely. He ordered Ikoma to watch his tongue, further escalating the conflict. Kisaraga Satsuki stated in shock that they were trying to pick a fight with everyone again. She asked Mr. Shiraki to intervene because his subordinate was trying to create a conflict out of thin air. The Gravity Master understood that Hanagasaki would probably not listen to the leader's words. Perhaps Rei Shiraki was not a true leader, and his subordinates only obeyed him during contests out of fear. The witch was surprised. She asked what he was talking about and why others were afraid of him. Ikoma explained that with strangers, Rei Shiraki was polite and always apologized if his subordinates did something wrong. He never scolded them, trying to create a friendly atmosphere. But as soon as the battle began, every subordinate obeyed him without question. In battle, one must always be much more obedient than with ordinary people. However, Ikoma explained that the leader did not use fear to lead others. He was more concerned about saving face and good relations with the adventurers he didn't know. To finally dot all the dots, Ichinoshi Ikoma wanted to say that other subordinates may obey their leader like dogs, but he does not. Rei Shiraki gently began to explain that there seemed to be a new misunderstanding between them. He assumed that Ikoma was probably exhausted from his subordinate's attack, and he sympathized with him. But they need to calm down and work together during the raid. The Gravity Master confirmed that they would indeed work together, but he would not put any effort into making their company score high after the raid was over. Rei Shiraki chose to remain silent. They just stood facing each other in silence for a few seconds, and then he turned and continued on his way. Satsuki excitedly asked the Ikamas if they really needed to fight with them in such a dangerous place. He replied that they could avoid it, but he was tired of being manipulated by Rei Shiraki. Chef Rei Shiraki has always believed that he does well in the role of captain. However, this time he felt as if he had become a nanny for 3 worthless adults, as they were long past their 20s. But all they knew how to do was compete. In addition, in this raid they were joined by a smart man who knew how to express his displeasure. Rei Shiraki noticed that Ikoma had enough experience and strength and was not afraid to speak his mind. The commander did not believe that someone managed to bite him. He agreed to this raid only because he understood that he could quickly level up and earn the respect of the company. But now he did not know at all whether he could hold out here with unruly rebels and a single stranger. And yet, the protagonist understood that with someone like Rei Shiraki, they had to be very careful. Suddenly, the adventurers heard a strange sound and immediately reacted to it. A new wave of monsters appeared, and they were already close. The adventurers urgently needed to confront them. The boss smiled. He thought it was great, as it was the perfect chance to clear up their misunderstanding with Ichinoshi Ikumo. It's time to put it in its place. A terrible monster appeared in front of them, the 47th level Killer Mantis. He began to scream frighteningly. The driving forces were displeased to see these creatures because they were beetles. Hanagasaki offered to destroy them as soon as possible and move on. The Gravity Master began to analyze the situation. Level 47 is a lot, and the deeper they went into the dungeon, the more often they encountered strong enemies. Before, they only encountered weak, low-level monsters, and now these monsters were not only of a high level, but also had powerful paws, blades, and a strong body. They had no magical abilities at all, but they made up for it with physical strength. Therefore, the best way to defeat these monsters is to punch them in the stomach. Ikoma decided they needed someone who could deliver a powerful blow. Only Kagurazaka was such a person, Mio. He turned to her, explaining that it was dangerous to get too close to the monster. Ikoma asked her not to attack him alone and let them help. But Mrs. Mio didn't want to listen to anything. She asked them not to disturb and said that she would deal with the monster herself. Ikoma tried to stop her, but to no avail. Mio rushed into battle with the mantis. She ran and delivered a powerful blow to the bug's stomach before landing. She managed to significantly reduce the monster's health. The Gravity Master was glad his plan had worked. Kagurazaka, as usual, did not listen to anyone and rushed into danger. But they had no other choice, and they would have to fight. Ikoma assumed the role of leader. He ordered Satsuki to help Mio, and he himself was going to enter the battle and attack the mantis from the back. Rei Shiraki watched this situation from the sidelines. This battle promised to be interesting. He already had a plan to teach this brat. He remembered Ikoma's words that other subordinates might obey him like dogs, but he was not like that. Therefore, they will work together, but not for the sake of his career. Rei Shiraki thought back to the past when he was training at the A-rank ground. He competed with Hanagasaki and had a significant advantage in the fight. He kicked the man on the head. Spectators watched this fight with amazement. Shiraki attacked very powerfully on the limit of what was allowed. It was better for them not to get involved in this dispute, so as not to become the next victims. He understood that being a leader is not only a great responsibility, but also a duty to educate his subordinates. An exhausted Hanagasaki lay on the floor. He explained to the boss that he realized all his mistakes and sincerely apologized for his inattention. The other members of his group were very scared. They sat in silence so as not to draw attention to themselves. Fear is the best teacher for such foolish people, and the leader used it. So he was willing to show Ichinose Ikomi, who is able to risk his life for the sake of others. The leader began to issue orders. He ordered people from his team to deal with the bugs on the right, while he himself was going to control the situation in the center. Hanagasaki accepted all the orders and immediately rushed to carry them out. Kagurazaka Mio paused for a few seconds to analyze the situation. They thought that Ikoma was indeed very strong and agile, but his motives were too unclear. The adventurer gathered her breath and rushed into battle again. She was holding her sword in front of her when the mantis started charging at her. But suddenly, Rei Shiraki appeared in front of her, completely blocking her path to the monster. He stood in front and took full control of the monster. Turning to Miss Hanagasaki, he explained that fighting alone is very dangerous, so he will protect her and she should not worry. Mio angrily asked not to interfere with her and not to interfere in the battle, because the leader seemed to be doing everything to harm her. Rei Shiraki decided to specifically sneak into the center of the battle. From there, he could perfectly observe Ikoma and come to his fake aid at the right moment. The Gravity Master dodged the attack and ordered the sorcerer to immediately use the Orb of Darkness. When the girl raised her stick over the mantis, there was an explosion that distracted the monster. He lifted his paws up. Ikoma said it worked perfectly, because now all he had to do was cut off the beetle's legs. He thanked for the help and ran away, swinging his sword. Ichinoshi Ikoma used double gravity to make his strike even more powerful. Then he flew up and used Meteor Fall. But despite the force of the attack, Mantis remained alive. Kisaraga Satsuki began to worry because her partner was spending too much magic on ordinary monsters. They had to end this fight as soon as possible. The boy understood that he would not be able to cope on his own because he could not count on Rei Shiraki, and Kagurazaka Mio was busy with other bugs. He had absolutely no time to drag out this fight. The monster recovered and began to rise to its feet. He was very stubborn and still continued to live. It was the perfect moment for Rei Shiraki to execute his plan and come to the fake aid of Ikomi. Watching the adventurer, he was surprised that his attacks were so powerful and fast. Rei Shiraki had never seen anything like it. This adventurer possessed incredible mobility in battle, and his fighting skills were nothing short of impressive. The leader should not have underestimated him. Rei Shiraki pondered. If Ikoma had joined the driving forces, their team would have reached a new level. Once he even organized a special corporate squad of adventurers, trained them, and wanted them to benefit the corporation in the future. But the head of the guild was against the idea, and many of the upper management laughed at his plans. However, the guild head was willing to sponsor him if he performed well in the next mission. And now the commander had a plan. If he can distinguish himself in this raid, he will be able to prove to everyone what he is capable of. That's why he won't let Ichinose Ikomi take all the glory for himself. Rei Shiraki called Amemiya, one of his subordinates, to him. He told her that the battle was coming to an end and asked her to pretend that she had accidentally injured Ikoma during the fight. Amemiya was very surprised. Her eyes expressed fear, but she was obliged to carry out the order. During a rift battle, people tend to focus more on monsters than allies. So a Gravity Master is unlikely to realize that this was intentional. But the leader really wanted to one day trick this adventurer. And as soon as the opportunity arose, he would definitely do it. Amemiya was very excited. She didn't know what the boss was thinking, but she began to quietly sneak up on the adventurer from behind. Meanwhile, the main character was in the heat of battle. He didn't pay attention to what was happening around him and was focused on the monster. He announced that they were almost done. Amemiya drew her sword and assumed a fighting stance. She mentally apologized to the adventurer, but she had no choice but to follow the boss's order. Otherwise, he would kill her. She thought about the best place to hit him. A blow to the shoulder would not have caused serious damage. Ichinoshi Ikoma sensed that something was wrong. He turned and noticed out of the corner of his eye that Amemiya was behaving very strangely. At that moment, the girl used the laser shot skill. The energy she accumulated during the night was directed into Ikoma's shoulder. She understood that from such a distance he would definitely not have time to dodge. Amemiya got too close, so the plan had to work. There was a monster on one side and Amemiya on the other. He couldn't deal with the two of them in one blow. The boy smiled, and then with one blow, ignoring the threat, cut off the monster's paw. Amemiya still missed, but at this moment her body was bound by dark magic. She could not move and resist. It was a shadow path. Kisaraga Satsuki used this skill to bind the hands of the girl who was trying to hurt her partner. Ikoma thanked her for her help, for covering his back. Amemiya stood frightened. All her limbs were tied and she could not move in any way. Kisaraga Satsuki was furious. She clenched her fist in anger. She asked how they should understand such an act and an attempt. She demanded an explanation as to why Amemiya wanted to specifically attack the Gravity Master while he was busy fighting. Amemiya excused herself that she was aiming at his shoulder and could not calculate the force of the blow, as a result of which she accidentally swung at Ikoma. Reishiraki glared at her. He understood that no one should be entrusted with even the simplest task. Despite their age, Ikoma and Satsuki were very experienced and ready for any extreme situations. Ichinoshi Ikoma, restraining his anger, ordered no one to relax or be distracted. The battle was still not over, and they did not have time to figure out their relationship. Suddenly, the praying mantis monster began to evolve. His body became stronger and his skin color changed to a frightening blue. With a roar, he used the ice needle's skill. Sharp pieces of ice flew at the researchers. Amemiya, not being able to evade due to the charms that bound her, received an ice fragment in the back. Her eyes widened in pain and a moan escaped her mouth. Reishiraki gritted his teeth and glared at the battlefield. Everything did not go according to plan. Those monstrous bugs possessed magic, and it was his mistake to send his subordinates so close to the enemy. The girl, having lost consciousness, fell to the ground. Her side was covered in blood, and her breathing was ragged. She weakly gripped the wound with her hand, trying to hold back a moan of pain. Reishiraki, coming to his senses from his anger, immediately ordered Mr. Sawai to heal Amemiya. Mr. Hanagasaki had to accompany Sawai to protect him. Hanagasaki, still fighting the monster, exclaimed that he could not leave the fight. He did not have time to finish his prey. Ikoma, wasting no time, intervened. He firmly told the warrior that these monsters were not their main concern right now, and he could handle them on his own. Ikoma clearly ordered Hanagasaki to immediately help his wounded colleague. Soldiers of the moving forces did not hesitate to rush to Amemiya's aid. Their leader, fists clenched, watched in annoyance as their plan failed. Sawai, having approached the wounded girl, concentrated. He wove charms around the wound, channeling the magical energy into healing. With each movement, Amemiya's skin became more lively and her breathing became more even. While Sawai was treating the girl, Ikoma fought the mantises with zeal. One by one, the monsters fell to the ground, unable to withstand his attacks. Finally, the last praying mantis fell to the ground with a roar, pierced by Ikoma's sword. For this victory, Ikoma received 2059 experience points. His level went from 49 to 50, giving him access to 4 new skill points. Meanwhile, Kagurazaka Mio, not giving up, continued to fight the remaining monster. Her sword flashed in the air, slicing through the body of the praying mantis. With a powerful shout, Mio delivered the final blow. The monster, unable to withstand her power, fell to the ground with a thud, dead. The Gravity Master watched Kagurazaki's fight with interest. Mio. Her skill was impressive, and he couldn't help but admit that she could handle all the monsters single-handedly. Kisaraga Satsuki, unsure, asked if they really needed to intervene. Their lives hung in the balance because of their own negligence and the mistakes of their comrades. If only Satsuki was a moment late, Ichinoshi Ikoma could have suffered terrible injuries. Her heart sank with fear as she imagined what might have happened. The warriors of the moving forces stood in front of the adventurers with grim faces. They were unbearably ashamed of Amemiya's act, which jeopardized their common cause and destroyed the fragile trust. Reishiraki, nervously smiling and scratching the back of his head, approached Ikoma. He understood that this was another misunderstanding, because Amemiya would never want to cause harm on purpose. The Gravity Master was furious. He clearly and firmly ordered the cessation of this manner of excessive politeness. His soldiers during the battle are obliged to obey orders without question, without having the right to make their own choice. Ikoma was sure that Amemiya would never do something like this on purpose because she was under strict control. He understood that the soldiers of the moving forces could not be blamed because they were only following the orders of their commander. However, continuing to turn a blind eye to such incidents means endangering not only yourself, but also others. Ikoma realized with a heavy sigh that it would be extremely difficult to prove to the guild that this was not an accident, but he had no other way out. The girl, exhausted from her wounds, was quietly lying on the floor, not even having the strength to stand up. The guy sincerely believed that they were lucky because the girl was not seriously injured. However, he could not allow the repetition of similar incidents. Ahead of them was a decisive battle with the boss, and he had practically exhausted all his mana due to the mistakes of his subordinates. The Gravity Master was eager to avoid any future casualties. To this end, he wanted to immediately complete the investigation of the rift. as he saw no point in moving any further. Kagurazaka Mio, tired of quarrels, came forward. She bluntly stated that these boys bore her, and suggested that they should deal with their relationship elsewhere. However, she wasn't going to leave the portal without defeating the Poison Blade Rift boss. The main character felt deep disappointment. He went on this raid only for the sake of Mio, whose purposeful nature sometimes bordered on insanity. However, he couldn't just leave her here alone, to her own devices. Kagurazaka, rolling her eyes, remarked sarcastically that during the raid they were only trying to figure out their relationship, and therefore they would only interfere with her. She was convinced that she would be able to defeat the Rift boss on her own. Ikuma, gathering his strength, ventured to ask Mio if her hatred of teamwork was connected with the tragic death of her friend. The adventurer froze, because terrible memories flooded her. Kisaraga Satsuki watched the situation with surprise. It seemed to her that the boy was acting too unceremoniously, asking such a personal question. Enraged, Kagurazaka Mio raised her giant sword and aimed it at the Gravity Master's throat, threateningly asking how he had learned of this tragedy. Ichinoshi Ikoma was silent. He didn't know what to say and watched in horror as the blade of the sword approached his throat. The adventurer lowered her sword. She was willing to let him go if he really wanted to finish his research. However, she clearly and firmly stated that she would continue her way to the boss, because they had only hindered her all this time. Uncontrollable with rage, Mio rushed forward. Ikuma, trying to stop her, begged to wait. He couldn't let her risk her life by breaking away from the group in such a dangerous situation. From fragments of the past life heard from other guild members with whom he once went on raids, Ikoma learned about the tragic death of his comrade Kagurazaka Mio. All this time he believed that it was just a rumor. However, today's situation confirmed their truth, and everything suddenly fell into place. Ichinoshi Ikoma ordered Kisaraga Satsuki remained in place, and he rushed after Mio. He could not let her go alone, because then the tragedy could happen again. Reishiraki stopped the boy. He didn't just tell him not to move. He explained that Amemiya would no longer be able to fight them, so they couldn't be separated in such a situation. They needed to stick together. If Ikoma leaves the team now, the raid will automatically fail. Chef Reishiraki had a plan. If he could convince the Ikos to continue on their way, they would be able to successfully complete the clearing of this rift. He could not allow them to return from this rift with nothing, empty-handed. Amemiya had not yet recovered, so she needed help to get to a safe place. But if Ikoma and Satsuki rush after Kagurazaka Mio, their raid will fail. There was no way he could allow this to happen, because without these adventurers, Reishiraki would not be able to achieve the desired result. Reishiraki explained that Miss Kagurazaka had made this decision herself, and he understood their concern, but she had decided to go on without them. Therefore, it was now necessary for them to stick together in order to maintain their safety. The protagonist only smiled sarcastically in response to his words. Is he talking about security after ordering Amemiya to attack him? He sneered that it was ridiculous, and asked not to prevent him from going after Mio. The leader assured that it was just a banal misunderstanding, which he had already explained. He understood that Ikoma wanted nothing to do with him after that, but he offered them both a good deal. The boss promised to pay each of them 2 million yen if they agreed to continue researching the rift with him. Ikoma looked at him in surprise. He made it clear that he was not interested in it and categorically refused the offer. The leader understood that Ikoma did not believe him, and he himself understood everything. But Reishiraki was determined to clear this rift at any cost, and for that he was ready to do anything. Moreover, he forgot that Ikoma had never met Kagurazaka before today Mio. Therefore, it was very unwise to take a risk when you could easily get such a lot of money for your work. Hanagasaki was shocked when he heard this amount. He told the boss that they didn't have that kind of money at all. Reishiraki explained that if they could clear this rift, they would receive much more than 2 million yen, after all. If he can prove that their team is able to cope with such complex tasks, his project will be sponsored. For this, he will receive not only money, but also power. He went very far. Reishiraki was literally one step away from his goal and wasn't going to back down. He believed that every person can be bought, and these young children even more so. He began praising Ikom's fighting skills, calling them incredible. After cleaning up the rift, he would be happy to continue working with him. After all, with his connections and combat experience, they will be able to reach the top. They will be able to stand at the top of a powerful corporation where a lot of money, power, and respect await them, and all this will be theirs. He enthusiastically talked about all the advantages, but the main character clearly made it clear that he refuses. He didn't want to work with someone like Rei Shiraki. Ikoma pushed the leader out of his way and began walking away. The Gravity Master explained that he planned to go find Mio before it was too late. He advised them to accompany Amemiya to the exit, because she needed serious medical attention. The wounded girl was sitting on the ground, not having the strength to even get up. This intense pain was unbearable. As the boy was about to leave, Shiraki grabbed his shoulder to stop him. It seemed to him that Ikoma simply did not hear his offer. 2 million yen was a lot of money, and it could be the easiest money of his life. Then the leader thought that it might be too small a price for the boy. He agreed and offered 5 million at first, but then changed his mind and offered 6 million. He was willing to pay all that money when they cleaned up the rift. Ikoma returned calmly and made it clear that unlike Shiraki, he had become an adventurer to help other people and had little interest in money or connections. The boy once again pushed the leader away and said that his answer was still negative, so he asked him not to waste his time and to go away. Shiraki smiled. He decided that if Ikoma was leaving, he had to leave his partner Satsuki with the propulsion force team. After all, if the adventurer wanted to save Kagurazak so much Mio, although she did not ask for his rescue at all, but as a leader he cannot allow Satsuki to leave with Ikoma. If he lets her go, she will be in great danger, and he doesn't want that at all. Ichinoshi Ikoma got angry but again tried to ignore everything and walk away in silence. Rei Shiraki insisted that as a good leader and head of the driving force, he was responsible for each member of the team and could not allow Satsuki to leave with Ikoma. Kisaraga Satsuki was very angry. It all seemed unfair to her because no one, not even a drop, was worried about her. And the leader just wanted to detain Ikoma as long as possible. The commander asked what level the Gravity Master was. The adventurer dryly replied that he was level 50. Rei Shiraki pondered. He was surprised by such a coincidence because he was also level 50. He suggested a duel. The leader was excited. Their condition was to fight for the place of the leader. The one who loses will be obliged to obey the winner without question until the end of the raid. Hanagasaki was categorically against holding a duel. He reminded the chief that it was very dangerous to compete inside the rifts and that neutral territory was needed for this. Rei Shiraki took out his sword and explained that a conflict had now broken out between the members of the group. To solve it, they need to deal with the hierarchy in their group once and for all. He asked Ikoma if they were doing the right thing. Kisaraga Satsuki began to protest. She called everything that was happening idiocy, because fighting in the rift in front of the boss was dangerous and pointless. They will only waste their mana. But Ichinoshi Ikoma agreed to the offer to hold a duel. He took his blade in his hands and offered to finish this quickly so that they would not disturb him. The witch was surprised that her partner was willing to participate in this. They tried to refuse him and resolve everything peacefully. Hanagasaki admitted to himself that he had never met a single person who could defeat the boss. But he had his doubts, because this rare-class adventurer looked powerful and skilled. But still, regardless of who wins this battle, both sides will be seriously affected. Their leader did not understand how serious the consequences could be. Rei Shiraki looked at his subordinates and ordered Hanagasaki and Sawai to help him and do it as quickly as possible. Hanagasaki, using his skills, applied ultra strength, accumulating mana in his hand, and then passed it to his boss. Sawai used the super speed skill and passed it to the boss as well. They also cast the steel skin and magic augmentation spells on him. Rei Shiraki felt new powers in himself. His characteristics increased several times. He said he felt great, so he offered to finally start their fair fight. Kisaraga Satsuki angrily interrupted the conversation and said that it was delusional because it could not be considered a fair fight. After all, he forced his subordinates to use their abilities to strengthen his personal characteristics in any way possible, in order to preserve his own mana for the battle against Ikoma. Therefore, it could not be considered fair. Rei Shiraki proudly stated that this was all true, as he originally had 42 magic points, and with his enhancements, his magic and physical stats had doubled. Therefore, now he will definitely be able to surpass him in strength. Therefore, before it was too late, he offered his opponent to surrender and admit his defeat. And then everything will be over. The main character understood that he wished they had the same level, but with his power-ups it was unwise to go into battle against him. Besides, he would have to use too much of his magic to win, but he can't admit defeat. He knew that fear binds the human mind. Rei Shiraki understood this very well and manipulated people through their fear. He tried to do it with Ikoma as well. He demonstratively forced himself to strengthen himself and offered to surrender before it was too late. But Ikoma had no plans to retreat. Ichinoshi Ikoma smiled. He said that he could see that Rei Shiraki was no longer capable of anything without the help of others. Ikoma reminded him that he was in a hurry, so he offered to finish this not entirely fair match as soon as possible. The leader was furious. He clenched his teeth in anger. He did not understand what Ikoma was thinking at all, because before his eyes the chief was strengthened in every way by various spells. After that, Ikoma should have understood that he would definitely not be able to resist him. The Gravity Master decided to find out what class Rei Shiraki has. He looked at his characteristics and found that he had the Paladin class. Paladin was an ideal class for a leader, because Paladins had a good base attack, high defense, and were also prone to magic. But to be honest, this class did not suit Shiraki at all. The leader wore power-ups from the skills Send, which increased attack power, Steel Skin, which increased defense, and Magic Boost, which increased magic attacks. Rei Shiraki smiled because he saw that his opponent was so confidently rushing into battle. He taunted him and asked if he was sure he could beat him. After all, it was clear that victory in this match was guaranteed to the leader, and agreeing to this fight was very stupid. The Gravity Master advised his opponent to speak less, because if he did not hurry, all his reinforcements would soon disappear quickly. Rei Shiraki, angry, gathered all his strength and ran away. He called his opponent a self-righteous fool. Kisaraga Satsuki was very surprised when she saw how quickly the boss could move. In a few seconds, he was already near Ikoma. Rei Shiraki stopped next to the Gravity Master and struck with great force with his sword. There was a very powerful explosion that destroyed everything around. This blast wave even knocked the Gravity Master off his feet. He flew back a few meters, completely not expecting to encounter such a powerful force. Hanagasaki praised the strength of his boss. He addressed the sorceress and said that it was now clear that Ikoma was not at all on the same level as their boss. But he admitted that, to be honest, even without reinforcements, Rei Shiraki was incredibly strong, and with reinforcements, the only one who could defeat him was the local boss. Kisaraga Satsuki folded her arms in front of her. She believed in her partner, because in Ichinose Ikomi was a mobile class, and with the help of the force of gravity, he could dodge in time and stop Rei Shiraki. At least, she really wanted to believe that. The team leader noticed that his opponent chose to dodge all of his attacks, which was very surprising. But at one point, he realized that Ichinoshi was possible. Ikoma decided to choose this tactic: dodge the attacks and not attack, waiting for his reinforcements to run out. But Rei Shiraki decided to upset him. He reasoned that once his old reinforcements wore off, his subordinates would impose new reinforcements on him and help him again. The boss said that a Gravity Master alone is not capable of anything, and he will not be able to stand up to a united group. Strength in numbers. This is exactly what Rei Shiraki understood when he was still a schoolboy. He was always a gifted child and could devote little time to studies and sports activities but still remained the best. But one day when he was leaving his class, he was hunted by bullies. When others saw such a perfect guy, others looked at him with envy. The bullies found Rei Shiraki in the toilet, pushed him, and he fell on the dirty floor. They started laughing at him and joking. They focused all their attention on him and ordered him to get up from the floor because Mr. Perfection could not give a pass to ordinary schoolchildren. The castaways gathered outside the school in groups and bullied Rei Shiraki after school. If they fought one-on-one, none of them would be able to stand up to him. It was then that he realized that one person is simply powerless against a crowd. From that time, he decided to study human psychology. He joined the adventurers, recruited a team, and then realized that in order to get a lot of money, he had to go into business. That's how he got to Black Steel Production. And then he decided that he would create a new generation of corporate adventurers. With these thoughts, he continued the fight. No matter how hard his opponent tried to dodge, it still had to end with one blow. He raised his sword up and swung at Ikoma. The Gravity Master calmly replied that the leader was talking too much. In one motion, he punched Rei Shiraki in the stomach. This blow was much more powerful than the previous one, and the leader flew back several meters. He fell to the ground, clutched his stomach, and began to laugh frighteningly. He was in so much pain that he began to fall to the ground with his whole body, losing control of himself. He did not understand what had just happened and why he was in so much pain. The main character explained that he just hit him with the blunt side of the sword and nothing supernatural happened. Hanagasaki did not believe that such a thing was even possible because they strengthened their boss in every way before the fight. But somehow Ikoma was able to attack him with ease. The leader's body was exhausted. He tried to get up, considering everything that happened to be a terrible dream and not understanding how Ikoma was able to attack him. Ichinoshi Ikoma explained that Rei Shiraki's body was not adapted to this amount of reinforcements. Although he had gotten stronger and faster, it was useless if his body couldn't handle that much power. The main character decided to let him strike on his own, so that he would understand everything himself. Even under the reinforcements, his body remained as weak. Hanagasaki couldn't believe that their boss was weak from the start. That was why he never took part in their duels. And Ikoma knew it immediately after the first blow. Kisaraga Satsuki stood satisfied and proud of her partner's work. The subordinates were frightened when they realized that all this time they did not help the boss at all, but made him even weaker. Rei Shiraki rose from the ground and began to laugh exhaustedly. He explained that he must have lost his vigilance, but he promised that this would not happen again, and he would fight with all his might. The boss began to get angry, because his opponent could easily attack him with the sharp part of the sword, but he missed his chance to win. He was obliged to defeat Ikoma because otherwise he would not be able to prove his mighty power to others. The Gravity Master was indeed powerful. No matter how many prizes the leader tried to use to weaken his resolve, he always remained completely indifferent to all the words. Rei Shiraki ordered his thoughts to calm down. All this time he gave in to his emotions, and because of that, he lost to this guy. There were 3 minutes left in his power-up, and he should have defeated Ikoma in that short amount of time. The chief rose to his feet and took a fighting position in front of the enemy. He thought that with the paladin's magic and reinforcements from his subordinates, he had the best chance of victory and could defeat him. Ichinoshi Ikoma stopped the fight for a bit because he completely forgot to say that Shiraki couldn't ask his subordinates for help anymore because it didn't make sense. From that moment on, he wouldn't let him even get on his own. Rei Shiraki froze in surprise. He was a little scared by these words, but he tried not to show it and was confident in his abilities. It annoyed him even more that his opponent was too self-confident. Sawai couldn't believe that Rei Shiraki had never lost to anyone despite all the reinforcements. While his boosts did make him stronger, they also made him much slower. It would be difficult for him to defeat someone by brute force in such a state. But his enhancements affected not only his physical strength, but also his speed and magic. Therefore, Rei Shiraki realized that he could definitely defeat everyone with his magic. He was ready to put all his strength into one precise strike and use the skill Divine Punishment. Hanagasaki stood in surprise. He remembered that this skill was the chief's most powerful spell, and it took a lot of magic to use. Ichinoshi. Ikoma analyzed the situation. He could use gravity reduction to dodge the blow, but he had a better plan, and he didn't want to waste more energy than necessary on this fight. The adventurer looked around and saw in front of him a large tusk of a dead animal. He used pre-war gravity to lift him off the floor and lock his body against the impact with that tusk. And it worked. This tusk shield was able to completely block the damage from the magical strike, and Ikoma remained unharmed. Rei Shiraki froze because his most powerful attack was blocked by such an unusual shield. The Gravity Master realized a long time ago that the leader's magic was not dangerous enough to evade with gravity. Therefore, a tusk shield was the best solution. Rei Shiraki began to scream in rage. He ordered the enemy to immediately approach him, calling him a coward. But he did not see anyone in front of him. He began to look around. Meanwhile, Ichinoshi Ikoma used gravity reduction and flew up to fly over the boss's body. The Gravity Master landed on his feet behind, then swung around him sharply to confuse him, and hit him on the forehead with a finger, using double gravity. Although it was a finger strike, it was powerful because of the skill. The chief grabbed his forehead where the blow had been struck and began swinging his sword. He tried to compete, but suddenly lost control of his body. His head was spinning and he grabbed onto it. He began to fall to the ground, not understanding what his opponent had done to him. Ichinoshi Ikoma knew that the human body is very sensitive to any changes in space. Therefore, it only took a slight change in the gravity of his body to cause him to lose his orientation in space. Rei Shiraki fell to the ground, not understanding why this guy was so strong. Ichinoshi Ikoma approached his opponent, put his sword to his throat, and asked if Shiraki understood everything and that it would be pointless to continue this fight. The chief froze. Although his comrades put all possible reinforcements on him, they were able to defeat him even without the power of the crowd. The chief's subordinates did not understand anything. They all had a B rank, and it seemed like they should all be on the same level, but the Gravity Master was on a completely different level. Shiraki denied everything that happened. He could not admit his defeat. He had to be a leader and show his company what he was worth. The leader began to rise from the ground. He ran away and, gathering all his strength, was ready to kill Ikoma. But the adventurer was not scared at all. He said that the leader's time is over. Shiraki tried to ignore Ikoma's words and made his last desperate sword strike. Ichinoshi Ikoma calmly flipped his sword to the blunt side and hit their leader on the forehead once more. The chief began to fall to the ground. Such a blow left a dent on his forehead. He couldn't believe that he had finally lost. The Gravity Master stood confidently in front of his enemy's exhausted body. He explained that basic amplification magic only lasts for about 500 seconds, so his defeat was inevitable. Hanagasaki couldn't believe what was happening. He was surprised that Ikoma was so attentive to all these details and could even predict it. The Gravity Master stated that he would be the leader of their group from now on. He suggested that his subordinates rest for a while, and when everyone gathered their strength, they would leave the rift the same way they got here. Kisaraga Satsuki approached the subordinates and stated that due to their leader's selfish actions, Ikoma had to expend too much magic for the duel. So the sorceress decided that since the other people from the driving force team would no longer be fighting monsters, they would give all their mana to the adventurers. The boy admitted that it wasn't really part of his plans, but it would be very useful for them. Kisaraga Satsuki asked Hanagasaki to take her leader in her arms so that she could take all of their mana. She used her skills and took their remains. After that, she approached her partner and handed over everything she had collected to him. Ichinoshi Ikoma admitted that this duel had dragged on too long and they urgently needed to follow in the footsteps of Kagorazak Mio. But suddenly, Shiraki came to his senses and asked the Gravity Master to stop for a while. He began to persuade him to join the driving force, because if he joins them, then with his power they will be able to take their team to a higher level and earn a lot of money. The protagonist reminded that he had already answered this question. He did not become an adventurer for money or fame, and in the past timeline, he didn't meet the corporate adventurers from the propulsion forces. Because in reality, the leader of their team did not need comrades, but tools. A group without trust between members was doomed to disband, and he explained that with such an approach the leader will never be able to achieve his goal. Ikoma began walking with his partner, leaving this group alone. Shiraki looked at the ground sadly. He was embarrassed in front of his team for losing. The adventurers continued to follow Mio's trail. Kisaraga Satsuki said that Ikoma was very kind to them, and even explained to them how to get to the exit from the rift faster. But the witch admitted that she was actually ready to just leave them to die and go, because after all they had done, they didn't deserve to be treated like that. Ikoma explained that they were indeed bad people, but he would like them to make it to the exit safe and sound. Suddenly, the main character remembered his past life. He was the leader of their team and they made it to the depths of the rift. However, they were already on the edge, so his comrades suggested that they turn back. But Ichinoshi Ikoma refused, because they had already gone too far and he still had mana left, and he would be able to handle the boss alone. When he was young, he was also full of ambition and did not think that the opinion of each member of the group was very important. He always thought only about the result. That's why their ways with his past comrades diverged so quickly. Kisaraga. It was the first time Satsuki had heard such a sensitive story from her partner. She said his name. She decided to cheer him up and said that in any case it was all in the past, and now he had become a completely different person. Therefore, she encouraged him and told him not to hang his nose. Ichinoshi Ikoma agreed with Kisaraga. They went further. In the first stage, the Rift boss was just starting to evolve, so Kagurazaka Mio shouldn't have been badly hurt. But still, they had to hurry and stop this match before it was too late. Kagurazaka Mio stood in front of the boss. He looked very powerful and powerful. Although she was level 46, during this time she met many raid bosses and higher levels. But this boss was much scarier and more powerful, and could also evolve. It was the boss of the Poison Blade Rift, the level 80 Cursed Queen. She roared furiously. The adventurers went further and saw magical shards on the ground. These shards were dropped from local monsters after killing them, so it looks like Mio has been here recently, the witch thought. Because something was wrong here. It is understandable why Mio decided not to take them and leave them on the ground. Magic shards are stones that contain monster mana. These stones were very valuable, and in 10 years will become the most ecological source of energy. But even now, these fragments could be sold in the guild for a generous reward. Although, knowing Mio, she never chased for profit, so she probably didn't pick them up. Kisaraga Satsuki decided to ask her partner about what he mentioned about her fallen friend. She wanted to know more details. Ichinoshi Ikoma admitted that he had actually heard the story from other adventurers and did not believe it to be true. But Mio's reaction confirmed this tragedy to him. Kagurazaka's first year as an adventurer, Mio lost her close friend while clearing the rift. It had a terrible effect on her. Kisaraga Satsuki asked if this was why Mio decided to work alone. The boy suggested that it probably was. Given her reaction, she still feels guilt and self-blame for what happened. The witch asked why he collected all the information about Mio. Ichinoshi Ikoma admitted that he wanted to get close to her, and that's why he tried to learn everything he could about her from others. Satsuki became suspicious, because it all looked like stalking. Ikoma explained that this was not the case. Mio had saved his life, and he genuinely wanted to know more about her. Kisaraga Satsuki thought in fright, putting all the puzzles together. She couldn't believe that Ikoma might be in love with Mio. Her behavior probably created a lot of misunderstandings. Ichinoshi Ikoma analyzed the situation and concluded that Mio was probably in the deepest part of the rift, where the boss was. Therefore, they had to hurry. The adventurer in a fighting pose stood in front of the boss. The level of this monster was much higher than she expected. Suddenly, the cursed queen beetle pounced on Mio first, letting out a horrible screeching sound. The adventurer immediately retreated back because the monster possessed incredible strength and speed, but she expected no less from a level 80 boss. There were no other monsters nearby, so the boss was about to evolve, and she wouldn't be able to deal with him. She urgently needed to get out of here and inform everyone about the danger. If she runs, the monster will marry her and endanger other members of the raid. That's why she went into the rifts alone every time. Kagurazaka Mio understood that she would not be able to escape, so she would have to fight. But in this case, she condemned herself to death. Her class revealed its full power only on the verge of death. Only in this way will she be able to equalize the odds and defeat the boss. The girl imagined her dead partner standing behind her. She held out her hands and asked if they could meet soon. Kagurazaka Mio froze. A chill ran through her body. It was necessary to drive away all thoughts and concentrate on the match. The cursed queen used the poisonous maggot's skill. Attacks flew at the adventurer, but she was able to dodge them. The adventurer asked the boss if that was all he was capable of, throwing 4 poisonous grubs at her. She said that it only made him worse because now he was defenseless. Mio ran, jumped, and swung her sword. Her time has come. Using a powerful skill, she struck the ground with her sword, slicing it in 2. The cursed queen she was targeting was gone. This was surprising since this boss only specialized in attacks. Mio didn't understand how he managed to dodge so easily. She raised her head and saw that a large beetle was standing far away. She was overcome with rage because it seemed to her that this animal was mocking her. The boss was probably taking his time to complete his evolution. The adventurer rushed to the boss in a rage and called him a coward. She concentrated all her power in the sword. She then jumped up high to show off her full Reaper class power. With a swing of her sword, she used the Bloody Dash skill. This skill consumes 44 health and turns life force into a powerful slashing attack. The cursed queen was prepared for such attacks. She began to defend herself with her paws, which were tipped with sharp blades, using them as a shield. The attack happened. And so did Kagurazaka Mio face the monster head-on. She resisted him with her sword, apologized, but said that it would not work to kill her just like that. Although she had spent a significant amount of health, she still had a chance to punch through the bug. She has 67 health left out of 128, as well as 69 magic left out of 91. Enraged, the boss began swinging his bladed paws and managed to hit the adventurer so hard that she flew back a few meters. He had the upper hand in this fight. The girl fell to the ground and began to understand that with such a reserve of health, she would be able to inflict 2 more blows on him. She looked up to see the cursed queen beetle quickly approaching her. Frightened, she watched it. It seemed to her that something had changed. It seems that this monster managed to evolve and become much faster. She didn't have time to run away, so she planned to block his punch. The monster faced Kagurazaka Mio and hit her in the chest. This blow was so powerful that she immediately started coughing up blood and suffocating. The cursed queen tossed her into the air, and then the adventurer fell to the ground with a thud. She dropped the weapon and lost consciousness. Kagurazaka Mio tried to get up and lean against the stone. Terrible pain shot through her body, and she could not move an arm or a leg. She felt like she was losing consciousness, and her eyes were double. With such a huge difference in levels, it was a wonder she was still alive. But she could not understand why the boss of this rift had not finished her completely yet. The girl only had 6 health units left out of 128. She couldn't resist and saw the big bug approaching her again. Kagurazaka Mio watched this wearily. She has already come to terms with the fact that she is on the verge of death, that no one will come to help and she will not be able to resist. She began to reminisce about her childhood when she ran up to her half-destroyed house with burnt debris lying around. Kagurazaka Mio saw that many adventurers had gathered near her house, preventing anyone from going further. The girl froze, realizing that all her relatives remained in this house, but she did not see anyone near him. Her eyes filled with tears, and she dared to approach the adventurers. But these people were terrified. They asked what she was doing here. The man explained that there might still be monsters in the area, so she needed to get back to the nearest shelter as soon as possible. Kagurazaka Mio quietly asked them to let her into her house. She pushed the adventurer aside and, looking around, approached the door. The man tried to stop her. He begged her not to go and not to look inside the house. But the girl did not listen to him and opened the door. She saw all her nearest and dearest people dead. It was her mother and father who were killed by monsters. Kagurazaku Mio was annoyed by all this. These bastards always took from her the most valuable thing that she had. She clenched her teeth in anger. Rage was bubbling up inside her. Her magical aura began to appear around her and she felt a bit of strength rise within her. Her class was based on just that. The Rift Boss ran and hit the adventurer, but it seems that this blow did not harm her. At the last moment, a shield appeared around her, which saved her life. She rose from the ground and told the beetle that just because it was lying on the ground did not mean that it was so easy to kill it. It was the Reaper's Last Wish skill. This skill activates when the wearer's health drops to 10% or below, and increases attack power by magic and removes all debuffs. Reaper's Last Wish can work as long as she has mana left. Therefore, she believed that this monster was very naive, because their battle was not over yet. She took a fighting stance and was ready to fight on. Kagurazaka Mio admitted that she hated these damn monsters with all her soul. And even if the cursed queen can restore her health thanks to her racial skills, she won't have to restore severed limbs. The adventurer ran away and concentrated her strength. Her plan was simple: cut off all the limbs and legs of the beetle. They came face to face again. The girl held a weapon in her hands, and the monster defended itself with a paw with a blade on the end. Suddenly, the monster jumped back and began swinging its claws with incredible speed. Kagurazaka Mio blocked the attacks with her sword, but realized that the skill Reaper's Last Wish drained all her mana very quickly. But she was not going to give up. She needed to put all her strength into the attack before it was too late. The cursed queen gathered several magic orbs around her, which were aimed at the adventurer, and then used the poison maggot skill. These larvae flew at the girl and she tried to dodge. It seemed to her that this time the monster's projectiles became much more powerful and faster. Suddenly, one of the most powerful projectiles flew very close to the adventurer. It was so fast that she thought she wouldn't be able to dodge it the next time. Kagurazaka Mio gathered all her strength again and made a powerful lunge forward. She understood that as long as she had mana left, she was ready to fight until her last breath. She concentrated all her strength in her hands to strike powerfully with her sword. She faced the monster's claw again. She made one last lunge, aiming to break the blade on the monster's paw, thus severing its limb. She began to scream with rage, and her eyes filled with tears. She believed that everything would be fine now. And it really happened. The blade could be heard breaking in two. But at the moment this happened, the cursed queen struck her and sent the adventurer flying several meters back, hitting the ground hard. Kagurazaka Mio lay on the ground exhausted. She opened her eyes and now knew for sure that her mana had run out. She had 6 health units and 0 magic units left, so now she couldn't resist at all. She couldn't believe that this was how she was going to die. That was how her fate was written. One memory appeared in her head with her dead partner when she was still alive. Her partner constantly followed Kagurazaka. Mio paid a lot of attention to her, which Mio didn't like at all. She asked why she was doing it. The partner awkwardly offered to rest a little because she was completely tired and her strength was running out. Kagurazaka Mio rudely replied that all the monsters didn't care if she was tired or not. Their goal is to kill everyone as quickly as possible. So if she can't stand mastering the rift, next time she'll go alone. Mio continued walking as if nothing had happened. The partner turned to her several times and asked her to stop. The last time she still decided to return. Kagurazaka Mio was horrified to see a terrible picture. Her partner was lying dead with her eyes gouged out. It was like a terrible dream. The partner said that it was because of Mio that she died, and it is unfair that she is still alive. The partner grabbed Mio's face and asked when they could meet again in the world of the dead. The adventurer closed her eyes. She asked not to worry because very soon they would meet again. Mio was not going to resist at all and resigned herself to her death. For the rift monster, this was the best chance. He ran off with a terrifying roar, ready to deliver the last blow to the adventurer. But suddenly the cursed queen froze in midair. All her limbs were bound by black magic, and she could not move a single paw. She was completely immobilized. It was Kisaraga Satsuki, who used the skill Shadow Paths. She managed to immobilize the rift boss. She called out to Ikoma, saying that she managed to catch the monster and that he should hurry. Ikoma walked over to Kagurazaka's exhausted body, Mio. He thanked Satsuki for immobilizing the monster and said she was doing a great job. Mio looked at her savior in surprise. She should have been dead in a few seconds. The gravity master took a fighting stance and used the skill Grante. Ichinoshi Ikoma took Mio in his arms and took him to a safe place. Powerful explosions were taking place behind them. He laid the exhausted body of the girl next to the stone. They managed to arrive in time and still save Kagurazaka Mio. But still things were going very badly. The adventurer had no health left, and her body was very weak. If they don't get her to a doctor right away, she's going to die. They managed to hide from the rift monster. As long as they could, they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. But it will be very difficult because the monster itself was very strong. Before all this, the cursed queen decided to stand near the only exit from the cave, and although he was very strong, he remained intelligent. Kagurazaka horrified. Mio asked why they had decided to come after her to help in the first place. She explained that even the two of them would not be able to overcome him. This was the main reason why Ichinoshi Ikoma didn't want to fight the boss at all. They just miraculously managed to save Mio. But she will no longer be able to fight. The difference in levels was too great. The Rift boss was level 80, the Gravity Master was level 50, and Satsuki was level 45. In addition, this boss's features were high defense and speed, so there was no way they could defeat him in this situation. The boy said that he would be able to distract the monster. So he ordered Satsuki to take Mio and run away from here as soon as possible. The witch thought it was madness and advised him to keep his heroism to himself. Kagurazaka Mio said in a tired voice that she was lonely and wanted to die alone. When she chose this path, she was ready for such an ending to her story. Therefore, it is not necessary to save her. She begged the adventurers to let her keep her pride because she no longer wanted anyone to die because of her weakness. Despite her severe wounds, her determination was unwavering. But the pain of the past did not allow her to accept someone's help. Ichinoshi Ikoma said he would agree with her if she wanted to stay. Mio liked this scenario. He would distract the boss while they escaped. But unexpectedly, the main character interrupted her. He said that in that case, they would also stay with her, and together they will overcome this rift boss. Kisaraga Satsuki objected. She did not understand the course of Ikoma's thoughts at all, because he should have understood that they would not be able to cope with such a powerful monster. Mio was seriously injured, and the two of them couldn't defeat the level 80 boss. The Gravity Master ordered her to use the mana transfer skill to help Mio hold on for a while. The witch explained that she could restore mana, but Mio was very exhausted and almost without strength. Also, it took time to use this skill. Ikoma said he would try to buy time. Mio, exhausted, looked at the boy. This act seemed like a real suicide to her, because she knew what she was talking about. She fought the monster herself and understood its terrible power. But the boy was not afraid. He knew more about this boss than they did, and he had a plan. He asked not to worry and to give him a chance to prove himself. The boss, the cursed queen, concentrated her power and used the poisonous maggot skill, then roared. Satsuki began to follow her partner's order. She tried to give them mana and help. Looking back at the monster's loud roar, she saw Ikoma standing confidently on a high rock. He wasn't scared at all. He turned to the monster and ordered it to attack. A blue glow began to appear around the girls. The sorceress managed to use the mana transfer skill. Mio bent over, exhausted. She said Ikoma completely underestimated the boss's capabilities. She was sure that he would not be able to cope with him alone and was going to certain death. The beetle furiously began to move quickly to confuse the adventurer and attack. It seems that he decided to corner him because the adventurer had to retreat further and further. The gravity master decided to use the reverse gravity skill. He flew high into the air, landing right above the rift boss. And then swinging his sword and dashing down, he managed to strike the cursed queen. He was standing on top of this beetle's body with a significant advantage. Mio couldn't believe that Ikomi managed to hit the boss from the rift. It seemed to her that this boy could see right through this queen. Satsuki also did not count on the strength of her partner. Even though she knew he was very strong, he managed to catch the level 80 boss off guard. The bug began to growl even more, but the moment the gravity master plunged his sword into its back, the monster roared in pain. The cursed queen began to fight and squirm in pain. Ichinoshi Ikoma bowed his head. Kagurazaka Mio had no idea how much he had longed for this meeting since the day she died in the previous temporal world. He remembered holding her dead body in his arms. He dreamed and thought out plans, how he could end this rift monster and take revenge. Therefore, gathering all his rage, he sped up with incredible force, jumped right over the beetle, and then he rushed down with mad speed and plunged his sword deep into the cursed queen's body. Splashes of blood and monster entrails flew around. The boy stepped on the exhausted body of the monster and asked what happened. That seemed to be all the level 80 boss was capable of. Satsuki, on the other hand, had a smoldering hope that her partner would be able to defeat the monster. Kagurazaka Mio was sure that he wouldn't succeed. She was ready to admit his incredible power. But due to the large difference in levels, his blows did not cause significant damage to the queen. He will most likely run out of mana before he kills her. But at this moment, the adventurer thought. She didn't understand why Ikoma ordered Satsuki to give her his mana. Kagurazaka Mio guessed. Maybe he wanted her to be able to fight him both. She could not understand his intention. But if he enters the fight again, it is not a fact that he will be able to survive after activating the skill. For Ichinoshi, it was an incredible feeling. He had waited so long for this moment to avenge the death of his friend. The thirst for battle raged in him. Confidently putting his sword forward, he invited the queen to share the excitement of the battle with him. The boss of the rift once again used the poisonous larva skill, and the magic began to concentrate in a much larger volume than before. The monster seemed to have evolved again. Kagurazaka Mio, watching the battle, could not understand what happened to the queen. Did she really recognize the threat in this adventurer, even though he was 30 levels below? The boy, overcome with rage, began to dodge all the attacks. It seemed that the poisonous maggot's skill was all the monster was capable of. Mio, angry, could not understand why the gravity master was called a fool. She asked why he did not retreat, because it was very dangerous. But the boy, using gravity skills, quickly moved around the battlefield. He remembered their fight 10 years ago like it was yesterday, and that gave him the edge. He froze as blood magic began to gather around him. He couldn't move so as not to hurt himself. It was a cursed queen's trap, but it did not frighten Iko. Using his gravity skill, he was able to jump high and get out of the trap. He landed on the ground and charged at the monster again, swinging his sword. Now the cursed queen was truly frightened. She tried to run away, feeling threatened. Mio still wasn't sure if this guy was really a B-rank adventurer. His strength seemed far greater than his rank. Gravity Master managed to damage the Rift Boss, but it still wasn't enough. Her stats were significantly reduced, but she was still very strong. Therefore, no matter how many blows he inflicts on her, she will still be able to restore her health with one skill. It only takes one precise strike to destroy her. Only Kagurazaka can handle this, Mio. And she was ready to join the battle. She got up from the ground and said that she had to go, or Ikoma would die. Satsuki tried to stop her as she had not recovered her mana yet, and was completely exhausted. She warned that going into battle would be Mio's last. Mio assured her that she had enough mana, and the sorceress should not worry about anything else. She explained that she has a unique skill of the Reaper class that allows her to use mana instead of health, squeezing as much power as possible until she runs out of mana. She now understood that Ikoma had specifically asked Satsuki to restore her mana so she could fight again, and she was sure that she would win this time. Mio headed for the arena, but suddenly her dead partner appeared in her thoughts again. She said that every time Mio relied on someone, they died. So is Mio sure this is the right decision? But the adventurer ignored her partner's voice. She asked for Momone's forgiveness, but she couldn't ignore the determination of a person who would risk her life for the sake of others. Kisaraga Satsuki also decided to join the battle. She threw Orb of Darkness at the bug, and Mio added her Crimson Blade skill with incredible power. Kagurazaka approached Ikuma and asked if he was aware of her Reaper-class quirks, and specifically asked his partner to transfer mana to her knowing this. The fight with the boss was boiling. Ikoma exclaimed that with his Skill Reaper's last wish, they would be able to defeat this cursed queen. Mio didn't want to upset him, but admitted that it wasn't like that. They won't be able to win, because she already tried to defeat the boss of the Rift with this skill, but only wasted mana. But Ikoma was confident in his abilities. He assured her that together they would defeat this monster in 5 seconds, and she just had to trust him. The Gravity Master immediately charged into battle with the cursed queen. Kagurazaka Mio considered his words absurd. 5 seconds is too little. She wanted to know his plan. However, she still decided to trust him and followed the adventurer. Suddenly, she saw a large clump of the enemy's powerful magic rushing straight at her. She began to worry, realizing that it was impossible to evade. This is the end. But suddenly, she felt someone touch her shoulder. It was a Gravity Master. He used his skills and was able to lift the girl high into the air with him. At such a height, they managed to avoid magic. Suddenly, the boy flipped in the air with Mio to fly over this boss magic. He also used the gravity reduction skill. Something exploded behind them. It was the cursed queen's magic. But they continued to climb higher and higher. Eventually, the adventurers touched the ceiling with their feet. Mio had never seen a skill use like this before. Suddenly, Ichinoshi Ikoma quickly flew down, leaving the girl on the ceiling. He said it was her turn. The Gravity Master charged straight at the cursed queen. The monster immediately put out a paw with a blade in defense. But suddenly the beetle could not move its limbs. They were bound by black magic. It was Satsuki who used the Shadow Path skill against the boss. The Gravity Master continued to fall. The blade didn't bother him. Seconds before the collision, he cast Meteor Fall to power up the attack. Kagurazaka Mio watched as she remembered how she too had to face the monster's blade, and how she failed then. She began to worry, and decided to join the battle as well. After all, in order to defeat this cursed queen, they will have to use the full potential of the Reaper class. She pushed herself off the ceiling and rushed down. The adventurer only had 3 health left, but she was ready to use her skill, which required her to gather a lot of magic, as well as prevent other monsters from attacking her during the strike. Ichinoshi Ikoma stood near the boss of the Rift, raised his head and looked at Mio. He cheered her on, sincerely hoping that she would master this skill and deliver the final blow. Kagurazaka Mio began to gain even more speed, and then used her Blood Vengeance skill. Using all of her remaining mana, she summoned a bloody snake with sharp fangs behind her. Finally, they collided. There was a powerful explosion. The adventurers managed to pierce the cursed queen's body with their sword. After this blow, Mio fell to the ground exhausted. She had no strength, tried to get up, but in vain. She used all her strength to defeat this cursed queen. She couldn't believe that they had finally managed to defeat this monster. But she knew that the cursed queen had one special trump card. She could pretend to be dead for a while. And at the moment when the adventurers relax their vigilance, she will sharply release her poisoned sting, capable of instantly killing the enemy. But only Kagurazaka Mio thought about it, how it really happened. As Ikoma helped his partner up from the ground, the Rift Boss released its venomous sting. It happened too suddenly, so they didn't expect it at all. But unexpectedly, the Master of Gravity appeared in front of the adventurer. He stood in front of her to block her from the blow. Ikoma had an idea how to deal with this. He had to redirect the trajectory of this stinger by reducing gravity. He used this skill and held out a sword in front of him that had this energy stored in it. When the sting met the tip of his sword, it took on all of its properties. Its gravity decreased and the orb flew up, bypassing the adventurers and exploding behind them. The Rift Boss looked surprised that his most powerful skill hadn't worked. Ichinoshi Ikoma could feel the rage inside him. It was with this skill that this monster took Kagurazak's life Mio in the past timeline. Therefore, now he is ready to take revenge. He concentrated all his power in his hands, ran with the sword and swung it in front of the cursed queen. Mana began to concentrate in his sword. Spells appeared around this battle that weakened the enemy. The gravity master raised his weapon and said he would put an end to this now. A moment later, he plunged his blade into the Rift Boss's heart and cast the Grante skill. A powerful force appeared around them, flattening the cursed queen's body. Suddenly, the adventurers received a notification that experience points were awarded for the victory. Ikoma gained 31,317 experience. His level increased to 58, and he also gained 28 skill points. Kisaraga Satsuki couldn't hold back her emotions and happily exclaimed that they had succeeded in defeating this cursed queen. The guy was satisfied with his work because, despite the big difference in levels, none of them died. Now he felt at peace because he was able to save Kagurazaka's life, Mio. Her death in his past life had a profound effect on him, and it was because of this loss that he decided to become an adventurer of the highest rank. Mio looked down at her hands. She could not believe that she managed to survive. She wondered if she really deserved it. She was still punishing herself for the death of her partner. Looking at Ikoma, she saw the pale silhouette of her friend Momone next to him. She clutched her head, guilt racking her inside. She could not forgive herself for this act. She believed that it would be better to die together with Momone. Mio fell to the ground and started breathing heavily. Satsuki walked up to her and asked what happened, if she was okay. The adventurer got up and explained that everything was fine with her. But looking at Ikoma, she remembered something unpleasant and saw a familiar girl next to him, whom she did not like. Mio explained that she was now sure that this girl, Momone, must hate her because she had literally ruined her life. Kagurazaka Mio imagined how Momone, looking at her dead body, was upset that they could not meet. She begged to know when they could see each other again. Ikoma began to analyze the whole situation. Now he found the answer to why Mio always hated joining groups so much and was constantly risking her life. Even in the past timeline, she behaved the same way. Kagurazaka Mio now was no different from herself in her past life. She despises herself and is an adventurer trying to find a way to live alone. Ikoma interjected, echoing Mio's words that the pesky girl despised her. But he believed that if her partner really despised her, she would not have risked her life to save Mio. He admitted that he had heard about this situation and that Mio's friend had died as a result of clearing the rift. But the one thing he knew for sure was that she only managed to survive because she chose to protect her. Ikoma explained that it's easy to be self-flagellating, but offered to face the truth, because Mio survived for a reason. Satsuki asked Ikoma to stop talking about it because it might be too personal, and he didn't need to treat the girl's feelings so harshly. Mio remembered her school years. Together with Momone, they studied in the same class. One day, Momone approached Mio and asked if it was true that she was planning to drop out of school for adventuring. Mio answered the question with a question. Does Momone know that every year the number of faults only increases? It was because of these rift monsters that Mio lost her family and all her loved ones. She was paid assistance as a victim, but this money was not enough to enter the university. Therefore, she decided to drop out of school and become an adventurer. She was not going to enter the university because it made no sense, but adventurers did not need a higher education. Momone couldn't come to terms with breaking up with her best friend. She stated that she would also drop out of school then, and they would become adventurers together. Momone promised to always cover Mio's back. Kagurazaka Mio didn't expect to hear this at all, but in the end they became adventurers and worked as a team. One day they went to the rift. After going very deep, Momone asked Mio to stop because she thought it was time for them to go back. Mio, dissatisfied with the request, began to criticize and even insult her partner. She said that Momone was not cut out for this dangerous job and would go into the rift alone next time. Momone firmly grabbed her friend's hand and asked her not to speak like that. She begged Mio to remember that she is not alone in this world because she is with her. Momone begged to be allowed to be near her. After a brutal duel where Momone sacrificed herself for Mio, she passed out. Mio, frightened, carried her on her back, begging her partner to be patient a little longer because they almost got out. After these memories, the girl fell to the ground, convinced that without a doubt Momone hated her for her selfishness. Ikoma calmly explained that she could not know what the dead were thinking and that one should never think about it, even to preserve one's sanity. Momone risked her life to save Mio. But why does Mio continue to take risks, hating herself and seeking death? Ikoma believed that Momone would not want that at all. Kagurazaka thought that no one would be upset if she died in battle. But Ikoma was sure that Momone, her friend, wanted the best for her so much that she put her life on the line. Momone was actually worried if Mio was okay, if she was eating well, and if she had made any real friends. The dead friend asked not to worry because very soon they will be able to meet. Momone promised to look after her. Momone hugged Mio tightly. She said that it was too soon for her to die, so she begged Mio to live happily for both of them. A tear fell from her eye as she asked for it. Kagurazaka Mio also burst into tears, imagining this dialogue. But she needed to gather her thoughts and move on. Ikoma asked the girl if she really decided to act so recklessly just out of guilt in front of Momone. He explained that Momone always cared for her, putting Mio's life before her own. Therefore, if she does die, all Momone's efforts will be in vain. Ikoma got down on the ground and sat down next to the girl. He asked her to listen to his request and allow him to be her friend from that day forward. Mio said she needed time to think things over. The guy agreed with this. It wasn't bad for a start. The Gravity Master lifted the girl onto his back to carry her to the exit of this rift. She apologized, because she could not move at all due to her low health. But he explained that everything was normal and she should not worry. Kisaraga Satsuki watched this and began to think that Mio and Ikoma were actually in love with each other. This situation seemed very romantic to her. Satsuki meant. Ichinoshi Ikoma continued to reason. He understood that the higher his rank, the more dangerous the rifts became. After all, starting with rank A, it became almost impossible to go further without a support class. And he understood that the most dangerous monsters for him were not terrible creatures, but, for example, soldiers from the Chimera Fang who were supposed to come back for him. He urgently needed to find a person who could restore his health at a critical moment or obtain a rare item that would replenish him during use. This was the next goal he wanted to complete, so he needed to think of a new plan. Kagurazaka Mio felt something strange. She had been working alone for a long time, and for the first time in that time, she was able to rely on someone. She hugged Ikoma and thanked him. It seemed to her much more pleasant than she had imagined. The Gravity Master was very happy because it seems that this time he managed to change the future and save the girl's life. The new version of him from the new world was looking at the old version of him from the past timeline. He was proud of himself. Ikoma's team gathered at the guild. Next to him sat Kisaraga Satsuki and Little Ether. The witch was very curious if Mio had responded to his offer and if they had talked about joining the team. The boy looked at the phone sadly and showed their correspondence with Mio to his partner. He offered her to join his team and said he would wait for an answer, but she ignored all messages and calls. Ikoma explained that he knew from the beginning that Mio was very stubborn, but he was already hoping that he would be able to bond with her. Satsuki reassured him, explaining that Mio must be very exhausted after such a hard fight. That's why she's not answering. She just needs to give it some time, and she's sure she'll be in touch with them very soon. Ether went to a glass of cold coffee and happily took a few sips. The little witch liked it very much. The boy bowed his head, admitting that Satsuki seemed to be right. Although Kagurazaka Mio was very strong, she had a direct character and pride. And despite her low level, she was able to challenge the cursed queen and survive. If he had been in her place, he could have died from the first blow. So Ikomi really wanted to protect her from reckless actions. But for that, he needed her to start trusting him. While the boy was thinking about this, he heard a familiar voice. Mio came to their table, and she was not at all surprised that the team was resting in the guild. Satsuki joyfully ran up to Mio, asking about her condition. The adventurer explained that she is already used to receiving serious injuries, so she does not know how to take care of herself, and they should not worry. Ikoma asked why she had come to them. Mio admitted that she was never very good at communicating over text. She recalled that Momone was also annoyed by her habit of not replying to messages. That is why she decided to come and talk in person. She really hoped to meet them in India because such issues should be discussed at a personal meeting. And now she knew for sure that she wanted to join their team. The team of adventurers was very happy because this was exactly what they were after. Ikoma smiled and agreed to take her in. They were happy that she decided to join. Chimera Fangs were developing a new plan to take revenge on Ikomi. They had information about clearing the rifts and killing the adventurer. Satome Asahi was unhappy with such a boring task and asked if he could be given to someone else. One of the leaders of their team explained that she managed to protect the soldier from other government rats, so he had to be good and at least do his job sometimes. Their client was a bigwig in the government structure, and he made it clear that he would not tolerate any more failures. Satomi Asahi questioned why he was assigned this easy task. He didn't understand what was so difficult about killing some B-rank adventurer. It sounded like a boring business. He didn't understand why he was assigned to fix what Kikyo couldn't do, Kyogoku and Alice Yumakawa. If they couldn't kill the adventurers, they had to deal with it themselves. Kikyo was defensive at first, but the man believed he was right. After all, it was they who missed the adventurer and did not complete their task. Unlike them, this soldier had the best military training and fought alongside the heroes of this world. He was the strongest adventurer, but he hated all the righteous. He understood that the government was using the adventurers as cannon fodder in the battle against the rift monsters, and they, in turn, were ready to go to death for the sake of their heroism. Alice Yumakawa agreed with these thoughts. She was also annoyed by the whole thing. The man explained that such heroes annoy him a lot. Therefore, he asked Kikyo to listen to him. If he and Elisa messed up, then he asked to stand aside and not interfere with him. In front of them lay a printed personal file of Ichinoshi Ikoma. A knife was stuck in his face in the photo. First, they needed to see what this guy was capable of, and then they would kill him. In the branch of the Guild of Adventurers, in the Department for Issuing Licenses, the registrar greeted Kisaraga Satsuki. From that day on, she could officially be proud of the B rank. The witch was over the moon with happiness. According to statistics, only 1% of adventurers in their country reached this level, and she gladly became part of this exclusive 1%. Ikoma also sincerely congratulated his partner. This became possible only thanks to her hard work. However, Satsuki understood that against the background of Ikoma, she did not stand out in terms of strength or usefulness. It oppressed her. Therefore, she decided to train even more and improve her skills from that day on. She didn't want to graze the hindquarters in front of Kagurazaka Mio. Mio, who was also close to the new team, noted that this was the expected result. Satsuki's level was far above that of an ordinary B-rank adventurer. The sorceress was level 48 when the average adventurer of that rank was only 40. However, Mio did not share Satsuki's joy. She believed that the promotion was only possible because of her, Mio's, service to the county. In her opinion, the promotion should have taken place only at the branch where Satsuki was registered. Satsuki agreed with Mio and said that she would try harder next time. Ikoma made a remark to Mio because she could congratulate Satsuki at such an important moment for her, because the girl really tried. The adventurer explained that she was just trying to be objective, because no one except her friends would tell her the truth. She asked to forget about this situation because she had something for her team. Mio invited her friends to follow her. Ikoma thought she wanted to give them something as an apology for not agreeing to join the group right away. Approaching her locker, Mio took something out of it. Ikoma noted that it was not necessary at all, but the girl sincerely wanted to give a gift. The main character wondered what the new member of the team had prepared for them, because she and Satsuki did not give her anything. Kagurazaka Mio explained that they shouldn't worry because it was just a thank you for saving them. If it weren't for them, she would have died that day. The girl admitted that since Momone passed away, she did not try to get close to anyone. So I decided to change something. These words touched Satsuki. Mio hoped the team would enjoy her gift. It was an ordinary, but with a special meaning, a present. Satsuki began to change her opinion about Mio. At first, for some reason, she thought badly of her. But it seems, in fact, the girl turned out to be kind. Satsuki sincerely thanked Mio. Ikoma immediately began to analyze. Mio used a large box to store the gift. He suggested that perhaps she had decided to buy them a weapon or some equipment. But unexpectedly, the girl got an ordinary teddy bear in a beautiful package. It was very huge. Mio said that this is a toy of a well-known German brand, a limited series that was produced in honor of the company's 5th anniversary. Satsuki took a bear that was even bigger than her. The witch carefully listened to the description and completely changed her opinion about her new partner. It turned out that Mio was not at all what Satsuki imagined her to be. The girl thought that Mio was always serious, lonely, and pragmatic to the core. Ikoma froze. He didn't think it was an ordinary gift at all. He wondered how much this huge teddy bear cost. Satsuki thanked Mio again for the gift, but she had no idea how she was going to get this bear home. Suddenly, the group leader's phone vibrated. He saw an urgent message that a unique C-rank rift had opened in the Morima area. It was recommended to immediately go to the nearest shelter. The team was surprised because the new fault appeared so quickly. Recently, the number of faults has only increased, although it should have been the other way around. Kagurazaka Mio began to study the information. This fault was located in Miyagi Forest, not far from Tokyo. They needed to get to the location as quickly as possible if they were to set off immediately. Ikoma speculated that if this was indeed a C-rank rift, then there must be level 40 bosses. They should have easily dealt with such. The appearance of faults was no longer so rare. This was already the second urgent call in a week. Most importantly, Ikoma did not understand why special departments did not start investigating this anomalous activity. But suddenly, Ikoma was shocked. A new urgent message appeared on his phone. It was information about a fault called Fairy Garden. Satsuki suspected that the partners seemed to know something about the rift. Ikoma explained that the Fairy Garden was a rank 40 level, and as the name suggested, plant monsters lived there. But the main problem of this rift was that the local boss, Tree of Life Gyakuren, although not very powerful, could not go beyond the rift. Otherwise, they will never be able to defeat him. Ichinoshi Ikoma understood that they would need help in this matter. He decided to write Sanji Seini because he had a request for her. Ikoma's team wasted no time and immediately left for the station to reach the new fault as quickly as possible. But a stranger was watching them from afar. He would record everything on his phone and then relay the information to his group. One of the soldiers of the Chimera Fang group watched them from the roof of the building. He was surprised that this team actually managed to cause an artificial disaster. "This is tin!" Saotomi Asahi took out his phone. He knew that the government goons had a way of creating artificial disasters by summoning rifts. These complications were needed to lure second-rate adventurers into a trap. The man called the number of an unknown adventurer. He asked if they were already on their way to the place and offered to meet at an undisclosed location with everyone immediately. He hung up. He really hoped that Ichinoshi Ikoma will love his surprise that he has prepared for him today. The team was already on the outskirts of the city when they saw a little girl attacked by a monster. A level 24 earth lizard appeared in front of the team, and they decided to heroically help the stranger. Kagurazaka Mio rushed into battle and used the Crimson Blade skill. She delivered a powerful blow that dealt a significant amount of damage to the monster. Ichinoshi Ikoma also decided to join the battle and released the little witch Ether from the ring to help them. Ether stretched out her hands and used the skill Fire Wave. All their enemies began to burn alive. Kisaraga Satsuki stood aside, but also did important work. In her hands was a small monster, which she held tightly by its leaves. The monster begged to let him go and even began to cry, but this did not stop the sorceress. She smiled at the monster and cast her mana transfer skill. After a few seconds, the plant monster weakened completely and began to howl in pain. Kisaraga Satsuki happily informed her teammates that she had managed to extract enough mana from the monster. Now she could restore their mana. After that, she threw the monster to the ground. The witch approached Ichinoshi Ikoma after they managed to defeat the monster and began to transfer the accumulated mana to him. Kagurazaka Mio approached the frightened girl and reassured her, explaining that now everything will be fine. Kisaraga Satsuki was happy. Compared to the last disaster, the monsters didn't seem so strong to them. She was sure that they would be able to cope with everything, even before the arrival of the special unit. However, the leader of the team sadly explained that, unfortunately, the fight with the local boss will not be as easy as she might think. The Tree of Life. Gyakuren was able to create monsters in large numbers, and also possessed a high movement speed. Therefore, it will be quite problematic to cope with it. These words scared the sorceress very much, because it will be very difficult to cope with a very fast monster. Gyakurena could still get out of the rift, and they couldn't catch her in time. Then all the monsters would be able to fill their place, and the disaster would be inevitable. Therefore, they should take this task very seriously. Mio wondered if that had already happened. How would they be able to find this monster? The team leader explained that Gyakurena was very cautious and vulnerable. She always tried to get close to opponents whose level was higher than hers. With their current level, they will be able to detect her easily, but catching her will not be so easy. Ichinoshi Ikoma decided to check the phone again. He found it very strange that he had written Sanja's message a long time ago, Sena, but she still hasn't answered. Kagurazaka Mio thought it would be better for them to separate. Given their level, they will be able to handle monsters alone. With such a schedule, they will be able to explore most of the territory. And also the adventurer wanted to accompany this little distressed girl they had rescued and take her to a safe place. Mio wanted to do it. Kisaraga Satsuki also agreed with her partner and said that it was just a great idea. But Ichinoshi Ikoma understood that everything would not be so easy. He had a bad feeling about this whole situation. This rift in a past life was an ordinary and unremarkable place where novices trained. But now, he could become the beginning of a new disaster. Ichinoshi Ikuma sensed that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on what it was. Having separated, they lost the guarantee that they would be able to catch the boss on their own. But there was too little time left to delay. Ikoma, although with doubts, decided to split. He ordered everyone to report to him immediately if they found anything out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, the Chimera Fang soldier pretended to be a waiter and acted out a theatrical skit. He thanked the fictional guests for waiting and solemnly served them a double hamburger with a double portion of cheese. With pathos, he talked about the family restaurant, which offers the most delicious dishes at affordable prices. A double burger with a double portion of Gouda cheese, in his opinion, was just an explosion of taste. Putting the dish on the table, Satomi Asahi sat down next to him. He sincerely hoped that the guests would like the food as much as he did. He explained that before the mission he needed to rest well, and wished everyone a good appetite. He had just put a piece of burger in his mouth, when suddenly the glass in the restaurant broke, and the fragments fell on him. The man reacted instantly, dodging the debris and hiding under the table. An unknown man burst in through the broken window, looking for Satomi Asahi. He reported that Satomi Asahi, known by the nickname The Collector, was actually an assassin who preyed on the strongest adventurers. The Chimera Fang soldier, stunned, asked what was going on. He just cooked his signature double hamburger. If a stranger was so eager to try it, he could simply ask, and he would then gladly prepare another. Satomi Asahi began to analyze the situation. He understood that the stranger was alone, so he picked up a skill that could be used against him. The stranger raised his majestic weapon above his head. It was an unusual sword. It seemed like a magical blade. Suddenly, the restaurant they were in exploded. Purple flames began to appear around. It was the result of the explosion magic purple flame skill that the stranger had used. Satomi Asahi became interested in the situation. His opponent was a mage, but for some reason used melee attacks. Maybe he had the battle mage class. The soldier, riding his summoning demon named Gargoyle, was able to evade the attack. The stranger now knew that he was a demon, as well as the man's collector class. The stranger said that he had received information about Satomi Asahi from his subordinates who noticed a suspicious man wearing a mask with colorful rings. The man admitted that he built his career by killing such scumbags as Satomi. He was an A-rank adventurer, a bounty hunter, and his name was Kana Kimura. Satomi. It was the first time Asahi had heard of such work. He imagined that this was a difficult matter. He asked the stranger why he did not want to become an ordinary adventurer. Kana Kimura explained that working as a bounty hunter did not bring recognition, and the highest one could achieve was a C rank. But by killing people like the Chimera Fang soldiers, he gained much more experience and fame than an ordinary adventurer. The man thought that Kana's life was terribly boring. He got up at dawn every day to proudly kill criminals who were not. Satomi Asahi made it clear that he had no desire to waste his time on a worthless bounty hunter like Kana. He suggested that he simply go away, promising to spare him if he disappeared from his sight. These words furiously angered Kana Kimura. He swung his magic sword, shouting that the soldier would never be able to escape him. Satomi Asahi understood that Kana would not be able to summon a familiar on the battlefield, as it would require too much mana. Therefore, it was not in his interests to prolong the battle. He decided that the best solution was to quickly close the distance and end the fight with one blow. Asahi offered Kana to teach him an interesting trick. He called this trick surprise attack. Kana froze in place, and then suddenly felt something forcefully dig into his back. The hunter, having received a severe wound, fell to the ground. He couldn't believe that he was being attacked from behind, because it seemed impossible. Before entering this room, he carefully looked around and did not notice any other familiars. But there was another familiar in the window, which was called the Killing Doll Executioner. Satomi Asahi managed to summon her, because he knew from the beginning that Kana Kimura watches him. Satomi Asahi expected a similar blow from the battle mage. Due to his multi-class, he had high defense, so one hit couldn't kill him. Kana Kimura, pouring with blood, begged not to kill him. He was ready to pay any amount just to save his life. The soldier sitting on the gargoyle reminded Asahi of the horned demon. He warned that if Kana was too talkative, the gargoyle would smear him on the wall. The soldier did not understand why people were always trying to pay for their lives with money. At such moments he felt worthless and it annoyed him. Suddenly Satomi felt a powerful explosion. Turning around, he saw a fireball or explosive flying right at him. He ducked to the side, dodging the flaming projectile, but his summon demon remained motionless, bearing the brunt of the impact. Gurgle with horror. There was nothing in front of him, only ashes. A powerful fire arrow destroyed the demon with one well-aimed blow. Suddenly, a new group of adventurers burst into the restaurant through a broken window. Their leader, full of rage, wanted to destroy Satomi with one blow, but missed, in front of Asahi, engulfing everything around and spreading the fire even stronger. The fire raged, engulfing the soldier from all sides. He exclaimed that he wouldn't be able to make his signature double cheeseburger because of these scoundrels. With desperate efforts, he searched for a way to salvation. The soldier understood that in addition to the bounty hunter, a special squad had arrived here. The fire arrow was no accident. They had a plan: start a fire and roast him alive. Kana Kimura lay exhausted on the floor. This siege of the team was aimed at saving him. Satomi Asahi, suffocating from the smoke, could barely make out the face. However, he clearly remembered one of the soldiers of the Special Forces who tried to lure him into a trap. It was the lieutenant of the second mission of the Special Unit, Mayumi Toya. Only the best of the best got into the Special Forces, which testified to his considerable strength. In order to join the Special Forces, an adventurer had to be not only exceptionally strong, but also follow strict rules. Many could not survive such conditions, but Mayumi Toya was one of the most talented and youngest lieutenants. There were rumors that he passed the Special Forces exam the first time. In Sao Tome, Asahi's hands were already itching. He couldn't wait to teach this talented idealist. But now was not the best time to fight, because Mayumi Toya's subordinates would immediately rush to his aid. The soldier lost half of his strength due to an unexpected blow. Although he was used to showing off, it was too risky to go into battle without Gurgle, because it would require a lot of mana. Before Satomi Asahi faced a difficult task. If he fails the task, he can be expelled from the team. Mayumi Toya was lucky this time, but the soldier promised himself that next time would be different. He escaped from the burning restaurant. The lieutenant's subordinates noticed that the collector was trying to escape and immediately reported this to Mayumi Toya. The leader of the team took his magic bow in his hands, drew a fiery arrow on it, and shot it towards the soldier with incredible force. Everything around was engulfed in flames. The agents of the second unit were joyfully celebrating the victory because it seemed to them that they had succeeded in defeating Sayotomi Asahi. However, Mayumi Toya immediately denied their claims. They didn't hit the real Satomi because there was only a slime copy of him lying on the floor which he disguised under his cloak. Meanwhile, the soldier managed to escape to the roof. The subordinates asked if they should give chase, but the leader made it clear that it was a waste of time. Their main goal is to stop the rift disaster, and pursuing Saotomi will only take away valuable resources. Currently, the 2nd Division had to eliminate the fire raging in the restaurant. The agents immediately began to carry out the order. Mayumi Toya decided a little later, after finishing all the urgent matters, to interrogate Kana Kimura. Team Ichinoshi. Meanwhile, Ikoma entered the Fairy Garden Rift. A 38th level Gaokaran Tree of Life appeared before them, bursting out of the rift. Kagurazaka Mio engaged him in battle. She felt that she was close to defeating the boss. But suddenly, the Tree of Life Gaokaran used the skill Summon Fairy Creatures, and plant creatures unknown to Mio appeared on the battlefield. She stepped back, gathering energy in her sword. Ordering everyone to move back and not disturb, Mio prepared to use her Crimson Blade skill. However, she suddenly stopped. Realizing that there was no time to fight the plants as Gaokarena might escape again, Mio decided to act immediately. The adventurer used the Infernal Destruction skill, which consumed 44 health, converting her Reaper life force into dark magic for a powerful attack. The Gaokaran Tree of Life rushed to the other quarters, and Mio gave chase with a fully charged skill. She was ready to deliver the final blow. Running away, she fell sharply next to the boss, attacking him. There was a powerful explosion. But when the adventurer raised her head, instead of the boss of the rift, she saw the monster Varen. Where could he appear from? This came as a surprise to her because Varen could become a serious obstacle. However, Mio was not lost. She still had one skill left. With a swing of her sword, she plunged it into Varen's throat, removing another obstacle to victory. This quick skirmish made Mio forget about chasing the Tree of Life for a while. She was distracted by several plant monsters summoned by the rift boss to escape again. Meanwhile, Ichinoshi Ikoma tried in vain to find Gaokarena. He ran all over the rift, but found no leads or traces of the boss. In the end, he decided to climb the nearest skyscraper to see the area from above. However, he understood that it would take a lot of mana, so he decided to wait. Suddenly, a message from Mio arrived on his phone. Mio apologized for losing the monster, but sent the coordinates of where she last saw him. Ikoma immediately went to the specified place. Kagurazaka Mio was glad that they would be reunited, as it would narrow down the search area considerably. Her eyes were burning with excitement, and she was already imagining how she would smear Gaokarena on the wall like a slug. Ichinoshi Ikoma ran and managed to kill several plant monsters with one blow, gaining 36 and 28 experience. However, a huge monster appeared in front of him, which, although it looked powerful, actually had a low level. This giant plant dragon roared and used the skill Fire Splash. A powerful jet of flame burst out of his mouth, aimed directly at Ikoma. The master of gravity pushed off the traffic light and flew high into the sky. Then, with incredible speed, holding the sword in front of him, he dived right at the dragon. A message appeared on the screen that he had received 56 experience points. Ikoma suspected that he would gain little experience from these monsters, but he still felt a little sad that he would gain so little. All this was due to a large difference in levels. The Gravity Master was level 58, and the dragon was only level 25. There seemed to be no end to these monsters, and the team still couldn't find the Rift Boss. The protagonist understood that only by destroying the Tree of Life of Gaokarin, they would be able to get rid of these monsters. They urgently needed to act. Suddenly, Ikoma heard an unfamiliar voice behind him. It was a man who was amazed to see such a strong hero take down monsters with such ease. He exclaimed with joy that it was the first time he had seen such a powerful adventurer with his own eyes, and was very happy to have such an experience. Ichinoshi Ikoma warned him that this was a very dangerous place and that only trained adventurers could be here. The stranger jumped up with joy and said that he is an adventurer, the same hero as Ikoma. He protected civilians from evil and abomination, and his main rule was to protect them. The Gravity Master thought this boy's behavior was strange, but explained that he only had an E rank, and his own was rural, making him not as strong and powerful in battle. The main character thought, upon reaching 10th level, an adventurer can independently choose a class. What class he gets depends on his initial characteristics and how he is able to distribute them. And among all these different classes, there was also the rural class. It could be obtained by spreading all the stat points evenly, but in the end, villagers don't have any special skills or abilities. Among adventurers, this class was considered the weakest of all. Even newbies are never told about him in the guild, because they are advised to develop 2 or 3 characteristics in order to get a useful class with various skills. The unfamiliar adventurer sheepishly explained that it was a rare but completely useless class. Ichinoshi Ikoma thought. He believed that most likely the boy simply did not know how to correctly distribute the characteristic points, and this led to such a result. The stranger moved even closer to the main character and asked with admiration if his name was really Ichinoshi Ikoma, and does he also have the rare Gravity Master class. He said that this class is very popular. Ikoma asked how he knew about him. The adventurer said that Ikoma is a true legend of the Tokyo Adventurers Guild, and everyone knows about his achievements. He took out his tablet and showed Sanji's channel on its seini, saying that he had seen many videos with Ikoma on the Kosianen channel. Ichinoshi Ikoma thought. He had no idea that Sanji Sena talks about him in her videos. The stranger said that he was very lucky to be friends with such a cute blogger, and even envied him. He said that he never thought he would meet such a legend one day, and said that he also dreams of learning how to control gravity, as it is a very useful skill. Ichinoshi Ikoma politely apologized and said that he should never waste time on gossip because he had to go. An unknown adventurer tried to stop him, begging to be allowed to go with him, because such a chance can only come once in a lifetime. The Gravity Master remembered that this guy was an E rank, which meant that his level was no higher than 20, and the local monsters were not to his liking. He explained that his goal was to find and stop the Rift Boss. Therefore, if the adventurer really wants to help, it is better for him to find civilians and escort them to the shelter. The stranger did not want to do this. He took out a large crystal from his bag, tossed it up, and began using the object splitting skill. The crystal began to levitate in the air. The stone in the adventurer's hand began to split into small pieces. He explained that the countryside class has an item-splitting skill that allows you to transfer the characteristics of a destroyed item to others. The Gravity Master understood that this guy's strength could really help them catch the boss, but the adventurer was too persistent, and Ikoma knew he could handle it on his own. He could not waste time. He urgently needed to find a boss, and there was no time to team up with someone he didn't know because it could be risky. Ikoma's phone. Sanji finally answered him. Sena. He asked her to start a stream so they could find the boss of the rift. Ikoma explained that it looked like a small slug. Sanji Sena willingly agreed, because she would not mind additional viewings. The stream began, and she told her viewers that she was broadcasting from the epicenter of the rift disaster. Sena announced that the Miyagi area is overrun by monsters, and she needs the audience's help. She asked them to help her find the monster and send photos with it using the hashtag #help_for_Hoshinan. Viewers began to post the location of Gaokeren en masse, and also reported that he was very fast. The innocent appearance of the monster could be deceiving, because in reality the slug was very dangerous. Sena's popularity, the stream has gained almost 2 million reposts. This allowed them to track Gaokeren's movements in real time. With such a trump card up his sleeve, the Rift boss will not be able to hide. Ikoma had a photo taken a minute ago. This was the last place where the monster was seen. Although Ikoma was now aware of his movements, Gaokeren was still very fast. Ikoma had to come up with a plan to trap him. Ikoma decided to also inform Satsuki and Mio about this, as they were not far from where Gaokerenu was last seen. He hoped that the monster did not have time to escape. The stranger did not want to be left behind and continued to distract Ikoma in any way he could. Ichinoshi Ikoma could not stand such tension and sharply asked the adventurer's name. He happily replied that his name was Aki Vajima. Ikoma explained that right now he was going to go to where the boss was last, and still didn't think that Aki Vajima can safely follow him. But if the adventurer so wanted to join his team, then Ikoma allowed it. Aki Wajima was very happy and promised that he would do his best. The main character still managed to find the Tree of Life, Gaokeren. The boss moved very fast and Ikoma used all his skills to chase him. Ikoma reduced his gravity and started running even faster. He understood that at such a speed he would be able to catch up with the monster. But suddenly the Rift boss stopped. His actions were difficult to predict, and this time he used the skill Horror in the Realm. New plant monsters began to appear around Ikoma. Ichinoshi Ikoma urgently needed to do something so as not to let Gaokeren in and be distracted by other small monsters. He looked around and saw a wall in front of him. After casting gravity reduction, Ikoma Wall ran through the crowd of monsters heading towards the boss. The Tree of Life did not expect such a move and had to stop for a while to regain its strength. The Master of Gravity sarcastically apologized to the boss because such tricks could not stop him. He ran away, pushed off the wall with his feet, and flew straight to the Tree of Life of Gaokeren. Not knowing what to do, the tree decided to use its subordinate plant beasts for protection. Their bodies lay down as a human shield so that the boss could escape unnoticed from the enemy. Kagurazaka Mio had just posted about this skill in their shared group to warn her teammates. Therefore, Ikoma has already thought out a plan. He decided to push away from the plant monster and continue chasing the tree. All he needed at this point was to ignore the obstacle. Ichinoshi Ikoma was able to run closer to Gaokeren, and wasting no time, attacked the tree in an instant, striking it hard. But suddenly the Tree of Life made a powerful jump and began to run away several times faster. It was his swift escape skill. When Gaokerenu takes damage, he activates his special skill, Dashing Escape. During his action, he tries to find the safest place to hide from the pursuer. However, this skill had one nuance. This skill will take an hour to regenerate because it requires a lot of mana. Therefore, the boss of the rift, even with the greatest desire, will not be able to escape from Aki Come On. The Tree of Life thought it had escaped and was satisfied with its work, so it began to run away again. But unexpectedly, it saw an adventurer in front of it, who was very scared, because it did not expect that the boss of the rift would appear right here. But then, Aki Vajima changed his mind. He understood that this was the only chance in his life to become famous, to catch this slug and become a hero like Ichinoshi Ikoma. So he decided to act. He took out a potion glass from his pocket, put it in his hand, and a magical glow appeared around him. He used the skill Splitting Objects. After that, the adventurer threw the glass into the air. A potion began to pour out of it, igniting everything around and creating a fire. Gaokeren was very frightened, but did not even try to run away. He watched as the fire began to fall on him. Aki Wajima smiled, because it seems Ikoma was right. The rift boss was afraid of fire and could even freeze in fear at the sight of it. He was glad that he managed to catch the tree of life. Aki Wajima began to call Ikoma and share with him the joyful news of his victory. The Gravity Master praised the adventurer wholeheartedly as they finally managed to surround the rift boss. Now the tree will not be able to escape from them so easily. Ikoma understood that the monster had no mana left, because he drained it at the monster's call and ran away from them. He wondered how Gaokaren would handle this hopeless situation. But suddenly the boss began to change. With a roar, he used the Horror Awakening skill, and many new plant monsters appeared around him. Gaokaren's own body also began to change. He covered strong tree branches, making armor from them. The adventurer was warned that the Tree of Life boss, Gaokaren, had just entered combat mode. Ikoma found the choice of monster strange. Instead of running away, he decided to use all his mana to defend. Aki Wajima covered his ears with his hands as the monster began to roar even louder. He was very frightened and told Ikoma to retreat, shouting that they urgently needed to flee. But Ichinoshi Ikoma did not share his fear. He considered this boss's attempt to defend himself brave, but not that dangerous. The Gravity Master shot up and then began to move quickly from side to side, killing all the small plant monsters and rapidly closing in on the boss. Aki Wajima just hid behind his face, not knowing what else he would have to witness in this brutal battle. The monster Gaokaren began to extend its branches that curled around him. They increased in size to inflict damage on their opponent. Ichinoshi Ikoma, using his skills, flew into the air and then rushed down at the monster. He was glad he could finally catch him. With tremendous speed, he plunged his sword into the monster's body and then used the Granty skill while the weapon was at the creature's most vulnerable spot. Black magic began to emanate from the sword, tearing the monster from the inside. The Gaokaren began to increase in size several times under the influence of the flow of magic, and then exploded, leaving many slime spots around it. For this kill, the adventurers received 1135 experience. Aki Wajima was very happy, because this was his first serious experience. But at that moment, it turned out that it was actually Aki Wadzim did not exist. It was the fictional character Sayotomi Asahi. He pretended to be a novice adventurer to observe the powerful Gravity Master and learn all of his skills. But in fact, Ikoma did not surprise him at all. Aki Wajima began to happily run around Ikoma, exclaiming that this was his first serious experience and he was overjoyed. The Gravity Master emphasized that Gaokaren's Tree of Life was finally defeated. All he had to do was tell Kagurazaka about it Mio, Kisaraga Satsuki, and Sanji Sena to finish the broadcast. Ikoma turned to his new adventurer acquaintance and thanked him for his help. Thanks to him, the boss could not escape, and without him, Ikoma would not have been able to catch him so easily. Sayotomi Asahi laughed awkwardly. He admitted that he could never have imagined that he would one day be thanked by the legend himself. He was even somewhat uncomfortable. He told how at first, when he got this class, he didn't even hope that he would be able to defeat the boss even once in his life. But after defeating Gaokarena, he began to think that maybe he had hidden potential. The adventurer began to vigorously punch the air, training. He planned that when he was pumped, he would save people like Ikoma. The Master of Gravity said that in his experience, there are no bad or good classes, because everyone has their pros and cons. Each class is useful in different situations. For example, villagers could split items and turn them into skills. This allowed them to use skills like Heal, Layer of Fire, and other useful abilities. It was this mobility that helped them catch the Rift Boss. Therefore, he explained to the adventurer that if he develops his strengths, no one will pay attention to his weaknesses, and he will be able to achieve more. This was especially true after he challenged a monster whose level was much higher than his own. Aki Wajima pretended to be very moved by the words of the legendary Tokyo adventurer. He was very interested to learn about the strongest side that Gravity Masters possess. The main character hesitated a little and rephrased the question, because he could not speak for the entire class of Masters of Gravity in general, but could only speak for himself. Ikoma thought for a moment, and then said that his strongest skills were ambition and patience. Aki Vadim was very moved by these words. He looked at the Tokyo legend admiringly and said that it was a very cool skill. Out of joy, he approached Ikoma even closer and said that with such a goal, Ikoma would definitely be able to achieve great success in his life. Ikoma awkwardly thanked for the compliments. In any case, Ikoma explained that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. because he had information that there was a serial killer in the area, and he definitely did not want to meet him again. But he immediately warned the adventurer that if he did meet this serial killer, he should run as fast as he could and hide. But suddenly the main character froze and stopped his speech because he heard some rustling near them. When they returned, they saw the same Satomi Asahi, who was waiting for the right moment. The serial killer descended to the ground and landed in front of the gravity master. He has already managed to find Ikoma's team. This man was called Collector. Ichinoshi Ikoma admitted that he did not even feel the presence of a serial killer nearby and did not even suspect. Such guys were the most dangerous opponents. He drew his blade and was ready for battle. Next to the Collector was his summon creature, which was called Killing Doll. He cast the skill Performance of Life and Death on his summoned creature. The Killing Doll's limbs began to move, and she tried to distract Ikoma with all her actions. Several magical threads were coming from her, which hit him on the body. The Gravity Master really succumbed to this provocation. For a moment, he forgot to control the situation around him, but suddenly he felt something breathing on his back. It was the Collector's subordinate knight who swung his sword at him. Ichinoshi Ikoma was able to react quickly to this and swung his sword to attack the creature behind him. The creature's weapon fell to the floor. And turning around and examining the body behind him, he saw instead of a person a slime that repeated the figure of a person. Saotome Asahi finally came out of his hiding place. He had to sit in the shadows all this time to be killed now. His hands were itching to finish off Ichinose, to whom the serial killer was all this time under the guise of an innocent adventurer, Aki Vadim. And while Ichinoshi Ikoma did not suspect anything at all, he started running at him with a knife in his hands. The main character managed to react in time. He returned and engaged in a duel to the death with Aki Vajima. After a few seconds of confrontation, Ikoma kicked his opponent. Aki Vajima flew back a few meters. Aki Vajima rose from the ground. He admitted that the Gravity Master had quite the reaction for a loser like him. After all, if a real Aki attacked Ikoma, he would surely die. Ichinoshi Ikoma now realized that Aki was not in front of him all this time. Wajima and the real Collector, a serial killer of adventurers known as Saotome Asahi. Although the serial killer managed to pull off a surprise attack and get the Killing Doll to attack the Gravity Master by timing the moment and attacking him personally, he failed to cause any damage. Ikoma was able to dodge not only the Killing Doll's attack, but also the serial killer's attack. Such skills of the enemy only encouraged him, because this prey was very interesting. Satomi. With a mocking smile, Asahi asked the boy if he was scared, since he had been at arm's length with him since the beginning, and Ikoma didn't even suspect a thing. But Ichinoshi Ikoma admitted that he knew from the beginning who was hiding behind the mask of the adventurer Aki Vajima was a serial killer. The protagonist knew that Saotome Asahi was the most legendary of adventurers even in the past timeline. No one knew anything about him, not even his relatives, nor his face, nor his past. But even his class was hidden from everyone. However, the Ring of Wisdom can show the class of anyone the master points to. But unfortunately, it takes a lot of mana to use this Ring of Wisdom skill. But the countryside had a special skill that revealed Satomi's personality. Asahi is a stock skill that reduced the mana usage when activating items. Therefore, if he used this skill, he would not waste mana so easily. Satomi Asahi found this theory a bit far-fetched. After all, if Ikoma really told the truth, if he knew from the very beginning that a serial killer was hiding under the mask of an adventurer, then it is not clear why he agreed to team up with him, because then Saotome Asahi could easily kill him. The Gravity Master explained that first, he was able to come up with a great plan to capture the boss. And for this, he needed one more person, so he decided to use the services of an adventurer who was not against it. So he perfectly understands that the Collector couldn't have attacked him while the boss raged around them. After all, it would be very beneficial for him to gain Ikoma's trust. Therefore, after catching the boss, simply finishing him off without any extra witnesses would be the best option for a serial killer. Saotome Asahi was angered by these words, as his opponent knew he was putting himself in danger by going with him, but Ikoma had the courage to use him to kill the boss sooner. The Collector was furious. He called his opponent worthless and admitted that such intelligent people were much more fun for him, so he offered Ichinoshi Ikoma finally fight as equals. Ichinoshi Ikoma was a little scared because he couldn't read the serial killer's next moves because he hadn't fought his opponents one-on-one in a long time. This slayer of adventurers had a level that was much higher than a gravity master. In addition, his physical abilities and combat experience were far superior to his own. In addition, the main character spent a lot of his strength in the battle with the Rift boss, and spent his strength fighting back from the first attack. In such a situation, one-on-one, completely unaware of his skills, Ichinoshi Ikoma was completely powerless. That meant he needed to escape. He started to run, building up his speed. Saotome Asahi was furious. He started yelling at him and trying to stop him. Ichinoshi Ikoma understood that the Rift boss was completely defeated, so his best option was to run into a crowded place to the other adventurers. That way he will have a chance to win. The collector couldn't help but summon his summon creature killing doll and ordered it to attack Ichinoshi, to whom. But even to such a provocation, the Master of Gravity did not react at all. He continued to run with all his might and did not even turn around. The killer doll is a puppet that can kill with strings that cannot be seen at first glance. But the problem was that Ikoma couldn't see these threads, so he could dodge the attacks without even looking at them. The adventurer acted very professionally. The serial killer felt the thrill inside him. He considered his prey to be very intelligent, which made their fight even more interesting. He offered the adventurer a game of reprimand. But even after his close observation, he managed to lose sight of him and began to look around, trying to find him. He speculated that the Gravity Master might have been able to hide among the trees, but quickly dismissed the idea. His opponent wasn't stupid enough to hide in plain sight, so his second thought was that the adventurer was hiding somewhere very high on the roof. For a strong impact, he had to gain a high fall speed, which meant that he had to hit from above. And the opinion of the collector was confirmed. He felt something fall behind him from above. It was indeed a gravity master who, gaining speed, used the skill Meteor Fall. And when the blow was about to happen, and Ikoma was close to the collector, some unknown force stopped him. The sword passed through the black iron hand and did not touch the enemy in any way. It was the destruction hand skill that was able to block the gravity master's attack. He went down to the ground. Now Saotome Asahi understood why his opponent had decided to run away. In the lane, the collector had a significant advantage, but Ikoma managed to get them out into the open so that it would be easier for him to evade the attacks. Simply put, Ichinoshi Ikoma decided to give up his advantage to even the odds. However, the serial killer did not believe that this would help in any way because behind him were many of his summoned creatures. The adventurer saw 3 summoned creatures standing behind the collector, but in reality, he could have summoned many more. Ikoma guessed that he must have spent all his skill points on item summoning. Most likely because of this, his summoned creatures became almost the same level as himself. Thus, Ichinoshi Ikoma competed against at least 4 strong opponents. He tried to follow everyone and stay alert. It was impossible to relax even for a second, because he faced several enemies at once. And looking at what a powerful master Satomi had become Asahi, Ikoma could not understand how he managed to learn how to summon as many as 3 creatures to the battlefield. The collector felt great. He felt his superiority and was sure of victory. The fight seemed very interesting to him, so he was in a great mood. He remembered how before this incident, he had killed adventurers who treated people badly, and it seemed like a lot of fun to him. Some of the adventurers began to resent that the collector was using a forbidden technique and that he had deliberately stabbed Ikoma in the neck. Satomi Asahi found it incredibly amusing. He liked to break these heroes and trample their talents into the dirt. He was ready to show Ichinose Ikoma how worthless he is. The Gravity Master asked if his opponent was sent here by Chimera Fang. He wanted to know if they had purposely created this fake disaster to trick him. The collector was very surprised by the insight and cleverness of his opponent, but he decided not to show his surprise. To divert suspicion from himself, the non-murderer said that he did not understand at all what he was talking about because he simply hated being in debt to adventurers, and asked him not to take offense at his words. Suddenly, a destruction hand appeared behind the Gravity Master and began to chase him. He tried to dodge and run away from her. Saotome Asahi promised that if Ikoma succeeds in defeating him, then he is ready to tell him one secret. But first, Ikoma must win. The collector decided to throw another weapon into the battle, a killer doll. Her threads began to attack Ikoma with incredible speed. Suddenly he felt several strong blows with the thread cut the stone into pieces. Ichinoshi Ikoma could not ignore this new threat. The summoned doll's attacks seemed to become much faster than before. He tried to understand why this happened. Ikoma knew that if he focused all his attention on the killer doll alone, he would not be able to win. He thought about how to survive. Saotome Asahi, excited by such an interesting opponent, decided to use all his skills and his entire arsenal against him. He had rarely met such strong adventurers. Suddenly, the Gravity Master felt a powerful force behind him, which threw him to the ground. He could not get up. Behind him appeared the fourth summoned monster, the terrible demon Gorgle. The serial killer smiled sinisterly, warning the adventurer not to expect a quick victory. He concentrated all his magical power in his hand and summoned the fifth monster, Cursed Jose. This beast roared with fury, and ominous purple magic erupted from its mouth. Ichinoshi Ikoma was genuinely impressed by the collector's abilities. Summoning 5 summoned creatures after such a grueling battle required an enormous amount of mana, so much so that it seemed almost impossible. Saotome Asahi possessed truly impressive strength. Ikoma admitted that Saotome Asahi is the strongest opponent he has ever faced, but thanks to this, the collector revealed all his cards. Now in Ichinose, Ikoma had a chance to overcome him, knowing about all his strengths. The adventurer understood that it was extremely dangerous to go into battle without knowing the capabilities of conscript creatures. Therefore, he had to understand their features as soon as possible before it was too late. Ichinoshi Ikoma began to retreat, planning to watch the battle from the sidelines. But suddenly behind him, he heard heavy breathing. It was the accursed Jose who was chasing him swiftly. Ikoma decided to deliver a sharp blow to distract the creature and make a quick escape. He did so. However, to his surprise, Cursed Jose did not react at all to the blow and continued the pursuit. She seemed indifferent to his attacks. Ikoma realized that he would not be able to escape, so he rushed into battle again. The creature let out a terrifying roar. Ikoma was aware that the task would be extremely difficult, but it was all he was capable of at the moment. All he had to do was look for the enemy's weak points so as not to go on a direct assault. Ichinoshi Ikoma, switching his attention, rushed at the demon Gorgle. He landed sharply in front of the monster and swung his sword with a swing. But during the fight with Gorgle, he suddenly felt movement behind him. Turning around, Ikoma saw that the slime he had recently attacked had been cut into pieces by the puppet strings. The main character could not understand what was happening. He spun around, trying to assess the situation. Suddenly, he felt a sharp blade flash behind him. Turning sharply, Ikoma saw a serial killer swinging a knife at him. Ikoma managed to block the attack with the blade. The collector was delighted with the fight. He admitted that his opponent was really strong, as the Chimera Fang people had told him. Saotome Asahi admitted that if they fought one-on-one, the odds would be even, and he might even lose. But with his many summoned creatures, he had a significant advantage that Ikoma could not overcome. A huge summoned hand appeared behind the adventurer, clenching into a fist and swinging to strike. The hand hit the ground with incredible force. And this time, Ichinoshi Ikoma managed to anticipate the blow and dodge the powerful attack. He tried to escape again. Running away, Ikoma tried to hide. The collector was annoyed by this turn of events. His opponent was running away again, and this made him quite angry. Ichinoshi Ikoma used his gravity reduction skill to move faster and dodge the demon arm's attacks. However, this was not enough to completely avoid damage. Despite the fact that the collector had already summoned 5 summoned creatures to the battlefield, he showed no signs of exhaustion. It was as if his mana was not wasted at all. He also skillfully controlled his summoned creatures that acted as extensions of his arms. Their coherence and clear coordination made them a formidable force. Saotome Asahi was a fanatic of fighting not to the death, but to the death. He developed a perfect tactic that made it almost impossible for even the most talented adventurer to match him. The Master of Gravity did not believe in invincible opponents. He knew there were always weak spots that could be exploited. However, it was clear to him that the collector wanted to finish the fight as soon as possible. Saotome's expression, Asahi could tell he was enjoying this match and wanted it to last forever. Ichinoshi Ikoma threw a rock at Cursed Jose using gravity magic. However, this had no effect as the creature simply passed through him. After analyzing the situation, Ikoma realized that it was time to act. He gathered his strength, ran, and attacked Saotome decisively. Asahi. You could see excitement in the serial killer's eyes. He was glad that he would finally be able to fight Ichinoshi Ikoma on equal terms. However, the Gorgle demon suddenly appeared on Ikoma's path, completely blocking his path. The Gravity Master urgently needed to come up with something. The demon struck the ground with its mighty hands, causing it to crack under Ikoma's feet. But the master of gravity was no longer there. The demon looked around in surprise, looking for his opponent. "Head up, Ichinoshi!" Ikoma felt a strong blow to his face. The gravity master flew into the air and landed directly on the Gorgle demon's face with his feet. The summoned creature fell to the ground from the pain and impact. Ikoma landed at the nearest traffic light and surveyed the battlefield from a height. Saotome Asahi watched Ikoma's attacks with fascination. He admitted that the adventurer was really powerful and dodged the attack very skillfully. The collector even began to think that he was in love with this skill. However, he understood that Ikoma's new position gave him a significant advantage. Being high in the air, the adventurer could easily overpower the collector. After all, in the battle in the air, only 2 prize creatures could attack Ikoma. This meant that he now had a significant advantage. The Gravity Master raised his sword up and used the Gravidea skill. This skill increased gravity in the selected area. There was a large web behind Ikoma's back, so he chose it. Cursed Jose was near this area at that time. Suddenly, she began to be pulled into the web, and she could not do anything but scream in pain. The collector gritted his teeth as he realized it was a trap for the killing doll and cursed Jose. Now he understood why the boy was throwing a stone at damn Jose. Thus, he guessed that direct attacks on this creature did not work, because it easily missed them. The assassin knew that the strings of the killing doll could easily injure Jose's body, so it was very important to keep a close eye on her attacks. Saotome Asahi understood that in such a short time this boy had managed to understand all the weaknesses of his 2 strongest conscripts. It seemed incredible. The collector realized that he needed to temporarily retreat and restore the powers of the killing doll and Jose. Ichinoshi Ikoma, now confident of his superiority, imperceptibly approached the collector from behind. And so the power of the enemy could disappear in one fell swoop. Ikoma scored another victory, with 2 of the 5 creatures removed from play and the killing doll disoriented by a random attack on a companion. So, having found all the serial killer's main trump cards and exposed them, Ikoma was ready to begin a real one-on-one match. Saotome Asahi knew that his summoned creatures were extensions of the master's hands. Therefore, by relaxing and allowing 3 of his subordinates to attack at the same time, he made a fatal mistake. He understood that in order to defeat this master of gravity, he would have to rely not only on his subordinates, but also on himself. He was forced to fight one-on-one. All this time he thought that he would be able to quickly end this duel and deal with Ikoma. But now he realized that he himself could become a prey for Ikoma. Saotome finally understood why Kikyo was so worried about this fight. However, while the serial killer was lost in thought, an unfamiliar little creature appeared in front of his face. It was the little witch Ether, who was summoned by Ikoma. She flew back a little and then, concentrating the magic in her small hands, used the Sword of Zeus skill that could cut a human body in half. Saotome Asahi darted to the side and tried to dodge the attack. He couldn't believe that his opponent during their last battle had decided to ambush him with his summoned creature. Ether was unhappy that the enemy managed to evade, but she did not stop and continued to attack. The collector tried to calm down. He still had 1 creature that could fight. Irvis. This monster could crush Ikoma like an annoying insect. The ether skill ended and her sword disappeared from her hands. She smiled sweetly at the enemy, threatening to kill. But such a gesture did not scare the serial killer at all. He declared that Mistress Ether's life would soon end, and so would she. Meanwhile, Ichinoshi Ikoma was fighting a slime man. He swung his sword, slicing through the slime's body time and time again. But this flexible body quickly recovered. Ikoma understood that the slime man was not affected by physical attacks. To destroy this creature, he will have to use magic. Gorgle sneaked up behind him. He swung his fist, ready to crush Ikoma. Ichinoshi Ikoma reacted in time and dodged the attack. He tried to incapacitate the demon by hitting it in the head with a falling traffic light with doubled gravity. But this creature didn't seem to care. Ikoma decided to summon Ether for 30 seconds. While Saotome Asahi would be distracted by her, he had to deal with the other subordinate creatures of the collector. Ichinoshi Ikoma was ready to implement this plan. He easily pushed himself off the ground with the help of gravity magic and began to rise up, straight towards Irvis. Ikoma drew his sword in front of him and, crossing several skills, attacked. First he used reverse gravity to fly up, then meteor fall, driving the sword through the creature's eye. The creature roared in pain and began to lose control of its body. Her main weak point was destroyed. The Gravity Master decided to climb onto Irvis's levitating arm to survey the battlefield from above. He ordered the creature to wait a moment. From above, he saw that the demon Gorgle, confused, was turning his head, trying to find Ikoma. The adventurer realized that this was the best chance to attack. He jumped off the levitating arm and, using meteor fall, plummeted onto the creature's body. Looking around, Ikoma saw a slimy man in front of him. It was Satomi's last summoned creature, so it was time to put an end to it as well. The Gravity Master, concentrating the magic in his hand, created a gravity bomb. He threw it at the slime man and it exploded with it. Satomi Asahi continued to fight with Ether, who tried her best to distract him. This situation angered the collector even more. With fury, he hit the little witch, and she fell to the ground exhausted. The collector did not understand what was happening at all. Looking around, he was horrified to see all his summoned creatures lying dead on the ground. He was left all alone. While Saotome Asahi stood frightened, Ichinoshi quietly approached him from behind Ikoma, trying to strike an unexpected blow. The collector sensed this and turned sharply, stabbing the adventurer in the shoulder. Ikoma fell to the ground. Satomi Asahi was furious. He thought it was some kind of stupid joke. After all, the Master of Gravity managed to kill the demon Gorgle, the Slime Man Irvis, the Destructive Hand, the Marionette, the Killing Doll, and the Cursed Jose. He did not believe that Ikoma was able to defeat them all. The boy sarcastically asked what happened, because wouldn't the strongest serial killer be able to handle him one-on-one? Now everything was fair. Only Saotomi remained Asahi. The collector understood that after defeating the summon creatures, he would not be able to summon them for some time. They needed time to fully recover for the next draft. Simply put, he was completely disarmed. He had little magic left, therefore he urgently needed to do something. The collector released another angel-like summon creature from the ring. It was Adarin, the embodiment of holiness. Ichinoshi Ikoma was surprised to see another creature, but it didn't seem dangerous to him, so he was calm. This summoned creature was a support creature, Adarin. She could heal all of her master's wounds and restore his mana a bit. With her help, he could try to escape, hide, and then attack the Gravity Master with new forces. He ordered Adarin to obey all his orders. Satomi Asahi knew that if he escaped now, he would never be able to finish off the adventurer again. It was risky, but he couldn't pass up the opportunity. He specialized in surprise attacks, but Ikoma will probably be ready for that in their next meeting. And so Satomi's second attempt, Asahi automatically fails. Now, although the adventurer showed no signs of fatigue, he had also expended quite a bit of magic. Therefore, probably in Satome, Asahi wouldn't have a chance to meet a Gravity Master as weakened as he was now. The collector grabbed his weapon and ordered Adarin to heal him by using the Holy Tongue skill. He stated that he was not even thinking about running away, and added that Ikoma's face seemed familiar to him for some reason. He suddenly remembered the genius who put no effort into anything, and it always annoyed him that Satome Asahi constantly tried his best to succeed. And while this genius, doing nothing, got everything he could only dream of, Saotome Asahi ordered Ichinoshi Ikomi is the first to go on the attack to teach the genius to accept defeat. A battle began between them. The collector understood that in any case he surpassed his opponent in combat experience. Besides, Adarin could heal him if something went wrong. Ikoma's weapon was slightly heavier than his, and he lost to him in almost everything. Saotome Asahi couldn't understand why the boy wouldn't even hint that he was scared. Suddenly, the blade of Ikoma's sword whizzed by the collector's neck. A few centimeters more and he could be dead. Satome Asahi decided to go on the offensive. He was a little scared. His hands were even shaking a little. He tried to calm down, repeating to himself that the enemy is much weaker than it seems. After all, the Gravity Master had spent a lot of magic, exhausting himself by constantly manipulating gravity. Ichinoshi Ikoma also analyzed the situation during the battle. Although the serial killer favored magic in combat, he was also a specialist in surprise attacks. The collector used to use a sword. His movements gave away the fact that he used to practice kendo. Thanks to many years of competition experience, he could predict Ikoma's actions. The adventurer decided that he needed to concentrate as much as possible and read all the movements of the enemy, because this is the only way he could finish this battle. He noticed that Satome Asahi became much more cautious in his attacks, though his movements remained as sharp. Maybe it was because of anger or because of the excitement that was raging inside him. It was a gamble where his life was at stake. He was a mage who knew how to fight in close combat, and it was a wonder he was still hanging on. Although he could easily retreat, because the boy had no plans to chase him, but he did not want to lose. The collector admitted that he was indifferent to his own death and to other people. Victory was really important for him. He was not ready to lose to people who were gifted with talent at birth or who were gifted with everything: loving parents, beauty, and a sharp mind. He will not lose for anything. Satomi Asahi plunged into his childhood memories. He ended up on the field where he was asked why he decided to leave the football club. Suddenly, Saotome Asahi saw a familiar face. It was his older twin brother, Saotome Yu. With a sad expression on his face, he said that he had planned to come to the competition to support him. Asahi silently rose from his seat and called his brother well done. He remembered his parents constantly praising Satomi Yu for the fact that he managed to take third place in the competition. Yamai's teacher also said that he had an excellent academic record. His mother said he was good at everything. Even next month was his birthday, and they were going to give him something special. Saotome Yu reminded his father that it was not only his birthday but also his twin brother Asahi's. Asahi blurts out that he doesn't care about his birthday and they can celebrate without him. After that, he ran out of the room. He understood that his brother was the most amazing boy he had ever known. Yu was smart beyond his years and capable of anything without putting in any effort. Asahi ran away from his family and pondered what to do. One day, a classmate approached him with a request. He explained that without high schoolers, their club could be closed, so Asahi could just join there and not go to class. Kendo Club and Asahi decided to agree. From early childhood, he had a kendo talent. It was a place where he was not compared to his older brother. Therefore, he devoted all his years of study in high school to kendo. When he entered high school, his parents finally distanced themselves from him, pretending that he did not exist. But it only made Asahi feel better. Satomi High School. Yu happily told his brother that he had decided to quit football and also join the kendo club. He offered Asahi to become his senpai, Sayotomi. This angered Asahi because even now his brother had decided to appropriate the only thing that set them apart. The summer of the graduating class became their only chance to prove themselves. Prefectural kendo competitions were held, and winning them gave the school the opportunity to go to national competitions. Ironically, both brothers were nominated for the role of team captain. To decide who would go to the competition, it was decided to hold a competition between them. And in this match, Yu easily defeated Asahi in one round without putting in much effort. Asahi couldn't understand how his brother, without training for 6 years, was able to reach the same level as him in 1 year. It was because of this that he hated his brother to the core. Embittered, he decided to strike him as the strongest blow. Satome Yu fell to the ground, breathing hard. Everyone around began to shout that he was hit in the neck, which was forbidden by the rules of kendo. Asahi admitted that he lost control and used a forbidden technique, striking his brother in the neck. The teacher announced the end of the match and Yu's victory. Satomi Asahi sincerely admitted his guilt, saying that he was indeed to blame for what had happened, and that such a thing would never happen again. He punched his brother in the neck, knowing it would hurt to even breathe. On this day, he managed to defeat Yu for the first time, and he didn't care how he won. The empty-headed manga heroes with their strange sense of honor and nobility can go to hell. A year later, he decided to become an adventurer and came to the guild, but was told that his class was not suitable for the job. Saotome Asahi never aspired to be a hero, so he took the rejection in stride. He decided to open a computer club. He had read that his power could only be revealed until level 30, but if he didn't want to wait, he could buy a ring that allowed him to summon a creature onto the battlefield. He had an idea. By pumping up his skills, relying on the power of the summoned creature, he can become a true legend. The only obstacle in his way was money, because powerful summoning creatures needed funds, and he could not conquer the rifts. Therefore, the only way out of this situation was ordinary theft to earn money. He did not consider this occupation to be bad. Asahi never aspired to be a righteous hero obsessed only with good deeds. He believed that he was capable of more, and for this he was ready for anything. Even if he has to pave the way with other people's corpses, he will do it, because he will achieve his goal at any cost. He stood in front of the corpse and admitted that he was really unlucky to find it, because sometimes Asahi became disgusted with herself, but he was not going to go back. A few years later, the brothers met again in the rift. Asahi, seeing his brother, admitted that he did not expect that the criminals would be caught right in the cracks. Yu asked not to worry as they were alone here. He could never have thought that his younger brother would stoop to stealing from ordinary adventurers. The adventurer drew his sword, knowing that his younger brother was not going to give up. Saotome Yu was a member of a special unit, and his class was swordsman. Satomi Asahi shouted in rage that his fate was indeed a bitch. He could never have thought that they would have to fight again. The collector summoned his demon Gorgle, who rushed at his brother with a roar. But for an adventurer, this was no problem. He struck the demon in the stomach with his sword, injuring him. The summoned creature fell to the ground, losing power. Satomi Asahi was scared. First, his brother defeated Irvis, and now he overwhelmed Gorgle as well. A little more, and he could die. He admitted that his brother had become very strong, and that annoyed him even more. He called his brother stupid. The collector lay on the ground, defeated. All of his summoned creatures were defeated. He was not yet strong enough to face the enemy one-on-one. Satome Yu walked over to his little brother. He reached for his sword and held it to the boy's throat, asking if he had any last words. Asahi begged his older brother to give him another chance, promising that he would definitely change. But the adventurer did not believe that a person who stooped so low as to beg for mercy could sincerely change. The collector burst into tears, explaining that all this time he was striving to become better than his brother in some way. It was something he had sincerely longed for throughout his life. The older brother removed the blade from the throat of the younger. He decided to give him a chance, believing in his sincerity. Suddenly, Asahi grabbed his face and burst out laughing. He realized that he had become much more terrifying than he could have imagined. His next act was terrible. He called out playfully and laughed, saying that Sayotama Yu was so easy to fool. Then he said goodbye to his brother. At that moment, a killer doll appeared above the adventurer's body, which cut his body in half with its threads. Satomi Asahi approached his brother's dead body and confidently stated that he could now restart him. Hardly anyone could have thought that he would be able to outwit this genius and kill him. He apologized to Yu, but he had his own rules. He would kill anyone who interfered with his ascension. From that day on, the collector became much stronger and smarter. He has many more summon creatures. However, competing with Ichinoshi Ikomo, he felt that the forces of the enemy were superior to him. He did not understand how it happened that he would lose to this little thing on his way. The assassin exclaimed that he would never lose to a scumbag like him. He told himself to gather himself and watch Ikoma's movements, in order to somehow hold on. Ichinoshi Ikoma noticed that his opponent was too confident. If he does not attack, he will simply be killed. Now, it was his turn to attack. He began to retreat back, because if he shortened the path a little, he would be able to attack first. While the adventurer was blocking all attacks and dodging, Satomi Asahi was completely engrossed. He swung his sword with confidence, and this time he managed to catch Ikoma's face and injure him. Ichinoshi Ikoma clutched at the wound on his arm that was bleeding. He understood that he could still read the enemy's movements, because he had managed to predict this attack. And if this is true, then he can easily defeat a serial killer. Although the blow was not bad, it gave him a lot of information. The Gravity Master had now figured out the essence of Asahi's fighting style. He noticed that whenever Asahi got into a fighting stance, he tried to counterattack. This was confirmed several times during the battle. The Master understood that he could try to escape again, but Asahi would probably foresee this trick as well, because his class specialized in magical items. Even if the escape was successful, the Master knew that Asahi would be able to catch up and kill him. Therefore, the only way out was a one-on-one match. No Ichinoshi. Neither Ikoma nor his opponent had the right to flee from this place, but to be honest, none of them wanted that. The main character has not participated in such a fierce battle for a long time. When he faced a worthy opponent, his blood boiled in his veins. He wanted to test the limits of his abilities and feel the strength of his body. Saotomi Asahi noticed that his opponent was eager to enjoy this fight. It was worthy of respect. He was looking for just such an opponent. Asahi was willing to risk his life to defeat the adventurer. He was not going to give in and would not allow himself to lose. The killer, having adopted a combat stance, prepared for an attack. But at this moment, Ichinoshi Ikoma, speeding up with incredible force, dealt him a crushing blow. Blood flowed from the enemy's wound. Next to the body of the collector fell his severed hand, from which the rings flew off. He suddenly began to fall, losing all his strength. Lying on the ground, he couldn't believe what had happened. Had he used up all his mana? It was awful. He tried to move his limbs, but they did not obey. At the same time, he did not feel any fatigue. Closing his eyes, he began to remember. And I finally understood what I had been striving for all my life. His thoughts drifted back to his childhood, when he played on the soccer team. Now he realized that all this time he was trying to find a place where he would be better than his older brother. and his brother, on the contrary, constantly followed him, having only one goal. Asahi had to surpass him. The serial killer, lying on the asphalt, apologized to his brother Yu. Opening his eyes, he is instead of Ichinoshi. Ikumi saw his brother next to him. He remembered how close they were in their youth, how they constantly competed with each other. But all this was already in the past. The adventurer put the blade of the sword to the collector's throat. Ikuma reminded him of his promise in the event of defeat. He had to tell everything he knew about the Chimera Fang, and also reveal the secret of who was watching the Gravity Master. Amatsu Ruka had been watching the battle all this time. She couldn't believe that Satomi Asahi will be able to lose to someone someday. Using the camouflage skill, which made her invisible, merging with the weapon, she kept an eye on the battle all the time, and now she admitted that the boss of their team was right, asking her to look after Asahi from afar. But now she knew everything about Ikoma, his strengths and weaknesses. Since he was very exhausted after his fight with Asahi, he was very easy to eliminate. Moreover, he was focused on Asahi, so he did not even notice the unexpected death. This girl's name was Amatsu Ruka, and she was of the Magic Musketeer class. Ichinoshi Ikoma understood that this person did not appear by chance. This whole disaster was a great trap that he fell into because of his carelessness. And all the efforts of Chimera Fangs were aimed at taking the Ring of Wisdom from him. But he understood that someone else was behind this organization. This was someone who could create artificial disasters, and whom he had definitely never met in his first life. Satomi Asahi agreed to tell everything he knew. Unfortunately, he admitted that he didn't know exactly who he was getting in the way of, as the Chimera Fang boss had sent the most powerful thief of their group to attack him. But the collector had one assumption that might not please the adventurer at all. He knew that this man he had disturbed was very vindictive. Therefore, if he did cross his path, this person will never leave him, although he thought that Ichinoshi Ikoma should have understood this himself. But the serial killer knew that this person was from the special unit. He was not an ordinary subordinate, but a big bump among them and had a high position. The Gravity Master remembered something. He had thought about it before. Thinking back to past timelines, the Ring of Wisdom was lost in a special unit research facility. It was lost by an organization that studied portal disasters. And if Satomi Asahi didn't lie, he could be in big trouble now. Because one of the highest ranks of the Chimera Fang special unit worked with political organizations in a past life. Therefore, all this began to become even more similar to the truth. Amatsu Ruka watched the whole conversation from above. They decided it was time to end this conversation while Satomi Asahi did not reveal anything superfluous. Ichinoshi Ikoma was a priority target for their organization, as well as their most serious obstacle. Amatsu Ruka took her firearm and fired a magic charge. The adventurer believed that everything the killer was telling him was nothing but empty conjecture. So he asked if he had any proof. The collector wanted to tell something, but suddenly he saw something shine behind the adventurer. He noticed his partner from the organization, which aimed at Icom. Suddenly finding strength in himself, Satomi Asahi rose from the ground and rushed towards Ikoma. The Gravity Master did not understand the collector's act. He assumed that perhaps Asahi wanted to escape, so he decided to confront him immediately. Sayotome Asahi exposed himself to the adventurer and blocked him. Suddenly a loud shot rang out somewhere nearby. This bullet was flying in Ikoma, but at the last moment it hit Asahi's heart. The assassin fell to the floor and lay in a pool of his own blood, his wounds now even worse. Ikoma froze. He understood that a shot from a magical weapon had just rang out and was aimed at him, but he did not expect that his opponent would choose to block him with his body. Suddenly, as the collector rose from the ground, he began to laugh wearily and asked if Ikoma really wanted proof. If so, then he needs to find this old businesswoman and she will tell him everything. He pointed a finger at the person standing on the bridge. He explained that in order for Ikoma to be able to find this businesswoman, he couldn't be allowed Amatsu get out of here. After that, Satomi Asahi fell to the ground again, and now he definitely didn't have the strength to say anything. A moment later, a message appeared in front of the adventurer's face that he had received 17,435 units of experience. His level increased from 58 to 61, and he had 60 skill points available. Ichinoshi Ikoma could not believe what had happened. He had just received experience for the death of a man, and it seemed terribly unfair to him. But now he never thought long about it. He had another problem. He looked at the place where the thief was standing. He knew that the Magic Musketeer class involved long-range combat. These fighters use magical weapons, imbuing them with their mana to fire a magical shot. The situation was extremely unfavorable for him. He didn't know exactly where the shooter was, and he had absolutely no magic left to counter her. The only thing he had left was the instruction given to Saotome Asahi. For some reason, he trusted her. The gravity master had no choice but to trick the shooter into retreating. He rushed forward sharply, stomping hard on the ground. Amatsu Ruka did not expect such a turn of events. She didn't understand why Ikoma was running straight at her, and she didn't think he still had the strength to fight. It seemed to her that it was either madness or he was simply exhausted after a long battle. She needed to concentrate and not give in to provocations, but suddenly she felt something grab her legs. A dark force began to constrain all her movements. She could not move and did not understand what was happening. This was Kisaraga's power, Satsuki. She immediately decided to intervene in the battle and ordered Amatsu Ruka to stand still and not move. The shooter tried to break out of this trap. She began to move hard and tear through the dark force, then pulled the trigger and fired. This magic bullet flew past the witch's face. The girl managed to dodge in time, and the explosion happened next to her. Amatsu Ruka couldn't believe that she had missed the first time. She was the best at what she did, and it was humiliating for her. She knew that Kisaraga Satsuki was a member of Ichinoshi's group. Despite her appearance, she was a formidable opponent. She needed to shoot their main target as soon as possible, or it could backfire on her. She began to search for Ikoma with her eyes, but suddenly she heard a rustle behind her. Turning sharply, she saw Kagurazaka in front of her Mio. But she swung her sword, concentrated her mana, and used the Crimson Blade skill. Ichinoshi Ikoma was very glad that his team members had time to find him before the boss fight. He sent them his location on a map, and they arrived just in time. Amatsu Ruka had no information about another member of Ikoma's team. She found herself in a dead end, because she had no choice but to use a secret technique. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion at the place where the thief was standing. Thick smoke appeared around her, which she successfully used to hide and run away. Kisaraga Satsuki watched in amazement at what was happening. It occurred to her that this girl probably belonged to the Chimera Fang organization and was hunting them. The witch asked if Kagurazaka was successful. Mio tried to beat her, but she said no, because the thief managed to escape. The gravity master understood that the escape of the thief was even better for them. After all, they could regain their strength at least a little. He was aware that Satsuki and Mio were probably very exhausted after fighting the monsters, and he had used up all his mana. Therefore, if they rush after the thief, one of them may be seriously injured. Not wanting to take any chances, he approached his team and thanked them for making it on time. The frightened sorceress asked what was happening here. The adventurer explained that there might still be a musketeer nearby. He promised that he would tell them everything when they could reach a safe place, but in the meantime they had to leave. Amatsu Ruka hid somewhere in the alley using the skill Shadow Step. This skill allowed her to move in the shadows, remaining invisible to others. She was furious because Kagurazaka Mio completely ruined her hunt. That's why she made it her goal to kill her first, so that she wouldn't get in the way. The thief examined her body. There was a serious wound on her shoulder. She understood that in such a state she would not be able to complete the task. Amatsu Ruka fell to the ground in frustration. She knew that her class specialized in eliminating a single target, but the arrival of Ikoma's comrades had completely destroyed all her chances of success in this task. It annoyed her to think that she might have to ensure another madman who would try to attack the adventurers again. The boss of this organization was sitting next to the thief. She believed that the thief would be able to cope without her help, but extra caution would not hurt. The commander reported that their client made it clear to them that he would not tolerate another failure. If they don't get it right this time, it could be the end of their entire organization. Sanji Sena heartily congratulated the Ikoma team on successfully preventing a rift disaster. Exactly 1 week has passed since the incident in the fairy tale garden. After completing her volunteer work in the Miyagi area, the blogger invited her friends to get together and celebrate their victory. Kisaraga Satsuki ordered herself a sweet cocktail, and together with Ether enjoyed these drinks, having a good time. Sena was very interested in the new adventurer in Ikoma's team, Kagurazaka Mio. She had already heard about her, and was really impressed by her beauty. The blogger offered Mio to star in her video, promising her popularity and recognition, but the adventurer refused, explaining that she was not interested in it. Mio, taking a sip of her drink, thought. She wondered who told the blogger about her beauty. She assumed that it could be Ikoma. The Rift researcher just smiled awkwardly as Kisaraga Satsuki was furious. she suspected for a long time, and now she has received confirmation that Ikoma is in love with Mio. Kagurazaka Mio made it clear and firm that she would never date someone she only had a friendship with. Ikoma silently watched the girls' quarrels. The team decided to go to a local restaurant. Sanji Sena offered to bring them more food so they could rest well. The witch noticed that Sena behaved very sincerely. The guy explained that her generosity was probably due to a stream that got a lot of attention, and the guild gave her a separate reward as a token of appreciation. Satsuki thought it was unfair because of Ichinoshi's achievements. As a result, her popularity skyrocketed, and she earned a lot of money from it. The blogger talked about all the achievements of the Gravity Master. He was able to close 2 high-ranking rifts, defeat 2 particularly dangerous criminals in the rift, and also prevent 2 rift disasters. In addition, he became as famous an adventurer as Hoshian. Ichinoshi Ikoma did not expect so much attention to himself. He said that, to be honest, he did not ask to tell the public about all this. Although the words were rather harsh, the Gravity Master didn't mind if his popularity-seeking partner wanted it. He thought that Sena could help her with this, but she refused. Sanja's stream Sena. They managed not only to find the boss, but also to evacuate civilians from the Miyagi area. This further increased her popularity on the internet. The blogger admitted that she became a YouTuber to inspire people and talk about the dangers associated with fractures. Therefore, she was very happy that her stream made a significant contribution to saving many lives. A couple of days ago, Sena was jumping for joy because the subscriptions on her channel skyrocketed and the video views also increased significantly. Of course, she was also glad that she could get a lot of money for this. This was also one of the main reasons for her joy. The boy began to worry because Sanji Sena went somewhere for a long time, and they even began to look for her anxiously. But the girl joyfully appeared in front of them with a huge tray filled with various goodies. She explained that she wanted to collect as many sweets as possible for the celebration. Satsuki stared at the mountain of sweets in surprise. She wasn't sure they could eat it all. But Sena assured them that in her family such a portion is eaten in a minute, so they should not worry. The guy asked if, thanks to the new influx of subscribers, she had extra money for such a mountain of food. The blogger angrily replied that these subscribers can leave as easily as they came, and they don't understand anything. Therefore, while she has money, she would like to arrange for herself one day when she will not deny herself anything. And then she will be more careful with finances and take care of her family. Sena tried to defend her interests. Being the eldest in the big family was not easy, so they should probably be more careful with their statements so as not to hurt the girl's feelings. The protagonist remembered Satomi's words Asahi that this person was from a special unit, and the customer was an unusual person, and a big bump among them all. Ichinoshi Ikoma understood that even though he had such powerful allies and his level was quite high, he did not feel safe at all, and was always very vigilant. Because someone was targeting him and wanted him dead. And even if he tries to resign, which he did not plan to do, the threat to him will not disappear. They will still send an assassin to him, such as Sayotome Asahi, from which you can also easily get rid of later, although the assassin could have given the organization an opportunity to kill the adventurer. For some reason he chose to sacrifice his life, and saved him from a surprise attack by the enemy. The adventurer still did not understand why he decided to do this, but he would never forget this kind gesture from Aki. And the Master of Gravity understood that in the future he would face even greater danger than now. These thoughts put a lot of pressure on him morally. Sena suddenly distracted Ikoma. She started showing him something on the phone because he was able to help her promote the channel. Therefore, as a sign of gratitude, she offered to start a stream now and introduce the adventurers to the most loyal fans. Satsuki was against this prank. Ichinoshi Ikoma, Karen thought. These people were really able to help them catch the boss, so they probably deserve to have a stream with them. Kisaraga Satsuki did not expect such an answer from her partner, because before that he had a completely different opinion and was against public speeches. Sanji Sena suddenly fell silent and shyly covered her face with her hands. This was not at all like her usual behavior. The team asked what happened. The girl's whole face turned red. She said that everything is fine with her. It's just that they did not expect that Ikoma would really agree to this proposal, and she was in a slight shock. Then she stopped and asked the adventurer if he was really joking and consented to the stream. The guy assured that he was serious. At first, Chimera Fang was the biggest problem, and now he was waiting for a match against a special unit. Whatever awaits him on the way, he will continue to train and become stronger. and the day will come when he can deal with this stalker. Kurebi Hojo was angry because Chimera's Fang had failed again. He had given them enough chances, and he no longer had the strength to tolerate their failures. An unknown number on his phone warned that if they broke the contract with the Chimera Fangs, they could start wreaking havoc in the city, and it could cost him dearly. Hojo had no desire to associate with this garbage again. After all, if they try to throw something away, they will immediately be left with everything they have. Therefore, it is not scary for him. It seemed that the situation was rapidly getting out of control. If Ichinoshi Ikoma will continue to rapidly pump his forces, then it will be simply impossible to stop him. Kurebi Hojo understood that this time he would also have to cause a rift. This rift was called the Labyrinth of Time, and its boss was the time dragon Kronos. Sighing, he picked up a family photo of young children. A photo was burned on the place of the head of one of the girls. He apologized to Olivia, but he had no choice. The Gravity Master has already crossed the line, and Hojo will do anything to put him in his place. The main character, having returned home, immediately sat down at the computer. He had suspected something bad from the very beginning, and now his suspicions were confirmed. He found a special unit report on the appearance of faults. The frequency of their occurrence was much higher than in the first timeline. However, the trend persisted. The number of faults increased every year, and the index of the threat of disasters jumped sharply last September. It was at this moment that time restarted. Ichinoshi Ikoma didn't want to think about it, but the more he analyzed his appearance in this timeline, the more clearly he saw the connection to the increased frequency of rifts. Only he could not understand how exactly he was connected with them, and what to do about it. Only the witch from the Ring of Wisdom could give answers to these questions. Suddenly, Ether seemed to want to say something. She began to say a strange word, stuttering and unable to pronounce it at all. Ikoma immediately grabbed a notebook and a pen from the table. He could not believe that this could be a new clue, because Ether clearly wanted to say something important. But instead, the little witch spoke one simple word, pudding. She was just asking her master to feed her a delicious dessert. Ikoma rubbed his face in frustration. He understood that nothing special had happened. Still, he agreed to get the pudding from the fridge. In his notebook, all observations of the ether were recorded. She recognized herself in the mirror, could talk about the weather, called Satsuki by name, and of course, loved pudding. The boy opened the refrigerator and reached for the pudding on the top shelf, but suddenly he heard Ether's voice behind him. She tried to string words together, and Ikoma immediately turned his attention to her. The witch said the word game and then convince God. She explained that this was the reason for this game. These words were very important. Ichinoshi Ikoma immediately froze. He began to combine these words into one sentence and to look for meaning in it. All this could become the main solution to the question of how faults appear. In the branch of the Guild of Adventurers in Moremi, the team was on the training ground. They trained their skills while Serid Zava watched them. Kisaraga Satsuki raised her weapon up and used the Orb of Darkness skill. This bullet flew straight into Ikoma, but he managed to sharply dodge the explosion. The leader of the team continued to run when suddenly Kagurazaka pounced on him, Mio. She swung her sword and tried to attack, but Ikoma jumped up and dodged. The Gravity Master continued to run on. Behind him appeared the black power of Satsuki. In the hand of black magic was a knife, and the sorceress controlled it. It was a shadow blade skill. The guy stopped abruptly and thought. He remembered that Satsuki had specifically sent him to Mio, knowing that he would back down. He suspected that Satsuki had set a trap. Ikoma turned sharply and slammed his sword in front of him with force. Kagurazaka Mio, who was standing behind him, did not expect such a blow and dropped the weapon on the ground. She had to bend down to pick it up. At the same moment, the black magic of Satsuki attacked Iko from behind, swinging a sword at him, but he confidently swung his sword and cut through all the black magic attacks. Kisaraga Satsuki gripped her weapon tightly. She understood that she needed to buy some time for Mio to raise her weapon. The most important thing is not to let the enemy get close. The sorceress raised her hand up, and a shadow wall appeared in front of Ikoma. It was one of her special skills. But Kisaraga Satsuki raised her head in surprise because her opponent jumped very high and managed to jump over this shadow wall. She did not expect that Ikoma could do such a thing. The Gravity Master Free fell from the height and landed next to his partner. She closed her eyes, frightened. But then he gently touched her forehead to calm her down. Ichinoshi Ikoma announced that the training was over for today. He noted that now his partner learned to assess the situation on the battlefield much faster, and Mio was able to work more harmoniously in the team. They achieved their goal. The witch was finally able to exhale and thanked her for the training with exhaustion. But she doubted her abilities a little, because although the team leader praised her, she did not feel any progress at all. She understood that it was necessary to react to events much faster in battle, as well as pay attention to the movements of opponents and use their moves against themselves. Kagurazaka Mio relied more on her brute strength. Such tactics and approaches suited them for defeating monsters, but against living people it was not so effective. Ikoma's knowledge and experience. His fighting skills were impressive, and she couldn't help but ask where he gained such a wealth of experience in fighting against humans. Mio sincerely thanked for these trainings, for the invaluable experience and for the constructive criticism that was given to her. However, she noted that lately they had been spending too much time competing with each other instead of fighting in the rifts. She wondered if Ichinoshi was afraid Ikoma repeated attack by those strange people. The Gravity Master explained that it was not only the fang of the Chimera that bothered him, but also that the rifts were appearing more and more frequently. Even though they were all already B-rank adventurers and possessed considerable strength, they needed more intensive training to grow further. Perhaps Ikoma really took Asahi's warnings too seriously. The deputy head of the guild, Serid Zava, who was watching the fight, was delighted. He called it incredible because he had never seen such skill and teamwork before. He noted that their combat training was at the highest level, and Ichinoshi Ikoma had a remarkable ability to notice the weak points of opponents. Serid Zava suggested that Ikoma may have previously trained with a martial arts teacher. The main character modestly smiled and replied that you can say that. When he was an S-rank adventurer, he often gave advice to rookies he found himself in rifts with. That's why he had enough experience. Serid Zava sincerely admired his talent, and Ikoma could not hold back his laughter, because he was living a second life with all his knowledge and skills. The deputy head of the guild began to complain that recently the number of contracts in the guild had significantly decreased, and there were not enough people to work. Satsuki sympathized with him because she understood how difficult it was. The man enthusiastically invited the team to try their hand at this matter. The guy again modestly refused and said that he would think about the offer. He understood that he could not work for the guild now. He made a lot of progress too quickly, and that raised suspicion. The person who controlled the Chimera Fang was a member of the top management of the special unit. Having this status, he possessed significant connections and resources unavailable to Ikoma. The protagonist clenched his fist and looked at the Ring of Wisdom. He understood that now he needed to continue training and wait for a new rift to become stronger. In Tokyo, in the Oto district, announcements began to appear on the streets. It was written on them that the entrance to the portal appeared at this place, access to which outsiders is prohibited. People didn't understand what was going on with the portals lately. They didn't care if adventurers or special forces would work with them, but they begged the authorities to do something. A guard was standing near the portal. It was a new rift, the Warped Forest. He looked scary. The team decided to get together to discuss this event and develop a plan of action. Ikoma told them about the new rift, the Warped Forest. This rift was intended for B-rank adventurers and was currently the most difficult of all available in Tokyo. The team leader explained that their main goal is to raise their level. The complexity of this fault was much higher than expected, according to the special unit's assessment. Defeating the boss seemed unreal. The monsters already at the entrance to the rift seemed extremely complex and posed a significant threat. The witch was very worried. Kagurazaka Mio decided to ask if he was sure that things were that bad in this rift. She noted that the assessment of the special unit may be biased because their conclusions were not based on any facts. Ichinoshi Ikoma was very surprised by such a question. He enthusiastically took out several folders with information on faults in Japan and problems of equal complexity assessment, and advantages of special division fault assessment. He began enthusiastically to talk about all this information contained in the documents and to argue his point of view. Mio understood his point of view and asked him not to continue. The Gravity Master was a little upset. He spent a lot of time learning information, and his team did not want to listen to him at all. Kagurazaka Mio explained that they already understood everything. She was surprised at how seriously he took fault analysis. Satsuki noted that her partner had always been like this. Ichinoshi Ikoma possessed this information through his past life. He also noticed that in this timeline the rifts have become much more dangerous than before. In order to effectively raise his level, he needed to fight stronger opponents, but this carried great risk. However, it was his sincere desire to become stronger as soon as possible. If his partners did not agree with his method, they could always refuse and go their own way. Kagurazaka Mio asked if he wanted to become stronger to be ready to face those strange mercenaries. Ikoma remained silent. The adventurer reminded that he actually saved her life, and now she is obliged to repay him by becoming much stronger. She was ready to accept this offer. Kisaraga Satsuki sheepishly admitted that Ichinoshi Ikoma also did a lot for her. She wanted to continue to have his back in the future, so she was also willing to continue on the same path with him. The team leader smiled and looked at his teammates. He thanked his comrades for their support. The team went to Auto Station. Ikoma did not give all the necessary information to the workers, and the sorceress looked around. She saw that the warped forest fault had appeared right in the middle of this area. It was very dangerous. So for this reason, the special unit evacuated all the civilians. After testifying, the adventurers confidently approached this portal. It burned in bright crimson colors and was terrifying. Ikoma took the first step closer to him and touched this magic with his fingers. He understood that something was clearly wrong here, and he began to have suspicions. Suddenly, the boy felt himself being forcefully pulled into this portal. He could not resist and began to fall. The team rushed after him. After passing through the portal, the adventurers began to fall from a great height directly to the ground. They managed to land on the ground of the rift and look around, but Kisaraga Satsuki was nowhere near them. This made them excited. The team leader looked up to see their sorceress falling from the ceiling, unable to control her body. The adventurer managed to react quickly and caught the girl in his arms. Satsuki was very scared and thanked for saving her. She herself did not understand what had happened. Kagurazaka Mio was also surprised. She had never encountered any rifts where you could fall from the sky. It was very strange. The adventurers looked back at the place where their portal was and were horrified. The exit from the portal was closed. He was surrounded by many chains that did not allow him to pass. They were terrified. They did not understand what it was. It was like a trap. Ichinoshi Ikoma explained that this is called sealing the fault. It was a completely new phenomenon related to faults. In this phenomenon, it was possible to enter the fault, but not to exit. To open the exit, they needed to defeat the boss. This was a very rare and dangerous occurrence, because at first they did not plan to fight the boss. Kagurazaka Mio took the situation with understanding. Simply put, they were simply trapped. The Gravity Master apologized to his team. He knew he shouldn't have taken the risk of bringing them here. Mio reassured him, because no one could have predicted such a turn of events. Suddenly, an unfamiliar group approached the team of adventurers and greeted them. They were happy to see new people. The strangers expressed their admiration that the adventurers were also familiar with the phenomenon of sealed rifts. It seems that they found themselves brothers by misfortune. This group had been trying to find other adventurers for some time, but so far they had only been able to meet them. At first they hoped that someone from the special unit would come to their aid. However, even the special unit did not have information about what was happening inside the vault, and had no way to find out. They asked if Ichinoshi Ikoma is the head of this group, and he confirmed it. The stranger introduced himself. His name was Jurakuchi Zen, and he sought to unite all the adventurers into a large team to kill the boss of the rift. They shook hands. Jurakuchi revealed that some people are self-confident and consider themselves leaders, but he was an A rank, so he decided to take on this responsibility. His class was Sage. It was a special class as it had mastery of both white and dark magic and specialized in both support and attack. However, his only drawback was weak defense. This shortcoming could be compensated for by teaming up with a warrior. In a past life, this class was considered one of the strongest and rarest among adventurers. Jurakuchi Zen admitted that he wished they would work together as a team to get out of here faster. He asked if they minded. This person was calm and collected, which was expected of an A-rank person. Thanks to his charisma, he already managed to win the trust and attention of other members of the group, so he did not arouse suspicion. Ichinoshi Ikoma nodded and agreed to this offer. He said he would be very happy to work with them together. He decided to introduce them to his team: Master of Gravity, Ikoma, Shaman, Satsuki, and Reaper, Mio. Everything was true, so they finally met, and there were as many as 6 people in Jurakuchi Zen's team. So including the 3 of them, there were now 9 of them. The leader of the team said that they would be very happy if they did agree to join them. Kisaraga Satsuki asked the leader what he thought, as she thought they were good people, and the leader also inspired trust. Ikuma remained silent. Zen picked up the phone. The sealing of the rift started 5 hours ago, which was not enough time for the Special Forces people to sound the alarm. The connection here also did not catch at all. It would take several days for a special unit to assemble the strength to clear a fault of this level. The adventurers of the team were furious. They were not prepared to wait that long because they had a limited supply of food and water with them. They were starting to get excited because they still hadn't met the local monsters, and the situation was getting even more dangerous than it already was. Kisaraga Satsuki also felt a wave of anxiety. She did not know what to do with them, because she only took dry rations with her, which would not last long. Ikuma turned to Jurakuchi Zen with a question. He agreed that it usually takes several days to allocate forces in a special unit to search for adventurers who have disappeared in the rift. However, this fault appeared not just somewhere, but in the middle of a residential area, and the level was assigned to it very high. If you ignore the disappearance of the 9 adventurers, then the strength of the fault will only increase every day, which can lead to a new disaster. Special forces cannot ignore such a threat, so they will not have to wait for help for several days. Jurakuchi Zen slammed his fist against the wall in rage. He could not believe that someone would question his sobriety, because he had already analyzed the whole situation. But after a moment, the leader of the group apologized and smiled. He admitted that he allowed himself too much, because human lives were at stake. That's why he was a little on the platoon. He apologized for interrupting and suggested that they better think about what to do next, rather than arguing when they came to help. Ichinoshi Ikuma began to doubt. From the beginning, Jurakuchi Zena's demeanor seemed too calm to him, but now he noticed that something was wrong with the leader of the group, and it made him suspicious. Jurakuchi Zen tried to listen to the opinion of everyone present, but in the end he will act based on his own experience and what he thinks is right. As he already said, he did not just appoint himself as a leader. Among those present, he was the only A-rank adventurer. He pleaded with Ichinoshi Ikuma should stop arguing and bickering so they can finally stop this pointless debate. They all already had enough stress, so there was no point in quarrels here. Kisaraga Satsuki could not contain her indignation. After all, Ikuma also managed to defeat the boss of rank A and single-handedly defeat a criminal of the same rank. Therefore, he was not inferior to Jurakuchi. The adventurer stopped his companion, saying that there was no point in their arguments because their conversation would lead to nothing. Jurakuchi Zen clearly abused his position by turning the group against the Gravity Master. The leader invited Icom to think for himself, because time in the rift flowed completely differently than in the real world. Therefore, it is not known how long they will have to wait here for help. He came closer to the adventurer and said menacingly that the faster they defeat the boss, the faster they can get out of here. Isn't he right? Ichinoshi Ikuma lowered his head. He understood that this person would stand his ground until the end, so there was no point in arguing. Adventurers from the opposite team felt fear. They did not believe in their strength, but they had no other choice. They had no choice but to obey the orders of the leader, Jurakuchi Zen. The captive girl understood that this battle would not be easy. All the adventurers here were only B rank, but Zen would do his best to lead them to victory. It was his duty as an A-rank adventurer. The girl assured Xena that they trusted him with their lives and were ready to obey all his orders without question. According to the available information, the boss of the rift should have been much stronger than the cursed queen. Ikuma no longer possessed any information about this rift and monster, making their chances of victory 50-50ths. Jurakuchi, though Zen talked about their victory, trying to instill confidence in them, he did not deny that casualties in this battle with such a strong opponent could not be avoided. Zen wondered what about the Gravity Master. He seemed confident that the special unit would come to the rescue. Is their team going to wait for them here? But Team Zea's leader announced that due to their fighting potential, the 2 girls from his team could go with them to defeat the boss, and they would leave the Gravity Master here. Kisaraga Satsuki was angry at these words. She said that she had to refuse their offer because firstly, he was very rude, and secondly, he did not want to listen to criticism of himself. The adventurer interrupted his partner and declared that they would go with them. The witch did not expect to hear such a thing. She started yelling at Ikoma, but he explained that their chances of survival as a group were much better than without her. And maybe in this case, when the members of the group see what kind of monsters they have to fight, they will change their minds and give up the idea of fighting the boss in the future. The adventurer from Zea's team was furious. She couldn't believe they had the audacity to go against her leader. The man began to calm her down because he did not think that these people would never do such a thing. Jurakuchi just smiled back and said that he would be very happy if they did decide to join them. Ichinoshi Ikoma understood that if he left this team alone, they would surely die. He had to prove to the group members that it was dangerous to go to the boss, because only then would they return to the exit, and when they do receive help from a special unit, they will be saved. It was all that Ikoma was capable of now to save lives. Jurakuchi Zen was very surprised. Even after he tried to sway his group members to his side, Ikoma still did not change his mind. Zen was sorry that he couldn't leave this team behind, but he wasn't upset. He still had time to play back on them. The Gravity Master was, in his opinion, the smartest of the whole group. The special unit could arrive the next day. There was no point in fighting the boss now. This would result in casualties, and defeating the boss was not guaranteed. Instead, it would be much more fun for Xena to watch and taunt. He wanted these nonsense to die for him, and in the end, when they win, he will simply take the entire prize for himself. He will fight behind everyone, and if something goes wrong, he can escape. He imagined mountains of gold lying before him. In his mind, he suggested that they all play this deadly game. He wondered if the Gravity Master could stop them from marching to certain death. Suddenly, one of the adventurers turned sharply. He did not understand where these sounds were coming from in the rift. It was like the hum of a bug. Ikoma looked up and saw in front of him the first monsters that appeared in their path. The creatures resembled beetles, but unusual. There were several dozen eyes on their bodies. These monsters, called abominations, were level 62. Their terrible stings were frightening. They were approaching a team of adventurers who were really scared because all of these monsters were above level 60. Jurakuchi Zen was very curious about what the Gravity Master would do now. He was indeed smart and had potential, but Zen wanted to see how he would fare in a real fight. In the headquarters of the special unit, in the conference hall, many important people have gathered. Among them was Kurebi Hodzo, who thanked those present for agreeing to come to such an important meeting. The secretary reported that not a single adventurer had come out of the New Fault distorted forest for 5 hours. This was a bad sign. According to the magic fluctuations, it could be assumed that the rift was sealed from the inside. However, the investigation on this matter continued. If urgent measures are not taken, many of the strongest adventurers may die. Something had to be done about it. One of the officers was unhappy. From the very beginning, he said that this rift should have been dealt with on its own, without letting adventurers in there. The question also arose as to what was the dangerous sealing of the fault. The employee explained that the phenomenon in itself was not particularly scary. However, the longer the rift remained sealed, the more energy it stored inside. According to their data, in 17% of cases of faults where such a phenomenon occurred, it led to the evolution of a local boss. The officer was scared. Boss evolution is a serious danger. If nothing is done, the boss can get out of the portal and many innocent people will be hurt, Kurebi Hodzo thought. An unstable portal is a rare occurrence. Did it happen due to the artificial creation of a catastrophic fault? The employee also said that this is all they can do at the moment. They should organize a business trip inside the rift, but it is possible that the evolution of the boss has already taken place. The Oto district authorities were preparing for the worst. They have already invited additional reinforcements from foreign adventurers. First, they should have formed 2 squads, an emergency response squad behind the rift and a squad that would go inside it. Perhaps everything is not so terrible, and victims could be avoided. But if it's too late, the Oto area could be razed to the ground. And someone has to be responsible for this operation. Fujima proposed his initiative. He asked for permission to deal with this problem on his own. He was asked if he was sure that he was ready to take on such a great responsibility. This man was the head of the first corps of the special unit, Fujikario. However, he had a slightly unusual proposal. First, he proposed to save the city from another disaster, and he had an idea how to do it. The officer was interested in how exactly. Mr. Fujima explained that he wanted permission to use the Starry Sky key that was kept in the special unit's laboratory. This is the only way, in his opinion, everything will work out. One of the workers objected, because the use of this dangerous artifact could have dire consequences, Kurebi Hodzo thought. He recognized that Fujima's proposal was interesting and quite reasonable, so he gave his approval. People questioned whether the commander was really joking. The commander explained that Fujimakario, having penetrated the distorted forest rift and activated the key of the starry sky, promises to settle this whole incident. Mr. Fujima asked to rely on him because he was good at dirty work. Mayumi Toya was on the training ground watching the training of his subordinates. Suddenly, he received a call on his phone. He asked what the purpose of Mr. Fujima's call was, because he had already begun to think that he hated contacting him. Mayumi Toya was a special forces agent from the 2nd Squad. Fujimakario announced that he had a task to clear the rift in the Oto area, rank A again after the adventurers. He was ready to take personal responsibility for all the consequences. Therefore, Mayumi cannot worry. Take another strong fighter with her and go to the exit. Mayumi remembered what Fujima was known for. Abuse of power, theft of money, intimidation were only a small part of his feats, and he did not believe that Fujima could take up cleaning the rift out of good intentions. He wondered what he was up to. Mr. Fujima also did not forget to mention that this mission was top secret. Therefore, Mayumi did not recommend telling about her even to his team. The partner asked Mayumi, the one who called him. He replied that it was Fujima from the 1st Corps, and he gave him a mysterious mission. Mayumi understood that all this would be very dangerous and risky. The adventurer advised him not to go there. Mayumi Toya explained that although he didn't like the man, Fujima was much higher than him, and he is obliged to carry out all his orders because the special unit is a structure with a rigid hierarchy. He had no choice. Mr. Fujima ended the call. His employee suddenly turned to him. He explained that Mayumi Toya was in good standing with the management. Therefore, was it really necessary to involve him in this case? Fujima revealed that Mayumi was his backup. He had to do all the work and figure out the key. He also added that this person was simply lucky to climb to such a peak. After all, if the task fails, all the guilt of Fujima will fall on him. His plan was simple. Get permission to use the key and involve a talented fighter who will do all the dirty work for him. This man simply adored his work. The team was at a crossroads. They started a battle against these bugs. Suddenly, they heard a sharp buzzing. They were abomination creatures that possessed magical skills. They used the Crimson Lightning skill. Lightning began to strike the adventurers, and they fell to the ground in pain. Ichinoshi Ikuma took the lead. He ordered everyone to gather because they would definitely be able to defeat these monsters. He ordered Satsuki to help the other group and continued to give orders to everyone. Jurakuchi Zen just stood back and watched the situation. He was surprised that the Gravity Master was able to analyze the abilities of each person and control them. Thanks to this, he could easily guide people in battle. Zen did not expect such leadership potential from Ichinoshi at all Ikoma. But the leader of the opposite team understood that he had to do something for the sake of decency, because otherwise the Master of Gravity might start commanding them too. The adventurers from Jurakuchi's team appealed to him to do something because they were starting to lose. Zen pretended not to understand what was being said because all this time he was just waiting for the right moment to attack. He slammed his weapon on the ground and used the Trissula skill. A magical creature appeared behind the boy, and this monster fired 3 ice balls, hitting 3 monsters the first time. The adventurers from his team were simply amazed by the skill of the leader, calling his skills incredible. But for some reason, Jurakuchi Zen began to apologize. He explained that the Trissula only had 3 ice charges, and he had to watch their movements to know when to attack. He also explained that he would like to keep his mana, because he will still need it in the boss fight. Therefore, he will save her. But if dire situations arise, he will have to intervene in the battle. The adventurers began apologizing to the leader because they were completely unaware of his plan. They were impressed by Jurakuchi's prudence and began to praise him. Kisaraga Satsuki was amazed at the boy's abilities, as he was able to kill 3 level 60 monsters with 1 hit. She couldn't even imagine how strong he was. Jurakuchi did this to brag to the Gravity Master. He wondered what he would think of him. He hoped that when faced with reality, Ichinoshi would finally understand the difference between the two. He believed that Ichinoshi Ikoma was too low level and too young and inexperienced to compete with him. So he was willing to watch him fight to see his true strength. Jurakuchi Zen bragged about himself and his abilities. He understood that the difference was not only in their levels, but also in their classes, as he possessed the rare Sage class. He believed that he was blessed by the gods themselves for his beauty and uniqueness. Ichinoshi, who was annoyed by such behavior of his leader, he decided to play to the public under the fictitious pretext of saving mana. Ichinoshi understood that Jurakuchi only engaged in combat when he was noticed to demonstrate his class superiority. Although he appointed himself as the leader, he still had to do something for the team. At first he insisted that they move on. Then, behind the cover of his high A rank and rift experience, he himself sat behind the adventurers, watching them do all the work for him. The Gravity Master asked him if he understood that his behavior could cost the life of one of his team. Jurakuchi Zen laughed nervously and asked the boy how he was better than him, if he dare say so. The leader suggested that maybe Ikoma was still angry with him, and Zen admitted that he really didn't take his side, but that was no reason to snap at him and be rude. The Gravity Master interrupted and said that was not the point at all, because he didn't care who would become the leader of their group. For him, the main task was to survive and save the lives of others. But if he continues to behave so terribly, then no one will be able to reach the boss alive. Ikoma had the guts to say it to his face. Ikoma could not understand what was going on in his head, but he explained that one should not put the lives of others before one's ambitions. Otherwise, no one would follow such a leader. Jurakuchi was bursting with rage inside. He was angry with the Gravity Master and wanted him to die first. But outwardly he tried to remain friendly and said it was a great analysis. Kagurazaka Mio asked the sorcerer if the leader was really evil inside. The wizard nodded and confirmed this. The adventurers from Zena's team also disagreed with Ikoma's statements. They considered it a threat to them and asked them to stop fighting already. Jurakuchi Zen smiled because first Ichinoshi Ikoma just annoyed him. But to his surprise, he hadn't met someone in a long time who could bring him out of his mind so easily. Another abominable beetle began buzzing behind the adventurers. Then he turned and flew in the other direction. One of the adventurers in the team turned around, glaring at the monster. She wondered where he had decided to go. The beetle began to buzz more strongly and flew to the strange yellow canvas sitting next to it. But suddenly claws stuck into the monster's body, wounding him. It was a strange big phantom. It looked like a human, but it was wearing a yellow cloth with bloodstains on it. The adventurers continued to move deeper into the rift. Jurakuchi Zen wanted to show his superiority by humiliating the Gravity Master, but he turned out to be a tough nut. The other adventurers on Zena's team thought it would be better if they didn't take him with them, because they didn't understand why they should bother with him. Fortunately, most people in the group did not tolerate him, but the leader of the group understood that if he raised the matter now, they might think he had a personal grudge against Ikoma. Therefore, he could act much more cunningly, add fuel to the fire. He wanted to tell the sullen swordsman on the team that the Gravity Master actually didn't respect him, and then start a conflict. It was the perfect plan. He smiled, thinking he was very clever. One of the adventurers behind began to lag behind the team, wondering where the strange beetle that broke out of the pack had gone. Ichinoshi Ikoma saw that the girl was starting to fall behind, so he asked her what she was thinking about. The adventurer jumped to the side in fright. It seemed to her that perhaps it is not necessary to contact Ikoma, because then the leader of the team might get angry with her and insult her. The Gravity Master explained that any little thing she could spot in the rift could save their lives. Therefore, if she saw something here, then she should share it with everyone. If she is afraid to share her observation with Ikoma, then she should tell the leader of their group about it. The girl lowered her eyes to the floor and began to say that she did not see anything very unusual, but simply that one of the beetles did not attack them, but watched from the side. And when their fight was over, the abominable beetle decided to run away in an unknown direction. That's why it alarmed her. The Gravity Master pondered. He admitted that it was rare for monsters to possess intelligence and simply observe their victims. The adventurer shyly confirmed that it was true. The boy continued to ask her about the details, whether the beetle continued to observe and where it went next. He could not believe that the local monsters could possess a high intelligence and a sense of self-preservation. He assumed that this monster had decided to warn of the danger of a stronger monster. Ichinoshi Ikoma praised the girl, because it was indeed a very useful observation. He sincerely thanked her for telling about it and not being afraid. Jurakuchi Zen approached the swordsman from his team to talk to him, but was unexpectedly distracted by Ikoma. Ikoma said that it seems that the local monsters have high intelligence, as one of them has already observed them and may share this information with the local boss. Therefore, it can be even more dangerous. The team leader was not happy with this information. It seemed to him that Ikoma just wanted to go back again, so he invented this delusion. The Gravity Master confirmed that the girl on their team had indeed noticed the adventurers being followed by the monster before it disappeared. He believed that if Jurakuchi Zen considered himself a true leader, so he had to take into account all possible risks and listen to the group members. The team leader was very angry. He could not understand why the adventurer had decided to share this information with Ikoma and not with her leader. The adventurer was very scared. She saw how Zen was looking at her angrily, and she was getting very scared that he might hurt her in the future. Jurakuchi Zen thought. He understood that Ikoma was right. This information could not be ignored, but if he obeyed him, they would have to retreat and go back. He told himself to pull himself together and not get stressed. After all, games have always been associated with risk and challenges. That was why he loved them so much. Ichinoshi Ikoma explained that he understood his desire to kill the boss, but it is better not to risk people's lives and play it safe. The leader of the group ordered Ikoma to stop provoking him and making a fool of him. He did not want Ikoma to impose his unwanted advice. After all, he invited Ikoma to the group out of goodwill, but he only complained and disturbed them all the time. It seemed to Xena that the Gravity Master was masking good intentions, but in reality, he just wanted to seize the initiative and make everyone obey only him. Zen fell silent. He didn't care if he was right or wrong. After all, he has reached a high position in the team, and people simply will not take his words seriously. Ichinoshi Ikoma said that Zen can blame him all he wants, but is he willing to risk so much to keep his pride as a leader? Jurakuchi Zen could not stand this tension and constant accusations. He admitted that Ikoma really started to annoy him. Suddenly, a strange black hand appeared in front of the adventurers and tried to grab them. Kisaraga Satsuki was the first to notice this monster and warned the others about it. The monster began to approach them. This monster was called the Butcher, and he was level 64. He was approaching the adventurers with heavy steps, holding a weapon in his hands. Zen got angry because their conversation was interrupted at the most interesting place. The monster approached him from behind and swung. Kagurazaka Mio had time to notice this and stopped the blow with her weapon, but she was a little scared, because there were several of these monsters, and they hid their presence very well. Now they were trapped. Jurakuchi Zen was furious when he realized they had been surrounded this whole time. Now it was obvious that someone had sent these monsters here, and that was too bad, because if they were really being watched by a monster, then their game was over, and they wouldn't be able to go any further. The leader of the team understood that this time he was really wrong, but he still wanted to build his position so that everyone would be on his side again. But to believe him, they had to finish with these monsters very quickly and efficiently. In his head, he challenged the Gravity Master, exclaiming that this would be their last battle for the trust of the group. After all, maybe the monsters were still hidden somewhere nearby. The commander ordered his adventurers to divide into several small groups of 3 and search all the bushes around. And the people in the center had to keep order and listen to all the rustling. The Gravity Master understood that this time he would have to obey all orders in order to work effectively. Although he couldn't say it, Zen really had great battle experience, and it could help them survive this battle. However, some members of the group were still scared. The Gravity Master decided that he would attack the monster in front of him first, and when he gets rid of him, he will help others. He ran and hit the monster in the stomach with his sword. He managed to injure it. But while Ikoma was fighting the monster, he was attacked from the side by another. He couldn't hold them both back. Kisaraga Satsuki managed to react in time. She hit the monster with Orb of Darkness and it fell to the ground. The adventurer from Xena's team was scared. Now she was sure that there really was someone there. The leader of the group understood that these monsters were quite strong and had high indicators of strength and defense. But he also understood that if he summoned Trisula now to fight the boss, mana might just not be enough. And that worried him, because he didn't want to come back with nothing. He decided that the best plan was to let the mages and melee fighters go ahead and stay a safe distance away. Jurakuchi thought. He did not expect that anyone could be seriously injured in this battle. However, in a critical situation, he will use magic to regain the group's respect. But if one of the Gravity Master's team gets injured, kicking them out without healing them would be terrible. It was a very tempting thought for a leader. Xena had a new idea. He thought about what would happen if he specifically directed the monsters at Ikoma's team so that they would suffer. He could already imagine the Gravity Master begging him for help. But suddenly, a terrible monster with a yellow cloth on its body began to sneak up on the high-ranking adventurer, who was deep in thought. Jurakuchi Zen froze abruptly. He felt someone approaching him. He turned sharply and saw the monster brandishing a weapon at him. He managed to dodge and run to the side. Now he understood that it was this monster who had been controlling the others all along. He flew into the air, raising his weapon, and used the instant barrage skill. The magic hit the monster. The leader was furious. As his team distracted the other main fighters, their boss decided to attack him. He admitted that the monsters were indeed smart and had intelligence, but it was too early to rejoice, as the boss only wanted to scare him a little so that he would back off and give Xena a chance to get a safe distance away from him. Out of rage, the monster extended its very long, clawed arms and pounced on the adventurer. The leader tried to calm down. He told himself to just use a powerful spell because he could do it. He told himself not to be afraid and to concentrate. He raised his hand up and used the AIGI skill. A blue glow appeared around his hand, creating a shield between the monster and the adventurer. It was an absolute defense that only the Sage class could use. It was a costly skill that required a lot of mana, but it was impossible to break through. He decided that he would attack the monster under the shield. To the ordinary adventurers on his team, this battle with supposedly weak monsters seemed as impossible as a boss battle. But fighting without a vanguard was also dangerous, which was why Zen only went to high-ranking rifts. Passion was burning in his eyes. He continued to fight with the monster boss with pleasure. He just wanted to have fun. But the monster also possessed many powerful skills. He used the skill Poisonous Mead. An object appeared in front of him, which he took in his hands. It was a poison that could be used to remove all magical effects from an enemy. The monster wanted to use this item. He threw this bottle of poison at a high-ranking adventurer. There was an explosion, and the poison spread across Xena's shield. Looking up, he saw that his shield had begun to crack and drip onto the ground. Now he was completely unprotected. This boss knew how to use items, develop tactics, correctly calculate forces, and possessed self-awareness. Zen had never met such an intelligent monster. As soon as Jurakuchi Zen was left defenseless as the monster hit him hard in the stomach, causing a deep wound, he fell to the ground and clutched at the place of impact. He thought it was all a stupid joke because this monster was not even a local boss, and he had never met anything like it. For him, any breach was just a fun pastime associated with excitement and challenges. He was a genius who always found a way out of any situation. He always had backup plans for the worst, but he couldn't understand how this could happen to him. This time there was no backup plan. Exhausted, he tried to crawl away from the monster, but his severe injury prevented him from doing so. He remembered Ikuma's words that his terrible behavior could cost him his life. And it became true. Jurakuchi Zen stopped, realizing that there was nothing he could do to help himself. He suddenly realized that he might just die here. Looking up at the mountain, he saw the monster swinging its claws at him. He tried to escape by crawling on the ground, but suddenly he felt that someone was standing next to him. It was a gravity master who protected him and carried him to safety. Zen looked up and looked at the monster. His limbs were completely bound and he could not move, temporarily not posing a threat. This was done by Kisaraga Satsuki. With the help of her black magic, she was able to stop the monster. Jurakuchi Zen looked around in disbelief that they had come to his aid. Ichinoshi Ikuma approached the leader and said that for him, the main task and goal was to ensure that all the adventurers who came here survived. And he was no exception. But unexpectedly, the monster's hands were still able to break free from the chains of black magic and swing at Ikoma. But he managed to fight back. The Gravity Master specifically asked his partner to slow down the monster a bit, because it seemed to him that his blade was going through the monster like rubber and not harming it. He couldn't believe that this creature could have such a rare characteristic as resistance to cutting and stabbing attacks. This monster was called Clothed in Yellow and was level 77. This monster possessed not only a high level, but also the intelligence and analytical abilities of a human. As the adventurer had originally thought, this rift was a very dangerous place for them. Kisaraga Satsuki was scared. She advised Ikuma that they should all retreat and help other adventurers, but he refused. Because he knew what Kagurazaka had Mio was the class best suited for melee, and she would be able to deal with the small monsters that could get in their way. And their main task is to deal with the monster dressed in yellow. Ichinoshi Ikoma thought about it, because if this monster had resistance to cutting and stabbing attacks, then it probably had a weakness to magic attacks. He had an idea. He decided to ask Kisarage Satsuki to transfer half of his magic to Jurakuchi Zen so that he can recover and attack the monster with magic. The Gravity Master, immediately after giving the order, rushed towards the monster. He said that the three of them would be able to defeat him, so they needed to follow all his instructions exactly. Kisaraga Satsuki approached the team leader. With fury in her eyes, she explained that if he did not try to escape with the team, then she would not spare them in any way. Zen reassured the girl and told her that she didn't need to worry about it. The gravity master was next to the monster. He held the poison in his hands and spilled it on the floor. When this liquid hit the ground, it ate away all the nutrients in the soil and left behind a black ash. Jurakuchi Zen glared at his enemy. He said that after what had happened, he simply could not afford to run away. Ichinoshi Ikoma stood confidently in front of the monster in yellow. This was their last battle in this accursed rift. The monster in yellow swung its long arms at the adventurer. In Ichinose, Ikoma instantly had an idea. He ran up to the creature's sharp hands and stomped on them. The monster didn't like that, so he started pulling his arms towards him, trying to throw the fighter off them. But that was the guy's plan. He ran sharply down the monster's arms, rising higher and closer to his face. Getting very close, the gravity master struck the monster's face with his sword, severing its neck. The creature's head was partially severed, but somehow magically reattached to its body, and it remained intact. This event made it clear to the adventurers that even their opponent's head was protected from barbed attacks. Jurakuchi Zen had been watching the gravity master's actions and skills all this time, but he was not surprised by his movements and skills. Zen believed that as if Ichinoshi Ikoma did not try in the future, his class had no chance against such a difficult opponent. He asked to admit it. The leader believed that the boy understood the situation perfectly, because his speed and reaction were simply impressive. But he admitted that he was most surprised by his talented and titanic calmness. He even said that Ikoma could easily be mistaken for some madman. However, Jurakuchi still said that he very rarely met such calm and courageous people among adventurers, so he asked the gravity master to accept his praise. Kisaraga Satsuki found the leader's behavior unacceptable because for some reason he behaved like a proud peacock, or worse. But unexpectedly, the sorcerers ordered not to be distracted by their thoughts, because if she looked away even once, they could end. "You can't lose your vigilance!" Zen also ordered that if the monster tried to attack them, she should use her strongest spell, but not overdo it. He wanted the final blow and all the glory to go to him. Kisaraga Satsuki didn't expect to hear that at all. At first, this guy seemed to her just a fool, but now she understood that he was just sick in the head. The leader was fighting the monster all this time. He now knew that the monster changed its fighting style depending on the opponent. He had never seen an ordinary monster like this one capable of changing tactics in such a short time. He was sure that the monster in yellow did not use mana to fight, but then it was not known what resource he actually used. Jurakuchi Zen admitted that the gravity master was actually right. Could they still travel through this rift with such horrors in their path? The gravity master deftly dodged all of the monster's attacks, but suddenly he saw how the creature took out a new poison from the bottle, which split everything around. Ichinoshi Ikoma had a plan: to attack from a distance, drive the enemy into a corner from which he would not be able to escape, and deliver the decisive blow. This tactic was simple but effective. The monster in yellow raised the poison high above his head and then, spraying its dust on his hand, blew on him. It was a storm skill. Jurakuchi Zen could see that this battle was not easy for the monster, but he still held firm. As the creature dispersed the dust, it looked around for its opponent. But at this moment, in order not to get poisoned, the gravity master used the skill Reverse Gravity and hid in a tree. The monster couldn't find it, and suddenly the adventurer used the meteor fall skill, plummeting down and slicing through the creature's body. The creature in yellow froze and didn't move, immediately starting to regenerate. Ichinoshi Ikoma had guessed from the beginning that this would be the case, and the monster would remain alive, but he wanted to make sure. The sorceress was also not surprised, but the leader was impressed by the skill of the master of gravity, because he masterfully avoided the deadly poison and showed intelligence. It was hard for him to admit it, but the gravity master possessed an exceptional talent and could give him serious competition in the future. The monster raised its hands up and began to crack its fingers, preparing for the next attacks. Ikoma had seen a monster with intelligence also have a sense of pride and excitement in battle. The creature in yellow began to have even more bottles of poison appear around him. He held them in the air with magic and then started throwing them at the adventurers. Ikoma immediately retreated back, and 2 poisons fell next to him. The witch understood that she must intervene. Therefore, she raised her staff and used the Orb of Darkness skill, which she launched at the enemy. Satsuki asked the leader if he still couldn't move, but Jurakuchi Zen gruffly told her to keep pouring mana into him and not get distracted. He explained that if they moved even a little, the monster would notice them. He also asked not to make unnecessary movements. The girl was furious. Satsuki started yelling at Zen, explaining that she had already given him enough mana to keep fighting and help Ikomi. Jurakuchi Zen explained that he needed the strongest spell in his arsenal to kill this monster. The enemy was in confusion and they had a chance to catch him by surprise. He slammed his fist on the ground furiously because if there wasn't enough mana in his body, they might lose their last chance to win. He would be preparing spells in advance, but there was a chance it would help them. The monster in yellow folded his hands in front of him and began to recite his air slash spell. A strong, powerful gust of wind flew in the direction of the adventurers. The gravity master immediately pushed off the ground and flew up. At that moment, Ikoma used gravity to rise closer to the monster's face and kicked one of the poison bottles. It crashed right in front of his face. This pollen got into the eyes of the creature in yellow. He grabbed his face and started screaming in pain. Jurakuchi Zen finally caught this right moment. He raised his staff up and used the Trisula skill with maximum power. His summon monster appeared in front of him and fired several crystal charges at the monster, piercing his body right through. Kisaraga Satsuki carefully watched all the monster's movements and began to shout that the enemy was trying to escape. Jurakuchi Zen couldn't let that happen. He ordered his monster to use the trident skill to deal even more damage. Crystal stones protruded from his body. The witch jumped up happily and said that thanks to Ikoma they managed to defeat the monster. Jurakuchi Zen broke into the conversation and stated that all this happened thanks to him and his magic. The creature's body was already very strong, but the spikes of the Trisula were much sharper and were able to pierce its body. Magic began to appear around the monster, which revolved around his body and restored him. The body of the creature in yellow has completely recovered. There was a sharp explosion in his place, and he began to approach the adventurers with incredible speed. Kisaraga Satsuki was very scared. She began to warn Ikoma about the unexpected attack. Ichinoshi Ikoma was ready for battle. He was glad that finally the enemy decided to attack him head-on. At that moment, when the monster landed at the place where the gravity master was, he was no longer there. The adventurer managed to jump very high. When the monster was directly below him, he swung his sword and used the Grante skill. He began to fall on the opponent's body, and energy began to gather at the end of his sword, which pushed the monster's body into the ground. The creature screamed in pain and began to die. Adventurers from the side watched the battle and were fascinated by this spectacle. The gravity master stood before the dead body of his opponent. After this kill, he gained 18 skill units, 22,200 experience points, and his level increased from 61 to 64. At that moment, Kagurazaka approached Ikoma Mio. Exhaling, she reported that she was able to deal with all the little monsters and everything was clean. The witch praised Mio and said that this was exactly what she expected from her. The girl coped perfectly without them. The adventurers decided to move to a safer place because they needed to restore their strength. Jurakuchi Zen sat on the ground and healed his wound by using the quick heal skill. A girl from his team asked if he was all right. The leader explained that he is fine and can stand up on his own. Jurakuchi said that if they had any more injuries from the team, he could heal them with his white magic. Ikoma replied that fortunately no one was seriously injured. The gravity master had been waiting for this conversation, as it was now clear that they needed to discuss a plan of action before going any further. Suddenly, one of the adventurers of Zena's team interrupted their conversation. He turned angrily to his leader, reproaching him that he had promised to protect them in a critical situation. But in reality, it turned out that they were only able to survive this fight because of Ichinoshi's strength, Ikoma. Other team members were also interested to hear about it. However, Jurakuchi remained silent. One of the adventurers began to intercede for their leader, asking them not to molest him, because they simply imagined themselves to be too correct. The guys explained that all this time they relied on him and believed that he could really cover them if something happened. The other adventurer said that they were stupid because they should understand that it was Jurakuchi Zen's decision that allowed them to stay alive, so they should be grateful. In addition, they believed that only thanks to their leader they managed to defeat this monster, so if the other adventurers did not like something, then they could leave the group. And so it happened. The group split. This controversy could have been avoided, but that is not what Ikoma was trying to do all this time. It seemed that these two people who sided with Jurakuchi Zen had been with him since the beginning, so they tried to protect him in front of everyone. The boy asked Suzuki whose side she was on, but she didn't give a clear answer, saying that she followed the majority opinion. This answer made him angry, because it seemed to him that the girl did not have an opinion of her own at all. Suzuki apologized and asked not to be angry anymore. When the adventurer got into the rift, She was seriously injured and frightened by the fact that she would not be able to get out. But fortunately, Jurakuchi came to her aid. Zen. He saved her by healing all her wounds. Therefore, despite the fact that someone speaks badly about him, she will always be on his side. Suddenly, the girl's confession was interrupted by her leader. He decided to admit that the Gravity Master had been right from the beginning. Ikoma asked if he was not ashamed of his action, because all this time he stubbornly denied his mistake and only now thought about everything. Jurakuchi explained that at first he thought he could handle them all by himself, but he was wrong. He was ready to admit his defeat. He thought that when he united everyone, they would be able to defeat the boss. But after facing an ordinary monster, it occurred to him that it is better for him to calmly wait for the mission of the special unit, which is about to arrive. The adventurers, as if under hypnosis, listened to his story and calmed down, believing every word. Ichinoshi Ikoma was furious. He admitted that a little while longer and he would be ready to crush him for his disgusting behavior. Zen smiled and explained that now was not the time for them to fight, and he was ready to listen to all his grievances once they got out of here. Jurakuchi Zen grabbed the Gravity Master's arm. He admitted that in reality he was just incredible, because he never worked in groups. He only joined for a short time, took his share, and went home. But this time he felt differently, because Ikoma was the first adventurer to whom he admitted his defeat and who inspired him. Therefore he suggested that as soon as they get out of here, it is better to leave their partners and create a group with him. Ikoma laughed worriedly. Kisaraga Satsuki and Kagurazaka Mio watched in surprise at this strange, ostentatious confession. Ichinoshi Ikoma sharply hit the boy on the arm and jumped back. It was unpleasant for him to hear this from the person who was beating him. He turned around in a rage and said that they should all go back to the exit as soon as possible. Zena's behavior made him sick. The adventurers from the leader's team were also very concerned about this situation. They followed this guy for a long time, and his strange confession put them off. Members of the special unit were already gathering in the Oto area, not far from the fault. Fujima was there. Kario, who was happy to meet Mayumi, that's me. He said that he was very happy to meet the same agent from the second business trip. The boy was followed by his partner. Fujima explained that their operation was about to begin. But before that, he wanted to discuss something with him that he couldn't say over the phone. He took the key from his pocket, which was in an elegant box. In this mission, he definitely had to use it. The partner asked what kind of thing it was. Mayumi explained that it was the Starry Sky Key. It was the best thing for a mystery mission. The girl asked what this key was for. The Starry Sky Key is a special item that can cause overpopulation in a rift. With its help, they will be able to remove the ceiling. The partner asked to wait a minute. She believed that this thing was very dangerous. With her help, they could only bring a new disaster to this city. They should have understood that this artifact was out of place in this mission. Fujima Kario just smiled awkwardly. He turned to Mayumi Toya because he told him to take the strongest fighter with him, but he did not mean this group of girls. The partner turned away in the other direction, upset. The agent explained that the ceiling of the rift is a special anomaly that precedes the catastrophe. Usually a boss evolves in such rifts, and if they don't do anything, thousands of civilians can die. The girl explained that in that case it would be better for him to enter the rift and kill the boss, because she didn't understand why they wouldn't do that, because it was a very simple task. Mayumi Toya explained that the boss would evolve later, and then the disaster would be even more massive if they were unexpectedly defeated. But he explained that if overpopulation is provoked, the boss himself will come out of the breach. If they do everything right, they will fight a weak version of the boss. That is why this option was with minimal risks. It was a dangerous mission with low risks, which is why Busujima still agreed to lead this operation, because he was very attracted by the sense of profit. Agents of the organization were stationed throughout the area, and they were already prepared for the release of the monsters. Therefore, everything was under control. The girl explained that the main task of a special unit agent is to protect the city from threats. However, they did the exact opposite. They personally created an inevitable disaster. Mayumi Toya said that the special unit was just a system, and if she wanted to live by justice, she should become an adventurer. This is where they die like flies one by one. Fujima Kario was pleased with the boy's speech and patted him on the back. He ordered to start the operation right now. With excitement in his eyes, he said that it was time to help the stupid adventurers fulfill their heroic duty. Adventurers who were exhausted needed mana to recover, so Kisaraga Satsuki took the responsibility upon herself. She was using the mana extraction skill. A hand made of black magic grabbed the vile bug and, squeezing it, pulled all the strength out of it. The witch was glad that they were lucky enough to meet the monsters that were nearby. The adventurers' mana was now fully restored. Thanks to Satsuki, they were able to restore their mana in no time. Therefore, even if the special unit is delayed for some reason, they will be able to fend for themselves. They also had some food left. Although it did not give much energy and did not saturate, they will not die of hunger. And those adventurers who caused the most problems fell silent. So now it was possible to rest in peace. Only Ichinoshi Ikoma could not relax. He was constantly distracted by Jurakuchi Zen, who behaved very strangely. The leader once again suggested that once they got out of here, they should form a personal group with the Gravity Master. He asked him to consider the proposal again when he had some free time. The only person who annoyed the main character so much was Jurakuchi Zen. He behaved very strangely and in a strange way. The leader turned to the Gravity Master. He asked him to remind him of his name because it seems that he forgot it a little while he was competing. Ichinoshi Ikoma couldn't believe that Zen actually specifically named people based on their classes, simply because he was too lazy to remember their names. His behavior was appalling, but unexpectedly, one of the adventurers stood up for the leader. She began to deny all this and asked not to speak delusional because it simply could not be. She turned to Mr. Jurakuchi and asked if it was true. Zen sheepishly replied that it was true and she was right because he would never do that to her. He shyly tried to remember the name of this adventurer, but could not. He remembered that she had the thief class, although her real name was Anna. At this moment, the leader confirmed the fact that he does not remember the names of his subordinates. He shyly asked to remind him of the name again and promised that this time he would remember it for the rest of his life. Jurakuchi happily began hugging the Gravity Master just like that. Kisaraga Satsuki was angry. She did not like this gesture, so she pushed him away from Ikoma. The sorceress with rage in her eyes ordered him to stop clinging to Ikoma because it looked very strange. Zen did not expect that he would become a rival for Satsuki. But suddenly the adventurers heard something approaching them. They immediately got into combat stances and surveyed everything around them. Ichinoshi Ikoma calmly explained that they had nothing to fear because these were not monsters but ordinary people. Fujima approached the adventurers Kario. Behind him was Mayumi Toya and several of their subordinates. They were surprised to see a whole expedition of adventurers. In Kisaraga, Satsuki had hoped that they were finally saved because a special unit mission had arrived for them. Jurakuchi Zen was not pleased. He didn't understand why they had arrived here so quickly, because he really wanted to enjoy surviving the rift as a couple with the Gravity Master. Ichinoshi Ikoma thought. It seemed strange to him because not even a day had passed yet, but they were already here. It was too fast. But he had no doubts. It was definitely a combat unit of a special unit. He thought they needed a group of level 80 fighters to overcome the warped forest rift. Ichinoshi Ikoma was only level 64, although he was considered very strong. He thought that level 80 fighters were rare in Japan. There were only a few of them. The special unit constantly sought to replenish its ranks with capable people. Strong adventurers could easily be counted on one's fingers, and there were times when the special unit would hire A-rank adventurers for serious missions. However, looking at this squad, he could not tell that there were any adventurers among these people. Therefore, many doubts crept into him. One of the workers turned to the adventurers. She told them not to worry, and to come to the entrance of the rift, where they were to wait until it was cleared and they could go out. She explained that there had been recorded outbreaks of anomalies in this rift, so she strongly requested that they refrain from unnecessary fights with monsters as much as possible. The adventurers were very happy because help had finally arrived. It meant that their work here was done, and they were free. One of the adventurers asked what recorded anomalies meant. In this case, they should have been given protection. The workers said they understood his concern, but explained that all their efforts would go into sealing the breach. Ichinoshi Ikoma asked Fujikario, "Can he ask a question?" He nodded his head. Ikoma asked if it was a combat unit. He would like to make sure if this is a combat unit or a research unit that is supposed to discover the cause of the anomaly in this rift. But the special unit squad somehow ignored him because they thought the guy was talking too much. He was told to go to the exit, and he had to obey them. Kisaraga Satsuki quietly approached her partner and admitted that these soldiers seemed very scary to her. Therefore, she suggested that it is better to leave here. Jurakuchi Zen asked the Gravity Master what he didn't like here, because the special unit had arrived. It meant that it was no longer their problem, and they could breathe a sigh of relief. Vider decided to intervene in the conversation with people from the special unit. He apologized for Ikoma's behavior and explained that he was a little strange, so they would immediately go to the exit. Zen paid a lot of attention to Ikomi. He agreed to accompany him to the exit. The main character watched as the squad entered the depths of the rift, and something inside him told him that something was clearly wrong here. He couldn't understand why they refused to answer such a simple question. The girl continued to follow the squad and her leader, Mayumi, but she continued to be troubled by the disturbing thoughts that something bad might happen. She couldn't stand it and turned to the adventurers and started shouting at them. She asked them to listen to her. They should be careful and remember that this fault was unstable. Therefore, anything can happen. And as soon as the entrance to the rift opens, they must run with all their legs to save their lives. Satsuki was even more frightened by these warnings, because the fighters of the special unit seemed scary to her. And this green-haired girl, on the contrary, was very kind and worried about their safety. From now on, the main character definitely understood that something was wrong here. The fault was still poorly studied and indeed unstable. It was in the interest of the mission to deal with the anomaly as soon as possible. In such a situation, there was a high risk of failure, so sending the battle group forward without additional information was a very unwise decision. Information is of high value for the successful execution of the operation. But for some reason, they decided to send combat units and elites on the mission, didn't even hire additional A-rank adventurers, and refused to provide security for the adventurers. Also, one of their soldiers behaved very strangely, warned of danger and asked to immediately run with all legs when the entrance opened. And it was amazing. It is understood that once the boss of the rift is finished, they will be able to leave the rift in peace. But then, why did she decide to warn them about it? It definitely meant something. And if even after unlocking the exit it will be dangerous to be in the fault, then there was only one option for the development of events. Ikoma stopped abruptly and thought. Kagurazaka Mio saw her partner's strange behavior and asked if something happened. The gravity master approached Fujikario, spoke one word, the key to the starry sky. The man immediately stopped. He couldn't understand how this stranger could know the name of an artifact that was heavily classified. Fujima's reaction, it was now clear that they were up to something bad. They wanted to use this artifact inside the rift to cause an artificial disaster. Fujima Kario was very worried. He couldn't understand how Ikomi knew about the starry sky key, because he had promised that no one would know what would happen on this mission. Therefore, the main question appeared before the man. Should he get rid of Ichinoshi? Who are you right now? The adventurer explained that based on his strange reaction, it can be understood that he really wants to use the starry sky key. The witch approached her partner and asked what he was talking about. Starry sky key is an artifact that causes the rift to overpopulate. He was needed in order to remove the sealing. During sealing, the concentration of magical mechanisms increases, so monsters become even stronger and more aggressive. This can cause their evolution. He asked if he was right that the delegation had come here to remove the seal through overpopulation. The witch couldn't believe that a special unit wanted to specifically create a disaster in the rift. It didn't fit into her head. Fujima Kario was furious. He could not understand how the adventurer was able to find out about this artifact and find it, because all this time it was completely classified. The escape of this valuable information was simply impossible, because the special unit is very closely monitoring it, and it is simply impossible for an ordinary adventurer to find out about this item. He knew that if he continued to deny it, Ikoma would press him even harder. The adventurer was scary. The adventurers of the team were also surprised. They could not believe that a special unit intended to create a disaster and release all these monsters. The adventurers thought it was madness. It was a high-ranking rift where the strongest monsters lived. And here they wanted to organize overpopulation? They must understand what a danger it is for the city. They thought this idea was simply terrible. Mr. Fujima, in a rage, began to shout, ordering his men to attack the adventurers because they were falsely accusing them. The gravity master intervened in the conversation, not considering the adventurers' words unreasonable. After all, as soon as he uttered the name of the artifact, the special envoy immediately turned to him and began to deny all his actions. The people of the special unit understood that they had fallen into this trap like fools. Now, all the adventurers suspected them of wanting to cause disaster. They did not know what to do. The green-haired girl was surprised. She couldn't understand how he had guessed their plans. She suddenly panicked. She thought that all this happened because of her and now she can be punished. Kagorazaka Mio grabbed Ikoma's shoulder and pulled her close. She ordered him to stop attacking the special forces, because even if he was right, it would only make things worse. Ikoma should have understood that they would not simply obey him and fulfill his requests. Yurakuchi Zen analyzed all the actions of the Master of Gravity. He wondered what he was even thinking about. He suggested that, most likely, Ikoma was now thinking about a situation that was too dangerous. However, the Gravity Master started communication with the special unit on a bad note, and Zen still agreed with the opinion of the Reaper. The leader understood that they still had the option of entering the battle with a delegation, and they might even succeed in defeating them. But he knew for sure that it would not lead to anything good. It was clear that they would not be able to defeat the boss, but then it was unclear why the Gravity Master would start this stupid argument with them. Entering into a skirmish with a special force in such a situation was simply pointless, and no one benefited from it. Therefore, it would be much better to just leave silently, without meddling in his business. Ichinoshi Ikoma had an offer for the special forces. He explained that he was not going to criticize their decisions, because he understood that the situation was really critical. He also understood that there was no time to think of better options, so they decided to choose the safest possible. But he was troubled by the fact that they did not take the adventurers with them, because they were civilians. This carried great risks, and also felt a lack of strength. All this forced them to deal with this fault in a different way. Therefore, they decided to use the key of the starry sky to create a disaster in order to prevent losses that could be of a significant scale. So he introduced Yurakuchi Zen to them, saying that the boy was an A-rank adventurer, and Ikoma was also strong enough, although he didn't have as much fighting experience as the rest of them. His plan was that if the current group of adventurers united, they could defeat the boss and prevent this catastrophe without harming the world. Kisaraga Satsuki was very scared. She didn't understand what Ikoma was doing, but it amused Yurakuchi a lot because, after all, this guy knew how to really have fun. Fujima Kario did not understand how this adventurer had such a thought, since he had taken up this task from the very beginning just so that he would not compete with anyone. But he could not take such a risk, because uniting with adventurers unknown to him and risking his life just to defeat someone in a rift was not in his head. He categorically refused. Kario began to laugh at the adventurers, believing that they were eternal romantics who only needed to arrange various kinds of competitions to feel like heroes. The man came closer to the adventurer and explained to him that the responsibility for millions of lives was placed on their shoulders, and he continued to think that the special forces came here to play heroes. Ichinoshi Ikoma explained that every person who repeatedly enters the rifts meets his death here, so they were not romantics and heroes. And when they still have a choice, they prefer to meet death already than to condemn those who have never been here to certain death. Adventurers listened to the words of the Master of Gravity with fascination. The main character understood that the special units tried to do what would be better for everyone, but they did not see how the mountains of corpses of people and monsters lie on ordinary streets in the most massive disaster. In the past life of Ichinoshi, Ikoma did not have time to arrive on time for the mission and save the city from disaster, but there was nothing they could do. Although they were usually stronger than humans, they were not omnipotent. It was simply impossible to save everyone from death if these people only knew how many times Ichinoshi Ikoma was in hell, and if he had the power to stop it all, he would use it. He explained that there was no heroism in him, but he was ready to prove all his words with decisive actions. Fujima Kario grabbed the boy's clothes in a rage. He believed that adventurers always sing the same song, so if he said that, then he must be very confident in his abilities. The man admitted that from the very beginning he was too lenient with Ikoma, but now he had had enough. He ordered his subordinates to teach this boy a lesson once and for all. Kasaraga Satsuki screamed, begging everyone to stop, because now was not the time for fighting, and the city had to be saved. Mayumi Toya understood that they couldn't just leave this situation alone, so he decided to intervene and approached Mr. Fujima. The man chuckled and asked if Mr. Mayumi wanted to bother him now. He explained that nothing would happen to this fool until he was brought to justice. Mayumi Toya said that he didn't even think about stopping Fujima Kario. He just wanted to ask that this adventurer be left to him, because such stubborn heroes can only be reconciled through violence and pain. The green-haired soldier couldn't believe that Officer Mayumi would actually intervene in this conflict, and tried to stop him, because all this time she thought that the officer would decide to stop Mr. Fujima and they would deal with him peacefully. but she had a strange feeling that he was angry, and that's why he intervened. Mayumi Toya said that he, like Fujima, hates idealists who hide behind their justice without thinking about the consequences because they are forever imposing their ideals on others and trying to seem better than others. The officer decided to show him how great the difference was in their abilities and determination. He challenged the adventurer to attack if he didn't have the guts to accept his challenge. Fujima Kario decided that there was no point in stopping him, because he himself dared to deal with the adventurer himself. Mayumi Toya was someone who was able to reach great heights, and due to his fighting skills, it was said that he, being an adventurer, was able to break the limit of A rank and rise even higher. But even under the condition of competition in close combat, Fujima would not be able to defeat Mayumi for anything. So this adventurer will certainly not be able to resist him. Kisaraga Satsuki turned to all the people. She simply asked to calm down, leave peacefully, and agree on peace. Ichinoshi Ikoma said that this could not be because he was afraid that his words would not be enough for their mission. So he was ready to show them what he was capable of and make them change their minds. The adventurer got into a fighting stance in front of Mayumi and was ready to begin the duel. The girl from the team was scared because if they go after the boss, it is very risky. If the Gravity Master succeeds in overcoming it, then they will have to go on this adventure again. Fujima Kario ordered this trinket to be placed in its place so that no other adventurers would have to stand in their way. At first, he was frightened when Ichinoshi Ikoma understood what they were up to, and on his emotions, he already wanted to order him killed. But everything could have been done much easier from the beginning. After all, he was an ordinary employee who obeyed the orders that came from above, and Mayumi Toya just wanted to calm this rebel down a bit, and if he overdoes it a bit and kills him, it won't be Fujima's problem anymore. The officer thought it seemed to him that they had already met this adventurer somewhere. It looks like it was the same guy who was able to clean out the dungeon library. He wondered what level the Gravity Master was, and he replied that he was level 64. And he said that basically with this level he had a chance to beat the boss. But here in Mayumi Toya was level 82. And he was one of the most outstanding soldiers in the special unit. He could see that the boy was intelligent, so he decided to ask again if he was sure that his stubbornness was worth a fight with a high-ranking adventurer. It was the first time the girl from the team had seen such a high level. She could not believe that such people actually existed. Ichinoshi Ikoma admitted that the officer was indeed very strong, but he behaved too confidently. Mayumi Toya thought this answer was too presumptuous. He agreed to start the match because he wouldn't even have to resort to his help. The man began to run and attack the adventurer. Kisaraga Satsuki was very surprised when she found out that Mayumi, who was an archer, decided to fight without a bow. The Gravity Master tried to fight back with his sword, but the officer was very fast and deftly dodged these attacks. He took out his pocket knife and said that fools like him could only be cured by the grave, and then stabbed him. Jurakuchi Zen watched the battle in fascination. There was a difference of as much as 20 levels between the boys, and it was not the kind of match in which you could argue about the superiority of your class. He understood that this boy could put an adventurer on his shoulders without even resorting to the help of a signature weapon. He mentally encouraged the Gravity Master and hoped he had some kind of trump card up his sleeve. The main character tried to dodge all the attacks. He admitted that his opponent was very fast, and the huge difference in their levels and skills was obvious to the eye. Ichinoshi Ikomi found it increasingly difficult to evade each time. This officer was somehow from a special unit, and it seems that he was already used to fighting in hand-to-hand combat. If this has already happened, then he just needs to find a breach in it and counterattack. The boy saw how sharply a fist moved towards him directly in the face. He managed to dodge. He was surprised that his opponent did not always use his knife but his own hands. He very rarely met people who mastered hand-to-hand combat, because this type of combat was no less effective and was needed in battle. Suddenly, Mayumi Toya kicked the adventurer, and he fell to the floor, flying several meters back. After that, he ran away. You could see lightness in his movements. Ichinoshi Ikoma couldn't believe that he actually possessed a class skill. But it was strange why he didn't attack then. And the moment the officer stopped, he released the knife from his hands, which began to fly right at the adventurer. The Gravity Master understood that there was no way for him to dodge this direct blow. So he put his sword in front of him and parried the attack with a knife. And he fell to the ground. Suddenly someone grabbed the boy's hand tightly and he could not return. It was Mayumi. "That's me." He had a knife in his hands and was ready to plunge it into the adventurer's throat. At that moment, it was clear that he had a big advantage. Fujima Kario had been watching this all this time, and though he had been wondering for a long time, it was still the same. The outcome of events was obvious, because Mayumi is not just some ordinary master of hand-to-hand combat. His style combined the powers that were gained from leveling up, and he also knew judo techniques as well as a win-win tactic that allowed him to kill monsters with his bare hands every time. While the gravity master was completely immobilized, the officer decided to use a judo skill, a throw over himself with one hand. But unexpectedly, Mayumi began to have doubts about his reception. He understood that something was wrong, because the trajectory of the adventurer's fall was too strange. And after a moment, he himself began to fall and hit his head on the ground, when Ichinoshi Ikoma remained standing with his feet on the ground. When the officer got up, Ichinoshi Ikoma explained what he had done. He analyzed that Mayumi understood that no attack with his free hand or knife would work, so he decided to use his best technique. And that was expected. So the Gravity Master decided to dodge specifically to get him to this best reception. And at the moment when the rapture happened, he decided to reduce his gravity, but when he lifted his feet from the ground, he, on the contrary, doubled it. He asked the officer how he managed such a trick. Mayumi's partner couldn't believe that such a thing was possible, because it had never happened that an ordinary adventurer would be able to catch Officer Mayumi off guard. Now the man admitted that he had planned to beat the adventurer half to death from the beginning. But now the jokes were over. So he asked him not to complain if he died as a result. Now that Mayumi knew what Ichinoshi was capable of Ikoma, next time he will definitely not be able to counterattack so easily. The Gravity Master raised his sword in front of him. He said he thought about saving some of his magic, but it looks like it won't work this time. These words annoyed the officer even more. He also raised his knife and the fight resumed. Mayumi Toya said that Ikoma doesn't really have any power or consciousness. He was just a dumb hero with lousy ideals. Therefore, he was not ready to lose to such an adventurer as him. The Gravity Master found these words very strange, because all this time the special unit often relied on the power of heroes with lousy ideals. This contradicted the officer's words. As a special unit officer, he was annoyed by many things because of the careless leadership of the guild. He was even on the verge of death twice, and he no longer remembers how many times he cleaned all the shoals after adventurers. It was because of them that his subordinates repeatedly received many injuries. And because of the rigid hierarchy in the organization, talented young people with potential simply cannot make it to the top. But he was most annoyed by those people who at first threw themselves into words, not knowing what their stupid idealism was leading to. And Ichinoshi Ikoma was just that kind of person, and that was why he hated him the most. Mayumi Toya said that if the adventurer did go after the boss and lose, then he would put not only the city of Oto in danger, but the whole of Japan. Ichinoshi Ikoma should have been aware of all the risks. Ichinoshi Ikoma explained that there was about a 20% chance that monsters would evolve in the sealed rifts. However, these statistics also record those cases when evolution was stopped at its beginning. And given the mission that the special unit was sent on, there was a good chance that the evolution would still happen. To date, the special unit was still weak, and maybe in 10 years they would be able to deal with such a threat, but definitely not now. Mayumi Toya asked if, knowing all this, the Gravity Master still wanted to kill the boss because he understood that if he lost, tens of thousands of innocent people could die. The adventurer said that he considered all the risks, but now he tells everything directly and will tell you how to easily defeat the boss. The officer understood that there was no point in proving anything to this man, because no matter what arguments he put forward, he would still stand his ground, and his blind faith annoyed him even more. Suddenly, the Gravity Master ran away so hard and fast that no one had ever seen before. Mayumi Toya was surprised that the boy was so fast. He couldn't understand how he was able to retain such a large amount of magic until now. Ichinoshi Ikoma swung at the officer and hit him in the arm. Suddenly, his knife fell from his hands and began to fall. And now, Mayumi Toya was finally able to understand why he had been annoying him so much all this time, because he was able to keep what he had given up at the beginning of his career. Mayumi 5 years ago, Toy was 25 years old, and he decided to give up a successful career as a police officer to come to work for them. He explained that there had just been a terrible disaster in Kanagawa last month, and he thought he might be able to help them somehow. But the leader asked him not to worry about it, because this work was done by adventurers, and their policy was only to support them and nothing else. And he should understand this. The guy said he understood everything, but still these people remained civilians. After the disaster in the rift, people realized that they had to fight back against the monsters and started forming groups. And when they acted rashly, all those who were not indifferent to human lives became adventurers. He believed in their good intentions, but as members of the special unit, they had to take control of such situations, because they helped people by saving them from monsters. And he wanted to remind that recruitment for the Adventurers Guild was still going on, and many people went to this job without having special physical and psychological training. The commander explained that due to disasters, many organizations, in addition to those related to faults, suffered not only large financial losses. Many small states lost their national framework because of the monsters that came out of the rifts, and they could not afford to deal with this alone. Because you can imagine what will happen if you simply stop recruiting adventurers for business trips. Chaos will arise. Mayumi Toya said that they could expand the ranks of the special unit with highly trained soldiers. But if they change this system, then it is necessary to go further because it takes time and money. In addition, clearing rifts from monsters will slow down a lot. Essentially, he wanted the unit to take full responsibility for the adventurers. It was an irrational waste of resources, because they will spend a lot of effort and time, the cleaning efficiency will drop, and even more disasters will appear. As a rule, special units are headed by the elite of society, and so that he finally understood, he said directly that he did not want to take on a business with great risks and little chance of success. It was so simple and so brilliant. The commander decided to give him advice for the future and asked him to be kind enough not to pester him with stupid questions, but rather to work for the benefit of their corporation, and not to be distracted because they needed such soldiers on business trips. 5 years have passed since then, and now life has become easier, but nothing has changed in this organization. And when they served only one ideal, he felt how something inside him broke and died. And he justified everything with the system, and then it became much easier for him. Ichinoshi Ikoma asked if he had succeeded in proving his strength to them now. Mayumi Toya said that he failed to do so because the future of the Ota district had long been at stake, and the Gravity Master had to risk his life to convince him. The worker was a little scared because he still decided to use his class weapon, and this meant that he was serious. 4,508 Fujikario told the officer to stop messing with him and finish him off. He told him to stop wasting his time. Mayumi Toya picked up his weapon and began to draw an arrow. He concentrated his mana into it to make a skill attack. And after a moment, several dozen arrows flew at the Gravity Master. The shooter acted very quickly, and he was also beaten like that all over the square. Ichinoshi Ikoma tried to dodge the attacks and run between the arrows, because every shot he fired was compared to a high-level spell. To completely dodge, he jumped into the air and landed next to Fujikario. The officer saw that his opponent reduced the gravity of his body and jumped forward. He had a thought. Does he want to try to attack him from behind? But then he realized that after all he was attacking from above. Ichinoshi raised his bow and aimed an arrow at his body. At this moment, all adventurers and even people from the unit froze. Little did they know what would happen next, and their fate would be decided in a moment. And finally the fighters did collide, but neither of them injured the other. Ikoma's sword passed near the officer's face and stopped there. Mayumi Toya smiled because now he didn't understand that considering their huge difference in level, Ichinoshi was ready to admit defeat. The man returned to his memories. He remembered his father running to the hospital, trying his best, but it seemed like that was the last time he saw his son's face. He apologized to him because all he did was work all the time, because the father didn't even have time to teach his son anything. He explained that the hostage was in danger, and he, without waiting for reinforcements, went after the criminal alone. As a result, the arrest was successful, but he was seriously injured. Little Mayumi Toya asked him not to say that because his father was able to teach him a lot, and he always looked up to him, and he wants to live his life like him. Most of all, the officer was annoyed by how Ichinoshi had come to terms with reality and could no longer adhere to his own unique ideals. He often thought what a fool he was. He asked what the Gravity Master's name was. He answered, Ichinoshi Ikoma. From now on, he agreed to act as Ichinoshi saw fit. Kisaraga Satsuki found what had happened incredible, as Ikoma was finally able to admit his defeat to the senior officer of the special unit. By combining their efforts, they will be able to defeat the boss and thereby stop the inevitable collapse. Mayumi's partner that the senior officer was able to take off a heavy burden thanks to this battle and the new plan. Jurakuchi Zen at this time tried to remember the name of the master of gravity and assured himself that now he would definitely not forget it. Fujima Kario was furious because Mayumi still went against him and teamed up with the adventurers to clean up the rift. It was very stupid, because permission to use the key of the starry sky was given to them by one of the most important people in the guild. And besides, it was the most secret mission. Mayumi Toya decided to go on his own, and with his actions he went against the orders of the special unit, and this meant that he had to be killed. Mr. Fujima was preparing his sword. Jurakuchi Zen asked to be listened to a little, because he perfectly understood Ikoma's desire to deal with the boss and his idea of joining forces against a common enemy. It all sounded very tempting, but he also asked not to forget the fact that this was solely his desire, and they, the adventurers, did not give their consent to it. And not everyone in the special unit shares their wishes. Ichinoshi Ikoma confirmed that everything was true. It was his personal opinion that he just wanted to voice, because just to overcome an enemy of this level, competent and complex teamwork was necessary. And without this, some members of the poetry delegation can serve as a wall of meat. He understood that it was scary for everyone to appear in such a situation. Therefore, he wanted to suggest that they split into two missions, shock and reserve. Because if the shock mission unexpectedly fails, then the reserve detachment can activate the key of the starry sky at any moment, but he left the choice of the group to their discretion. Fujima Kario was furious. He asked the boy who gave him the right to make such important decisions. The commander said that now he had enough, and from now on Ikoma was not the main one here, because they were a special unit, and they would act according to the original plan, and he could not allow some adventurers to risk other people's lives. Ikoma asked if he was still afraid of the risks, because he had to remember that now their plan was practically identical, and if it failed, they would still be able to use the key. But he didn't like that the plan would change, even though the risks would remain the same. Mr. Fujima screamed in rage. Had he even considered the consequences? It was impossible to imagine that the adventurers were able to take command of a special unit and go after the boss of the rift. He should have been aware of the damage it would do to their reputation. It was an important secret mission that he was personally assigned, and they were discovered not only by the adventurers, but also by the soldier he took for the operation. But he also managed to lose to one of them. Therefore, if the top of the organization can find out about it, then the authority of their group will certainly come to an end. And if Mayumi Toya still thinks that there was room for weaklings like him in the special unit, then he was very wrong and a naive fool. The officer explained that he understood his displeasure, so he gave his word that once he conquered this rift, regardless of success or failure, he would immediately resign. Fujima Kario's face changed dramatically. He asked in a friendly manner why he had decided that, because even if he didn't like his approach to things, it wasn't smart to just pick up and go like that. He could not believe that senior officers could act so lightly, but Mayumi Toya calmly explained that their values differed greatly. The officer knew from the beginning that they would not be able to avoid casualties, but the question was whether he was ready to take the risk and make a compromise, or he would once again choose to simply turn a blind eye to everything. Therefore, a new question arose. Who exactly among them is behaving too carelessly here? Mr. Fujima understood that it seemed impossible to convince the officers now. That's why he hated these stupid heroes. He waved his hand and started to leave because he had nothing to talk to him about. He asked to assume that he had already accepted his resignation, and now he could become an adventurer or something. But he didn't care anymore. But unexpectedly, Fujima Kario swung his sword and fired a powerful charge at the adventurers. He couldn't just let them go that easily. He knew now that taking a senior officer on this assignment was a mistake. It was possible to take 2 people for insurance, because no more were needed to use the key. Therefore, now he was ready to beat him to death and be able to justify himself that he violated the order of his senior. Although Mayumi had a lot of experience compared to him, Fujima passed him by. In addition, at such a distance, he simply did not have time not to use his class weapon, and he would immediately get injured. Mr. Fujima used the hunting step skill. He couldn't let him get close and would close the distance as many times as it took. He swung his sword once more and used the tiger walk skill. It was a gladiator class skill, a technique that increased attack speed and power. Thanks to this skill, he will be able to fight with him on equal terms. He thought he could easily knock the weapon out of his hand and knock him to the ground. The man swung his sword and actually managed to knock the officer's weapon out of his hands. He believed that from now on he was completely helpless. But it wasn't like that. Mayumi Toya had excellent skills in hand-to-hand combat and hit Fujima in the face with his hand, because his bow was only a primitive trick. It was worth getting close to a person, and one blow to the jaw would be enough for him to finish him off, even if the difference in level could be great. But they were human and had the same flaws of the human body. For example, the commander had a weakness in his body, so Mayumi was able to easily pick him up and throw him over his back to the ground. Mayumi Toya clearly stated that he would never use a bow against an opponent as weak as Fujima. He reprimanded him for using subordinates as cannon fodder, and assured him that he was no threat to him in real combat, despite his level. Previously, the officer defended his strange ideals while on his errands, but after retiring, he no longer intends to do so. Fujima's subordinates were undaunted. They could not understand how the shooter was able to defeat the host, who was a legendary gladiator in hand-to-hand combat. Mayumi asked if they would rise to his defense and also challenge the officer, but they refused. Ichinoshi Ikuma stood in front of the commander's body. Although he was not a very valuable combat unit, he would hardly agree to their plan. Therefore, they do not lose anything. Kisaraga Satsuki suggested that they pick up where they left off. She wanted to join the strike force. Mayumi's partner also raised her hand. She also wanted to join the strike force because her job as a special forces member is to protect the civilian world, and she is willing to do whatever it takes to do that. The officer explained that if she didn't go with them, the special unit would fall apart, and she knew it. However, not only the lives of people from the OTU district, but also the lives of all of Tokyo were at stake. She wanted to protect people and not think about how to carry out the order. She was against Mr. Fujima's plan from the very beginning. Mayumi Toya apologized to her because he didn't need to doubt her. One of the adventurers apologized, but she didn't think she would be able to help in any way in the battle, so she wanted to stay in the reserve unit and go to the exit. Jurakuchi Zen didn't know what to do. He was very scared and did not want to go anywhere. But he was only willing to join the battle squad when Ikuma started asking him to, because who was he to say no to the Gravity Master himself? Kisaraga Satsuki, restraining her anger, explained that no one invited him, but he wanted to go to the boss from the very beginning, despite other people's warnings. Jurakuchi started laughing and explained that he was just joking. He was ready to join the combat unit. Finally, a battle group was formed to fight the Rift boss. Ichinoshi Ikoma understood that the boss's probable level was 90, and he didn't know anything about him yet. The situation was completely different from their fight against the Cursed Queen, but they had no choice but to simply face the unknown face to face.